Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Game of Thrones: A Blademaster in Westeros. Chapter 1. Note: you don't need to know about the Wheel of Time to read this. It happens solely in the Asoyaf universe with one character from the What series reborn into it. Summary: after his death some time after the last battle, Galad Damodred is reborn in Westeros. He lives a simple life as a hunter and woodsman in a quiet corner of the Reach, until the Greyjoys rise in revolt 7 years after Robert's own rebellion. Are the Seven Kingdoms ready to face a true Blademaster? AU diverged during Robert's rebellion. Expect war, fighting, adventure, wandering knight, slice of life, noble deeds, lawful good, war, politics. Chapter 1. 289 AC, The Reach. Willis Tyrell. Don't run off too far, Willis admonished, though his tone carried little heat. His siblings only giggled back at him and scampered off deeper into the woods, the forest floor crunching loudly beneath their boots. Willis didn't begrudge their brashness. He liked seeing them being children, careless of the confining propriety and protocol of Highgarden. Near the mouth of the Mander as they were, and still in lands controlled by House Tyrell, they would be hard-pressed to find anyone dangerous enough to challenge the two guards walking behind him, or any game big enough to harm children this close to the village they had docked their family's pleasure barge at. He had wanted to request more men to accompany them on their little expedition, as a precaution more than anything, but with him being a near-knighted squire, he didn't want to sound unsure of his ability to protect his younger siblings. Mace Tyrell had high hopes for his son as a knight. He had pushed the squireship on Willis since he was a young boy. It wouldn't do for him to seem cowardly in front of his lord father now. Following only close enough so he could watch them, Willis ambled through the brush at a leisurely pace, carefully picking his steps on the uneven ground brimming with jutting roots and prickling briars. The wood was filled with towering oaks, elms, and leatherleaf, and the undergrowth was dense and rich with pale moonblooms, tall stalks of goldenrod and blood-red clutches of dragon's breath. It had been the flowers that convinced Marjorie and Loras to go off exploring. At his side, Garland shadowed him with a look of stiff determination on his face, as if he were another man-at-arms in their little group and not his brother. Despite being 2 years younger, he was nearly as tall as him, wider yet on the shoulders, and his once plump figure had thinned out with training. Ever since Willis was made to squire for Sir Adam Bridges, one of their family's many household knights, Garland had taken to following his older brother like he was Willis' own squire, and even now he walked with a hand tucked on his belt just as Willis did on the hilt of his sword, though the boy was not yet allowed to carry live steel at only 1 in 10. The sun was still low in the east, but the cloudless sky promised heat and sweat throughout the rest of the day. Willis had enough lessons on the importance of forethought and planning from his grandmother, even in the simple things, so he took off his dark green velvet coat and wrapped the sleeves about his waist. It left only a white doublet emblazoned with the blooming flower of his house to cover his chest. A faint breeze was gusting through the trees from the north, the air carried the strong smell of wildflowers and wet earth. The smell of summer. They walked in silence after Marjorie and Loras for several more minutes before he heard a cracking sound somewhere off in the distance. He paused when he heard it again only a few moments later. "What's that?" he asked, suddenly growing nervous. The sound echoed through the forest again. "Someone splitting logs nearby is all, Lord," Ben said behind him. Lorne seemed to agree, giving him a grunt and a nod. Willis took a moment to realize what that meant and nodded to the guards. He turned about until he caught sight of his siblings off to his right, frolicking near a patch of black elderberry flowers. They laughed as they blew on the petals and set them to float in the air around them. "Marjorie. Loras," he called with his lordly voice. "Come here." Pouting, the youngest Tyrells shuffled their feet until they stood before him. Loras' own velvet coat was creased and fraying at the sleeves, and Marjorie's bright yellow dress was caked with mud near the hemline. Willis could only imagine their grandmother's incoming admonishment. "Do we have to leave already?" Loras whined. "No, not yet," he said. He turned to where the sound of cracking wood was coming from and put a hand on Loras' shoulder, steering him in the right direction. "We're going on a little adventure. Come." "Truly?" Marjorie asked, her golden brown eyes wide and innocent. "Truly, dear sister," he said. She held out a small hand, and he took it on his own before setting off. He looked back at Garland and the two guards following him and said, "Mind yourselves now." Soon, the crack of metal on wood grew louder and clearer. As they drew nearer, the dense undergrowth thinned around them, until the canopy above finally opened up to clear blue sky. Beyond, a young man only a few years older than him stood over a tree stump not a stone's throw away from them, a woodsman axe in his hands and a pile of split logs beside him. Focused on his task as he was, the young woodsman placed another piece of firewood on the flat of the stump without noticing them, raised his axe high above his head, and swung down. The log split in half cleanly, and the axe bit into the stump with a resounding thunk. Loras drew a sharp breath, and the young man finally looked up from his work. At first glance, Willis had to admit the man was striking, black-haired, tall, sharp and slender as a sword, and, most surprising, he had the violet eyes of old Valyria. He wore a simple workman's shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, with an open leather jerkin on top and rough-spun brown pants. The young man gazed at the men at arms escorting them with suspicion, though his eyes softened when passing over Willis' young siblings. Behind him, the guardsmen had tensed, hands reaching swords, until he raised a hand to stop them. Willis cleared his throat. "Forgive us the interruption, good men," he said. "My name is Willis of House Tyrell, son of Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden. These are my younger brothers and sister, Garland, Loras, and Marjorie." He pointed to each of them in turn. "We were passing by when we heard you." Before the men could respond, Marjorie stepped forward and excitedly asked, "Is that your home?" Willis followed her gaze to the far end of the clearing, where a sturdy-looking house built with thick logs for walls and a thatched roof stood above a low hill, surrounded by a field of short, emerald-colored grass. Two smaller outhouses leaned against the log house, with pigs and chickens inside them. The men smiled gently at Marjorie. "Indeed, that is where I live, my lady," he said, looking back at the house with fondness. His voice was deep and smooth, cultured in a way Willis had never heard coming from peasants. The men turned back to them and bowed, an act he seemed equally practiced in, though stiff with disuse. "An honor to make your acquaintances, my lords. My name is Galadedridov, well, here. But you may call me Galad." An odd name, Willis thought. Associ, perhaps. Keeping the question from showing on his face, Willis simply nodded. "The honor is ours. Galad. And forgive my sister, she's always been too curious for her own good." Marjorie glowered sullenly at him, but Galad only waved a hand. "It is no trouble, my lord. Inquisitiveness in the young is a virtue, not a sin." Willis smiled despite himself. His father would have named it intrusiveness instead, and called it uncouth and boorish behavior on top, especially for a lady, but Willis found himself agreeing nonetheless. "Would you like to try?" Galad suddenly asked, and the question was not for him. To his side, Loras just bobbed his head up and down as if in a trance. The men chuckled, and even Garland cracked a smile. "Come on, then. I'll teach you how." For a second, he turned his eyes to Willis, as if to seek permission. Inclining his head, Willis relinquished his hold on Loras' shoulder. The boy bounded out the tree line at once, skidding to a stop next to the violet-eyed woodsman. And for the next few minutes, Galad taught Loras everything he needed to know until he could split a log by himself, from where to grip the haft, how to breathe at the right moments, where to hit the wood. Willis had hardly seen such a patient teacher, even when Loras got ahead of himself several times in his boundless energy. As the minutes and logs ticked by, Willis allowed himself to relax, sitting back against the tree to watch the two of them. Garland followed soon after, taking the next tree over. Besides their guards, Marjorie was the only one still standing, staring at the pair splitting the logs with longing. As if feeling her eyes on him, Galad glanced up from his work. "Do you want to try as well?" he asked. The girl nodded shyly, but didn't move forward. It was obvious she wanted to, but all sense of propriety told otherwise. After a moment's hesitation, Willis said, "Go on, Marjorie. Just this once." Her eyes widened in surprise, then the biggest smile bloomed on her face. She lunged at him, gave him a tight hug, and dashed back toward Galad and Loras. "Willis?" Garland asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "It's fine," he said. "Let her have this. She's already a proper lady everywhere else, even at her age." Garland nodded, and they kept silent as their brother and sister worked on the pile under Galad's supervision. XXX. Willis had nearly dozed off when the final log had been split, his siblings' excited cheers pulling him out of his daydreams. Chuckling at their antics, he pushed off the tree and walked up to them, Garland just a step behind him. Both of the kids were caked with sweat, chips of wood sticking to their clothes. But the big smile on their faces made it worth it. "Are you all done, then?" he asked. Loras quickly darted to his side. "Did you see it, Willis?" he asked, pulling at his sleeves. I was like, "Ha." And the log went clack. "That last one was perfect." Willis laughed. "I did, yes. As great a swing as I've seen." He mussed up his brother's hair, then turned to his sister. "And you, little lady, don't think I didn't see the way you were holding up that axe like a proper ironborn." Marjorie had been jumping up and down on the balls of her feet a moment ago, but now she was back to her demure smiles. "Master Gallad had to help me holding it up," she said, "but I did do it." The ladylike expression was broken by the tangles in her hair and the flush on her cheeks. Willis could only smile. It was good seeing her acting like a child. As the two of them started relaying their war stories to Garland, he turned his eyes to the woodsman. "Thank you for this," he said, perfectly sincere. It meant a lot to them. Gallad nodded, wiping sweat off his brow. "No problem at all, my lord. They are good children." He looked up at the glaring sun for a moment before turning back to him. "It is getting rather hot outside, and I have clearly forgotten my manners. Would you like to come inside for some refreshments? I'll carry the logs back later." "Yes," Marjorie cried, suddenly right behind him, followed by Loras turning to him, eyes pleading. "Can we, Willis? Can we please?" Willis couldn't find it in himself to refuse those eyes. He should have known better than to name whatever this was as an adventure. "I don't see why not," he said. "Lead the way, Master Gallad." The walk up the small hill was done with Loras and Marjorie piling the young woodsman with inane questions about his life, from what he ate and drank, to the animals he raised and the kinds of people in the village he was friendly with. The kid seemed fascinated by it all. Gallad answered them dexterously and amiably, and Willis had to admit he also found himself curious. Despite visiting a few of the orphanages and mother houses that Highgarden sponsored, he had never been inside the home of a small folk. Willis doubted his family would approve, but he found himself curious as to how they lived. He was to be their future lord, shouldn't he know more about his subjects? The inside of the cabin was better than what Willis imagined. It didn't stink, nor did it look particularly bedraggled. He quietly admonished himself for that. These are people, not pigs. Of course they would keep their own homes tidy. The house was brightly lit by several windows with their shutters open. A large stone fireplace occupied one side of the main room, with two cushioned chairs and a bench arrayed around it, while a broad table dominated the other. Cabinets and trunks lined the walls, neatly stacked and cleaned, and Willis even saw a small pile of wood-bound books tucked against a bundle of furs. Tall, sturdy chairs sat around the table, and to the side, a closed door led to a smaller room. Gallad's bedroom, most likely. Their host had them seated with drinks in hand before long, fresh milk for the children and cider from a small cask for himself, Garland, and Willis. He even invited Ben and Lorne to sit at his table, though the two kept to their duties standing. They didn't pass on the cider, however, drinking from two horns Gallad provided. One of the windows opened to the back of the house, and Willis spotted another building he hadn't seen from their approach. A modest wooden barn, only large enough for a couple of animals. Tucked to its side was a garden of sorts, and though Willis' preferences lay mostly in martial pursuits, he knew from Highgarden's own plentiful terraces that there were rows of cabbage, beet, peas, and onion there. "Do you plant them yourself?" Marjorie asked. She had been staring out too, eyes wide with wonder. Loras craned his head around to check with her. Gallad chuckled. "Indeed, my lady. I plant, raise, and hunt what I can. What I cannot, I trade for in the village. You're allowed to hunt around here." That was Garland, genuine in his curiosity. Willis answered him, "Dustinbury sits empty for now, and our Lord Father has allowed for hunters to use the woods around a few of the villages to their heart's content." For all his faults, Mace Tyrell was not an unkind lord. The Reach had flourished under his rule, and so had its people. Although, in truth, most of those accolades could be put at the feet of Willis' grandmother. Gallad nodded. "That he has," he said. "These woods are teeming with good game. Plenty of white-tailed deer, elk and wild boars. And some small game too." "You are good with a bow, then?" Garland asked, leaning forward on his seat. Much like him, Garland was fascinated by anything related to knighthood. The boy was already better than many a squire older than him, and Willis knew that in another few years it would be him his brother would surpass. Gallad didn't answer right away. He took his time sipping at his drink, and for a moment there he looked almost forlorn, lips pursed, eyes distant. "I had great teachers," he finally said, breaking the silence. Suddenly realizing his own mood, Galad cleared his throat and gave Garland a small smile. "You must be good with the bow to live as a hunter, my lord. It is a simple life, yes, but a good one. I have come to appreciate it." Before Willis could ask how he had come to appreciate being a hunter if he had always been one, there were loud, shouting voices outside. At first he thought it was his father's men come looking for them, a misunderstanding he could easily settle with a few calm words. Then Galad was suddenly on his feet, his violet eyes devoid of any of the warmth of the previous hour. Willis followed him up, ready to step outside and reassure the men of their safety. He didn't want Galad getting into trouble for something as foolish as this. To the side, Lorne had moved to one of the windows, and what he saw outside made his mustached face grow pale. "Ironborn," he whispered. Willis' stomach dropped at those words. No, surely not, he thought with growing dread. Surely Lorne was mistaken. The Ironborn hadn't raided for years, and they would have heard news from the Shield Islands before any such attack could happen. But then he glanced at the same window his guard was looking out of and caught his first glimpse of the men outside. They emerged from the tree line in a mad sprint, armed with swords and axes and mauls, war cries on their lips. On one of the Iron Man's tabard, a sigil stood out beyond all others. A golden kraken, rampant in a field of black. Willis' breath caught in his throat, terror mounting in his heart. This wasn't a raid, he realized. They wouldn't wear their lord's sigil if it was. This was rebellion, Chapter 2. Willis Tyrell. Galad was the first one to snap out of it. Up. Bar the windows and the door. As if commanded by the king himself, Ben and Lorne jerked into motion. Ben rushed past Willis toward Lorne, his jaw set with resolve. Uncaring of the half-full cups on top, the two guards picked up the thick wooden table and overturned it in front of the back door. The chairs and trunks followed. Willis stood stock still, frozen with indecision. "How many of them are there?" Garland asked, voice shaken. Beside him, Loras and Marjorie hugged each other for comfort, his little brother trying to soothe his sister despite the fear evident in his face. It was the very definition of love, and the men outside wanted to destroy it. Butcher it. That's what broke through his own fears, imagining what would happen to his siblings if he didn't act. If he didn't step up as the future Lord of Highgarden. Steeling himself, Willis rushed to the windows, pulling the wooden shutters together and latching them closed. It wouldn't hold against even a single blow of an Ironborn's axe, but sometimes the mere illusion of cover could serve as a deterrent. "I counted 11, my lord," Ben said as he stacked furniture by the back door. "House is solid enough. We can hold em off at the front door till someone comes to help." "No," Galad said, heading into his bedroom. "They'll just torch the place with us inside. It comes down to a fight." "Fuck," Ben muttered. Not great odds. Willis would have admonished the curses in front of his younger siblings if the situation wasn't as desperate as it was. Lorne seemed to agree with Galad. With all the available furniture pushed against the back door, the often silent guard simply pulled his sword out of its scabbard and turned to him. "Orders, my lord." Ben too turned to him, as did Garland and his siblings. They all looked to him as if he had all the answers in the world. Willis opened his mouth to speak, but found he couldn't form the words. His mouth felt dry as dust. All the training in the world hadn't prepared him for this. As if summoned by his need, Galad appeared from his bedroom, a sheathed long sword in his hands. "We'll do as the Lord said." He nodded toward Ben. "Hold them at the door for a moment. They'll try to set the house alight when they get frustrated, but it shall not come to that." Before anyone could answer, there was a loud bang at the back door. Loras and Marjorie jumped at the sound. Another crack followed, a similar noise to when Galad was chopping wood. The Ironborn had arrived. Ben and Lorne needed no other incentive. They rushed to the front door, the older and more experienced man-at-arms, Lorne, taking the lead. His weathered face held a look of grim determination. He was ready to die for his charges, Willis knew. "What will you do?" Garland asked, looking toward Galad. Pounding footsteps crossed the outside of the house. Loud, coarse voices could be heard through the windows too, yelling at each other, hurling insults at those inside, taunting and teasing. Marjorie let out a whimper when the head of an axe bit through a shutter. The sword in Galad's hands came singing out of its sheath. "I'll end this," he said, then turned to leave. His words held a tone of finality to it. A certainty Willis always thought reserved for veteran knights or experienced artisans, both confident in the mastery of their craft. Not a young man like Galad. The kind of words that inspired him to be better. Swallowing down the knot in his throat, Willis stepped up. Then I will help you. No. Willis froze at the sudden bark. Or was it that a small folk had talked to the son of a high lord in such a manner? Galad turned to regard him, a troubled look on his face. That is not a good idea, my lord. His violet eyes were dark under furrowed brows. Please, stay here and protect your siblings if the worst comes. Then he was swiftly gone, slipping past a small side door hidden behind a curtain in the eastern wall of the house. And for the second time in the day, Willis stood stumped in the middle of a tiny, small folk house. Behind him, Garland knelt while whispering comforting words to Marjorie and Loras. The sounds of battle started a moment later. Steel batting against steel, ring mail chinking as men moved in their armor. The Ironborn screams met Ben's own war cry, echoing inside the house, though they couldn't see the front door from the main room. Marjorie started to cry, sobbing against Loras' shoulder. Willis could barely look at them. He didn't know what to say, again. They all looked up to him, and he'd failed them. He sought comfort on the sword at his side, and his hand held firm to the hilt. He didn't know what to say, but he'd die fighting for his siblings. That, at least, he could do. XXX. Galad. By the time the hidden door closed behind him, Galad had achieved the oneness. All his doubts and insecurities, all his fears that had fountained inside him when he spotted those men, were fed into the flames in the void of his mind. He wouldn't be able to fight at his best if he let himself be consumed by the ghosts of his past. Of his failures. If he wanted to save those children, those who depended on him, then he couldn't think of them in the middle of combat. In the oneness, none of that mattered. He was one with the sword in his hand, one with the sparrows in flight above his house, one with the Ironborn man a few feet in front of him, who had turned at the sound of the door. He could perfectly hear the man's breathing, the clink of his mail armor. If he focused, he would hear the man's heart beating inside his chest, the blood pumping furiously as the Ironborn prepared himself for a fight. Galad wouldn't need such a focus against this foe. Beneath his half-helm, the man's grizzled face contorted into an ugly scowl before he rushed at him in a mad dash, axe and shield propped in each hand, and Galad knew him to be a fool. A man who fought in a rage died in a rage. Galad didn't move. Not until the Ironborn was upon him, axe raised high for a powerful downward swing. Then he stepped to the side, feet sliding gracefully across the grass. The axe cleaved only air, but Galad's sword didn't miss. It flashed up and across, a single movement, and the head of the Iron Man fell to the ground. Beyond a flick of the wrist to clean his blade of blood, he didn't stop to admire his handiwork. He could hear the fighting going on the other side of the house by the front door as if it was happening right in front of him. Curses flying as sure as swords, castle-forged steel ringing against reavers' blades, heavy grunts of exertion. There was no time for consideration. Galad moved across the lawn as quickly and silently as he could, face devoid of emotion. He took the corner and came upon the north side of the house just in time to watch one of the Tyrell guards being cut in the leg and bashed in the chest. The young man-at-arms fell backward into the house, and the Ironborn surrounding the entrance roared in cheer. The last Tyrell guard stepped up to cover the bottleneck of the front door by himself. Brave as it was, Galad knew he wouldn't last long against so many of them. 2 of the Iron Men already lay dead on the ground, but in their minds, there was only 1 guard left before they could get to the children inside. Despite their roar, Galad did not give a cry of his own. He approached them from the side, silent as a ghost, and the first 2 Ironborn fell before they knew death was upon them. A third one turned in time to lift his shield up, but Galad twisted his sword at the last moment and slashed him across the thigh. The blade bit deep into flesh, and the Reaver let out a cry as he fell to his knees, wound gushing with blood. The other Ironborn finally turned toward him, and in the stunned moment it took for them to realize they'd been flanked, Galad could finally take the time to look at them. There were 5 left, though 2 fought against the Tyrell guard blocking the doorway, and the 3 men in front of him weren't green boys by any means. Gray-peppered beards and hair, their arms and armor looked used but of good quality, and they all had the leathery, weather-worn face of lifelong sailors. Galad frowned. Living a simple life in the backwaters of the kingdom, he did not have all the historical and political knowledge to fully understand what such a raid meant. Here, he hadn't grown up in palaces with tutors and teachers of history and warfare and every subject men had taken to write books on, like he once had. But he did not need to be a lord or a maester of the citadel to know what this meant either. By the looks of the reavers, this was no hot-headed young captain so eager for plunder that he'd gotten carried away and had sailed his crew up the Mander into the rich lands of the Reach. This was a serious raid, conducted by an experienced crew. His resolve firmed. Galad would not let those children be used as hostages, or worse, by these barbarians. Leave now, he warned, or die far from the halls of your drowned god. Even to himself, Galad's voice sounded cold in the oneness. One of the Ironborn, a tall man with arms like trunks standing farthest to the right, hawked a glob of phlegm and spat on the grass. I'll get you like a trout, pretty boy. He had a large, double-headed axe in both hands, and he pointed it menacingly at Galad as he spoke. The other two Ironborn, these holding long swords and shields, gained heart at that, roaring their assent, and the three men advanced on him. So be it, Galad whispered, holding his own blade out in front of him. Despite their bravado, however, they had seen the trail of bodies Galad had left in his wake, and they were no fools when it came to combat. They spread out in a half-moon around him, and when they struck together. One of the swordsmen stabbed high while the other sliced at Galad's legs. At the same time, the tall axe-wielder tried to hack him in two as if he were a tree to be felled. It didn't matter. Galad hadn't fought in a real battle since his death in his previous world, and hadn't done much beyond practicing the forms by himself since his caretaker died, but his instincts had not dulled. To Galad, they might as well be moving underwater. Feigning a thrust to force a defensive reaction from the tall Ironborn, he pivoted the other way at the last moment, dancing around the stab and parrying the slice. The stabber's eyes went wide as he overextended, and Galad took his arm off at the elbow just below where his ringmail shirt ended. The men hadn't begun screaming yet before Galad moved again. Putting the swordsman in between himself and the taller Ironborn, he pressed the attack, blade a whirlwind of thrusts and slices. The swords rang keenly as they met in the middle, once, twice, then Galad was past the man's guard. In the time it took for the taller one to flank him, he scored 3 deep cuts along the swordsman's thighs and forearms. The man's grip on his sword slackened as thick arterial blood flooded the sleeve of his gambeson. He was done for, Galad knew. He turned to meet the tall reaver, but the men had stopped as he watched his last companion fall. A flicker of uncertainty marred his coarse features. Ironborn were said to be fearless in battle, but Galad's promise must have weighed heavily on the men. Were he to die here on land, he would not go on to meet his god. Who the fuck are ye? He asked, fingers opening and closing nervously around the heft of his large axe. The question gave him pause. Galad didn't know the answer himself. Once, he was the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of Light. The first Prince of the Sword of Caemlyn. Brother to a queen and husband to another. Now, he wasn't so sure. In the end, Galad simply answered with the truth. To you, death. Chapter 3. Willis Tyrell. His hand did not leave the pommel of his sword when the sound of fighting stopped. Willis couldn't tell who had won the battle, and the deafening silence only made it worse. With Lorne and Ben fighting at the door, every clang of steel had rang like thunder inside the house. It made his bones rattle, but at least then he had known for certain they were not yet doomed. Marjorie had not stopped sobbing in Loras' arms the whole time, and though he tried to put on a brave face, Willis could see the tears in the boy's eyes too. Only Garland had remained steadfast, comforting his siblings with sweet words as best as he could. Yet every once in a while he would glance toward the end of the house where the fighting would be, flinty resolve darkening his usually warm eyes. Gods forbid the Ironborn were to make it through. Willis knew he would not fight alone, even if he protested. Garland the gallant indeed. He should have named him Garland the Brave instead. Braver than he, to be sure. Even though he stood still as the wall in front of his siblings, his heart did not stop hammering inside his chest until Ben hobbled into the room. The guard was clearly in pain, and he was using his sheathed sword as a crutch to help him move. It's done, Lord, he said with a thin smile. Willis almost fell to his knees. Only his grandmother's training allowed him to swallow down the storm of feelings churning inside him and nod to the guard. He needed to be seen as being in command in front of their house's men, always. Turning to his siblings, Willis gave them the best smile he could muster. We're safe now, he told them. We're safe. With a cry, Marjorie and Loras launched themselves toward him, hugging his waist and burying their faces on his shirt as if he'd been the one to save them instead of the guards. Behind them, Garland let out a trembling sigh. Brave or not, his brother was still a boy. Now, stay with Garland for a moment, Willis said gently. Marjorie looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes ready to protest, but he placed a hand on her head. Fret not, I'll be back in a second, yes. Marjorie acquiesced and pulled Loras along. Gathering the children up in a hug, Garland nodded at him over their heads. He understood Willis had a duty. Taking a final breath to center himself, Willis strode out of the living room. Ben had limped back toward the front door while he was seeing to his siblings, and he understood why as soon as he turned the corner. Ben was slumped down against the wall, his clean-shaven face paler than usual. It was hard to tell against all the blood splattered on his front, but Willis thought he could see a large gash on the man's left thigh. He swallowed. The guard had taken the wound defending them. Lorne hovered over Ben. The older guard seemed hale, if slightly out of breath. "It's bad," Lorne grunted, inspecting the wound. "Truly? I hadn't noticed." Ben chuckled darkly. "Seems this is it for me, eh? Good way to die, though. Taking some ironborn scum down." He let out a weak laugh again which soon turned into a hacking cough. Willis opened his mouth to speak, to comfort the men, or thank him for giving his life for theirs. The sound of footsteps outside stopped him. The dying Ben had taken all his attention, and for the first time, Willis turned to look out the door. He wished he hadn't as soon as he did. Bodies littered the grass in front of the house, almost 10 of them, though it was hard counting. Some were without arms or legs. Others without heads. A few limbs seemed to have fallen far from their previous owners. The smell of it all hit him then. It wasn't the rotting stench he'd been expecting either. That would come later. It was blood and piss and shit, all mixed together, wafting up his nose like thick sludge. Bile rose in his throat. And in the middle of the carnage, Galad walked unbothered past the bodies and up the steps of the front door. A craftsman going about his craft. His sword was still out, hanging by his side as clean as if it had just left its sheath. Lorne stiffened as Galad came inside. The old guard took a protective step in front of Willis, which only served to confuse him more. What in the seven hells had happened outside? Why was Galad's sword unbesmirched? Had he not helped them? The woodsman himself didn't seem to even notice the guard. Putting the sword back into its scabbard at his side, he walked past the two of them toward the small kitchen area inside the house. Plants and herbs in clay pots hung from the ceiling there, and Galad picked a few leaves from one of the pots, then a flower head from another, and put them all inside a hardwood mortar. "A good way to die, yes," Galad said, shifting now to rummage through a drawer. He picked out what looked to be a clean bolt of cloth and a sewing kit. "But you're not dead yet. A fucking maester too now, are you?" Lorne growled. Galad shrugged, already mixing the ingredients. "Accidents happen when you wield an axe every day, and out here a man must make do without maesters." Lorne's eyes narrowed. "Never met no woodsman could cut men down like that. Who are you?" His hand came to hover over his sword. The truth now. Willis felt lost in the middle of the exchange. Lorne was a veteran amongst his father's swords. He'd grown up watching the large men training in the yard, patrolling the halls of Highgarden. Always serious. Always silent. He'd never seen the men string more than 2 words together. What could Galad have done to disturb him so? "I'm the man who can save your friend's life, sir." When Galad turned, he had his hands full with the mortar, the cloth, and the sewing kit. "Will you let me?" Lorne seemed taken aback by the answer. Uncertainty flickered over his weathered face. Veteran or not, he wasn't a man used to making decisions. His eyes shot toward Willis. This time, Willis didn't hesitate. "Go ahead, Master Galad," he said. "Ben fought valiantly for the safety of myself and my siblings. If you can slow the bleeding, we'll take him back to the barge. My grandmother doesn't go anywhere without a maester on hand. XX. The man that raised me was a knight," Galad explained as they trudged through the forest. Behind them, Garland held the leads of a stocky mule and a piebald destrier, the animals pulling the cart carrying an injured Ben and their 2 younger siblings. Marjorie had insisted she hold Ben's hand as they traveled back toward their family's barge. Willis was proud of her for that. "He fought in the rebellions," Galad continued. "Both Roberts and Maylis. He taught me what he knew until he passed the year before last." "I see," Willis said. "Know that you'll be well rewarded for your service to House Tyrell today." The woodsman nodded, seeming neither enthused nor dissatisfied at the thought of future compensation. That was another oddity to add to the mystery that was Galad. Most small folk would be elated at the mere possibility of being rewarded by their lords. Though his knightly upbringing did explain his skills with the sword, Willis still felt like that could not be the full story. Perhaps it was the way Galad held himself. His choice of words and mannerisms. He was not blind to his guardsmen's suspicions on Galad either. He'd ordered Lorne to scout ahead in the forest, and the men had balked at leaving them alone with the woodsman. A well-meaning thought, but clearly unnecessary in Willis' mind. Had Galad wanted to hurt them, he could have done so at many opportunities. In the end, Willis did tell Lorne to stay within shouting distance, both to assuage the guardsmen and because it was tactically sound in their current situation. They were taking a longer, less traveled path toward the village where the barge had anchored. After Willis gave voice to his fears of an outright Ironborn rebellion, Galad had advised a more cautious approach in their return, and he agreed. Surviving the last Ironborn attack would do no good if they faced another on the way. Master Galad, Garland raised his voice behind them. Have the Ironborn raided this area before? Not in generations, I don't think, Galad said. I've heard of raids further down the mouth of the Mander near the sea, but one would be hard-pressed to tell between tale and truth. Willis raised his voice. Father has not had word of raids anywhere south of the Shield Islands in years, he said. There have been attacks by Old Oak and on fishing villages up the ocean road, but when they happen, there are not many survivors to tell the tales, and the Reavers avoid flying the flags of their lords. Everyone knows it's the Ironborn, but the Reach cannot take empty concerns to the Iron Throne. Was this the first time you killed, then? Garland asked, his voice shaky. The Master-at-Arms at Highgarden has told me about it before. About how it would feel. About how it could affect a man. Galad did not answer at once. Willis watched as the man's face remained placid beside a slight tightening of the brow. After a long moment, Galad let out a small exhale. Yes, he said solemnly. In its own way, this was the first time I killed. Despite his calm demeanor, Willis could see that what Galad had done, and that in defense of himself and his siblings, was eating at him inside. His mouth suddenly felt dry. As a hunter, Galad was undoubtedly quite used to killing game for a living. Willis himself had gone on many a hunt with his lord father, and he remembered vividly the first time he was made to finish off a rabbit one of their men had caught. At only 8 years old, he had nightmares of the animal's thin shriek for weeks afterward. But he had never killed a man. Never looked one in the eye and saw the light leave his eyes. Never had to think about tearing a man away from his family. How long would those nightmares last? It would be the height of impropriety for Willis to comfort the woodsman, nor did he think Galad was the kind of man who would wish to be indulged in this manner, so he simply gave him a nod. The time for rewards would come yet. Once they were back with Willis' family, all would be resolved. Garland had no answer to that either, his face twisted into a conflicted look. Their party fell silent then. Beyond the sounds of the forest, of insects chattering underfoot, birds singing on the canopies, only the groan of the cart could be heard, the rickety wheels struggling through the uneven terrain, more a hunter's path than a road. Until Galad pointed into the distance. Willis' eyes followed his finger. 2 columns of dark smoke rose up above the trees, marring the clear blue sky like black scars. A third curled up beside them as they watched. The village, Galad said, voice grim. We were not the only ones attacked. Garland's eyes widened in realization, and a strangled sob escaped Marjorie on the cart. While she held Ben's hand with one of her own, Loras had his fingers interlaced with her other hand. Tears shone in the corner of the boy's eyes, but he did not cry. Their entire family had stopped at the village inn, bringing their cooks and servants to prepare a meal worthy of the lords of the Reach. Now, he didn't even know if they were still alive. Swallowing down the knot caught in his throat, he turned to his siblings. Our family has more than 20 guards with them, he said soothingly. Somehow, his voice didn't crack as he spoke. The Ironborn might have set a few buildings on fire, but the brave men of Highgarden will have fought them off by now. Garland gave a fierce nod. They are safe, he said. They must be. Despite wanting to believe his brothers and his own words, he could not help but feel dread at the prospect of what they would find in the village. They walked a few more minutes in tense silence before Lorne returned. His mustached face, lips in a thin line and brows twisted into a heavy frown, told its own story. Willis' stomach churned. Leaving Garland with the children, they moved a few feet away to speak with the guardsmen where they wouldn't be overheard. It's bad, my lord, he said once Willis questioned him. The barge is afire with half the village. Many dead in the street. The fighting's thick by the inn and the building beside it, but there's more of them than us. Something clenched in his chest at those words, like a cold fist closing around his heart. He looked back at his siblings, at their innocent faces, their eyes glancing at him with mingling fear and hope. His family had not left Highgarden prepared for war today, but war had found them nonetheless. Willis let out an exhale to settle himself. He had to be strong. For his siblings, for his parents and grandmother who needed him now. For the Reach as a whole. A future Lord Tyrell could not falter. We must relieve them, he said, looking between Lorne and Galad. Between the three of us, we can make a difference if we strike them from behind, surprise them swiftly and decisively. What of your siblings, my lord? Galad asked. Willis gave him a short look. You expect children to fight? No, but someone must stay with them, he clarified. There might be stray reavers roaming these woods. It would be unwise to leave them behind now. Willis acknowledged the point with a nod. Of course the men didn't mean for little Loras and Marjorie to fight. He was getting frazzled. He found his hands were shaking with the knowledge of what he had to do now. To fight. To kill. And mayhaps, to die. You are right, of course, Willis said, trying to keep his restlessness in check. You have done much for my family already, Master Galad, but I will ask another favor of you still. Despite my best hopes, I do not know if we will win the day here. And I must secure my siblings before anything else. I beg that you take them under your protection and head toward Highgarden. The guards will open the gates for you when they recognize them. Once there, speak to Ser Vortimer Craner about what happened here and bid him send help. Perhaps they will make it in time. This time, he did not believe his own words at all. Even if they left the cart with Ben behind and mounted the horse and mule, it would be hours until they made it back to Highgarden, and hours more for reinforcements to arrive. But it was better that his siblings, especially Garland, believed the lie. It would make them more willing to go. Instead of the answer he expected, Galad shook his head. That is folly, my lord. You have not the strength of arms to make a difference here. You must be the one to take your siblings with you. I will stay with your men here and relieve the village. Go now, and quickly. We can tarry no longer. Willis didn't know if it was Galad's brazenness which set him off, or his own nerves at the entire situation, but he felt a surge of burning anger rise within him. I need not suffer insults from you, woodsman. I am Lord Mace Tyrell's son, heir to Highgarden and all the Reach. His cheeks flushed with heat. How dare this low-born no one speak to him in this manner? This is my duty, not yours. There will be honor and glory in facing my enemies in battle. I will not shame myself by running and hiding with the children while my family bleeds. I will not be thought of as a craven rat. His voice nearly broke as he finished, the fear beneath the fury becoming all the more obvious. Despite the chastisement, Galad's expression did not change. He only looked at him, head slightly tilted, and Willis deflated. He suddenly felt small under those haunting purple eyes. His gaze dropped. Hot shame flooded him. It was not the way a lord should feel. Not the way his father would want his heir to feel. Willis shook his head, fists opening and closing at his side. He was breathing hard. His lungs felt like they were burning up. He needed to be stronger than this, needed to be in control of himself, needed to bury his fears deeply where none could see, needed to. A rough hand settled over his shoulder. He looked up again in surprise and found the woodsman was still staring at him. Only the purple eyes had softened now. A warrior must know when to stay his blade, even more so than when to wield it, Galad told him. This is one such time, my lord. There's no shame in that. Those are grown men out there, veterans of 100 raids by the looks of it. I imagine you're used to sparring in a cobbled courtyard, where the ground is even and steady, with armor and padding in the lot. What good will your death do but bereave your family of their heir? This is not your fight. Not yet. Leave now and protect your siblings. There's more honor in that than in 1,000 glorious, pointless deaths. Willis felt his eyes widen the more the man spoke. He didn't know what to answer. Lorne grunted beside him. Woodsman's right, my lord, he said, then spat to the side. Hate to say it. He gave a shallow nod at that. Galad was right. Of course he was. Willis felt like a foolish child being confronted with the cruel reality of the world. How could he, a squire of no great skill dressed in silk and velvet, make any kind of difference against dozens of well-armed and armored iron-born reavers? It took another heartbeat for him to find his voice. I see, he said. Then, so be it. We will do as you say, Master Galad. Chapter 4. Galad did not kill the first man with his sword. The muscles in his back flexed as he drew, the bow bending smoothly beneath his hand. He did not pause to measure his breath or count a heartbeat. Deep in the oneness, his body knew what to do without thought intruding. He loosed. The arrow hissed through the air and took the Ironborn in the throat. The men had been hacking at the flower hearth's heavy oak door with a broad-bladed axe, each strike ringing loud enough to carry over the din of battle. The sound cut off mid-swing. He dropped bonelessly, axe slipping from his fingers as dark blood sprayed across the stone threshold. Galad didn't blink. He only breathed out, slow and controlled as always, and his hand was already reaching for another arrow. The void was complete now. The world narrowed to angles, distances, motion. He felt the contraction of each muscle as he set his stance again, the faint vibration of the bowstring as he drew it back to his cheek. The longbow was familiar in his hands. A hunting bow, not a soldier's weapon, but it might as well have been a part of his body. For most of his past life, he was never one for archery. The path of the blade a more honorable and noble endeavor then. But those last years when the war turned against the Shan and he led Anders' armies as his sister's first prince of the sword, he had met many two rivermen who favored the bow, and that taught him more than he had learned in years of reluctant practice in the royal palace's yard. He stood on the terraced roof of the village's small smithy, standing tall behind the lip of fired clay tiles. From here, he could see the main dirt road running through the heart of the village, flanked by squat stone and timber houses, some already burning. Smoke rolled low, stinging the eyes, carrying the sharp scent of pitch and burnt lime plaster. The fighting was thickest at the flower hearth. Some 36 Ironborn reavers pressed the attack there, a single banner of the black and gold kraken snapping above their heads. They surged against the inn and the sept that abutted it like a tide breaking against rock. The sept's low walls were crowded with villagers, men and boys armed with spears, pikes, even shovels and wood axes, jabbing desperately at any reaver who came too close. Fear and desperation lent them strength, but fear alone would not hold forever. They were no warriors, Galad could see that clearly. They would break at the first breach. Luckily, most of the Ironborn were not bothering with them. Their focus was the inn. The flower hearth's first 2 floors were built of stone and bricks. Its doors and windows had been barricaded from within, furniture and beams dragged into place. A low wall enclosed its sides and back, meant for livestock and stabling horses in quieter times. The wooden gate in that wall lay smashed, splintered inward, and there the true fighting raged. 4 Tyrell guards held the narrow entrance to the back courtyard. They stood shoulder to shoulder like a palisade of limbs and steel, their shields locked, blades slick with blood. More men filled the gaps behind, striking when they could with swords and spears. Iron men threw themselves madly at them. Shields shoved against shields. Swords and axes slashed down in great arcs. He could hear the shouting like a distant song, rough curses interspersed with encouragement from the men who stood behind the lines of each side. Bodies lay heaped to both ends, reachmen in green and gold, Ironborn in mail and leather, both trampled into the dirt. Galad's eyes tracked it all with keen awareness. As he'd thought, this was no simple raid. If it had been, the reavers would have scattered through the village, dragging women from houses, looting what they could carry, setting fires and fleeing back to their ships before a proper response could be mustered. Instead, they had burned what they pleased and then committed their strength here, against a heavily guarded position brimming with fighting men. They knew the Tyrells were inside. Surely they knew. And if they took the lords of the Reach Galad knew to be there, Mace Tyrell, his Hightower lady wife, and the famous Lady Olenna Tyrell, they could cripple one of the 3 great fleets of the 7 kingdoms who stood against them, the largest amongst them to boot. Those thoughts came at him, tried to shake him and fill his nerves, only to break against the void of his mind. He loosed again. This time the arrow took an Ironborn halfway up the chest as he scrambled over the low wall at the inside with some stacked pallets. The impact knocked the breath from him and he toppled backward, legs tangling. Before he could recover, the Tyrell men on the other side of the wall leaned over and finished him with swift, brutal strokes. Galad did not watch him die. He counted instead. 2 arrows spent. 4 left. As a hunter, he had never needed many. 1 for the kill, another if fortune turned ill. A few more for the sake of it, gathered over the years. He had not come here expecting a battlefield. His second shot did not go unnoticed. A reaver close to the one climbing over the wall scrambled out of view, and he must have passed the word. One man in full-plate armor looked up and spotted Galad's silhouette against the smoke-darkened sky. He pointed at him, screaming, and heads turned. Some, the ones battering at the doors and windows of the inn, abandoned their posts to seek cover, hiding behind houses and outbuildings nearby. Those locked against the Tyrell guards at the gate fought on, too committed to break away. A line of shield men pulled together behind them, a little bedraggled in form, but Galad was surprised at the responsiveness. He had not heard good things about the Ironborn's discipline in battle. But 3 men broke from the press and charged down the road toward the smithy, shields raised over their heads. Galad had expected it. To reach him they had to cross open ground, the width of the street, with no cover but their shields and their courage. In the oneness, there was no hesitation, no flicker of doubt or fear. He drew and aimed at the first man. The arrow flew true, slipping beneath the rim of the raised shield and biting into the man's ribs, just below the arm. He cried out and fell, shield clattering from his grasp. The other 2 faltered, and the hesitation cost them. A rider erupted from a side alley. Lorne burst into the street at a gallop, polished helm gleaming despite the smoke choking the sun. Leaning from the saddle, he cut one of the reavers down in a single savage swing, steel shearing through mail and flesh alike. The last Ironborn barely had time to turn. Lorne's mount, Galad's own horse his caretaker had bought some years back, hit him full on. The trained destrier reared and struck, iron shot of smashing the men into the dirt. He tried to raise his arms to defend himself, but the horse stamped again and again, until there was nothing left to defend. Galad lowered his bow. With only 3 arrows left and the certainty that at least a dozen eyes now knew where he had been, he did not linger on the rooftop. Sliding back from the edge of the roof, he took the narrow stairs down through the smithy, the steps creaking beneath his weight. The sound seemed oddly loud and echoey considering the roar of battle outside. The modest home stood empty. No voices, no signs of the smith and his family. Just the faint metallic tang of iron and oil that always clung to the place. That told him enough. Brian would be fighting, then. Or dead. The thought came and went without ceremony. Brian the smith was one of the few villagers Galad knew well. He had sharpened Galad's tools, forged iron shoes for his animals, sold him arrowheads, some of which were lodged in ironborn flesh even now. Galad had known the village as a whole, of course. He did business with any open to it, trading meat and hides and anything else he could get his hands on, but he had never truly belonged. In his past life, he had wrapped himself in a righteous certainty that was as rigid as any armor. He had traveled through many roads, his days crowded with causes and conflicts and mistakes that still haunted him. But for the 17 years he lived in this world, he had chosen to live simply. Long hours in the garden with his hands in the soil. Days alone in the woods, stalking game, measuring his patience with that of prey. Practicing with the old men, Serger and Sand, his only true company for all this time. Lately, other company had tried to find him in the form of marriage offers, families with daughters of age testing the waters. He had declined them all, of course, politely and firmly. He wondered, now, if the girls he had turned away were huddled behind the sept's low walls, or barricaded inside the flower hearth, praying the stone would hold. He hoped they were. He well knew the reputation of the Ironborn. Exiting the house, Galad stepped out into the street. The dead lay where they had fallen here, scattered like refuse after a storm. The baker's second son lay face down near the corner of a house, his spine split by a savage blow that had opened him nearly in 2. Galad remembered him as a boy mooning over Sergerin whenever they came into the village, begging the cantankerous old knight for sword lessons. An older woman was slumped against a wall, skirts dark with blood, both hands pressed to her belly as if still trying to hold herself together. Her eyes were closed. Peaceful, if such a word could be allowed. Close by, a young woman he had once seen going to the sept lay on her side as if only sleeping. Her dress was torn open, her legs bare. Galad looked once and then no more. He hoped she had died quickly, before cruelty had time to find her. Others lay scattered along the road, at least half a dozen villagers, along with 1 or 2 Tyrell guards and Ironborn who had fallen in the first clash. Anger rose within him, sharp like a hot blade, only to wash against the void of his mind and fade as quickly as it had come. He had practiced the oneness since childhood here, long before he could form the words for why he needed it. For years, it had been the only way to live with the knowledge that he had died once already, that everything he had known had ended, and that he had awakened beneath a different sky with memory intact and no answers given. He lifted his gaze and looked around. Lorne had withdrawn back into the side alley, out of sight, waiting for the moment Galad would draw the enemy's attention again. Good. His plan was simple. Lorne would charge only when the Ironborn were already committed and distracted, even if it meant Galad would be outnumbered before the guard came. While skeptical at first, Lorne had seen enough of Galad's handiwork back in his home to question his skills. He walked forward at an easy pace, boots crunching over dirt and splintered wood, passing the 3 ironborn corpses he and Lorne had made moments before. He considered reclaiming one arrow, but the shaft lay snapped beneath the weight of the dead man's body. No matter. Movement above drew his eye. An ironborn had climbed to the 2nd floor of the inn, using a ladder set against the stone wall, out of Galad's sight from the smithy roof. The man was hacking at a shutter now, axe biting into it already split and cracking. Galad drew as he walked, fired without pausing, and the arrow took the man beneath the chin, drove upward, and burst out through the back of his skull in a spray of blood and bone. The body pitched forward, bounced once against the stone, and fell with a dull, final thud onto the street. The 2 men holding the ladder turned to stare at him, but Galad did not stop moving. He drew again and loosed. The arrow entered one man's open mouth and exited the back of his neck, snapping his head violently backward. The second screamed and charged, shield raised over his chest and face. Galad shot him through the thigh. At such close range, the impact must have shattered bone. The man's leg folded beneath him and he fell hard, screaming in pain. Letting the bow slip from his hand, Galad drew his sword and removed the man's head in a single, practiced stroke. It rolled once, then came to rest against the ladder. Once again, his actions had not gone unnoticed. Those battering at the windows and door turned, shouting warnings. One window gave way in a crash of splintered wood as he watched. An ironborn tried to force himself through the gap, only to die screaming as a pot-bellied cook inside, apron pulled tight against his gut, drove a long iron roasting fork through his chest and pinned him there, impaled against the frame. Without waiting for further invitation, Galad ran straight at them, blade raised, and the first man fell with his throat open cleanly. Another died a heartbeat later to the same parry and slash, Galad's sword slipping beneath his helm and through the soft flesh under the jaw. 4 ironborn broke from the door and charged him together with axes and shields. He gave ground deliberately, as they likely expected. It drew them away from the press at the entrance and further onto the open street. The first blow he blocked, steel ringing. The second he parried aside. The third man he killed outright, driving his sword through the eye slit of the helm, then kicked the body into the fourth with enough force to stagger him. Hooves thundered behind, then Lorne crashed into them from the flank, blade flashing as he swung in a brutal arc that split the first man nearly in 2. Blood sprayed across the dirt. The second ironborn froze for just an instant too long. Dashing in, Galad evaded an awkward thrust and cut him at the hamstring. The man screamed and collapsed to one knee, clattering from his grasp. He turned at once to meet the fourth, and this one knew what he was doing. His guard was tight, his stance disciplined. They traded blows in quick succession, steel rasping against steel. He pressed Galad back a step, then another, forcing him to work. After a moment, Galad let himself stumble. The ironborn believed it and overcommit, swinging wide for a killing blow. Galad twisted aside at the last instant and drove his sword into the gap in the mail at the groin. The scream that came was high and piercing, and he had the mercy to finish the man cleanly. Behind him, Lorne finished the hamstrung man without ceremony. He took a moment to breathe. The ironborn numbers were thinning now. At a quick glance, Galad counted perhaps 12 still fighting at the side gate. Their formation was ragged as men died on both sides, and he wondered how many still lived inside. Turning back, he nodded once to Lorne, and the guard dismounted. He handed over the reins quickly then moved toward the broken window, shouting to the people inside. They would need coordination now, to pincer the iron men from within and without. Galad mounted. From his seat, his eyes easily found the well-armored ironborn shouting orders near the gate. His helm was crested with spikes, his heavy axe already darkened with blood, dents on the blade. That was the one. He gathered the reins and turned the horse toward him. Chapter 5. Lady Olenna Tyrell. When the whole tiresome ordeal began, Olenna Tyrell had been eating figs. They were good figs, too, plump and dark with none of that tartness she hated that gave her reflux. The only good thing to come out of this misery. Why, oh why, had the Lord Oaf of Highgarden decided on an outing today of all days? When the guards outside started bellowing something, and the word ironborn carried clearly enough to be the only thing she could comprehend, the hens descended on her at once. Allery, pale like a ghost already, grasped her arm as if Olenna would be the one to protect her from those brutes. The 2 ladies-in-waiting fluttered like startled doves too, already speaking over one another, already deciding that upstairs was safer because it was upstairs, as if a few steps would stop the ironborn once they made their way inside. Someone tugged at her elbow. Someone else began crying. They wanted her up the stairs. Olenna stared at them for a long moment, then clicked her tongue. Don't be ridiculous, she said, settling more firmly into her chair. If they break in, what difference does it make whether I die in a bed or on a bench? At least here I won't have to climb. Her hip had been troublesome all morning. She was not about to worsen it for the sake of panic. They had tried anyway, of course. They always did. Between the four of them they had nearly managed to haul her halfway up the steps before a crash from above. Wood splintered, then a man's scream. That sent them all shrieking back down again, and the retreat had been less dignified than the attempt. Now they huddled in the common room. Olenna and the hens, cooks with white faces and bloody hands, servants clutching one another, and a single Tyrell guard stationed by the barricaded door, sweating through his mail. The air was thick with smoke and fear and the sour tang of spilled ale. Olenna sighed. The one day, she did not have Eric and Eric with her. Loyal, humorless, wonderfully dependable Eric and Eric, who would have formed a 7-foot wall of steel and scowls between her and any fool with an axe. Instead, she had this. A single guard whose knees were visibly considering betrayal. That and those 20 men out there who were, unfortunately, being commanded by her son. The thought alone made her shiver. Gods help us. Then the pounding at the doors stopped. For a terrible moment, the room went utterly still. Someone sobbed softly. Olenna felt the weight of that silence settle in her chest, but she did not let that fear show. If the world had decided this was it for her, then so be it. They must have broken through the side gate, one of the cooks whispered. Quiet, Olenna snapped, though her own heart gave an unwelcome lurch. If the Ironborn had stopped trying the door, it meant they might have truly made their way inside elsewhere. If they did, there would be no warning. No time for last words. No opportunity to tell Mace. She cut that thought off sharply. Getting weepy now would do no one any good. Then, scarcely a minute later, movement at the window caught her eye. A mustached face appeared behind the body of a dead Ironborn wedged awkwardly in the shattered frame, skewered clean through the chest by a roasting fork. Blood dripped steadily onto the sill. The face beyond it, however, was very much alive. Tell the men to sortie out, the men shouted, far louder than was strictly necessary. Sortie out now. Olenna winced. Did everyone insist on bellowing during crises? Had whispering gone out of fashion while she wasn't looking? The room froze. No one moved. The guard stared at the window as though the men outside had been speaking in rough Dothraki. Olenna huffed. Well, she said sharply. Go on, then. The guard blinked at her, eyes wide, as though only just realizing she still existed. Then he lurched into motion, running around the bar and wrenching the kitchen door open just long enough to shout for Mace and the others in the backyard before slamming it shut again. Mace. Olenna snorted softly to herself. Her oaf of a son was probably puffing and preening out there, convinced that courage was something you shouted loudly enough until it appeared. She had made herself quite clear before the fighting reached its worst, let the men do the fighting, and if you must die, then die productively. Take at least one Ironborn with you, preferably one with a sigil worth dying to. She had raised him better than this. Or perhaps not. Olenna sighed. At least Willis was not here. That thought steadied her more than she liked to admit. Willis, Garland, Loras, Marjorie. Gone on their pleasant little trek through the forest, spared this horror. Sensible children, for once, assuming they had the wit to turn back at the first sign of smoke and do what Tyrells had always done best, retreat, regroup, and endure. The family could survive losses. It could not survive stupidity. A wonder they had survived this long with Mace at the helm, truly. A hushed voice cut through her thoughts. That's Lorne, one of the servants whispered, peering toward the window. He was with Lord Willis. Olenna's heart stopped. Frozen in absolute cold for a second, as if someone had reached inside her chest and seized. Allery whipped around, fear flooding her face anew. What? She demanded. Are you certain? The servant nodded, trembling. Yes, my lady. Him and Ben. They went with the little lord. Olenna closed her eyes and exhaled slowly through her nose. No, no. It couldn't be. Had Willis truly chosen this moment to inherit his father's worst instincts? Had he decided that heroics were finally in order, that 2 men and a middling squire against Ironborn reavers was a gamble worth taking? Clever boy, thoughtful boy. Foolish boy, if so. If he was out there now, behind the Ironborn lines, then there was nothing Olenna could do. No sharp word could reach him. No threat, no counsel, no withering look. She reached for a date and popped it into her mouth. It was sticky and sweet, heavy on the tongue. Good for digestion, the maester claimed. She chewed thoughtfully. If things went badly, if the doors gave way and the axes came down, then at least she would leave the Ironborn something to remember her by. A final, fragrant gift. She would not smell of roses then. She always hated roses anyway. XXX. They knew the sortie succeeded because the noise changed. The fighting had rung through the inn for what felt like hours, every impact reverberating through the stone and wood until her head throbbed in time with it. If the Ironborn did not kill her with sword or axe, they would do it with noise. Then the cheers burst out from the men, rolling through the common room like a physical thing, setting cups rattling and making several of the servants gasp as if struck. Olenna winced and brought a hand to her temple. More shouting followed the cheers, only this time it was not the incoherent war cries boys liked to scream out when they were poking each other with sharp sticks until one burst like a wineskin. It was men calling orders, others crying out as they fled or fell or thanked the gods. It was all very dramatic. And over it all, unmistakable as a storm breaking, Mace's thunderous voice. Of course he was shouting. Inside, the hens dissolved into tears and laughter in equal measure. One of the cooks seized a servant girl by the shoulders and kissed her with such fervor that the girl nearly folded in half, knocking over a stool in the process. Someone clapped. Someone prayed aloud. Someone else laughed hysterically. Olenna watched it all with a faint curl to her lip. They cheered as though they had swung the swords, she thought, as though their little prayers and songs could be heard outside while men bled and died and shat themselves. When Allery moved to embrace her, eyes bright and wet, Olenna waved her away without looking. Enough flapping, she muttered. A few minutes later, the door at the back of the kitchen opened, and Mace Tyrell strode into the common room as if making an entrance at a feast. He was smiling broadly, chest puffed, hair only slightly mussed. Sweat darkened his doublet beneath the arms and along the breast, but otherwise his clothes were pristine. So he had not fought. Good. Even in armor, he would have been more obstruction than advantage. Though, Olenna supposed, he might have managed to fill the narrow gate all by himself if the Ironborn had tried to squeeze past him. There were uses for such a prodigious bulk. What caught her attention was that he was not alone. Behind him came Lorne, the guard who was meant to be with the children. And beside Lorne, a young man Olenna did not recognize. One glance told her that he had seen real fighting. Blood streaked his face and neck, dried dark against his skin, and his clothes bore the same marks, though they were torn nowhere. His sword, interestingly enough, was clean. Very interesting. He was handsome, too, strikingly so. Tall, dark-haired, built like a knight despite his obvious youth, face all sharp angles as if carved from a block of pale marble. Olenna had seen beautiful men in her time. Her own Targaryen betrothed, Daeron, had been easy on the eyes, if lacking in every quality that made a man worth keeping. But this one had the eyes of the Targaryens, a dashing purple, with nothing of that Valyrian foppishness she had come to despise. In her youth, Olenna reflected dryly, she would not have minded being seized and folded over with a kiss by such a young man. When Mace and Allery finally disentangled themselves, she spoke. "Very well, Mace," she said. "Enough of that now. Is it done?" Mace beamed as if she had asked him whether the sun had risen. "Yes, mother. The battle is over. We have come out victorious against fearful odds. The battle of the Flower Hearth, yes, I can already hear the songs." Olenna suppressed a groan. "And it would not have been possible without our hero here," Mace continued, gesturing grandly at the young men. "Truly?" Allery asked in that thin, fluttering voice of hers. Olenna rolled her eyes. Gods, but the woman could be dull at times. Which was most of them, unfortunately. "Yes, my love, truly," Mace said. "This young man fought like the legends of old. I saw him cut down 5 men in seconds before he took on the Ironborn captain, and what a duel that was." Yes, marvelous," Olenna cut in, annoyed. "But where is Willis?" The room stilled again. "And Garland," she went on, eyes narrowing, "and Loras and Marjorie. Were they not supposed to be with you, men?" Her gaze snapped to Lorne, who stiffened as if bracing for a blow. "Well, out with it," she demanded. What followed was, Olenna decided, a fantastical tale, even by Reachman's standards, despite how taciturn the teller sounded. Lorne spoke of meeting this young man in the forest, a simple woodsman by his account, of a sudden iron-born attack at the man's home, of a desperate flight toward the village. He told of Galad the woodsman convincing Willis to take the children and flee toward Highgarden. Of the fight outside the inn, of charges and countercharges, of ironborn falling like wheat before a scythe. By the time he finished, the small crowd had gathered closer, whispering and gasping, eyes fixed on Galad as though he might sprout wings at any moment. Allery and the hens descended upon him with thanks and praise, one bold girl even pressing a kiss to each of his cheeks. The young man himself accepted it all without flinching or blushing. That, Olenna noted, was the strangest thing of all. No nervous fidgeting. No false modesty. He stood there in bloodied silence, face composed as a lacquered mask. Battle shock, perhaps. Some men went oddly still after fighting, as though their souls had not yet caught up with their bodies. May spoke again. "I have already sent men up the road for the children," he said. "Another thing we must thank you for, young man. Truly, your deeds are worthy of song." Olenna felt a familiar tightening behind her eyes. "Not song," Mace corrected himself, warming to the sound of his own voice. "Knighthood. Lordship, in fact." There it was. His eyes gleamed with a light Olenna did not like at all. "Dustinbury stands empty," he went on. "A castle in need of a noble lord. And after today, I would be hard-pressed to name a more nobleman than you, young Galad. Kneel, swear me your oaths, and I will make you lord of Dustinbury herein." "Mace." Her voice cut through the room without her needing to raise it. Her son froze as if she had struck him, and Olenna fixed him with a glare he had known since childhood, one that promised consequences. "We will speak of rewards later," she said coldly. "I am sure the young man is terribly weary after such an ordeal. Are you not, boy?" She said it to test him, to needle him. Galad the woodsman merely inclined his head, neither eager nor offended. "See," Olenna continued. "He can barely speak. We can discuss awarding him knighthood," she put sharp emphasis on the word, "when we are safely behind the walls of Highgarden." Her word was final. Mace blustered and puffed, but she had already dismissed him. Her attention remained on the young man standing quietly in the dim light of the common room. Hero or not, Olenna Tyrell thought, she would not be handing out lordships to the first woodsman who proved adept with a sharp stick. But she would very much like to know where he had learned to wield it. Hapter 6. XXX. He would have returned to his cabin if the children had not begged him to come with them to Highgarden. That was the simple truth of it, though not the whole. Once the riders brought them back, they clung to his sleeves and spoke over one another, voices still bright with relief and awe, calling him Sir already, as if the word itself might keep him close. Lord Willis had almost cried at seeing him alive. He thanked him thrice over, for fighting for them at the house, for convincing him of his foolishness, and for saving his family against all odds in the inn. Galad thought him a sensible young man who would make for a good lord once his father vacated the post. The middle boy, Garland, had begged him to teach him the sword, while little Loras and Marjorie insisted to their parents they would have no sworn shield other than Galad. Even then, he might have refused, might have bowed and taken his leave once the Tyrells departed. But then he had seen the village after the fighting was done and the real damage was accounted for. There were far more bodies than he had noticed when he first came in from the trees with bow in hand. Every alley and doorway was splattered with blood, every half-burned home held a body or two of those who thought themselves safe behind their own walls. Many of them he knew by name. Faces that had once nodded to him in passing, hands that had taken coin from him at market. Brian the smith lay beneath the walls of the sept, his broad body twisted awkwardly. He was stabbed in the chest while defending his neighbors and family, his hammer still looped through his belt. The man had never held a sword in his life, yet he had died by one. That was not the worst. Late in the day, after most of the wounded had been tended and the dead laid out, they found 5 women inside a house at the edge of the village. 2 of them girls still. When he saw them, Galad had turned away and walked until the sounds of the village faded, until he was alone beneath the trees, and there he had sought the oneness with a desperation he had not felt since he heard what had been done to the woman who he thought of as a mother a lifetime ago. What had been done in that house looked like the work of Trollocs. He had not seen such creatures in this life, but the memory of their cruelty lived like a badly healed scar inside of him. Trolloc or not, he well knew the truth of the world, though. Some men chose to be monsters even when they were not born as one. That was when Galad had decided what he would do. The next day, Lord Mace Tyrell received him in what remained of the inn, still flushed with victory and already speaking of banners and retaliation. As his boon, Galad asked only for the means to fight the Ironborn. The Lord blinked as though he had misheard. "You ask too little," Mace said. "After what you did. You should name gold, lands, honors. Highgarden will sing of this day." Galad had met his gaze evenly. Blood was what he wanted then. Not for himself, but for Brian, for the baker's boy, and for the women whose names would never be sung. Justice, such as this world allowed. Lady Olenna, as he was starting to expect, had been sharper. She had wanted him close, bound by oath as a sworn sword to her family. To look after the children, she said, as if that alone would move him. Galad had refused that as well, as gently as he could. He would not tie himself to any man or house beyond the war itself. In the end, it was Olenna who named the compromise, and Mace, after much blustering, had agreed. Before they left, Galad would be knighted quietly, as he asked. And once his affairs in the village were settled, he would go to Highgarden where he would be given arms and armor, quarters within the castle, and a place in the Tyrell household while the banners of the Reach assembled. He would serve under them until the Ironborn rebellion was broken. After that, he would be free to go. "To seek your fortunes wherever you may wish," Lady Olenna had said, her eyes watching him like a hawk's. Galad had inclined his head and let the words lie. He had no great wishes for fortune, no dreams of lands or halls. Truth be told, he did not know what he wished at all. He had hidden himself in a quiet corner of the world for 17 years, content with hunting and seeing to his vegetables. Foolishly, he had believed that if he did not seek conflict, it might pass him by. Instead, war had found him on its own. He remained in the village for 2 more weeks. There were graves to dig, walls to repair, roofs to patch before the spring rains came. He worked alongside the others until his hands blistered and his back ached. Each morning he took whatever task was left undone. Each night he slept poorly. The people treated him differently now. They thanked him too much. They watched him as if he might refuse them. When he reached for a shovel, someone else would hurry to take it from him. He had to insist, more than once, before they would let him work. That was when he understood that he could not stay, even if he had wanted to. The life he had lived there was gone. Even if the Ironborn never returned, it would not be simple again. 2 weeks after the attack, Galad rode toward the gates of Highgarden. Despite living within a few hours' ride of the great castle all his life, he had never seen it before. Never felt the need. Now it rose before him atop a verdant hill, white walls gleaming in the sun, 3 great tiers climbing toward the heart of the keep. Between the outer and middle walls sprawled the briar labyrinth, green and cunningly shaped, its paths hidden beneath flowering hedges. Beneath it all, the Mander wound through the land like a silver ribbon, a small town sitting against its banks. He took it in without awe. Palaces and royal halls had filled his past life, stone and splendor had long since lost their power to move him. At the gatehouse, his name set a chain of motion into place. A guardsman called for his superior, who called for a captain, who finally nodded and waved him through. Inside, a steward met him, a harried man with ink-stained fingers who barely spared Galad a glance as he led him through corridors already echoing with voices and boot steps. He was shown his quarters, modest but clean, and told he would be fitted for armor on the morrow. The steward rattled off directions to the kitchens, the sept, the gods' wood, places to eat, to pray, to escape the growing press of lords and knights arriving from every corner of the Reach. And there would be a feast that night, he added, as Lords Rowan, Tarley, and Fossaway of Cider Hall were expected before sunset. Before the men could leave, Galad asked only one thing. The steward blinked, then pointed him the way. Soon the practice yard lay open before him, wide enough to hold a small town. He watched as hundreds of men trained beneath the open sky. Steel rang against steel. Shouts carried over packed earth and cobblestones. And even here, the divisions were clear. Guards and men-at-arms drilled on one side, their gear serviceable and worn. On the other, knights and lords sparred in finer armor, their movements watched by squires who hovered with towels and water skins. He scanned the nearer group and spotted a familiar mustache before he recognized the men beneath it. Lorne stood by one of the fountains, arms folded as 2 younger men sparred in front of him. He did not fight, but he did not stand idle either. Every few moments he barked a correction or a warning, tapping a boot against the stone when one of the men overextended or let his guard drift. He would not call the man a friend, but at least he knew him. After gathering a dull sword from the rack, he crossed the yard in his direction, and Lorne noticed him when he was only a few steps away. His eyes widened, just slightly, before he straightened and gave a deep nod. "Sir Galad," he said. "Just arrived." Galad returned the nod. Today. Welcome to Highgarden. One of the younger men glanced over, breathing hard. That's the one they knighted with you. Lorne did not answer beyond a grunt. Can't believe we missed the action, the man went on, rolling his shoulders. Aye, the other added, lowering his practice sword. I'd have been knighted too if I'd been there. If the old man and the pretty boy were. Galad did not look at him. He rested his hand on the pommel of his blunted sword and waited. If he were bothered by every man who spoke to him in jealousy, he'd have fought more honor duels than battles by now. Lorne stepped forward and scuffed the speaker on the side of the head with 2 fingers. He yelped. It'd take 3 of you to do half of what I could, boy, Lorne said. And there ain't enough men in this yard to do what Ser Galad here done. The young man scoffed. Enough of that. Ain't no one believe you and him fought off a whole Ironborn crew on your own. Leave the songs to the kitchen maids. It's Ser Lorne now, Lorne replied evenly, and ain't no one said it was the whole crew. Half of it, more like. Lord Mace himself saw it. You calling him a liar? The young man stiffened. I weren't calling the Lord a liar. He turned to the other boy. Were you? A head shook. I weren't neither. Good, Lorne said. Now get back to it, or I won't help you no more. The 2 guards resumed sparring, their movements a touch more careful than before. Galad watched them without comment. Their footwork was sloppy. Both lifted their swords too high on the swing. One favored his left side and left it open every time he pressed. He saw it all after a quick glance and said nothing. Once, he would have corrected them without thinking. He would have spoken plainly and sharply, and wondered afterward why no one wished to speak with him again. I fought with his father in the Stormlands, Lorne said, nodding at one of the sparring men. Good fellow. This one's not half the man he was. I heard that, the young man said. I know, Lorne replied. Galad turned to him. I was not aware you had been knighted as well. You have my congratulations. Lorne waved it off. And you my thanks. But you should know, now that you're a knight, you can train over there. He jerked his chin toward the highborn side of the yard. Galad raised an eyebrow and looked at him. And you cannot? I could, Lorne said. But then I'd have to deal with them. A brief smile tugged at his mouth. Is it always like this? Galad asked. Worse now, Lorne said. With all the lords arriving. Galad nodded. When do we march? Lorne shrugged. When Lord Mace decides. Last I heard, Prince Stannis is still halfway across the Dornish coast with the royal fleet. Best break the Ironborn at sea before we go throwing men onto transport ships. It made sense. Galad accepted it without comment. With the other kingdoms also joining the fight, he did not expect the Reach to send more than 20,000 men once the banners finished gathering. They could raise far more, but excess numbers would only slow a campaign like this. Shall we? He asked. With a grunt, Lorne reached for his practice sword. Why not? They squared off near the fountain. Galad moved lightly, testing rather than pressing. He did not force the pace or strike with full strength. Instead, he let Lorne come to him, watching how the man shifted his weight, how his guard rose and fell. When an opening appeared, Galad touched it and withdrew, again and again, never the same place twice. Lorne adjusted slowly. The man was no Blademaster, but soon enough his guard tightened. He started covering one weakness, then another. Galad eased the pressure just enough to let the lesson settle before offering the next. After several minutes, Lorne stepped back, breathing hard, sweat running down his temples. 7 hells, he muttered, wiping his brow. Who did you say trained you? Names rose unbidden in his mind. Gareth Brine. Hammer Gaydon. Henra Haslin. His brother Gawain, always beside him in the yard. Mat Rimcothan, grinning as he knocked them both flat with a quarterstaff. Sometimes a man learned more from his peers and opponents than his mentors. In the end, he settled on the only name that meant anything in this world. Ser Garin Sand, he said. Lorne blinked. Never heard of him. Nor me, someone said. Galad lowered his sword as footsteps approached. He turned and saw a tall man coming toward them. He was well-built and plainly noble, young still, perhaps entering his 3rd decade, but already going bald at the temples. The 3 guards stopped as the man approached. Each straightened and dipped his head. Not deeply, but enough to mark respect. Sir Owen, they said. The men did not slow his stride. He gave them a brief nod, eyes already past them. On you go, fellows. The men hesitated. Lorne scowled, but none of them argued. One by one, they stepped away, leaving Galad alone with the newcomer. Might I help you, sir? He asked. This Sir Owen had dismissed the others deliberately. That much was obvious. He smiled widely now, a practiced thing. The sort of smile meant to put others at ease. Galad had seen plenty of those. Sir Owen Inchfield, he said for an introduction. I was training nearby and could not help overhearing that you are the new knight. Sir Galad. Galad glanced around the yard quickly. Knights of birth and standing trained on the far side, nearer the shade. A man with a noble last name would not be training nearby the guards and men-at-arms. Still, he understood courtesies had to be observed. Honored to make your acquaintance, Sir Owen. He offered a small bow. The honor is mine, Owen Inchfield replied, though his tone suggested otherwise. He was not as good an actor as he thought himself to be. We all heard so much of your battle from Lord Mace. I thought I might test my sword arm against a man of your reputation. Nodding slowly, Galad gave himself a moment to study the men. Owen was broad and moved with confidence, though his stance betrayed impatience rather than discipline. His hand seemed to itch on his practiced sword. He had not come for instruction or fellowship or curiosity, that much was certain. It was a challenge, and not the friendly kind. A younger Galad would have answered it without hesitation. He would have ended the spar quickly, publicly, and without apology. Not even as a statement. Simply because it was the thing to do. That instinct stirred now, but he pushed it aside. As you wish, Galad said, inclining his head. They took their places, and Sir Owen attacked the moment Galad raised his sword, swinging hard and fast. The knight treated the blunted blade as if it were sharpened steel and he meant to cut Galad in twine. Overhead, side swing, a thrust to the throat. Using his size, each strike was meant to overwhelm rather than probe. Galad stepped back, letting the blows glance off his guard, turning his wrists just enough to redirect force without meeting it directly. Owen pressed harder. His boots slapped against damp earth as he advanced, hacking downward, then across, then back again. Galad gave ground steadily, eyes tracking Owen's shoulders, his hips, the way his weight shifted before each strike. Fight back, Sir Owen grunted. Are you not the hero of Dustinbury? Galad saw no need to answer. Dull steel rang as they traded blows. He spotted openings in every move. Owen's right side dipped when he swung high. His balance faltered after wide cuts. His instincts screamed at him to follow through on the parry, step inside the knight's guard and slice at the shoulder line. He could almost hear Gareth Bryne's voice telling him to end it quickly. Galad ignored them all, letting the spar stretch on. He kept his movements tight, shifting slightly on the balls of his feet. Meanwhile, Sir Owen's breathing grew louder, harsher. Frustration crept into his movements until his blows lost precision, though not strength. With a discontented growl, Owen lashed out with his foot, aiming for Galad's knee. A foul strike that might cripple him if it connected. He shifted aside quick as a cat, the movement almost automatic. Owen's boot slid instead of planting. The puddle by the fountain caught him at the worst possible moment and his weight kept going forward. His legs shot apart and he went down hard, yelping as both hands flew to his groin. Galad stared awkwardly, his sword going down to his side. Are you well, sir? He asked. The reply came as a string of curses, some of them slurred by pain. Laughter broke out around the yard. Several men turned away, shoulders shaking. Others covered their mouths, failing to hide their amusement. The word maester carried clearly through the noise. 2 guards hurried forward to help him up. Owen clung to them, face flushed, still swearing. Galad stepped back another pace and lowered his sword fully. Looking around, he noticed eyes were on him now. More than he liked. Some whispering, others pointing. He had heard of House Inchfield before, though he did not have the education to know how high in the hierarchy a knight of such a house ranked in the social ladder. He did not need people thinking he had just injured a high noble during a spar. He sighed. So much for a relaxing hour at the yard. Galad had no wish to explain himself, so he nodded once to Lorne, then turned and left the yard without another word. XXX Chapter 7. With murmurs rising at his back, he followed the steward's directions away from the noise, moving through covered walkways and into the godswood that rose nearby. The sounds of steel and shouted commands faded behind him as the path narrowed and trees closed in. Highgarden's godswood was thick with greenery, carefully tended but allowed to grow dense. Moss clung to stones. Small ponds appeared from the earth like sapphires, the water gleaming in the sun. The air was cooler here, the shade a nice reprieve from the sun. He found the great weirwoods at the center. Not one tree, as he heard was usual for such a place, but three, their pale trunks rising close together. Their branches intertwined overhead, leaves thick and red, forming a canopy broad enough to dim the light below. The bark was smooth and white, marked with dark knots and shallow cuts left by time. Aside from the carved faces, that is, staring back at him with red sap streaming from dark eyes like tears of blood. Galad paused a few paces away, as if stopped by their glance. A knowing glance. He had heard of the weirwoods, of course, of the old gods. They were not well liked in the Reach where the faith of the Seven reigned supreme, but they still had adherents in the north. But whether north or south, Westeros or Essos, no one knew of the creator here. Of the light. Was this another world entirely, or simply another turning of the wheel? Perhaps the first turning, before creation even knew about creator. He shook his head. He did not wish to lose himself to philosophies and religious thoughts. Should the Dark One ever appear, Galad would fight him either way. No need to tie himself into knots about it. The three singers, a voice said behind him. He turned to see a young woman standing at the edge of the clearing. She was close to his age, with brown hair pulled back loosely and eyes the color of honey. Her cheeks were flushed red. "Forgive me, sire," she said, smiling. "I did not mean to startle you." "No forgiveness is needed," Galad replied, inclining his head. "I was only admiring the trees. This place feels old." She walked closer. "As old as the castle itself. They say Garth Greenhand planted these weirwoods with his own hands." Galad did not answer. Garth Greenhand was as famous a name in the Reach as the king in the Iron Throne. He turned back to the trunks. The sensation had not left, like someone standing just over your shoulder. A subtle thing, faint, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood on edge. He reached for the oneness with a conscious thought, slowing his breathing, letting all his emotions fade into the void. Birds chirped overhead. He saw a beetle crawling across a leaf 10 yards away. A butterfly took off from a flower head to the side, and he thought he could hear the batting of its wings if he focused. "I do not know you, sire," the woman said after a moment. "Are you new to Highgarden?" He nodded absently, but his thoughts were not on her. In the oneness, the feeling had only sharpened. He was one with the butterfly in flight. One with the crawling beetle. One with the godswood and the weirwoods. He felt full, as if something pressed around the void, a slow, patient force squeezing around him. Galad frowned. His gaze traced the pale bark, the carved faces staring blindly outward. Were they blind? No, something here noticed him. A throat cleared. Reluctantly, he tore his eyes away from the weirwoods. The young woman was still there, closer this time, clearly expecting more. He turned fully to her. "Yes, my lady," he said. "I arrived earlier today. Forgive me. I was distracted." She studied him openly, head tilting. "Purple eyes," she said. "Black hair. Are you Sir Galad of Dustinbury?" He nodded, and her face lit at once. She stepped closer and caught his arm. "The hero of the flower hearth," she said, voice sweet as a peach. "My name is Victoria Tyrell, sire. You saved my family. You must know how grateful I am." Her hand slid higher, fingers curling around his shoulder. She leaned in, close enough that he could smell her perfume. And the wine on her breath. "Anything, sire," she murmured. She was a beautiful woman, but in the void, such distractions meant nothing. He could think about his and others' actions rationally, and her behavior clearly seemed strange. A lady of her standing throwing herself on a low-born man, even if a knight, raised his hackles. His voice was cold when he spoke. "If you could tell me where I might find the castle's library, I would be grateful." Then he gently removed her arms from his shoulders. That would be more than enough. For a moment she only stared at him, clearly uncertain how to respond. Then she nodded, flustered, and pointed down a winding path. Galad thanked her and took his leave, the sense of being watched lingering behind him as he walked away. A few books on weirwood and the old gods would not be amiss while he waited to march out. XXX. Lady Olenna Tyrell. The late afternoon light fell across the stone floor in uneven bands, filtered by the half-drawn shutters. Olenna Tyrell sat across from Victoria at a small table near one of the open windows. She stirred a mug of mint tea with slow irritation, the spoon tapping faintly against the sides. The maester swore it was good for her teeth. She snorted softly at the thought. She had fewer teeth now than she had cups of the stuff in a week. Victoria shifted under her gaze. The girl tried to sit still after telling her part, hands folded in her lap, posture careful, but her fingers kept twitching. Olenna let the silence stretch. People talked more freely when they were uncomfortable. And he did not seem interested. Olenna asked at last. Victoria straightened. No, my lady. Quite the opposite, in truth. He seemed bothered by me. Olenna paused her stirring. Oh. She raised her eyes. A sword swallower, perhaps. Victoria shook her head. I do not think so. I watched him in the yard before I approached him. His gaze did not linger on anyone. Not even those training without shirts. Unlike yours. Olenna raised a painted eyebrow. Victoria smiled, just a little. Admiring the baker is not the same as eating the cake, my lady. Olenna allowed herself a brief smirk. The girl had a quick tongue when she wished to use it. A shame she had been born a rose too far down the bush. Like Mace, her own daughters had all taken after her dear Luther, sweet, dull, and loud. Strong seed, that man had. Strong and thick in the head. Still, Victoria might yet prove useful. With her name, looks, and Olenna's backing, a high marriage within the reach was not off the table for her. And what did he do after? Olenna asked. He went to the library, Victoria said. I spoke with the attendant afterward. He asked for books. Histories. Treatises on the old gods. Garth Greenhand. The weirwood trees. Olenna stopped stirring altogether. She lifted the mug and took a careful sip, then set it down again. A woodsman who prefers books to pretty flowers. She sucked a breath through her few teeth left. She did not like it. She did not like it at all. What was the name of the men who raised him again, she asked. Ser Garin Sand, Victoria replied. Sand. A Dornish bastard, then. Olenna leaned back in her chair, eyes narrowing slightly as she considered it. Purple eyes did not always mean Valyrian blood. The Dornish had their share of oddities. And Dorne had been quiet. Too quiet, if you asked her. Too many whispers had reached her ears of late. Too many oddities in the known stories. Targaryen sails sighted beyond the narrow sea. 3 Kings Guard who had vanished into the desert and never returned. Stark finding his dead sister by her lonesome on a random tower in Dorne. Royal bodies never recovered. Robert Baratheon wore the crown, but not with the ease Jon Arryn liked to pretend. Still, it did not quite fit. Why send a Dornish bastard to raise a child in the Reach? Why hide him in plain sight, in a village tied so closely to Highgarden itself? And to what end? Could Doran Martell truly be so patient as all that? To place a man near them, wait years, then arrange for the Ironborn to strike, only for his own creature to save the Tyrells and earn their gratitude. Olenna felt her jaw tighten. Nonsense. She was tying herself in knots, seeing patterns where there were none. Age did that to a woman. Made her suspicious of every shadow. Besides, Mace had decided on that river outing the very same morning. No scheme spun in Sunspear could account for her son's talent for poor timing. She exhaled slowly and turned her attention back to Victoria. And that night you spoke of, Olenna said. I hope you did not give him any false hopes, dear. It will be a cold day at the wall before a Tyrell flower marries an Inchfield dung beetle. Victoria colored slightly. Nothing of the sort, my lady. I merely praised Ser Galad's valor within earshot of Ser Owen. That was quite enough. He has been pining for my attention as of late. Olenna's lips twitched. Ah. Owen. It was no wonder Mace was so fond of him. They shared half a brain between the two of them. Indeed, Victoria said. He then saw fit to embarrass himself in front of half the yard. He was quite wroth with Ser Galad last I heard. And the boy. Victoria drew a breath. Leo believes Ser Galad is one of the finest swordsmen he has ever seen, she said. Despite his many shortcomings, my brother says Ser Owen is a fearsome warrior, and yet he is certain our newest knight was holding back throughout the spar. Olenna mulled that. Another fine display of both blade and humility, then, she murmured, more to herself than the girl. She lifted the mug again and took another sip. The tea had gone cold. Beyond the window, Highgarden carried on as it always had. Servants moved along the walkways. Knights crossed the yard. Banners were being unpacked and aired, their colors bright against the white stone. Lords were arriving from every corner of the Reach. Peace had lasted a long time. Too long. The Greyjoy rebellion was only the beginning. Olenna felt that much in her bones, the way she felt rain before it came. Something was stirring. Alliances would shift. Old grudges would resurface. Men would grow ambitious. And into the middle of it all had walked a quiet young knight, as beautiful as a prince from song and legend, with strange eyes and a talent for killing. She did not like pieces she could not place. If the gods are kind, Olenna said at last, the boy will find an honorable end for himself in the war to come. Startled, Victoria looked at her with wide eyes. Do not look so stricken, child. Honor is the best thing a man like that can hope for. Olenna waved a hand. I will not have him killed, if that is your worry. Not yet, at least. She pushed the mug aside and pointed to the door. You have done well, she said. Keep your eyes open, Victoria. Listen more than you speak. I will call for you again soon. Victoria nodded and rose. Yes, my lady. Olenna turned to the window as the girl left, her mind already moving on to the next problem. For the woman who truly ruled the Reach, Galad of Dustinbury was just a tiny drop in a sea of issues. Chapter 8. On his second day in Highgarden, Galad found himself drawn back to the God's Wood. Morning light filtered through the thick canopy above, breaking into pale green shafts that dappled the loam beneath his boots. The sounds of the castle, laughter, bells, the distant clash of practiced steel, fell away as soon as he crossed beneath the boughs. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and sap. He let out a sigh. It reminded him faintly of home. Too long used to wooded solitude, this place was a nice relief to his ears and nose. He sat with his back against one of the low stone borders encircling the heart of the grove, a heavy tome resting across his lap. The book had taken some convincing to acquire. The keeper of the library, a thin, nervous man wearing the expression of someone perpetually awaiting disaster, had made Galad swear no fewer than 3 times that he would keep the volume dry, shaded, and well away from clumsy hands or sudden rain. Only then had he allowed the knight to carry it out, muttering prayers to the 7 under his breath as Galad departed. The tome itself was thick, its leather cover cracked with age. An account of a short journey beyond the wall, read the title, penned by a maester whose name had been scratched out of the yellowed, stiff pages. After skimming through some rather interesting treatises about the North and the First Men, he had hoped for something much like those, conversations with the wildlings, discussions on culture and religion, a clear description of what lay north of the wall, but the account quickly proved otherwise. The maester had written at length, yet said very little. There were passages filled with awe and terror, others steeped in disdain. The wildlings were painted as little more than animals, savage and uncivilized and barbaric. And in line with the many mentions of the 7, the customs surrounding the old gods and their sacred weirwood trees dismissed as barbaric superstition. Too much fear in the writing, too much revulsion. It did not come off as the writings of a man seeking truth, which frustrated Galad to no end. After a few hours, he closed the book with a quiet thud and let his head rest back against the stone. Books will only take me so far, he thought. A man has to see things with his own eyes. Perhaps he would travel there after the war. If not as far as beyond the wall, then the north at the very least. His gaze lifted, drawn once more to the weirwoods. The 3 singers stood close together at the center of the God's Wood. They rose as 3, but up there in the branches, it was difficult to tell where one ended and another began. Their bark was bone-white as if someone had drawn upon it with chalk. Red leaves stirred faintly above him, the sound like a distant whisper. Their eyes were what unsettled him most. He knew it was foolish. The carvings were ancient, lifeless things, yet as he shifted his position, he could have sworn the eyes followed him. The sensation of being watched crept along his spine. It had not faded with familiarity. If anything, it had sharpened since his first visit. Only in his other life had Galad felt something akin to this. Yet not even the eyeless stare of a murderel, something that might bring the most fearless of men to his knees, had pressed so insistently against his thoughts. That gaze had been predatory, cruel. This was different, though. Vast and old. Indifferent, even, yet curious all the same. He drew a slow breath and reached inward, feeding his unease into the flame he kept banked deep within his mind. Fear, doubt, anticipation. He offered them all up, one by one, until they were consumed. The fire flared briefly, then receded, leaving only stillness. The void welcomed him as an old friend. He rose to his feet and took a few measured steps toward the nearest of the weirwoods, and the pressure returned at once, stronger now, as though something strained against the edges of his awareness. His hand lifted, hovering inches from the pale bark. The sensation intensified. Before his fingers could brush against the trunk, a laugh rang out, bright and clear, shattering the moment. Ser Galad. His hand fell to his side as he turned. From between the trees came two small figures, barreling toward him with reckless speed. He let the void slip away from him. Ser Galad. Ser Galad, they cried in unison. Little Loras Tyrell led the charge, all flailing limbs and white smiles. Beside him ran Marjorie, only a step behind, skirts hitched up in her fists as she laughed. Trailing after them at a more sedate pace was Garland Tyrell, already tall and broad despite his youth, his expression apologetic even as a smile tugged at his mouth. Two guards followed at a respectful distance. Galad's lips curved upward despite himself. Lord Loras. Lady Marjorie, he greeted, inclining his head. This is a happy surprise. I'm afraid I have no firewood for you to chop today. Marjorie skidded to a halt, planting her feet and pouting up at him. Then why else would you be in the gods' wood? Yes, Loras chimed in, hands on his hips. Aren't you a woodsman? Before Galad could answer, Garland cleared his throat. He's a knight now, remember. Galad turned his smile on Garland. I am at that. But if a woodsman can become a knight, then it follows that a knight can be a woodsman too. I am proof of it, no. Marjorie shot her brother a triumphant look. See. He can be both, dummy. He can just use his sword to chop the wood now. Garland chuckled. You are wise, sister. He inclined his head toward Galad. Forgive my siblings, sir. They were quite excited when they heard you arrived yesterday. Loras nearly cried when you didn't attend the feast. Did not. Loras protested hotly. Just got a hair in my eye. Yes. Galad nodded with exaggerated solemnity. That is very common. Marjorie giggled. Why did you not attend, if I may ask, sir? Garland continued. Our Lord Father wished to honor you before the lords and ladies of the Reach. That made him all the more glad he had not gone. Still, he bowed his head. Please send my apologies to Lord Tyrell, Galad said. Had I known my presence was required, I would not have abstained. It had simply been a long day on the road. I wished for rest more than for good food and company. I was going to let you dance with me, Marjorie said, crossing her arms. But now you can't. Galad felt a genuine smile pull at his lips. I would have risen from the dead, my lady, had I known I would dance with you. I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me. She sniffed, chin lifting. I shall think on it. Garland glanced past Galad, noting how close he stood to the weirwoods. Were you praying, sir? Forgive the interruption, if so. I hadn't known you kept to the old gods. Not praying, Galad said, gesturing to the book resting atop his folded cloak on a nearby stump. Simply enjoying the quiet. It's been a sudden shift, going from my home to such a lively castle. You don't like it here? Marjorie asked, eyes widening as though on the verge of tears. Her expression tugged at something old and tender in his chest. She reminded him painfully of Elaine when she was a young girl. He wished he could have been a better brother to her and gone when they were growing up. That's not what I meant, he said gently. It will simply take time to adjust. But you only just arrived. Loras said. You haven't taught us anything new yet. I want to be a woodsman like you when I grow up. A woodsman knight. So do I. Marjorie echoed. So do I. You can't, Loras said. You're a lady. She huffed. Didn't you hear Ser Galad? If a woodsman can be a knight, then a lady can be a woodsman too. A woodswoman. Cannot. Galad smiled again and ruffled Loras's hair. I'm not leaving quite yet. How about this, if you two gather enough kindling for me, I'll show you how to start and keep a fire. The children whooped with delight and dashed off at once, gathering sticks by the armful, already arguing over who had found the best and driest ones. Once the children had run far enough away, Garland's expression sobered. You will join the army when it leaves, then, he asked. I will. The answer seemed to steel the boy. Garland drew a breath. Then, please, sir. Take me with you as your squire. He blinked. My squire. You will find none who will fulfill a squire's duties more diligently than I, Garland said quickly. I swear it. I'm 12 already. I know how to clean the rust from plate and mail, how to oil leather and tend to horses. I rise early, I listen well, and if need be. He swallowed, then lifted his chin. If need be, I will ride by your side and acquit myself well in battle. Galad studied him for a moment, the boy's face full of earnestness and admiration. He felt a knot tighten in his chest. My lord, he began, then stopped himself. He exhaled slowly. Garland. He met the boy's gaze fully. It would be an honor to have you as my squire. Truly. But I will not take a child to war. No matter how capable he may be. Garland's brow furrowed at once. Why not? Every knight and lord will take theirs. There is nothing wrong with it. Perhaps there isn't, Galad allowed. But did you not hear? I am a simple woodsman from the countryside. I know little of the customs high-born men follow. If taking a 12-year-old squire into battle is tradition, then I will simply not follow it. Garland opened his mouth to argue, but Galad continued before he could. Besides, he said, why not squire for your lord father? You can serve as his cupbearer as well. You would meet important lords, attend and listen in during council meetings, learn the ways of war and the logistics of armies at the very source. It was a reasonable suggestion. A kind one. A high lord like Mace Tyrell may not even see battle in the campaign to come. That might be a safer, and still worthy, experience for a boy his age. Garland's shoulders slumped. His eyes dropped to the ground. Galad watched him and felt the familiar, bitter certainty settle in his chest. He would not move on this. He fully expected to be in the thick of the fighting when the time came. He wanted it that way. If death waited for him on the battlefield, he would meet it head-on. He had done so before and the idea did not scare him. But he would not take a boy with him into a slaughter of his own choosing. Because. Garland began after a moment. He hesitated, then forced the words out. Because if I become his squire now, then I can't squire under you. Understanding dawned. Something inside him softened. I see, he said. Garland looked up again, hope flickering uncertainly across his face. Then how about this, Galad said. I will accept you as my squire now, but your duties will not begin until I return from war. He raised a hand as the boy's breath caught. In the meantime, we will train every day. 1 hour at dawn, another at dusk. You will practice footwork, forms, and endurance. And once my armor is ready, you may help me tend to it. Garland beamed. I accept, he said quickly. Then he paused. Well, I have to ask my lord father. And he will likely ask my grandmother. His grin returned, unabated. But I still accept, sir. Very good, then, Galad said, amused. Let us start now, before your siblings gather enough sticks to set the entire castle afire. XXX Chapter 9. Later that day, Galad found Ben in a narrow room tucked into one of the castle's quieter wings, far from the noise of the barracks. The ceiling sloped low enough that he had to mind his head as he stepped inside. A small window let in a strip of pale afternoon light, just enough to illuminate the bed, a washbasin, and a single chair pulled close to the wall. Ben lay propped against a pile of pillows, bandages wrapped tight around his left thigh. He looked better than Galad had expected, though the restless set of his jaw betrayed how little he enjoyed being confined. 3 more weeks, then, Galad said after a glance at the leg. That's fast. Ben huffed. Not fast enough to march with the lot of you. There will be other wars, Galad said evenly. There always were. He hesitated, then added, I had thought you and Lorne were both made knights. He had come here after asking Lorne for directions. Galad had seen Ben briefly after the fighting, when the children returned to the village with his cart and mule they had been taking to Highgarden. And the guard on top of it. The maester in the inn had done the rest. Nay, Ben said, more sad than bitter. I was still rewarded, I got me a good purse and better quarters for it. He shifted, then smirked faintly. I'm a sergeant now. You deserve it, Galad said. What you did was brave. Worthy of song. Ben snorted. Not worth a knighthood, though. That was your dream, then. To be a knight. Ben gave him a look. Wasn't it yours? No, Galad thought, and nearly said, as was his habit. He caught himself in time. Yes, he said instead. I suppose so. It would have been a cruelty to deny it now, with the rank already given, speaking to a man who had wanted the same thing and fallen short of it. Ben stared at the ceiling for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. It's not. Not my dream, I mean. He frowned, working his jaw. But, there's a woman. A lady. He shook his head, almost laughing at himself. I wouldn't mind being a guardsman my whole life, you hear. But a low-born guard can't exactly go and get himself a lady for a wife, can he? I see, he said. Love, then. A better reason than most. Galad swallowed. He had loved before. Deeply. To the point he didn't know if he ever would again. He almost reached for the oneness as all those old emotions rushed in, but he could not hide behind it forever. Does she return it? He managed to say. Ben barked out a laugh. Aye, sure. A fine lady falling for a castle guard. This isn't a bloody song, Galad. He fell silent, cheeks reddening. His fingers picked at the edge of the blanket. Will you help me? He asked at last. Become a knight? Galad raised an eyebrow. I can make you one, if that is truly what you want. He had heard it said often enough, any knight could make a knight. It would cost him nothing but a few words and the weight of his sword. Ben had earned at least that much in the defense of his home and the children. The man shook his head. That's not it. He grimaced. I can't just be a hedge knight. That's no better than being a man-at-arms, not really. You've got no lands or coin to give me even if you put the sword on my shoulder. He met Galad's eyes. No. I want help being better. Galad considered him in silence. What could he promise? Nothing that depended on the future. He might die in the war. He might leave Highgarden for good. He would not give the men false hope. His gaze dropped to the bandaged leg. I imagine you can't train until you're healed. Aye, Ben said sourly. Maester says no strain, no lifting, no yard neither. Then if I return to Highgarden, Galad said, I will help you practice the sword. He did not intend to become a teacher twice in a single day, but Galad had mentors of his own, men and women who helped him better himself when he needed. He would not deny a man the chance to fulfill his own potential. Ben groaned. That's not what I'm asking. Though fighting like you surely wouldn't hurt. What I'm asking is. He looked embarrassed now, rubbing the back of his neck. I saw them books back in your house. You a lettered man, then? Galad nodded. Then. Ben hesitated, then took a breath. Will you help me learn how to read? I just figured, you know. The lady. She's smart, man, clever as any two maesters put together. Spends half her time in the library, from what I seen. She wouldn't marry a man who can't put two words together proper, yes. The words came out in a rush, as if he feared losing his nerve. I see, Galad said, and smiled. That's commendable, Ben. You must care for her deeply, if you're willing to go this far. Ben shrugged. The previous embarrassment turned into a grin. I'm a romantic at heart. I'll either marry her or die trying. Seems a fair life to me. I'll come by after my time in the yard, Galad said. Every day, until the army departs. We'll start small. Ben's eyes lit up. Truly. Truly. Thank you, Ben said. Really. Galad reached into his satchel. Ready to begin. Ben blinked. Now. Galad pulled out the book he had been carrying and set it on his knee. He dragged the chair closer to the bed and sat. Now, he said. We'll start with the letters. Ben's eyes widened. He stared at the yellowed pages as if they were a battlefield in its own right. Then Galad began to read. XXX. 10 days after Galad arrived in Highgarden, the bells tolled. They rang loud and long across the castle's pale stone towers and over the fields beyond its walls, the sound seeming to ripple across the hills and spill into the town below. Word spread quicker than any rider could carry it. Servants whispered it in corridors, stable boys shouted it across courtyards, and by midday the whole castle thrummed with the news. Lord Stannis Baratheon had smashed the Ironborn fleet off Fair Isle the day before, and the Reach rejoiced as though the war itself had ended in a single afternoon. By nightfall, Highgarden glittered with festivity. Lord Mace Tyrell ordered a banquet for every lord, knight, captain, and guest of sufficient rank. The great hall had been transformed into a living garden of flowers and banners, green and gold roses intertwined with the sigils of House Tyrell's bannermen. Long trestle tables stretched the length of the hall, each covered with fresh linens and crowded with trenchers and silver cups. Lanterns shaped like blooming lilies cast a warm golden glow across polished stone floors, their light reflecting off colorful doublets and silk gowns. Music drifted from a raised dais near the high table, harps, flutes, and fiddles blending into something lively and elegant, a few couples already dancing to the tune. Galad found himself far down one of the tables among the Tyrell household knights and the higher-standing guards, distant enough from the lords on the high table that the faces there blurred together beneath the lights. Ben sat at his side, his walking stick leaning against the bench. He had limped his way into the hall on his own, which was progress. Across the table, Lorne shared the bench with the two young men Galad had first seen training him in the training yard. The food was rich and savory, served with more drink than any man could want. He had eaten a plate of honey-glazed capon served with buttered carrots, roasted onions, and soft white bread dripping with herb sauce. "I knew they saved the good stuff for high feasts," Ben muttered beside him, humming delightedly over his ale mug. Galad nodded and took a sip of his own. Bitter still on the tongue, but it went down easily enough. He had never been much of a drinker. He found himself thinking instead of the sweet Mayene wine Berylane had always favored. How she always teased him for sitting so stiffly at feasts. He took another pull of the ale. "I can't get enough of the stuff," one of the young men next to Lorne said loudly. "Bet you a penny I can finish my flagon for you," the other replied. They grinned at each other with reckless enthusiasm. Micah and Moors, Galad had learned, brothers from the same mother but different fathers, and thick as thieves despite it. Lorne had married the woman a few years back and taken the boys under his wing. Now a knight, the brothers served almost as his squires despite their age, though Lorne himself refused to call them that. Lorne reached out and rapped them both on the ear. "Enough drinking," he grunted. "With the Iron Fleet sunk, we might march off tomorrow already. I don't want you face down in the mud come morning. Isn't that even more reason to get pissed drunk?" Micah shot back. "I'll cheers to that," Moore said, raising his cup. Lorne huffed and shook his head. Ben did not raise his glass, sulking quietly. He was still sour that his injury kept him from joining the coming campaign in the islands. The brothers continued their back and forth, and Galad let their chatter fade into the background. Since arriving at Highgarden, his days had fallen into a steady rhythm. He'd train with Garland at dawn and with Lorne and the other guards later in the morning. After eating, he helped Ben with his reading before going straight to the library to devour anything he could find. At dusk, he split his time between drilling his unofficial squire and entertaining his younger siblings who insisted on joining Garland in the God's Wood. He had discovered that he enjoyed teaching more than he expected. Whether it was fighting or reading or sparking a campfire, there was satisfaction in seeing understanding dawn in another's eyes. Yet despite the pleasant routine, he felt restless. Highgarden's beauty was suffocating when filled with so many people. He almost felt eager for the war to come, which left him conflicted. He knew the ugliness of it better than most, but he could not help remembering the scenes back in the village. The light itself demanded justice for such acts. He wiped his hands on a cloth and considered retiring early. Better to be rested if orders came with the dawn. Before he could rise, the men across from him suddenly half stood and bowed their heads. Galad turned, confused, just as someone tapped his shoulder. He looked down to see little Marjorie Tyrell standing in front of him, hands tucked behind her back, forest green skirt swaying shyly from side to side. "I would allow you to dance with me tonight, Sir Galad," she said, as if she were granting him a great favor. Ignoring the raised eyebrows around the table, he placed his cup down carefully, then rose from his seat. He took one of her tiny hands in his and bowed with all due formality. "Lady Marjorie," he said, "would you care to dance with this lowly knight?" The girl grinned brightly, chin lifting with an earnest seriousness that did not quite mask her excitement. "If you insist, sir," she said. Before Galad could offer another word, she had taken his hand in both of hers and was already tugging him forward. She pulled him across the hall toward the open space before the high table, where couples from the Reach moved in orderly lines and circles. She stopped just short of the dancers and turned to face him. "Are you a good dancer, sir?" "I will not embarrass you, if that's your fear," he told her. She giggled at that, clearly pleased. You can't embarrass me, silly. You would be embarrassing yourself. Then she tugged him forward again, pulling him into the line of dancers as the musicians struck up the next refrain. The steps were simple enough. Galad followed them without trouble. He had attended enough feasts and balls across the Westlands to recognize the pattern quickly. Marjorie watched him closely at first, as if waiting for him to falter, but when he did not, her attention drifted back to the dance itself, laughing with joy as he spun her until her feet left the ground. Around them, the nobility of the Reach danced on, older couples moving with practiced ease, younger ones with varying degrees of success. Galad was aware of the attention they drew. Not because of himself, but because of who she was. A Tyrell daughter dancing with a knight not long arrived at Highgarden invited notice, and he felt more than a few eyes on his back. When the song ended, Marjorie's cheeks were flushed, more from laughter than exertion. She released his hands and dropped into a careful curtsy, clearly proud of herself. Galad returned it with a respectful bow. "Well done, my lady," he said. "You kept the steps better than most." She beamed. "I know," she said, then caught his hand again before he could step away. "Come with me. My cousin wants to dance with you as well." Galad hesitated only a moment before allowing himself to be led. It was hard to refuse when she looked at him with those big doe eyes. She pulled him quickly toward the edge of the floor, then stopped right in front of a familiar face. Galad recognized her at once, the young woman he had met his first day in Highgarden, in the God's Wood. He kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he grimaced. He had no desire to draw attention from that woman ever again. Still, she looked different this time. Not in dress, as she wore Tyrell green and gold as before, but in bearing. Her posture was straighter, her gaze more measured. Brown eyes followed him as he approached, sharper than he remembered. "Taria, this is Ser Galad of Dustinbury," Marjorie announced proudly. "He is special, since he is both a knight and a woodsman. Willis says he is the best swordsman he's ever seen, and he is the best woodsman I've ever seen, so really he is the best." Victoria Tyrell smiled at her cousin's enthusiasm. "Is that so?" she said, eyes flicking to Galad. "I hope he is the best dancer as well." "He is," Marjorie insisted. Victoria raised an eyebrow at that, clearly amused, and Galad inclined his head. "Would you care for a dance, Lady Victoria?" He figured he might as well take the lead of the situation since it came to this. She accepted his hand without hesitation. Marjorie waved at them as they moved away, already turning her attention back toward the edge of the floor and whatever had caught her eye next. The bards began a new song as Galad and Victoria joined the dancers. This one was slower, and they moved through the opening steps in silence, her hand resting lightly in his. "I hope you will forgive me for last week, Sir," Victoria said after a moment. Her voice was low, but nothing like the breathy tone she had used before. Galad kept his attention on the dance, his posture relaxed but alert. "Nothing happened," he said evenly. "Thus there is nothing to forgive." She nodded once. "I am glad, then." They danced on for several steps before she spoke again. "My little cousins have spoken of you often," she said. "They are quite taken with you." "I am glad they find me agreeable," Galad replied. "And if you were to spend time around them," she continued, a concerned older cousin might have wanted to take the measure of the men behind the stories. Galad considered that as they turned. "And what did you learn?" "That given the opportunity," she said, "you would not take advantage of a vulnerable young woman in a secluded wood." So that was it. A test, then. He did not know whether to find it insulting or sensible. "That is not much of an achievement," he said after a moment. "I would think." She smiled faintly. "You would be surprised, Sir." Her gaze drifted past him, scanning the hall. "Marjorie was right, you are a good dancer. I have found few suitable partners of late, and I would not see that few diminished even further." She paused, then added, "You should know that you have made enemies in the yard, Sir, and few friends." "Few friends of import, that is." Galad frowned. "I do not recall making enemies." He quickly went over his time in Highgarden. Could she be speaking of the Inchfield knight from his first day in the castle? He could not see how he had done anything other than spar with the men. Unless the knight saw his own slipping as Galad's fault. A ridiculous idea, but many men had strange notions when their ego came into question. The music slowed, signaling the end of the dance. Victoria stepped back and curtsied. "I have said my piece, Sir. I wish you good fortune in the war to come." Then she turned and left him standing there, alone in the middle of the floor. Galad watched her go for a moment before exhaling quietly. He had not sought notice, yet it seemed to find him all the same. He began to move toward the edge of the hall, but he had taken only a few steps when Lord Mace Tyrell rose from his seat on the dais. The hall gradually stilled as his presence drew attention, voices fading as servants and nobles alike turned to face him. Galad halted to hear him. "My lords," Mace called, spreading his hands wide. "My ladies." The last murmurs fell away. "Yesterday, the Seven Kingdoms won a great victory over the scourge of the Ironborn," he continued. With the might of the Arbor's finest at his back, Lord Stannis Baratheon struck a blow that will be remembered. Cheers of approval spread through the hall. "But our work is not done," Mace went on. "It will not be done until every longship lies broken, until we have set foot on every island, until every pirate lord has been torn from his seat." He paused, letting the words settle. "We have answered the Crown's call and raised a mighty army to join this campaign. Today, I received our orders from the Iron Throne. The armies of the Reach will be responsible for subduing Orkmont, Blacktide, and Harlaw. Had the king asked, we would have taken every island ourselves, from Pike to Great Wyke and even Lonely Light, but we will make do." Laughter rippled through the tables at that. He waited for the amusement to pass before continuing. "As we have 3 islands under our charge, we will divide our strength accordingly. Lord Randall Tarley will lead the force against Orkmont, with the spears of Florent, Fossaway, and Merryweather at his back. Lord Mathis Rowan will command the invasion of Blacktide, leading men from Hightower, Caswell, Kewy, and Meadows." Mace's chest lifted with pride. "And I, Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden, Lord Paramount of the Mandor, Defender of the Marches, High Marshal of the Reach, and Warden of the South, will personally lead the Tyrell banners to Harlaw." More cheer rose up, ringing across the walls. "Prepare yourselves, my lords," he said. "Kiss your wives hungrily tonight. Hold your children close. On the morrow, we depart for Old Town, and from there to the Iron Islands." He raised his cup. To war, Chapter 10. The oars of the boat dipped and rose, each stroke pulling them closer to the shoreline. Galad sat near the prow with his shield across his knees and his armor bundled in cloth at his feet, and watched the island grow in the pale early light. Behind them, the fleet rode at anchor in the swell. The ships looked smaller already, their hulls dark against the water, the dawn catching the tops of their masts in red and pale gold. The Hunter of Old Town sat heavy amongst them, the ship that had brought him here. Ser Willem Withers, the knight Galad would serve under during the campaign, would be joining them in the first wave into the island, while Lord Mace and the other knights and lordlings of higher station would come after they had established a beachhead. Around them, the dinghies spread out across the water in long uneven rows, dozens upon dozens of them, each loaded with men and gear. The sound of oars was everywhere, wood creaking, water slapping at the hulls. Someone in a nearby boat coughed. Someone else muttered something Galad couldn't make out, and was hushed. He turned his attention back to the shore. The beach was wide and open in front of them, a pale gray strip against the darker mass of the island. That much was good. To the west, though, tall cliffs and ridges pressed down to the very edge of the water, cutting off any view of what lay beyond them. To the north and east, the land beyond the sandy beach lifted into low rolling hills that stretched on into the distance. Low, but not so low a man could not lose himself behind them. Not so low you could be sure of what lay on the other side. "We should have sent scouts ahead," Galad said. "I don't like the look of those hills." Beside him, Lorne followed his gaze without speaking for a moment. Then he gave a short nod. "Aye, you can hide a company of men behind them." He huffed through his nose. "And the cliffs." He did not finish the thought. He didn't need to. "Doesn't matter." Neryl's voice came from further back in the boat. The older man-at-arms had his arms crossed over his chest, his expression the particular blankness of a man who had stopped expecting things to be done properly. "Heard Ser Willem saying Lord Mace is scrambling now. We got word of Ser Barristan already landing at Great Wyke. And Lord Tarley's already taken the first stronghold on Orkmont." He tilted his head. "House Tyrell cannot be seen dallying," is what he said. Lorne grunted. Galad said nothing more either. He was already on the boat. They all were. Words wouldn't alter the shape of what was coming. He turned and looked at the men behind him. Aside from the sailors crewing the boat, there were 8 of them in all, including himself and Lorne, the only 2 who were knights. The 6 men-at-arms sat in pairs along the benches, their packs wedged between their feet. Micah caught his eye and gave him a slight raise of his chin and an easy smile. His half-brother Mors sat beside him, one hand gripping the haft of the mace on his belt, fingers opening and closing around the leather wrapping. His jaw was set. His face had gone a pale, yellowish color in the gray morning light. It would be his first battle, Galad realized. His own first battle sat decades behind him, though if anyone asked, he'd have to say it had come only 2 moons ago. Even back then, he had been able to push the pre-battle fear down, to feed it into the flame in the void until it was gone. Fear was a distraction, Gareth had taught him, and distractions got you killed as much as love and hate and all the great emotions that moved men. Now, going into battle didn't scare him at all. If anything, he felt the pull of it, a quiet and unsentimental eagerness to do something that mattered. To act with purpose in this new world he found himself in, to lay some measure of justice down on behalf of the men and women of his little village. Mors looked up and caught him watching. His expression shifted into a scowl. Fine, he said, but his face had gone from pale to actively green. His eyes widened for only a second before he lurched sideways over the gunwale and was sick, most of it catching the water but a good portion splashing down the blade of an oar held by one of the sailors. The sailor pulled his oar in and stared at it, then at Mors. Want to bugger me with it too while you're at it? Mors mumbled something that might have been an apology. Micah covered his mouth, shoulders shaking. Give him a break, he's just nervous about his first battle. Not nervous, Mors said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Just haven't got me sea legs yet. Oh, screw off. Micah grinned. You were fine the whole trip over. Just admit. Enough. Lorne's voice was flat. The brothers went quiet. No more jokes. We're at war now. Galad was already looking at the beach as it slowly got closer and closer, until they were close enough the sailors rowing them and called out. They lifted the oars clear of the water, and as the boat ground forward on the sand, men began going over the sides without waiting to be told. He followed suit, the water hitting him mid-thigh and the cold of it snapping through him like a blow. He hadn't expected it, but he did the only thing a soldier could do, gritting his teeth, tucking his pack higher against his back, and pushing forward, boots finding uneven purchase on the sand below. All around him, knights and men-at-arms were doing the same, dropping into the water and wading in, the surface breaking and churning white around their legs. More boats were coming in behind them, dozens of them, with men pouring over the sides into the shallows in long staggered lines even as the first boats were already rowing back toward the ships. Beside him, Mors went down to one knee as his footing gave. He almost dropped his pack before Galad caught him under the arm and hauled him up. Lorne took the other side, and together they kept him moving until the water dropped to his ankles and then to nothing, and they stepped up onto wet sand. Wet boots, Nerol said from ahead of them, stepping clear of the tide line. Great way to start a campaign, that. A few men around him gave a ragged laugh. Galad couldn't help a small smile as well. War was a nasty thing, but there was a brotherhood that could only be born of that shared struggle that he had missed from his past life. Wet and already getting cold in the early morning chill, his first steps on dry sand felt like relief. Ahead of them, the beach sloped upward, gradual at first and then more steeply, until the pale sand gave way to dry, patchy grass at the berm. He was one of the first men fully out of the water across the stretch of shore. Behind him, more soldiers came streaming up from the boats, an uneven tide of men and equipment, some already bent over with their hands on their knees, breathing hard as if they'd waded through a battlefield and not a few feet of water. Others, wiser, were already shaking the water from their hands and reaching for their armor. Working quickly, Galad began pulling his own mail hauberk over his head first, then the rest, with Mors moved around behind him without being asked and began working the buckles on his chest piece. The young man was still breathing too fast but he managed to keep his hand steady enough to tie off the plate. To his left, Micah was doing the same for Lorne, who stood still as a post. He was halfway through fastening the last of it when something at the corner of his eye made him stop. He turned and looked. Nothing moved. The beach stretched out in both directions. The tide line ran above them, that dark wet stripe where the water came at high mark. The berm beyond it was thick with flotsam, broken planks and scraps of rope and tattered sailcloth heaped in long wind-blown piles. Beyond the berm, the grass began, dry and patchy, scattered with clumps and irregularities in the ground. He frowned. Was he growing crazy or did the clumps look wrong? The earth too dark, as if freshly dug. Where's Sir Willem? He asked. He heard shrugs more than he saw them. Nerol tilted his head back toward the water. Old Coot's probably taking a piss somewhere in the shallows. A few men laughed. "We need a scouting party up that slope now," Galad said. The words came out quieter than he intended. His eyes had not left the berm. "See something?" Lorne said, moving to his shoulder. The hairs along the back of his neck rose. Before he reached inward for the oneness, one of the piles of sailcloth moved. His eyes widened. "Shields." The word tore out of him. He had his own up before the echo finished. "Shields up. Shields up." For one frozen moment the beach was still. Then the berm erupted. Men came up out of the ground like the dead rising. Tarps and sailcloth thrown back, the loose sand piled above them scattering. Others kicked up from shallow pits beneath the clumps in the earth, or stood from behind piled driftwood, or simply rose from where they had lain flat behind the dry grass. Ironborn, 50 or 60 of them spread along the ridge of the berm, and every man among them was holding a bow. Galad heard the first shaft cut the air above him and dropped to one knee, shield braced forward and angled up. The arrow struck the wood with a hard crack and stood there, quivering. Then the volley came in full and the world became noise. The low hiss and whistle of arrows in the air and the sharp smack of them striking wood and dull against sand and the wet sounds of them striking men. Screams came fast on the heels of the first volleys, ragged and sharp and some of them cut off. He heard the sound next to him. A meatier impact than wood. He looked. Micah had fallen. He was on his back in the sand a foot from Galad's knee, one hand reaching for nothing, an arrow shaft through his throat. His eyes were open and very wide, staring up as if confused about his situation. His mouth opened and closed as if trying to speak, blood running from it freely, and his fingers dug once into the wet sand and went still. A scream. Mors went down beside his brother before Galad could stop him, dropping his shield and pressing both hands against the wound as if the pressure could matter now. He was shaking so hard his teeth chattered, saying something wordless and broken under his breath. Without thinking, Galad moved, got his arm under Mors's and wrenched him sideways, putting the shield between the boy and the berm. Lorne came in from the other side, shield raised, and together they pushed Mors back and kept him moving until he was behind the bulk of their group. Arrows came down around them, one striking the sand between Galad's feet as they moved. "They'll kill us one by one if we stay here," Galad said, loud enough for the men around them to hear. Lorne looked back toward Micah's body. Something moved in his face and quickly locked away. He reached down, picked up the shield that had been sitting on Micah's gear bag, and pressed it into the Moor's hands. "Honor thy brother," he said. Then he straightened and drew his sword, pointing it high in the air. "With me." Stepping forward, he broke into a run, heading straight up the slope of the beach toward the berm. "Highgarden! Highgarden!" Galad went after him. There was no decision to it. The only way out from under an arrow storm was through the men drawing the bows, and Lorne was already 5 yards ahead of him and picking up speed. Bringing his shield up at an angle, he covered his face and chest and simply ran. The arrows came down in staggered waves. Sand kicked up around his boots and he heard the close hiss of a shaft going by his ear. To his left, a man stumbled and went down. To his right, another man was running with a shaft through his shoulder and hadn't slowed. Behind him, voices picked up the call, yelling "Highgarden" and "Tyrell," and when he glanced back there were men all down the line scrambling to their feet and running after them, some brave or stupid enough to do so without their shields. The berm came up fast. The ironborn bowmen had been pulling arrows as quickly as they could draw, but they were only men, and some of them were already turning to run as they saw the line coming up the slope. Somewhere behind the berm, came the sound of a short, sharp horn, just as Galad reached the end of the beach. Vaulting over a heap of rotting timber, he came down on patchy grass, a bowman directly ahead of him scrambling to draw another arrow. Galad closed the gap in 3 long strides and struck a simple swing. A head rolled sideways, but he was already moving again, as another archer turned on him, swinging his bow like a club. Parrying it easily, a low Thane saw him punching through the man's guard and putting the point of his blade into his throat. Like a mummer in a play, the man sat down slowly in the grass, folding over himself until he lay with his bottoms up and his head half buried in the grass. A few feet away, Lorne's sword was red, and all along the ridgeline, men of the Reach crested in a ragged wave, shouting, some of them dropping to their knees to retrieve the ironborn bows before the bodies were even cold. Galad watched a man pull an arrow from a dead man's quiver and knock it with clumsy, furious hands, shooting at the retreating archers' backs and missing wildly. The remaining ironborn fled in a hard, desperate run through the grassy passes between the hills, while the stragglers were cut down mercilessly by the Reach men. A cheer went up along the berm. Long and ragged and very loud. "Serves the fuckers right," Nerul said, breathing hard, wiping blood from his hand onto his trousers. To his left, Mors knelt in the grass above a dead ironborn man, a dagger in his fist, driving it down again and again. The man had been dead some time, but Mors did not seem to notice or care, snarling incomprehensible words with a face wet with tears. Lorne stepped over to him and got a hand under his arm. "Enough, boy," he said, not unkindly. He pulled him back and up to his feet. "It ain't over." He looked at Galad. "Something ain't right." Raising his gaze, Galad looked out toward the passes and the retreating Iron Men. He frowned. "No," he said. It was too clean. A company of archers and a retreat, that was no finishing stroke. Whoever had planned this, and they had planned it, would not have set it up only to fall back at the first charge. The archers had done their work, killed men at the water line, spread panic on the beach. The question was what came next. He closed his eyes for a moment and reached inward. Everything that was not the present, the moment, the people, and the world around him, he fed to the flame one piece at a time, and he let it burn until there was nothing left but stillness. The void opened around him like a held breath. In it, he could hear the cheering very clearly, individual voices separating out from the noise. The last sounds of fighting dying away to the west. The wind off the sea. The grass moving. And beneath his boots, very faint but steady, the grains of sand vibrating with a slight tremor in the earth. He opened his eyes. "Horses," he said. Nerol went rigid. "Shit. Form up." Lorne bellowed, turning on the celebrating men around them. "Form up on me, you whoresons. Now." They had only just begun to cluster together when the riders came around the base of the western cliffs at a full gallop. Some 3 dozen of them, coming hard along the water line. They flew a half-familiar banner, one quartered with the scythe of Harlaw and a peacock upon a beige field, and they did not come up the slope toward the berm. Instead, they swept directly across the beach below. The men still in the shallows, the men who had not run up the slope, the men sitting in the wet sand too tired to move, the scattered groups still wading in from the last boats. These men the riders went through like a blade through cloth, hacking down from their mounts as they passed, spearing through with short lances, mauling with maces and clubs. Galad watched from the berm and could do nothing. Too far away, too scattered. Some men dove clear. Others ran, diving back into the water. Most did not get up. "Cowards," Mors cried out beside him, eyes red and burning. The horn sounded again, 2 short notes, and the riders did not press all the way across the beach. With a discipline that surprised Galad given what he knew of the Ironborn, they wheeled as one body and veered up the sand. They struck a smaller clump of reachmen who had not reached the berm, men scattering in every direction, and then they were past and running, following the archers into the same passes in the hills, the drumming of their hooves fading into the grass. Somewhere to his right, a red and white lifted above a crowd of soldiers, a gray squirrel on its face. Men pressed toward it, voices rising. Ser Willem Arms called a young man that had joined the cluster around Lorne, a comely fellow with mud on his face who had been one of the first over the berm with them. His voice carried over the beach. The banner dipped once and then swung forward, pointing toward the hills. A trumpet sounded from the group beneath it, and then that mass of men around the banner began to run toward the passes. The call spread down the line like fire in dry grass. "Follow your commander. For the reach. Tyrell. Tyrell." Men who had been standing and breathing turned and ran. Men who had just made it up the berm turned and ran. Within moments the berm was emptying, with hundreds of men charging after a cavalry force they had watched disappear into broken ground they had never set eyes on. His mind whirling, Galad stood and watched it. The passes were narrow. The ground was unknown. The men were barely formed, barely armored, and winded from the water in the run up the beach. A cavalry force that knew the terrain could do to them in those passes what the archers had done here, draw them in and cut them apart. That was the point of it. How could Ser Willem not see it? From the archers to the riders to the retreat, every piece of it designed to pull them off the beach and into a killing ground of Harlaw's choosing. They should hold the beach. Wait for the second wave. Consolidate their hold on the beach instead of chasing men into hills they'd never seen. Around him, the small clump of men had not moved. Lorne. Nerol. Mors, still red-eyed. A dozen others, drawn to them from other boats. Lorne looked at him. Galad let out a slow breath. He was not the commander here. He was a knight from a village with no lands and no name worth speaking of, and none of these men were his to order. Ser Willem had given a direction. the army was moving. "You heard the orders," he said. At times, discipline in an army was more important than sound tactics. Sheathing his sword, he broke the arrow sticking on his shield and went after the bulk of the Reach forces. Chapter 11. Ser Aerys Oakheart. Hesitating, Aerys looked toward the older men for orders, a lean veteran with a weathered face, the one who had called the charge against the archers. The older knight faltered too, and he did not look at the charging Ser Willem. For some reason, his eyes were on a younger man at his shoulder, dark-haired, taller than most, and with violet eyes that didn't belong on any face Aerys had seen outside of paintings. Odd, that an older knight would look to someone younger, but the violet-eyed knight simply drew a breath, said something about orders, and went after the banner. The men around him followed without being asked. So Aerys went with them. Around and in front of him, the Reach men ran, shouting names and oaths into the chilly wind, and he ran with them because standing still would have been worse. Charging after cavalry into unknown hills was the kind of order that got men killed. Aerys knew it. The violet-eyed knight and the veteran seemed to know it too. But standing still meant dishonor. Meant accusations of cowardice. And he could not have that. His lady mother would call this foolishness. She would be right, probably. She was usually right, which was the most irritating thing about her. Ahead, Ser Willem's squirrel banner caught the morning light, moving fast toward the mouth of the pass. The land narrowed there, the hills pressing in close on either side, the grass giving way to rougher ground. Aerys watched the last of the iron-born cavalry disappear between the slopes and felt something cold settle into his chest. They were being pulled. He could feel it in the same way he sometimes felt a wrong step beneath him in the yard before his foot had fully landed. But stopping was its own kind of failure. He had left Old Oak without his lady mother's blessing, without her men, without anything except his horse and his armor and a name that meant precisely nothing to Lord Mace Tyrell or anyone else for that matter. With Lady Arwen Oakheart, disobedience had its price. He knew that better than most. She would do everything short of disowning him for this, and he needed something to show for it. XXX. The pass opened into a shallow bowl between the hills, and the Ironborn were waiting at the far end of it. They came out in an organized file from behind the rise. They walked out in close order and stopped, and by the time the Reach men had spread themselves across the mouth of the bowl, there was a line of Ironborn infantry already formed up with the slope at their backs. Better armed than the archers at the beach, properly armored most of them, shields locked and weapons out. More of them than the Reach men, though not overwhelmingly so. Perhaps half again their number. Ser Willem's trumpeter called the halt. His banner planted itself in the center as the Reach men formed up in a rough two-deep line, dressed across the width of the bowl. Something hot and immediate moved through Aerys' chest. This was what he had come for, not the chaos of the beach or shivering inside a wet dinghy. An army facing an army. A line of men against a line of men, and room enough to do something worthy of note. His mother would hear of it eventually. They all would. He would bring honor to House Oakheart. He would make himself a name that traveled, that climbed, that reached the ears of the right people at the right moments. King Robert filled his court with men he admired. Men who had done things. A knight who distinguished himself here, today, on an island no one had wanted to fight for, might find a white cloak waiting for him at the end of it. Maidens would weep when he donned it. Bards would set the weeping to music, and his wastrel brothers would hear the songs and know exactly what he thought of their example. Aerys grinned to himself as the line settled, men pressing shields together, finding their footing in the grass. He and the group he had attached himself to ended up in the second rank, left of center. Too far back. He wanted to be in the front of it, where the fighting would be thickest, but pushing through men-at-arms and levies to claim a spot that wasn't his would make him look green and desperate rather than eager. He stayed where he was. "This is folly," the violet-eyed knight said beside him. Aerys looked at him. The man was watching the Ironborn line settle, jaw set, not afraid exactly, but not smiling either. "Afraid of some Ironborn scum, sir?" The words came out more sharply than he intended, but he didn't soften them. "A single Reachman is worth 5 of these rocks and salt savages. I fear only the obvious." The man's voice was even. "Their cavalry wheeled off and disappeared. Infantry pins us here, then their riders come back and take our flank." Aerys opened his mouth. Closed it again. He was glad he didn't have much time to think on it, as soon the Ironborn line came forward at a walk, then broke into a run over the last 20 yards. The sound of them hitting the Reachman line was like timber coming down, a massive cracking impact that rolled all the way to the second rank. He felt it through the men in front of him as the man's back pressed against his shield, weight coming through suddenly and hard. Ares planted his feet and shoved back. He got his sword up over the man's shoulder, angled in like a spear, searching for the gap between gorget and helmet, and found it. The Ironborn seized. 2 more took the space before the body had fully dropped to the ground. When he tried the same angle again, he caught the flat of the man-at-arms' own blade instead, the swords ringing hard against each other. The Ironborn in front of them nearly got his axe through the scramble. "Watch it, fool." The man-at-arms turned half around, face red, eyes wide. Mouth suddenly dry, Ares pulled his sword back, swallowing. He almost got the men killed. He watched the line after that rather than forcing his own openings, waiting, letting the rhythm of it come to him. Further along, the Ironborn found a weak spot and began to push through, and Ares' heart lurched, but then Ser Willem came up from behind the center with his household knights and plugged it, and the line steadied. Then the horn came on the far side of the bowl. 3 short notes. "There," the violet-eyed man said, pointing. Ares turned and saw them. The Ironborn cavalry had come around from behind the western hill, and they were angling in a wide arc that would bring them down onto the left end of the Reachmen line. 30-odd riders moving at a gathered canter. "They'll smash our left flank," Ares heard himself say. A hand closed on his surcoat and he was moving before he had decided to move, the violet-eyed knight pulling him and the men nearest to them out of the second rank and turning them toward the open ground to the left. Other men came, pulled or following, a ragged group of perhaps 12 pulling clear of the line and running at an angle toward the approaching horses. His body understood it before his mind did. Running. Ares would have called it cowardice to run from a battle had they not been running straight toward the enemy cavalry. They stopped on the leftmost edge of the line, spreading themselves in a thin curve to cover the flank, and Ares looked at the horses coming and felt the weight of his own body as he had never quite felt it before. The ground through the soles of his boots. The inside of his throat. The particular heaviness of his sword arm. "You want to stop a cavalry charge with no pikes," an older man-at-arms said. "Not even spears." "We hold, or the line collapses," the violet-eyed knight said. The lean veteran gave a single nod. "Hold or die." Beside him, the younger man-at-arms, the one with the red eyes from the beach, said nothing. Just set his feet. Ares had trained the charge 100 times at Old Oak, always on horseback, always the one coming forward. He had imagined what it might feel like to be on the other side of it in the abstract way boys imagine things they haven't experienced. The abstract and the real were nothing alike. The horses were already large and growing larger, the sound of them building through the ground beneath him, and his legs felt strange, joints slightly wrong. He kept his feet planted. He would not be the one who ran. Reaching down, the violet-eyed knight drew his blade across the grass in a clean line. "They shall not pass this mark." Something moved through the group, straightening spines, tightening jaws. Ares felt it in his own chest, a sudden clarity that came up under the fear like a hand lifting a drowning man. He gripped his sword. Raised his shield. Watched the horses come. 50 yards. "Hold," the men said. 30. "Hold." They hit. Faster than he expected. Not all of them, though. Several riders saw the line hold and veered at the last moment, splitting off toward the beach, the Harlaw quartered banners moving with them. But most came on, and the ones who came on found that horses, for all their size and speed, did not willingly run into a wall of men who didn't move. The front riders hauled at their reins and the animals reared or stumbled, and the men coming behind piled into them, and suddenly there were horses going down and men being thrown and the whole front of the charge was a mess of screaming animals and cursing riders. Only one man in their line broke, scrambling back on the grass in hands and knees, but the rest held. The riders who kept their seats came at them from horseback, hacking down. Steel rang and rang. One horseman angled straight at Ares, sword coming around in a flat arc, and he ducked under it and cut at the leg below the stirrup as the animal stepped past. The men swore and twisted, and his horse shifted under him, and when he tried to recover Ares was already inside his guard. The animal rode away with a dead man atop its saddle. The Ironborn behind the front lines, the ones that managed to stop in time, chose to dismount and came at them on foot. 2 of them found Ares at the same moment. The first came with an axe, short-hafted and quick, and Ares caught it on his shield and felt the impact travel up through his shoulder. The second was circling to his right, looking for an angle. He couldn't watch both of them properly. As he turned to keep the circling men in front of him, the axeman immediately swung again, catching him across the back of the shield, and the force of it staggered him sideways. He cut at the circling man's sword arm to buy himself space, didn't connect cleanly, and then the axe was coming again and he had to get the shield back up. His breath came quick and sharp as he fought, and he stopped thinking in words. His body took over, parrying, shifting his feet, getting the shield where it needed to be, cutting whenever a gap opened. He scored a slice above a vambrace, but then an axe blade skidded off the edge of his shield and caught him at the hip, finding the gap between the lower plate and the tacet. The pain came sharp and sudden and his leg buckled under him for a half step. In that half step, the second man's mace was already moving. In an instant, the violet-eyed knight's sword came across from the side and caught the mace's head with a crack, deflecting it past Ares' ear close enough that he felt the displaced air. Ares' leg wobbled and his knee hit the grass. From that angle, low and looking up, he saw it clearly. The violet-eyed knight let his shield drop. Both hands found the grip of his long sword, and suddenly the men stepped into the press of iron borne around him. His blade began to move. Not wildly. Never wildly. Each cut found its mark and transitioned into the next without pause, his feet carrying him through the gaps between men the way water finds its way between stones, spinning and shifting between them, weaving a tapestry of red in their midst. An ironborn raised his axe and was dead before it fell. Another tried to close and found the point of a sword already waiting where his neck would be. A third got his shield up in time and took the blade across his sword arm instead, and the sword was already past him and moving on. 6 men. Perhaps more. Ares lost count. He watched mesmerized, the way a child looked at a knight for the first time. By the time he got back to his feet, most of them were down, and the horn was sounding again from somewhere near the hills. The riders who could gather horses wheeled and fled, and the ones who couldn't ran after them. Turning, his legs still unstable beneath him, he saw the iron-born infantry further up the bowl as it began to pull back. This time, Ser Willem did not order a charge after them, though Ares thought this might have been the one time such a call would be in the right. Still, the cheering came up all across the bowl and back along the beach. Men shouting and shoving weapons into the air. Ares allowed himself a breath of relief. The cut on his hip was making itself known now, not just a weakness in the leg, but a thin hot line of pain that pulsed with his heartbeat. He had not felt it properly until just now. With some effort, he pushed to his feet, turning toward the men who held the flanks with him. He wished to share the glory with them, perhaps even thank the violet-eyed knight that saved him. He found the man was standing still a few feet away, looking down at the ground. Ares hobbled over and stopped. The older knight lay in the grass. His neck was wrong, the angle of it, and his eyes were open and looking at nothing. Took a hoof to the head, likely. Beside him, the young man-at-arms who had been at his side all morning was kneeling with his hands in his lap and his face empty in the way of a man who had not yet made sense of all that had happened. What was his name? Ares asked. The violet-eyed knight looked up at him. He seemed to study him in a manner that made Ares feel briefly transparent. Lorne, he said. Ser Lorne of Highgarden. Then he knelt on the far side of the body and reached over and closed the man's eyes, and when he spoke his voice was low enough that Ares almost missed it beneath the noise of men celebrating across the hillside. The light shine upon you, my friend. May you shelter in the palm of the Creator's hand, and may the last embrace of the Mother welcome you home. Ares had heard many prayers. He had said most of them himself at one point or another, by the altars of the 7 in the sept at Old Oak. He had never heard words like those, and he could not have said what God they were meant for. But he did not mislike them. They felt right. Bowing his head, he spoke the warrior's prayer under his breath, the version his father had taught him before he fell ill and could barely speak or make sense, because the man lying in the grass deserved that much from a stranger. Few would know of his bravery today, but Ser Ares Oakhart would not forget it. XXX Chapter 12. Interlude, John Arryn. Entering the royal apartments, John Arryn found the king exactly where he feared, slouched on the edge of his bed with a wineskin at his side. His shoulders slackened at the sight. It hurt no less now to see Robert like this than any of the many times before. The army is ready to move out, Your Grace. John kept his voice even. It echoed in the still chamber. It waits only for its king. Light from the narrow sea spilled through tall windows, catching the dust motes that danced in the stagnant air. It seemed more a sick room than that of a young conqueror king. Robert didn't look up. His fingers worked at the stopper on the wineskin, twisting it absently. He was dressed for riding, immaculately so, the black leather and gold trim fitted perfectly, his boots polished to a shine, but he looked a shell of a man compared to the last time John had seen Robert riding out for war. Pale. 2 stone lighter than he'd been all those years ago. his eyes glassy and unfocused. Any other lords answered? Robert asked. The question hung in the air between them. Jon's expression softened. He knew what Robert meant without him having to say it. Lord Umber will lead the northern forces, Jon said. Robert gave a brittle laugh. The sound was hollow, empty of any real humor. I see. He lifted the wineskin, took a pull, then lowered it again. What was the excuse this time? Catelyn's pregnant with another child. Summer snows blocking travel. His voice rose, taking on an edge. Wildlings attacking the wall. Jon sighed. Robert. Robert waved him away and stood, the movement stiff. I do not doubt Ned's loyalty, Jon. Not now and not ever. But this is war. Another war. I had thought. He trailed off, his jaw working. You thought it would be like before, Jon finished for him. He stepped closer, hands clasped behind his back. I wished so too, Your Grace. More than you could know. He paused, choosing his words carefully. But while the rebellion was hard for all who fought in it, it was hardest for Eddard. That much was true. Eddard Stark had not even returned to King's Landing for Robert's coronation. Not after finding his sister dead in that tower in Dorne. He'd taken a ship from Starfall and sailed straight back to the north, so consumed by grief he hadn't even stopped at Riverrun to collect his new bride. He'd sent a small escort to retrieve the Lady Catelyn only after he'd already arrived back in Winterfell. I know that, Robert said. Annoyance crept into his voice, though even that seemed a weak thing. Muted. Like everything else about him these days. How many years had it been since Jon had seen the king's passions truly rise? He had not thought much of it at first. When the tourneys died down some years ago, Jon had assumed Robert had simply grown weary of the pageantry. When the king stopped going out on hunts, Jon thought he'd grown tired of spending days in the woods instead of his luxurious chambers in the Red Keep. He had not truly worried until the whores stopped showing up at the king's rooms. That had been the clearest sign something was deeply wrong. Robert Baratheon, who had bedded half the tavern girls in the Vale before he was 8 and 10, who had boasted in between battles of finally making the 8, that Robert would never have turned away from women willingly. Jon had tried speaking to him about it, only to be rebuked. He'd gone to Grand Maester Pycelle next, asking carefully about maladies of the mind if not the body. But he should have known the Grand Maester would be too sycophantic and afraid to ever entertain the possibility that the king might not be doing well out loud. Who could he turn to for this? Eddard might have helped. Gods, but Jon had hoped the Lord of Winterfell would answer the call this time. Perhaps sharing the battlefield with his old friend might have stirred something in Robert, might have brought him back to himself. But it was not to be. It occurred to Jon, not for the first time, that perhaps Eddard was suffering just as much as the king. And Varys? Robert asked. His tone shifted, sharpening just slightly. What did he say? Jon sucked in a breath through his teeth. Before the Raven had come from Casterly Rock telling of the sacking of Lannisport, the recent whispers from the east, rumors of Targaryen sails spotted near Volantis, had been the only thing that seemed to lift Robert from his slump. For a few brief weeks, the king had shown something like his old fire. He'd paced the council chamber, demanding reports, ordering searches. Jon only wished he could fan those flames. If only to see the men come to life again. But he could not lie. Could not give false hope to his king. Not when such a lie could bring so much instability to the kingdoms. He shook his head. Nothing, Your Grace. And you believe him? Jon let out a soft snort. I would not trust the eunuch to roll down the giant's lance if I pushed him down myself. He paused, meeting Robert's eyes. But he is competent in his craft. I have my own men around the kingdoms and beyond. Men I've worked with for decades. He spread his hands. If there are any Targaryens out there, they are ghosts, Robert. The Seven Kingdoms and its king cannot chase ghosts forever. Ghosts, Robert repeated. He looked away, his gaze drifting to the window. Valerion and his fleet gone before Stannis even set sight on Dragonstone. 3 Kingsguard vanished without a trace. Elia Martell and her sprogs out there somewhere, plotting against my reign. He shook his head. Aye. Ghosts indeed. Jon felt a headache forming at the back of his skull, a dull throb that promised to worsen as the day wore on. How many times must they have this conversation? He did not like to rebuke Robert too harshly on this subject. These so-called mysteries had been the only thing the king ever took a real interest in during his reign. The only time his eyes lost that glassy, distant look. And it was true they did not have solid answers. But the truth often came from the simplest explanations, not grand conspiracies. Valerian had likely wrecked his fleet in the storm that swept across the narrow sea before Lord Stannis could take Dragonstone. Ser Gerald Hightower and his 2 fellow Kingsguard were either long dead or living as penniless exiles in Essos, their white cloaks sold for bread. Such famed knights as the White Bull and the Sword of the Morning would not have gone unnoticed by his contacts for long, not even if they went as far east as Ass High. And Elia Martell and her poor children. They were rotting at the bottom of Blackwater Bay, if the rumors were true that she'd thrown herself from a balcony when Tywin Lannister sacked the city. There's something else, Jon said, hoping to change the subject. Even though he knew this would be no more pleasant for Robert. It's the Queen. Robert's head turned slowly. What now? His shoulders tightened like a man expecting a blow. She has decided to accompany you to Casterly Rock. Jon kept his tone neutral. She says she wishes to give alms and show her support for the small folk of Lannisport after the sacking. For a moment, Robert only stared at him. Then he let out a sudden cackle that echoed off the stone walls. He kept laughing, bending forward and clutching his belly as if it hurt, until he sounded almost manic and deranged. Somehow, Jon found himself chuckling along. Then laughing outright. Within moments the two of them were doubled over, gasping, giggling like squires who'd snuck wine from the kitchens. When it finally subsided, Robert looked up at him with a crooked smile on his face. Jon felt a pang of sorrow stab through his chest. For just a moment, it almost looked like the old Robert. The boy who'd fostered at the Eyrie, who'd swung a warhammer like it weighed nothing, who'd laughed freely and loved fiercely. "Thank you for this parting gift, Jon," Robert said. He walked over to his bed and grabbed the wineskin. "I'll remember it when I feel like throwing myself off my horse." He took a long swig, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "My lovely wife will be joining us on the road, eh? Gods, but that is the cruelest thing you've ever told me." Later, Jon stood in the yard of the Red Keep and watched as the king mounted his horse. The retinue formed up around him, knights in polished armor, bannermen carrying standards that snapped in the wind, servants leading pack animals and wagons laden with supplies. Behind them all, moving at a ponderous pace, came the slow-rolling carriage carrying Queen Cersei Lannister. Robert did not look back. Just spurred his horse forward and rode through the gates. Accompanying him on the Gold Road would be the levies of the Crownlands, which would be joined by some of Lord Hoster's men midway to Casterly Rock. A respectable force. Along with the men under Tywin, the Reachmen, and the Northmen, it would be more than enough to crush the Ironborn in their foolhardy rebellion. Jon watched until the last of the column disappeared from view, swallowed by the streets of King's Landing. Then he turned back toward the Tower of the Hand. The king leaving would not affect much of his own duties. He already did most of the ruling of the kingdom himself, had done so for years now. He was a king without a crown, in truth. And seeing what the weight of that crown was doing to the boy whose brow it sat upon, a boy Jon loved like his own son, he only wished, like any father would, that he could bear it all for him. And we see a few more glimpses into the AU part of the story. XXX. Chapter 13, Chapter 13. Galad. The beach had become a vast encampment, thousands of men and supplies crowding the sand and the rocky ground beyond it. Tents stretched in crooked rows up toward the cliffs. Cook fires sent thin columns of smoke into the gray sky. Horses stamped and whinnied in makeshift corrals. Somewhere, a smith's hammer rang against an anvil in steady rhythm. Most of the men who had fallen in the initial taking of the beach were buried in a long ditch dug beneath the cliffs. A Septon had spoken over them earlier, his voice carrying across the beach as the wind tugged at his robes. He spoke of the mercy of the mother, the judgment of the father, the love of the maiden, the wisdom of the crone, the pride of the warrior. The men had stood with heads bowed. Some prayed. Others simply stared at the ground. Now, after the final boats approached the beach carrying the high lords and men of stature, Galad stood on a hillside near where they had held against the Ironborn charge. 2 graves lay side by side there, the recently dug earth darker than the fields of rock and grass around them. As a knight, Lorne would have likely warranted a separate grave either way. And as a friend, it was the least Galad could do. He had dug it himself, along with Nerul and a few other men-at-arms from Highgarden who had known Lorne. The work had been hard, the ground rocky and stubborn. His hands were raw by the time they finished, blisters forming across his palms. He had not minded. Before they began, Mors had asked for his brother to be buried beside Lorne. Galad had seen no reason to deny it. It had shamed me that Micah and I did not share a father between us, Moore said. The men turned to him. The boy had not spoken much as they dug the graves, just worked in silence, his face pale and drawn. Now, as they threw the last shovelfuls of earth atop them, he raised his voice. Moore shook his head. Proper fool I was. We had one sides us all along. Taught us how to hold a sword and how to swing it, how to ride a horse and how to get up when you fell from it. His voice cracked slightly. What else could a boy ask of a father? Galad tilted his head slightly, the words stirring old, calcified hurts he usually kept buried deep within the oneness. He had been 14 when Tarangale Damodred died, but the men had been a stranger to him, a cold figure of ambition who had never truly been a father to Galad or his siblings. He found he had grieved less for the men who sired him than he had for Gareth Brine. Here, lad, Nerul said. Reaching for his side, he pulled out a water skin, unstoppered it, and took a swig. He winced slightly. To Lorne. He passed the skin to Moores. The boy took a deep pull and almost choked, his eyes watering. Nerul chuckled. Strong wine. Burns the grief out, if you let it. The others laughed, the sound cutting through the somber air. The skin was passed around, each man taking a swig in turn. When it reached Galad, he drank and recited a short prayer in his mind. For all the men who fell here. For young Micah. For Lorne. And for his fathers, both by blood and by deed, who had died in battles long ago in half-forgotten worlds. The crunch of boots on gravel sounded behind him. When he turned, it was to find the young knight who had stood beside them against the horses. Ser Ares Oakhart, Nerul had called him, a high-born son of a powerful house, though one Galad had heard did not send any levies to be a part of the Reach's host. Ser Ares looked at the graves solemnly. He had helped them carry Lorne's broken body up the slope before the heralds had summoned him away. Ser Galad, the young man said, inclining his head. Ser Ares. Lord Mace has summoned the lords and knights for a war council. Ser Ares paused, his expression uncertain. I thought you would wish to join. Galad felt a familiar instinct rise, an excuse to abstain already forming on his tongue. He had no hunger for the company of high lords, nor any desire to dictate the grand movements of maps and pins. He had wanted a simple war. A soldier's war. He wanted to march, to eat, and to strike against men who behaved as dark friends. But the memory of the morning's chaos sat heavy in his mind. The lack of coordination, the absence of scouts, the sheer, arrogant negligence that had cost Micah and Lorne and dozens of other men. It staggered him. He could not take the responsibility of those lives upon his soul, nor did he want the burden of command he had carried for a lifetime in another world. Yet, how many more would die if he remained silent? I do not need to lead, he told himself, but perhaps he could nudge. He could highlight the deficiencies and hint at the tactics they so clearly lacked. He nodded, more to himself than to the young Oakhart. Lead the way, Ser. XXX. The command tent was a monstrosity of bright green and gold silk, a cavernous space that smelled of expensive wax and sweat. Inside, more than a dozen knights crowded around a massive oak table where heavy vellum maps were pinned down by silver paperweights shaped like roses. Galad stood at the rear, his height allowing him to look over a few pauldrons. He remained silent, observing the figurines on the map. Lord Mace had brought no great bannermen to Harlaw, only the knightly houses sworn to Highgarden and his own household knights and men-at-arms. It was a transparent display of strength, a way to prove that House Tyrell was a power in its own right, independent of the overmighty lords who served them. Though Galad understood the reasoning behind it, it felt like a dangerous vanity to indulge in the middle of a campaign. Enough, sirs. Mace Tyrell's booming voice cut through the bickering. Enough. I will have my stalwart knights act not as unruly children, but as the flower of chivalry I know you to be. The murmurs died down. The men stood taller, preening. All around the tent, beside his own scuffed armor and Ser Ares's, the other knight's plate gleamed, polished to a shine. Not a scuff or dent to be seen among them. None had fought in the taking of the beach. Even Ser Willem, who commanded the landings, had not a mark against his plate. Galad did not let personal feelings rankle him. Leading from the rear was a sound choice for maintaining an army's command chain and coherence, if not morale. Mace Tyrell gathered a few flower figurines in hand. As the Reach has done to the islands we were tasked to quell, House Tyrell will further divide our forces here. He smiled broadly. Speed, sirs. That shall be our key to success. Nods of agreement followed. Excited cheers. Galad frowned. He did not like where this was going. We will march out of here in 5 different armies, one for each keep House Harlaw controls on this isle. Mace pointed to spots on the map. Their bannermen rule 4 other seats, but these tend to be smaller wooden keeps, likely to be abandoned for more fortified strongholds. Unless they threaten our supply lines, bypass them and head to the main castles. We shall take them all in a fortnight. Cries of "I" and "Tyrell" filled the air. One knight called out, "Who shall lead the columns, my lord?" A ripple of excitement spread through the knights. Men jostled for position, as if being in front of the lord would give them better claim for such an office. "Yes, yes," Lord Mace said, smiling. He seemed to enjoy the attention. "You need not fight amongst yourselves. My decision has been made." A hush settled over the group. Mace put down the first flower figurine over a spot on the map. "Ser Igan Viwal shall take Harridan Hill." A burly man banged his gauntlet against his chest piece. "The captain of Highgarden's guard." More figurines were placed as he named the commanders, each followed by a small cheer from the named commander and his followers. "Ser Owen Inchfield will go to Harlaw Hall." "Ser Vortimer Crane will fall upon the Tower of Glimmering." "Ser Willem Withers will command the host attacking Grey Garden." Mace paused, then placed the final figurine. "And I will personally lead the main thrust against 10 Towers and Roderick Harlaw himself." Another round of whooping followed. Galad's frown had only deepened. Dividing an army for speed was sound strategy if speed was needed, but this could not be further from the situation they were in. He was walking forward before he knew he was doing it, bumping past several knights who grumbled at the intrusion of a mud-stained woodsman. He did not stop until he stood directly across the table from the Lord of Highgarden. "A word, if I may, my lord," Galad said, loud enough to be heard over the cheering. Lord Mace's eyes settled on him for a long moment before they lit up with recognition. "Ah, the hero of Dustinbury." He spread his arms wide as if to embrace him. The men closest turned to look. "Come, Ser Galad, come. I have not seen you since the battle and the inn. Where have you been hiding, my good men?" Galad bowed with practiced formality. "I was helping with the reconstruction in the village before joining your host, my lord." "Of course you were." Mace's smile broadened. "If what my daughter says is true, you are as good a woodsman as you are a knight. Noble work, helping those poor folks, and let it not be said House Tyrell did not contribute, eh?" Galad nodded. It was true. None in the village had spent a penny on reconstruction. "Right, tell me then. What is it, Ser Galad?" "It is about the division of our forces," Galad said, his voice level. "I do not question the boldness of the strategy, my lord. Only its necessity." The joviality in the tent curdled. Mace's smile didn't vanish, but it became a fixed, brittle thing. He gestured for Galad to continue. Approaching the table, Galad carried on. "The Royal and Redwine fleets control the seas and the flow of supplies all across the Iron Islands." He ran his hand across the sea lanes on a secondary map. "The Harlaws have nowhere to run to. No reinforcements coming to save them. No more food beyond what they have in their stores. And so we strike while they are weak," Mace said, his tone still genial but edged with impatience. "Speed, Ser Galad. We take their keeps before they can hole up and force long sieges. We already outnumber the forces on this island, my lord," Galad said carefully. "But House Harlaw knows the terrain better than we do. They know the passes, the bogs, where to ambush us, just as they did in the battle to take the beach." He gestured to the map. "Dividing our army will only weaken us unnecessarily. 5 supply lines instead of 1. 5 columns vulnerable to raids and ambushes instead of a single, concentrated force." "The Ironborn are broken," Ser Owen Inchfield said, eyes narrowed at him. "They scattered like rats when we landed. You would have us crawl across this island like old women afraid of shadows." A few knights chuckled. Galad kept his voice level. "Their infantry fled with few losses, Ser, though I understand you were not there to see it. Even if they scattered, that does not mean they will not regroup. That they will not strike at our flanks when we are spread thin. Then we crush them when they do," Ser Vortimer Crane said. He was younger, eager. "Better to force them into battle than let them hide behind walls." "It is also likely," Galad continued, "that once Pike and House Greyjoy dip their banners, House Harlaw will do the same. Roderick Harlaw is said to be a sensible, clever man. He will not fight to the bitter end once his liege lord has capitulated. There is no need to bleed our men in 5 separate bogs for a victory that is already inevitable. Mace Tyrell's smile thinned. You would have us sit idle, then? Wait for word from Pike while the other kingdoms take their islands and we accomplish nothing. I would have us take this island methodically, my lord, Galad said. One keep at a time, with our full strength. Minimize our losses and ensure victory. Minimize our losses, Sir Willem Withers repeated. He was older, grey-haired, his face weathered. Tell me, sir, how many battles have you commanded? Galad hesitated. Too many, he wanted to say, but the knight seemed to take his silence for fear. Withers stepped closer, his expression hard. You speak like a boy too afraid to leave his mother's skirts. War is not won by caution. It is won by bold action. Bold action without thought is recklessness, Galad said. His jaw tightened. And recklessness costs lives. Or perhaps, Sir Owen Inchfield said, his voice dripping with disdain, you simply lack the stomach for it. You are a woodsman, after all. It is not in your nature to think as a knight. A ripple of laughter spread through the tent. Galad felt heat rise in his chest. I only seek to counsel. And we have heard your counsel, Sir Galad, Mace Tyrell said, his tone final. But I will not have it said that House Tyrell lagged behind while the other kingdoms won glory. The plan stands. He looked around the tent, his voice rising. We march at first light in the morrow. 5 armies. 5 victories. The reach will show the realm what true strength looks like. The knights cheered. Swords were raised. Galad stood still, his hands clenched at his sides. Mace turned back to him, his expression softening slightly. You are a good man, Sir Galad. A brave one. But leave strategy to those who have studied it their whole lives, yes. It was a clear and firm dismissal. Galad bowed his head. As you say, my lord. He stepped back from the table, moving through the crowd until he reached the edge of the tent. Outside, the air was cool and damp. The clouds had thickened overhead, promising rain. Galad stood for a moment, breathing slowly, forcing the into the flame until he floated in the cold of the void. He could not follow such men for long, he thought, and the decision came easily to him. He could not serve a lord who treated the lives of his soldiers like coins to be spent on his own reputation. Once this war was over, he would leave. He would renounce his position as a Tyrell knight, even if it meant breaking the promise he had made to young Garland. He would not be a part of this folly a second time. XXX Chapter 14. They set off early the next morning. Galad walked beside the men, part of the column led by Sir Willem Withers. The army snaked through the hills, heading northeast toward Grey Garden, a castle that sat on the northeastern tip of the island of Harlaw. Without a proper port, they had brought few horses to land. Galad had left his own warhorse stabled in Highgarden. For now, only Lord Mace, the commanders of the armies, and a few of the richer knights rode instead of walked. The rest trudged on foot, armor clinking with each step, boots scraping against rock and dirt. The strategy, if it could be called that, relied entirely on Sir Owen Inchfield seizing the port at Harlaw Hall, about a day's march east, to establish a lifeline. Lord Mace had avoided landing by 10 Towers and its port town precisely because of how much Lord Roderick Harlaw had reinforced it. Until then, each column of 1,000 men depended on 10 pairs of mules pulling small wagons and what they could carry on their own backs. Another absurdity, in Galad's mind. Provisioning an army should be a commander's first concern before any thought of battles, much less of victory. Should Sir Owen fail to take the port town by Harlaw Hall, their campaign would be doomed before it could even start. 6 hours into their march, the first attack came. They had been moving through a curving pass between 2 rocky hills when a trumpet blasted twice from the vanguard. Cries of Ironborn rippled back through the line, but by the time Galad's company reached the river ford, the fighting was done. 24 reachmen lay in the mud, their blood clouding the water of the river. The Ironborn had vanished, leaving only a handful of their own dead and a mess of hoofprints heading north into the high country. Sir Willem doubled the scouts after that and tripled the men protecting their small baggage train, but the land was a maze of crags and gorse. By nightfall, 2 scouting parties had vanished into the mist. The lone survivor told a tale that chilled the campfire less dark, cavalry, appearing from the very stones, striking with the suddenness of a mountain storm. Fearing a nighttime raid that never came, they slept poorly that night. Ate little in the morning. Were marching again before the sun fully rose. The mood in the army was somber after the first day's harsh welcome to Harlaw, but the lack of further attacks throughout the daylight hours gave the men some hope that those had been lucky breaks for the Iron Men. It was on that second night that the Ironborn truly struck. This time, they had not found a village to settle in for the day. Instead, a farmhouse served as the center of their camp. The Ironborn seemed determined to deter their advance by any means. Everywhere they had passed through was a burned husk, and the farm, mostly, was no different. The barn had been torched. The chicken coop was a charred skeleton. The pigsty a blackened ruin. Only the house itself stood intact, which Sir Willem was quick to commandeer it for himself and his knights. The Ironborn must have taken all the animals with them, and killed the ones they could not move. A cow with a broken leg was found in a puddle of dark, congealed blood in the fields, flies swarming thick around the corpse. Later, the first 3 men to drink water from the well were squatting by the bushes even now, groaning and clutching their bellies. The 4th had been observant enough to notice the dead pig wedged inside the well, bloated and rotting. They would have to contend with the water they had gotten from the stream they had passed through earlier. As one of the knights under Sir Willem, though certainly one without favor, Galad had been given command of the first watch. He set the sentries in staggered rings around the farmhouse and the fields where the men were camped. No campfires were to be lit, so as not to impair their own vision. He had even ordered men into the stubby, wind-bent trees, telling them to watch the camp's interior as much as the dark horizon. In the end, none of it mattered. He had just handed over the watch to one of Sir Willem's veterans and slipped into a shallow sleep when he woke to screams. He stumbled out of his tent with only his pants on and his sword at his side. The oneness came to him almost by instinct, that quiet clarity settling over his mind like a veil. Around him, the camp erupted in chaos, but he could look at it with a clinical eye. Riders galloped through the edges of the camp in small groups, cutting down men where they stood, still dazed from sleep. Others rode past throwing lit torches into tents and pavilions. The blazes caught quickly, flames leaping high, lighting up the night. Riders swept through the edges of the camp, their torches arcing through the air like falling stars. Tents erupted into blossoms of fire, silhouetting men as they were cut down in their bedrolls. He saw it all in 2 heartbeats, and then his eyes were moving to the center of the camp, the supply wagons. The guards there had abandoned their posts, drawn toward the fires at the perimeter like moths to a flame. He could imagine the eager sentries leaving their posts to fight against the riders. An understandable mistake, but a costly one if the Ironborn managed to reach the supplies. Men ran all around him. Some screamed. Others moved like rats in a flood, confused and panicked. Some still hid in their tents despite being awake. No one rallied them. No one. Galad grabbed the next 2 men that ran past him. "You 2 are with me," he said, and in the cold of the void, the edge in his voice made them obey quickly enough. He moved through the chaos, gathering more men as he went. Some recognized him and fell in without question. Others he had to grab by the arm and point toward the supply wagons. Within moments, he had a group of 15, maybe 20, all armed but most only half-dressed. "With me," he shouted, and ran toward the center of the camp. The wagons came into view, dark shapes against the firelight. They were untouched. And as Galad arrived, breathing hard, sword ready, they remained untouched. None of the riders approached. He frowned, scanning the darkness beyond the ring of tents. The attacks continued at the edges of the camp, but here, at the center, nothing. The riders circled like wolves, hooting and jeering, but did not close in. Why? Then, across the field, the farmhouse suddenly erupted in flames. The blaze was massive, all-consuming. Fire poured from the windows and doorway, climbing the walls so fast it seemed impossible. Galad almost thought an Aes Sedai had set it afire with one of their weaves, so quickly did the flames take hold. Men screamed inside. He could hear them even from here, desperate wails as the fire consumed them. 7 hells, one of the men beside him breathed. Galad stared at the inferno, his mind working through it. The attacks at the edges. The lack of riders near the supplies. The farmhouse going up like kindling. A distraction. The realization settled cold in his gut. By the time the sun rose and they spoke to the few surviving men who had escaped the farmhouse, Galad's suspicions were confirmed. The attacks at the edge of the camp had been a diversion all along. A group of Ironborn had been hiding inside the house's concealed cellar the entire time. As the Reach men slept, they came up from below and slaughtered the men inside. Quietly at first. Throats cut. Skulls caved in with hammers. When Sir Willem had finally woken and fought back, managing to lock himself and a small group of knights inside a room. The Ironborn had simply locked the doors from the outside and set the house aflame. None of the men had stopped them as they left the camp. Not in the chaos. Not as the Ironborn wore the colors and the blood of the Reachmen. Looking at the remains of the farmhouse, Galad stood in the grey morning light, the men who had followed him to the wagons beside him. He was thankful when he saw Moors coming up, Nerul at his side. He had not seen them throughout the night, but at least they had survived. They stopped near him, silent as graves. In a way, that's what the farmhouse was. Smoke still rose from the wreckage. The smell of burned flesh and timber hung thick in the air. Ser Willem Withers was dead, along with a dozen of his best knights. And the Ironborn had vanished into the hills like ghosts. XXX, Chapter 15. Hilmer Pike. After 4 days of grey drizzle that turned the hillside paths to sucking mud and soaked through every layer of wool and leather a man owned, the sky had broken open and the light was sharp and clean across the valley below. Hilmer Pike tilted his face up toward it for a moment, feeling the warmth on his cheeks, and thought that this was a fine day to become a warrior. He shifted in the saddle and immediately regretted it. The horse flicked an ear back at him as if it could feel his discomfort and found it irritating. Hilmer had named the animal Crockenfist in his head, because it sounded strong, but in truth the horse was a bad-tempered grey gelding that smelled like wet rope and seemed to regard him with something close to contempt. He could not decide which was worse, the animal's rolling gait or the hard wooden seat beneath him. His father's fishing boat had pitched and rolled in ways that would have put any landlubber on his knees, and Hilmer had never once lost his footing. Yet somehow this creature managed to find every stone and rut on Harlaw's rocky ground and hit them all directly. Still, a horse was a horse, and men on horses killed men on foot. That was the point of it. Around him the others waited in the shadow of the ridge, 24 riders with their mail hanging quiet and the horses stamping softly in place. Marin Myers sat at the front of the group, a compact, weathered man who said little but who held the ear of Ser Harris. Further down the line, Gundar Half-Eye sat with his one good eye fixed on the crest of the ridge where the scout had gone up. Hilmer had been the one to spot the column. That mattered. He had gone out from camp hours before dawn, ordered to look out for any force approaching them from the south. More to get a good view of the sun rising than anything, he had climbed the ridge in the early grey light, and there they were, men and wagons coming up north, small as beetles in the distance, heading toward the valley floor below. He had scrambled back to camp so fast he'd torn his knee open on a rock and not even noticed until he was already talking. Ser Harris had not been there to hear it. Off harassing the landings by Harlaw Hall with most of the cavalry. But Marin had listened, and Marin had nodded, and now here they were. Last night, they had left him behind for the farmhouse raid. He was a runner, he knew, pressed into service and not meant for fighting like this. Too young, they said, too green. He had argued and been ignored. But this was different. He had brought the information himself. He had climbed the ridge himself. They could not cut him out of this one. Let them try, he thought, righteous anger burning at his chest. Footsteps came down the rocky slope, and the scout appeared from behind a shelf of stone, dressed in grey leathers the same color as the hillside. They're coming, the scout panted, looking up at Marin. Just like the boy said. Someone leaned over from the next horse and slapped Hilmer hard across the shoulders. He sat up straighter, spine stiffening, trying to look like the warrior he felt he was becoming. No more stupid errands around the village. No more gutting fish. No more tying nets. How many? Marin asked. For wagons, no more than 20 men walking beside them. The scout scratched at his chin. Ragged lot. The wounded from last night, I'd say. Saw some knights in the wagons. Dead, methinks. Marin grunted. Aye. Heading west to their flower lord at 10 Towers. Ser Harris said the boys killed the lordlings in the farmhouse. Important men. Men whose families will want a body to bury in the green grass. A scoff came from the back of the group. Not much to loot from dead and dying men, Vikkan muttered, spitting into the dirt. Aye, another Iron Man added, casting a sidelong glance at Hilmer. Thought the boy had found us a supply column. I've a hunger for something other than dried fish and rain. Hilmer felt his face flush with heat. He shot a burning glare at Vikkan, but the older man merely shrugged, unimpressed by his posturing. We're here to kill Reachmen, Marin said, his voice flat and final. Don't matter if they've got gold and food up their bums or nothing but rotting linen on their backs. We kill them anyway. Kill enough of them, mayhaps they start thinking Harlaw isn't worth that much blood. Gundar Half-Eye made a low sound of agreement from down the line. The veteran had a face like a piece of dried salt fish and had been raiding since before Hilmer was born. Only place in the islands where they haven't had it easy, he said. Not a bad thing to be remembered for. The men nodded, a grim pride settling over the company. Hilmer felt his chest swell. The only ones to stand. It was a fine thought. He could see it. Songs about the men of Harlaw, the last house to bend. His name in them, maybe. Hilmer Pike, who spotted the column and rode with Marin Myers and Gundar Half-Eye. They didn't sing songs about fishermen. He had thought about that as the scout climbed back up the ridge, and thought about it still when the men came sliding back down 5 minutes later and swung up into his saddle without a word. Marin raised his hand and moved forward, and they all moved with him. XXX. The pass was narrow enough that the horses had to go single file, their hooves muffled by the strips of cloth wrapped around them. The walls of rock rose close on either side, the shadow between them cool after the open sun. Hilmer watched the back of Marin's horse ahead of him and listened to the creak of leather and the occasional soft clink of a mail ring. No one spoke. The pass bent north and then widened gradually, the walls pulling back, and Hilmer could see daylight opening ahead where the valley spread out below. Marin raised his hand again, and the column split, half behind him, half peeling away behind Gundar to circle down toward the far end of the column. They picked up speed. The trot became a canter and the canter built toward a gallop, and the valley opened fully in front of him, wide and bright in the noon sun, and there was the column below, just as the scout had described. They were a sorry sight, for wagons moving in a loose line along the valley floor, men limping alongside them, heads down, bandages showing white against dark clothing. Some used their spears as walking sticks. One man near the front had his arm in a rough sling, his head wrapped in cloth stained rust brown. Beaten men. Broken men. Heading home to lick their wounds. Someone in the column looked up. A shout went out. Heads turned, hands pointed, and the column ground to a halt in confusion, men clutching at weapons, a few trying to cluster together in loose groups that would not have slowed a charge much more than open air would. The wind hit Hilmer's face as the gallop took hold, his horse's hooves drumming on the valley floor, and he felt something lift free in his chest, something that had been coiled tight for weeks. This. The ground blurring past. The distance closing. The men ahead getting larger. His hand found the haft of his axe. His first real battle. It would make it all worth it. For the Reaper. Marin bellowed. The men answered with more cries. Hilmer was grinning. He could feel it on his face and couldn't help it and didn't want to. He wanted to kill someone. Needed to kill someone. The tarps on the wagons flew back. He had a single moment of confusion, of thinking, the corpses were moving, before his mind caught up with what his eyes were seeing. The bodies in the wagons were rising. Not dead men. Men who had been lying still, men in armor, unfolding themselves from the wagon beds with spears already in hand, dropping over the sides and forming up in tight lines on the valley floor. Others stayed in the wagon beds. They already had bows drawn. The first volley came before Hilmer had fully understood what was happening. The men to his left went down, horse and rider together. Another rider ahead of him pitched sideways from his saddle with an arrow through his neck, his horse veering wild. Marin bellowed something, but the second volley was already in the air, and then the men on the ground released what Hilmer had taken for spears, and they weren't spears at all. They flew. Javelins. The reachmen threw javelins. One buried itself in the chest of Marin's horse and the animal screamed and went down so suddenly that Marin barely cleared the stirrups, and then Marin hit the ground so hard it sounded like a woodsman splitting logs, and he did not get up. Break! Break away, someone was screaming. Hilmer yanked the reins. His horse needed no convincing, already trying to veer off, whites showing around its eyes. An arrow hissed past his ear, so close he felt the air of it. Another struck the earth a yard to his left. He bent low over the horse's neck and rode, not daring to look behind him, just riding, the animal's panic matching his own perfectly. 2 other riders were with him, he could hear them besides him. They swept past the front of the column, too fast for the archers to track properly, arrows falling short or wide. The end of the valley was ahead. Open ground. The hills pulling back. He could see the pass that led west and safety and he rode straight for it. I'm out, Hilmer thought, a sob of relief rising in his throat. I'm safe. The horse stumbled. It happened without warning. One moment the ground was solid and the next the world turned sideways. Hilmer had no time to do anything useful. He left the saddle at speed, hit the rocky ground shoulder first, rolled hard, and came to a stop with his face against the earth and his ears full of a sound like the inside of a bell. He lay still. The bell faded slowly. He could hear voices. He tried to push himself up and his arms did not work properly. He tried again, got his cheek off the dirt, and managed to turn his head. Boots on rock. Several pairs, coming toward him from the hillside above. He blinked at them, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Men coming out from cracks and shelves in the hillside, from behind boulders, from under overhangs. They had been there the whole time. He thought, with distant clarity, that he should try to stand. He needed to prove his father wrong. Warriors died on their feet, no. His legs did not respond to the thought. Strong hands took him under the arms. The sky swung overhead. Someone said something in the soft, rounded accent of the Reach, and another voice answered, and then he was being carried, and the darkness at the edges of his vision thickened and closed. XXX. Light. The smell of canvas and blood and unwashed men. Hilmer blinked. He was lying on his back in a wagon, the tarp pulled over the ribs of the wagon frame arching above. His shoulder was fire. His head felt stuffed with wet wool. On either side of him, other bodies lay still. Iron men, he thought, though he couldn't be certain. One of them was breathing in short, shallow pulls. Through the opening at the wagon's rear, the valley light came in bright and white. A shadow crossed it. Then a man stepped in front of the opening and blocked the sun. Hilmer squinted up at him. Dark hair. Tall. A face that gave nothing away, hard as the stones in the valley. And eyes that caught the light wrong, pale and violet, the color of deep water or a storm cloud as the sunset or something Hilmer had no good word for. The man looked at him for a moment, unhurried. Then he turned his head and said to someone outside, him. Hands took Hilmer by the arms and dragged him out of the wagon to the ground, and the pain in his shoulder made him bite down on the inside of his cheek until he tasted iron. The violet-eyed man crouched in front of him, elbows on his knees, and waited until Hilmer's vision steadied. How many men do you have at Grey Garden? He asked. His voice was even. No heat in it. Not a hint of a threat. Just a question asked by someone who fully expected it to be answered. Hilmer meant to say nothing. He had a vague idea of himself staying silent, jaw-locked, staring the Greenlander down. A proper iron-born warrior, giving nothing away. But his head was ringing, and Marin was dead, and the ambush had turned him inside out in about 30 seconds, and when the man asked again, the same way, same tone, patient as tide, Hilmer found his mouth opening before he had decided to let it. He told him what he knew, which wasn't much. Told him about the camp an hour's ride north. About the passes Ser Harris used. About the garrison at the castle and how they'd stripped all the land for food, his village included, and how they'd killed his father when he refused to give his fish, his foolish, weak father who never wanted his son to be a warrior. He told him all of it. Until something loosened in his chest and his eyes stung with hot, angry tears. The violet-eyed man listened without interrupting, nodding occasionally, and when Hilmer finally stopped talking he looked at him for a moment longer. Thank you, he said, which was not at all what Hilmer had expected. Then he stood and walked away, and Hilmer sat in the wagon in the bright noon sun and felt, for the first time since his father died, very much like a fisherman's son. Chapter 16. Ser Ares Oakhart. On a bare hill above the valley, Grey Garden squatted like a fist pressed into the earth. It was not a large castle by any measure Ares had grown up with. 2 squat towers rose at the corners of the curtain wall, broader at the base than they were tall, their crenellations worn and dark with weather. The walls themselves were perhaps 30 feet high, built from the same black stone that seemed to compose most of Harlaw's miserable landscape, fitted tight and closed without mortar gaps a climber could find purchase in. No great gatehouse, no barbican, no decorative stonework of any kind. Everything about it looked purely functional, built by men who had no interest in impressing visitors and a great deal of interest in killing them. Ares had grown up in Old Oak. He had visited Highgarden and Old Town and half a dozen other Reach castles besides. He had seen what stone and wealth and generations of pride could produce when put together. Grey Garden was nothing like any of that, and it would still cost them badly to take it by storm. Behind them on the slope below the hill, 800 men worked with the grim, unhurried energy of soldiers who knew they were going to be somewhere for a while. Trenches went in along the natural lines of the ground. A party of men-at-arms was already stripping timber from the stands of wind-bent trees that survived in the lower valley, dragging the wood back up toward the siege line. The The sound of axes carried up the hill in clean, flat cracks. Ares rode in the group of 6, Ser Galad to his left, Ser Manfred Rodden on the far side, Nerul and 2 of the older men-at-arms filling out the line. Above them, a square of white cloth hung from a lance, turning slowly in the island wind. Occasionally, his eyes would shift toward Ser Manfred, narrowing at the men who had tried to take the army for himself. He shook his head, snorting. Only one knight left alive from the farmhouse fire, and the men had walked into the council circle they'd formed and simply announced his seniority as if that settled it. The older men-at-arms had looked at each other, eyebrows near their hairline. Ser Manfred Rodden had a less than stellar reputation as a fighter but a spotless one as a fool, and when Nerul said something under his breath that Ares hadn't fully caught but whose meaning had been clear enough from the faces around him, it had nearly come to blows. Ares had not wanted the command for himself. He was 18 and unknown, and for all that the Oakheart name meant in the Reach, it was not yet his name to spend. He wanted to make one for himself before he could wear the Oakheart banner around him like armor. Instead, he had spoken Ser Galad's name, one the men had all already heard from the stories of when he was knighted as the hero of the Flower Hearth. Nerul had backed him on it, and the men who had been at the beach when he broke the Ironborn's charge needed no further argument. So Ser Galad led, despite never having asked for it and seemingly finding the whole development mildly inconvenient. Ares had not yet worked out what to make of that. The valley ambush had been the man's doing entirely, though Ser Galad had spoken about it the way another man might describe checking a horse's hoof after a day's riding. As if the whole thing had not been a crafty, genius maneuver Ares would never think to employ. Then, the captured Ironborn boy had talked enough that Ares still wasn't sure whether to feel sorry for him or not, and within the hour Ser Galad had the vanguard moving. 200 men at a hard pace toward the camp the boy had described, the main force following behind. Ares had ridden ahead with one of the few mounts they had, and for the second time since the beach he had watched Ser Galad do something with a sword that his eyes could follow but his mind struggled to account for. The camp had not been ready for them. The sentries had grown comfortable in their hidden valley, certain the Reachmen were still licking wounds in the south, and comfortable sentries died like everyone else. Using the donkeys and mules to make it seem they were a larger force, Ser Galad's ruse in sending the riders around the camp had broken what resistance remained before it could properly form. The Ironborn poured out of their camp into what they thought was open ground, only to find infantry waiting. The cavalry swept through after. Clean. Almost too clean. Ares had smiled about it afterward, and then felt slightly uneasy about the smiling after seeing Ser Galad's grim face as he went about the business of killing the Ironborn. He did not take pleasure in it, that much was clear. Later, once the Reavers who surrendered were also questioned, Ser Galad had considered force marching the army at night to put Grey Garden to siege before Ser Horus could return, but he decided to hold off in the end. A night march in enemy territory could become a massacre, he had said, as if he'd led armies in such places many a times. Still, it was sensible, and it had proven so that same night, when their sentries skirmished with a force of Ironborn riders coming from the east, likely Ser Horus men returning to camp to find it taken by the Reachmen. They had marched off before dawn fully broke today, but by the time they saw Grey Garden's battlements appearing over the horizon, the quartered scythe and peacock banner of Ser Horus Harlaw already flew in the battlements. Ahead, the gates of the castle opened as they pulled up well short of bow range. 6 riders came out in a loose file, one carrying the banner of House Harlaw, a silver scythe and a blue peacock quartered on black and cream, and stopped perhaps 20 yards in front of them. Ser Horus Harlaw was easy to identify. He sat tall in the saddle, taller than the men around him, a long-faced man with dark hair cut close and dark eyes that held no particular warmth. His armor was plain and well-kept, no ornamentation, no colored enamel, not a rose or a flower emblem anywhere on his person. At his hip hung a sword in a plain scabbard, and Ares recognized it not by any marking but by the way the hilt caught the light differently than steel should. Nightfall. He had heard the name. Ser Horus looked across the space between them without hurry, his gaze moving from face to face. Measuring. Dismissing. Moving on. To whom do I speak? Horus asked, his voice like grinding shale. Ser Manfred cleared his throat. I am Ser Manfred Rodden, the senior-most knight of the army that surrounds your keep, Ser. You may offer your terms of surrender to me, if it pleases you. Ares felt heat rise in his throat. He drew breath to answer it, already turning in the saddle, but a hand moving at the corner of his eye stopped him. Ser Galad, barely a gesture, 2 fingers lifting from the pommel of his saddle. Ares closed his mouth. He wasn't entirely sure why. The motion had been almost nothing. Scoffs moved through the Ironborn riders like a small wind through grass. Ser Horace gave Ser Manfred a look of the particular coldness reserved for things beneath serious attention, then let his gaze slide away. There will be no surrender, Ser. My lord has commanded I hold this castle, and so I shall, until he commands otherwise. His eyes moved across the line again, slower this time. Now. Which of you broke my men in the field? I was clear that I am the. Enough, old man. Ser Manfred's mouth kept moving for a moment without producing sound. Horace's gaze had settled on Ser Galad. The violet-eyed knight met it without expression. Ser Horace, he said. If you are here, it means Ser Owen Inchfield has taken Harlaw Hall. He left a brief pause. No. Something shifted in Horace's face. Not much. A slight tightening around the eyes. Even now, Lord Mace closes around 10 towers, Ser Galad continued. Every other castle on this island will fall, by siege or storm. The seas are closed to you. No one is coming. He held the man's gaze without challenge in it, simply stating facts as they were. Spare your men the suffering that is to come. Lay down your arms and surrender with honor. I swear no harm will come to anyone inside your keep or on your lands. Horace was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice had shifted slightly, some of the formality worn off it. It was you, then. He tilted his head. Marin was a good man. One of the best I've had. I would know the name of the men who bested him. I am called Galadedrid. Ares coughed into his fist. This is Ser Galad of Dustinbury, Ser. The hero of the flower hearth. Horace nodded slowly. Well met, Ser Galad. His expression did not change. But know that there will be no surrender from me. No trickery will save you the blood it takes to storm these walls. Until Lord Roderick sends word, my banner flies above Grey Garden. He gathered his reins and turned his horse. If you want it down, come take it yourself. Galad's voice stopped him. Ser Horace. The Iron Man looked back over his shoulder. Let us spare our men and settle this cleanly, Galad proposed. Single combat between us. Armored or unarmored, you may choose. The Ironborn retinue went still. Ares himself felt his breath catch. One of the riders behind Horace shifted his weight, leather creaking. Horace did not move for a long moment. His right hand drifted down, almost without his seeming to notice it, until his fingers rested against Nightfall's hilt. He looked at Ser Galad. Ares had seen men take the measure of an opponent before. It was a thing you learned quickly in the yard, the way a man held himself, what his hands were doing, how his eyes moved. He had done it himself 100 times. He watched Horace do it now, watched the man's gaze settle on Ser Galad's face and stay there, and then watched whatever conclusion the man reached register in some small and private way. Horace's hand moved away from the sword. He turned his horse and rode back through the gates without a word, his men filing in after him. Once the Ironborn were safely inside, the Reachmen turned their own horses back toward the camp. How dare he, Manfred spat, his anger boiling over. This up-jumped barbarian with his foreign gods and Ser Manfred. Ser Galad did not raise his voice, but the rant stopped as if the word was a blade at his throat. He looked at the men with an expression that was not angry exactly, but had no warmth in it at all. I did not ask for this command. Yet in the end you agreed to it all the same. A pause. Are you a liar, Ser? Ser Manfred's mouth opened. Closed. The next time you put your name where it does not belong, Ser Galad said, I will ask you to put your steel behind it. Are we understood? The old knight's face had gone the deep red of a man experiencing several emotions at once and handling none of them well. He managed a nod, barely, and then put his heels to his horse and rode back toward the camp without looking at anyone. Nerol made a sound somewhere between a cough and a laugh. Old fucker was starting to annoy me worse than an itch, he said. He looked at Ser Galad. So. What now, Captain? Ares turned in his saddle. Do we storm it? Today, or at dawn tomorrow? Ser Galad exhaled slowly through his nose. We don't storm it at all. Ares blinked, confused. What? Why spend our men's lives taking it? He nodded back toward the castle. Ser Horace told us himself. When 10 towers falls, he dips his banner. There is no strategic value in rushing. He looked out across the siege line below, the men digging, the timber coming in. We set our lines, hold the perimeter, and wait. With supplies flowing from Harlaw Hall, we can sit here as long as we need. I'll drink to that, Nerul said, and the men-at-arms around him made sounds of agreement. Ares nodded slowly, pushing down the flutter of disappointment that came with it. It was the right answer, he knew. Probably. The Ironborn had nowhere to go and no relief coming, and Grey Garden's black walls would not come down cheaply. How many men would die for a bare hill on a miserable island with nothing on it worth taking? He looked back at the castle anyway. At the banner flying from the battlements, dark against the pale sky. It would have been something, though. XXX. The column from Harlaw Hall arrived the following morning. They brought grain and dried meat and 24 casks of mead, which the men greeted with more enthusiasm than the food. They also brought Ser Owen Inchfield. With his own coterie of knights, he rode in looking as polished as he had in the yard at Highgarden, his armor clean, his horse a fine animal that had clearly never waded through an ambush in a rocky valley. Before all the present men, he read from a letter with the seal of the Lord of Highgarden. With Ser Willem dead and the port taken, Ser Owen had been given command of the entire eastern half of the island, and he had no intention of waiting. Before the sun was fully up, the orders had spread through the camp like a fever. They were to storm Grey Garden at once. Chapter 17. The screaming carried clearly across the open ground between the camp and the castle walls. Galad stood at the edge of the camp and watched it, trying to keep his hands still at his sides. The first ladder had gone up crooked and fallen before a man reached the third rung, taking 2 soldiers down with it into the men below. The second had found the parapet, briefly, and 2 men had made it onto the battlements before the Ironborn pushed them back over the edge. A third one had been hacked down with axes, and the soldiers halfway up to it had to scramble down under a hail of arrows and rocks. Below the walls, the battering ram crew had been at the portcullis for several minutes. From this distance Galad could hear the dull, rhythmic impact of it, and each impact told him the same thing. The gate was not moving. The portcullis was iron and the ram was wood, and the formula was not in the ram's favor. Overhead, the vultures had noticed. There were not many yet, just a few circling above the hill in long, patient arcs, but they had a way of finding each other quickly. There would be more soon. He had offered to lead the first wave himself. He had not wanted there to be a first wave at all, but if men were going to be sent at those walls, he had thought he might at least bring some of them back. Ser Manfred had spoken before he could finish the offer. Glory, the men had said. The privilege of being the knight to take the castle. He had straightened his back when he said it, puffing out his chest like a cocksure bird showing off. Ser Owen had not wished to give Galad the honor, so Ser Manfred Rodden took command. Now he watched like the vultures, counting their numbers as they gathered above, and kept his hands still. Another ladder went up. Another man made the parapet, got one leg over, and then an axe came down and he didn't get the other leg over. From the walls, a rock the size of a small child was heaved over the crenellations and dropped into the men clustered below with their ram. The screaming that followed was different from the screaming that had been going on before. Wetter. He was already walking by the time Nerul spoke behind him. Where are you going? He didn't answer. The grass was short and dry underfoot, the ground uneven with the earthworks the men had dug the previous day. He heard Nerul follow, and then heard Mors a few steps behind him, and kept walking. Ser Galad. Mors caught up to his shoulder. Ser Galad, don't do something. Stay here, Galad said, and kept walking. He found Ser Owen Inchfield on a low wooden platform that had been knocked together from siege timber, raised just enough to see over the heads of the men between him and the castle, or so that he could be seen instead. He stood with his arms crossed and his expression composed, watching the assault with the mild attention of a man watching a training exercise that wasn't going quite as he'd hoped. 2 men of his retinue moved to intercept as Galad came up. He walked past them. Owen's eyes flicked to him, but he did not turn around when he spoke. Ser Galad. There is still time to stop this. Galad stopped beside the platform and looked up at the men. He kept his voice level. They had already had this conversation once today as the men gathered to storm the castle, and Galad did not expect a different answer, but he would not stand at the edge of camp and watch in silence while men died against a wall for no reason. Order the retreat. Let us set a proper siege, or at the least request engines from the ships. Ser Owen turned to look at him. His expression was pleasant as if he was enjoying himself. The thrill of command suited him well, perhaps, or the thought of the glory to come, a castle to sack, a story with his name at the front of it to tell back in the Reach. This is Lord Tyrell's will, Ser Woodsman. He glanced back at the castle walls. Are you a traitor to your lord now? Beneath the walls, someone was screaming a name. Calling for someone who wasn't answering. How many men must die before you see the folly in this? Galad asked. He heard the edge in his own voice and did not bother smoothing it. Ser Owen unfolded his arms and swept one of them out across the camp in a broad, generous gesture, as if offering Galad a view of something fine. We are reach men, are we not? We have no shortage of men. A pause, deliberate. Leal men. Some more than others. Galad looked at him for a moment. Then he turned back to the castle and said nothing. There was nothing to say. He had known men like Ser Owen before, in another life and in this one as well, men who wore their smallness like armor, more prideful than any true great men. Nothing Galad could offer would reach through that. He had spoken, twice now, and it had not mattered, and the only thing left was to stand here and watch her go back to the camp and wait. So he stood and watched. 15 minutes later, as the number of men dwindled along with their spirit, and not a breach was had, Ser Owen raised a hand to someone in his retinue. A trumpet sounded, 2 short notes, and the men below the walls began to pull back, to the cheering of the defenders above them. They came in slowly at first, then more quickly, those who could walk helping those who couldn't. Most of the shields that came back had arrows in them. Some of the men had arrows in them too, the shafts bobbing as they walked, one man with 2 in his left arm moving with the fixed, silent concentration of someone refusing to acknowledge his own body. Others wept without seeming to know they were doing it, faces blank, tears cutting clean lines through the grime. A few cursed the gods, or the Ironborn, or the Ironborn's mothers. Galad counted them as they crossed back through the earthworks. He counted until it was clear no more were coming. Of the 200 men sent out to soften the defenders, as Ser Owen had put it, some 70 men had not come back. He could see a few of them from here, shapes in the grass below the walls, one still moving faintly, too far for anyone to reach without going back into bow range. The vultures were lower now. He could hear their grunting calls, like hungry pigs or dogs barking in the distance. After speaking with someone close to him, a runner went out with Ser Owen's orders, and returned a few minutes with a heavy-set man-at-arms with a cut above his eye and his surcoat half torn away at the shoulder. He stopped in front of Owen and pulled off his helmet, breathing hard. "Where is Ser Manfred?" Owen asked. The man wiped the blood from his eye with the back of his hand and looked at Owen without much expression. "Somewhere beneath the walls, Ser." He shrugged. Took a stone to the head, he did. A ripple moved through the men on the platform, a quick exchange of glances, a slight shift of weight. Owen was still for a moment. Then he turned to look at Galad, and the pleasantness in his expression had become something else, sharper, a gleam showing in his blue-gray eyes. "It seems you'll have your chance after all, Ser Galad of Dustinbury." He spoke loudly enough for the men around him to hear it. "Indeed. I would expect the hero of the flower hearth to be the first man over the walls. Wouldn't that be an honor?" He made no effort to sound genuine. Galad wasn't certain the men knew how. Holding Owen's gaze for a moment, he could read what was there without difficulty. Owen wanted another assault because he needed the castle taken, and Owen wanted Galad in the front of it because the front of it was where the dying happened, and for some inane reason, Ser Owen Inchfield had decided some time ago that the world would suit him better with Galad of Dustinbury absent from it. It was not a complicated calculation. And if Galad refused, or failed to take the castle at once, Owen would keep sending men at those walls in waves until the numbers solved the problem for him. 70 men had died this time. 70 more might next time. And the time after that. "As you say, Ser," Galad said simply before he left. Nerul and Mors fell in beside him before he had gone 20 yards. "Is it to be a siege, then?" Nerul asked. Galad shook his head. "Second wave in 1 hour," he said. "I will lead the attack myself." "Then we'll follow you," Ser Mors said. Stopping, Galad turned on the boy, looking into his fierce, impassioned eyes. In reality, Mors was the same age as he was now, and yet he was a boy still, with a boy's heart, full of anger and grief that had been sitting in him since Micah and Lorne went down on the beach. Galad had seen that look before, where all those emotions churning inside were begging to be released into the world in as violent a manner as possible. He had worn it himself once, a long time ago in another world, when he was younger and rasher and learned that the only woman who had ever been a mother to him had been taken. Mors met his eyes without flinching, chin lifted slightly. "I will be in the thick of the fighting," Galad said. He held Mors's gaze. "The very thick of it. I want that understood." Mors nodded, looking, if anything, more eager. "Good," Nerul said. If you're there, it'll be the safest spot on the field. Easy choice. The safest, Galad exhaled slowly through his nose. Shaking his head, he looked at them both for a moment, these two men who had no particular reason to follow him and had done so anyway, and felt something in his chest tighten in a way he did not entirely have words for. I did not wish to bury any more friends in this war, he said. But I will not stop you. They started walking again. You have a plan? Nerol asked. Mors elbowed the older man in the side. Course he has a plan. Don't be an idiot. He glanced at Galad. You do have a plan, Sir Galad. A simple one, but sometimes those worked best. Yes. Mors nodded as if this confirmed his entire worldview. Nerol seemed satisfied. Mors, Galad said. Find Ser Ares Oakhart and bring him to me. The boy peeled off without another word, already moving at a jog between the tents. Galad watched him go, then turned to Nerol. Gather 40 men to you, he said. Men with guts, Nerol. They're going to need it. Nerol cracked his knuckles. Aye, he said. Shouldn't take long. XXX Chapter 18. The wind was brisk as it came up from the distant sea, cutting through the gaps in his armor as Galad took his place at the front of the line. The sky above the hills was pale and featureless, the kind of flat gray light that made it seem as if the world had gone still. Ahead, the hill on which Grey Garden sat rose in a long, steady incline of rock and scrub grass, and at its crown the castle's walls rose dark and imponent. Upon hearing the trumpet call, Galad started forward. Behind him, 40-odd men moved with him, Nerol and Mors among them, Ser Ares Oakhart somewhere in the middle of the group, the ladders distributed between teams of 4. They carried the small ram between 2 men on handles of green timber, cut just that morning. The eastern wall drew closer with each step, lower than the rest of the curtain, which was the only reason they were pointed at it. 30 feet was still 30 feet. In broad daylight, with nowhere among the rocky hills surrounding the castle to maneuver secretly, there was no advantage to be had here except that this was where the Harlaws would expect an attack, and Galad intended to give them what they expected. The defenders saw them almost immediately. Heads appeared above the crenellations, fingers pointing, voices carrying down the hillside in the sharp tones of alarm. A horn sounded from somewhere inside the walls. Galad did not quicken his step. If anything, he slowed slightly, and the men behind him, as instructed, slowed with him. They climbed the incline at a steady pace, more with an illusion of urgency than true hurry. Every archer on those walls would be measuring the distance now, knocking arrows, deciding when to loose. He wanted them deciding as long as possible. More heads appeared, more movement on the battlements. A bow came up, was drawn, was loosed. The first arrow struck the earth 10 feet in front of him, standing upright in the thin soil. Shields up. The creak and shuffle of wood going overhead rolled back through the group. He glanced back once, saw shields raised in a broken roof of battered wood, and turned forward again. Hold your heart steady, he called. The arrows came in earnest now. They hit the ground in scattered clusters, unpredictable, and the sound of them was everywhere at once, the whisper of the air they cut and the flat crack of impact against wood and the duller sound of impact against earth. One man cried out sharply somewhere behind him. He heard a body go down and kept walking. The incline steepened toward the summit. They were in the open fully now, no crags or folds in the ground to offer any relief, just the grass and the rock and the sky and the walls above them getting larger with every step. Glimpsing over his shield, he could see the defenders clearly now, could see the shapes of men leaning over the crenellations with bows and rocks and anything that could be thrown at another man. Now. Galad shouted, then he ran. The roar came up behind him as if it had been waiting. He could hear the thunder of boots on the hillside, the voices of the men, and he ran with his shield angled up and forward, watching the wall getting closer beneath the rim. Above, defenders lined the stretch ahead of him. A glint of metal caught the gray light, and he quickly pulled the shield up hard and the arrow struck it with a force that jarred his arm from wrist to shoulder. He held the grip and kept running. The wall came up and he hit the stone base and pressed himself flat against it, the cold of it reaching through his armor. Around him, the men came in fast and ragged, gasping from the run, and the ladder teams were already moving, bracing the feet of the ladders in the soil and shoving them up against the stone. 8 of them went up along the stretch of wall, the defenders above immediately trying to throw them clear. Rocks came down. Arrows flew at steep angles, finding the men who weren't tight enough against the wall's base. A man put his foot on the first rung of the nearest ladder and made it to the third before a rock struck his shoulder. The sound was much like an arrow striking wood, a sharp crack, and the man fell away screaming, rolling on the ground with his arm held at an angle it should not have been. Farther down, the ram crew made their attempt at the gate. He heard the first impact, and then heard the thin liquid sound of something being poured from above. The crew scattered away from the portcullis quickly after that, and Galad did not blame them for it. They had done their part. The attempt on the gate had never been the point. Ser Ares appeared at his shoulder, back flat against the wall, breathing in controlled bursts, eyes quick and bright. Nerul came in on his other side, a cut already bleeding on his forearm from something Galad hadn't seen. Arrow, likely. Mors was there too, teeth set, eyes slightly too wide. Where are they? Ares asked. Just as he spoke, the trumpets came. Not one. Several, from the far side of the hill, building on each other, and with them the sound of voices, hundreds of voices, rising into a single roar that carried across the rocky ground and up the walls above him. The main force, the bulk of the army, coming up the opposite slope with as much noise as 300 men could produce between them. Above, the shouting changed character. He could hear the pitch of it shifting, the alarm becoming something more urgent, iron-born horns answering the reachman's trumpets. "We go now," Galad said, and took the ladder. The rungs passed under his hands quickly. He looked up once and a defender was leaning over the crenellation with a rock raised above his head, only for an arrow from below strike the man in the chest. He fell back from the parapet with the rock still in hand. Another man took his place almost immediately, but the head count above this stretch of wall was visibly thinner than it had been a minute ago. Fewer arrows zip around them. Fewer rocks drop down. The sound of the main assault was pulling them. No doubt, the defenders would think his own group of attackers were just meant to distract them away from the main attack. They would rush there in numbers, and would likely get there in time to prevent the storming as well. But the men there did not need to take the walls. They needed only to wait for him. Galad would see the gates open himself. At last, he came over the top of the ladder and onto the battlements. The spear came fast at him. He caught it on the shield and felt the impact push him back half a step, his rear foot finding the parapet's inner lip. He grabbed the shaft with his free hand before the defender could pull it back, wrapped his fingers around it, and used it to haul himself fully onto the wall walk. Swinging his shield in a short arc, the metal rim connected with the spearman's head above the ear. The men sat down heavily against the crenellation and did not try to stand. Around him on the battlements, ironborn were still at their posts, some with bows still drawn toward the ladders below, others turning toward the new threat on the wall. Throwing rocks over the parapet. Working to push the ladders clear. 3 of the ladders went over before the men could stop them, their occupants dropping away with shouts that faded quickly. But 5 ladders still stood, and he could hear boots on the rungs of the nearest one. He needed to keep this section of wall until those boots cleared the parapet. That was all. It would all be for naught if he couldn't hold. So he would. For men came at him, and his sword sang out of its scabbard in a rasp of metal on wood. He went deep into the void, and in the void he was very still and very cold, and every moving thing around him was completely legible, for they were a part of him as much as his own self. He knew the exact arc of the first sword before it reached him. He knew the second man's footwork and where the gap was going to be. He knew, distantly and without concern, that there was a 5th man coming from the far side of the Merlins, and he filed that fact away for when it became relevant. The sword he deflected into the path of the second man's axe, and 2 necks are sliced open in one counter stroke. The 3rd man thrust low and Galad stepped aside it and cut him across the back of the knee in passing. The 4th man had a mace and more courage than sense, and he swung it in a wide horizontal arc that would have taken someone's head off if Galad had been where it expected him to be. He was not where it expected him to be. He danced amongst them as if it was all a choreographed routine, his feet never in the same spot for more than a second, sword flashing to strike an artery or a gap in the mail. The 5th man strikes him at his blind spot, and he only hears it because, in the void, he is also the Iron Man's blade, and one cannot be blind to oneself. The sword skitters harmlessly against his shield, and he kills the attacker without turning around, footwork only, a quarter step to the left and a backhanded cut, and then he was moving forward again. In the space of as many heartbeats, 5 men fall dead around him, and then boots hit the battlements from the ladders. He heard Ser Ares' voice coming up behind him, and the sound of the young knight engaging the defenders coming from the left. The wall walk was narrow, barely wide enough for 3 men abreast, and Ares was using it well, keeping his shield forward and working in short controlled cuts, giving ground only when he had to. With the left side held, Galad swept right. Some defenders here were pulling back from their positions, some abandoning the wall entirely, others backing toward the gatehouse in a knot. He did not let the knot become a wall. He moved through the retreating men like a fine butcher, his sword finding each one in turn, the blade moving between guards and through them, and the battlements behind him emptying except for the bodies. 3 large men stepped up together from the direction of the gatehouse, big-framed ironborn with the look of men who had done this before. One carried an axe with both hands. The second had a mace. The third held a spear and shield at close-quarters range, which in a narrow space was the most dangerous of the 3. The spearman rushed him with half his body hidden behind the shield. Feinting right, Galad batted the spear away, used his foot to trip the man, then pushed him off the wall before he realized what was happening. The axeman was next. He was fast and his reach was long, and his first blow would have split Galad to the navel if Galad had not already been moving laterally along the parapet's inner face. The axe took a chip out of the stone instead. By the time the men recovered for a second swing, Galad was too close inside his reach for the axe to be useful. The men realized this and grabbed for him. Letting him get a grip on his shield arm, Galad used the pull to drive his elbow into the man's jaw, and then his sword into the gap below his raised arm. The mace carrier struck at him from the right while this was happening. Galad took the blow on the edge of his shield and felt it all the way up into his neck. The men reared back for a second swing. To his left, a hand was appearing over the crenellation, and the mace carrier shifted his eyes toward it for perhaps a quarter of a second. That was enough. His sword flashed, and suddenly 3 big men looked just as small as the rest of them when laying flat on the ground. The men cleared the parapet beside him. Nerol, he realized, the older man stopping to catch his breath, but then Galad was already moving toward the gatehouse because there was no longer time. The defenders were running toward the gatehouse, abandoning this stretch of wall to them when it became clear they could not stem the tide. Galad ran after them. "With me," he called back, but he did not slow. He reached the door as the last man was pulling it shut behind him, one hand braced on the frame, and hit it with his full weight, and the door came back hard. Something on the other side gave a sound between a shout and a grunt. He kicked the door fully open and went through. A short stone landing, the top of a stairwell, torchlight shining below. 2 men in the doorway, one of them with a hand pressed to his face where the door had caught him. The other had his sword drawn. Galad killed him first in a single pass, then the men behind him piled in through the door, killing the defender on the ground and streaming past him toward the stairwell. Galad followed them quickly. The going was tight on the steps, barely wide enough for 1 man at a time, curving down and to the left in a tight spiral. The stone here was old, the mortar between it dark with damp. Torches in iron brackets sat every 10 feet. 2 of his men died in front of him as they fought their way down. He had to climb over their bodies, and the bodies of the ironborn who tried to hold the stairwell but fell to his blade. The space turned into a coffin. There was no room for footwork, no room to move off a line, no room for the forms the way he had learned them. He fought with small movements, elbow and wrist and the flat of the blade, using the wall as a backstop when he needed it and using the bodies as obstacles as more men streamed up. The torchlight made everything amber and strange. Pained screams echoed against the stone. Galad felt like he was being pressed on all sides, but the discomfort was a distant thing in the void. There was no room for fear, for doubt and remorse, even as he killed so many men, even as some of them looked like young boys wearing armor too big for their bodies. Near the bottom of the stairs, 3 defenders were hauling a door shut behind them as he came off the final turn. Galad parried a feeble attempt as he reached them, answered with a flashing thrust, then kicked the body down so that it fell across the threshold, sprawling over the gap before the door could close. The other 2 took one look and abandoned the attempt, sprinting down an adjacent stairway that led deeper into the castle. A low-ceilinged square room laid open before him, with the stairway side by side, the one they had come down from, and the other the defenders had fled to. And in the farther wall, a heavy door of banded oak, barred and chained from the inside, stood in their way. According to the men they had captured during the raid of the Ironborn camp, the mechanism to pull the chains that would raise the portcullis laid behind that door. Ser Ares came through first behind him, his silk surcoat dark with blood. The others crowded in after. Among them Mors appeared, looking around the room with a dazed expression as if he had not expected to get this far. Nerol too still stood, the cut on his forearm soaking his sleeve through. "What now, Ser?" Ares asked. "Lock and hold the door upstairs," Galad said. He pointed at the oak door. "Bring the ram down and start working on that." Turning back to the stairhead, he added, "I will hold the stairs when they come." And they came. Quickly at that, which was right. The defenders who had run would have reached the castle's garrison within minutes, and Ser Horus Harlaw would have understood immediately that the chain room was the real threat and that everything else was secondary. They came up the stairs and Galad stood at the threshold and held it. He had done this before. In another life, in another world, under different circumstances with different enemies, some not even humans, he had stood in narrow places and held them against those who wanted very badly to push through. Behind him, the men worked with the ram, short rhythmic impacts crashing against the oak door. He counted the blows without meaning to. 1 blow turned to 2, 1 body turned to 3. For nearly half an hour, they came up one after another in the narrow space, and one after another he killed them, and the void held everything at the same clean distance. The screaming, the smell, the weight building in his sword arm. Voices spoke to him at times, offering to stand in his place, or just to stand beside him. He ignored it all. Only once did the rush stop, when the bodies had stacked deep enough in the steps that the defenders paused to drag their fallen clear. In that quiet, someone pressed a water skin into his hand, and he drank without stepping back from the threshold. Eventually, the locking bar finally splintered and the door swung inward. They made quick work of the poor iron men left inside, and soon the chains were manned, the windlass worked, and the heavy links grinding as the portcullis began to rise. Galad heard the roaring cheers from the men outside, and the men around him screamed along, some patting him on the back, hugging him, reaching out in the crowded room as if only wanting to touch him. Then, from somewhere below and deeper in the castle, he heard the horns. Not reachmen trumpets. Ironborn. 3 notes in a falling pattern, the same signal he had heard at the beach in the valley. Withdraw. By the time the portcullis was fully up, so many defenders had died on those stairs that Ser Horus would have known his position was finished. Gathering the men, he led them down the stairway, over the bodies, and out into the courtyard, only to find it nearly empty. A few defenders sprinted across the open ground toward the keep, but its doors firmly closed now, even as some stragglers begged them to be open. Walking to the gates, Galad and 2 others pulled the first timber slat from its bracket. Then he stepped aside and let the men do the work. Soon the gate swung open, and the cheering came through like a wave breaking as the men streamed past him, with cries of Tyrell and Highgarden, and then his own name, rising and falling, echoing back off the castle walls. He saw wide-eyed looks on most faces, odd that they had taken the castle so quickly, and that so few men had fallen in the attempt. Galad did not let himself feel any of the joy. Not that he could, having delved so deep into the void, so much that even the bone weariness he felt in his body didn't slow him down. It was only one body, and in the oneness, he was many. He was the men coming through the gate and the defenders pulling back into the keep and the frightened people inside it, the women and children pressing themselves into corners in dark rooms, praying in low voices to gods he did not know, for a salvation only he could deliver to them. He was the castle itself, its thick wooden beams, its cold stones. And stones did not grow weary. Did not tire, unlike his body. And so the weariness could not touch him. Soon, Ser Owen Inchfield would be coming up from the camp as well, and when he arrived he would want the keep taken, and more men would die against its door for the same reasons more men had died against the castle's walls this morning. And with their blood up and their leash loose, Galad knew well the fate that awaited the women and children inside. Before that happened, there was something he could still do. He found Mors and Ares near the gatehouse doors, speaking animatedly about the battle with boyish enthusiasm. Nerul sat nearby, another man helping him tie a bandage across his forearm. Conversation stopped when they saw him, and soon they were walking back across the courtyard toward the squat stone keep that remained unconquered. Before them, the doors were closed and barred. Even as the attackers spread across the rest of the castle, breaking into the flanking towers and stables and outbuildings, he could hear movement inside the walls, voices in low urgent conference. Stopping 10 feet out, he waved a piece of white cloth from a broken spear where the defenders above the keep's parapet could see it. A voice came down. "What do you want, Greenlander?" "Ser Horus Harlaw," Galad said simply. "I would speak with him." A pause. Movement above. Then the Knight of Grey Garden appeared at the parapet and looked down at him. He offered the same terms as before, an honorable surrender, in which no harm to anyone inside the walls. He made sure the men understood that, once Ser Owen took command of the siege, the offer would be no longer his to make. Still, the men refused him again, but only the first offer. When Galad spoke of single combat this time, Ser Horus Harlaw did not ride away without answering. Perhaps he fancied his odds now, after Galad had fought for the better part of an hour. Perhaps he feared what his men would think of him if he turned away from the offer a second time, with his own walls already taken around him. Or perhaps he simply wished to spare his subjects the pain of a forceful sacking. Whatever the reason, his hand moved to Nightfall's hilt and stayed there. So be it, Horace said. See to your injuries now if you have any, sire. Your blood shall soon stain the cobbles where you stand. Chapter 19. Jon Arryn. The council chamber felt larger than usual with so many seats empty. Listening to Peter Baelish finish his report, Jon Arryn kept his expression neutral and his hands folded on the table before him. Which brings the total customs revenue for the past 3 moons to 42,000 gold dragons, my lords. A 14% increase over the same period last year, despite the disruption to trade caused by the war. The boy had done well. Better than well, if the ledgers spread across the council table were to be believed, and Jon had enough experience with numbers and with men to know they were. 3 moons in his new position as the king's controller, and already Peter had justified every argument Jon had made on his behalf, with gold flowing into the city's coffers despite a war that had more than emptied the realm's purses. It was the kind of result a hand of the king rarely received and never tired of hearing. Around the table, the reactions were precisely what he had expected. Wearing the expression of a man chewing something sour, Lord Garin Estermont had not taken his eyes off the ledgers since Peter placed them on the table, as though staring hard enough might cause the numbers to rearrange themselves into something more satisfying. Beside him, Grand Maester Pycelle had settled his face into the dignified disapproval he reserved for those he considered beneath his notice. The Braavosi blood, most likely. Pycelle was older than him, old enough that certain prejudices had likely calcified into reflex, and he no longer bothered concealing them behind anything more than a thin veneer of scholarly disdain. Jon felt a quiet and familiar satisfaction settle in his chest as he watched them both twist themselves into knots trying to find fault in the young man's work. He had not always been so certain about bringing Peter over from his office in Gulltown. He even regretted it sometimes, considering how much gold the young man had brought into his own coffers there. But Lisa had insisted. She had been fond of the boy since they were children at Riverrun, and King's Landing had not been easy for her. The noise and the smell of it, the politics, the distance from her uncle Brynden. He had not been able to give her much in the way of comfort. A companion in a city as foreign to her as the Aerie had been when they were first wed was the least he could manage. The truth was simpler than sentiment, though. Jon needed men of talent, and talent mattered more than birth when the crown's strained coffers were concerned. Are we supposed to believe, then, Lord Baelish, Estermont interrupted, the title delivered with barely concealed contempt, that the captains are parting with this gold willingly? That the bloody Associ, as tight-fisted as a penniless whore, have found it in their hearts to fill our purses for nothing in return? Of course not, Lord Estermont. Peter's mouth curved into a sideways smile. If anything, they pay less than ever before. Silence fell across the chamber. Even the scratch of Pycelle's quill stilled. Estermont's face darkened. Do you take us for fools? That you can charge less and make more? He leaned forward, voice dropping into something that wanted to be a growl. I will very much have my men see these ledgers of yours. And let me assure you, if there is something to be found in them, they will sniff it out. I will gladly throw you in the darkest pits of the black cells, boy. Jon shook his head. Estermont had never wanted Peter here. As Master of Laws he had pushed for his own candidate when the position of King's Controller had opened, a distant cousin, Jon believed, though he had never bothered to remember the man's name, but Jon had thrown the weight of the hands pinned behind Peter, and that had been that. It had been a foolish endeavor by Lord Estermont too. With old Penrose begging off his position as Master of Coin due to failing health, Estermont had lost his only ally in the council, and the man's bluster had become only that. When he next tried to gainsay him, Garin Estermont had learned quickly enough that being grandfather to the king only went so far when the king himself barely knew him, and considered Jon Arryn almost a father. A fact Jon was quite proud of. As a man who had never been able to sire his own living children, Robert was as close as he would ever have to a son. Him and Eddard Stark both. And he was not so foolish as to refrain from using that bond to maintain his grip on King's Landing. Still, the game required constant attention. Queen Cersei would be whispering in her father's more than eager ears, pushing to fill the position left by old Penrose with a Lannister man. Not an unreasonable request on its face. Jon had allowed Tywin Lannister little enough opening to spread his influence in the capital, but he hoped the sacking of Lannisport would see the old lion occupied for long enough that Jon could make his own move. It's all a matter of taking the knife to the fat, my lord, Peter said, undisturbed by Estermont's threats. Like a butcher trimming a fine piece of meat. I've let 11 men go since I was entrusted as head of customs. 11 who I heavily suspected of demanding bribes from foreign ships. From somewhere inside his coat, Peter produced a small stack of papers and laid them beside the ledgers with the unhurried ease of a man who had prepared for exactly this moment. Sworn statements from more than 36 merchants and captains, mostly from Bravos, Pentos, and Tyrosh, attesting to the fact that they were being charged more than was truly owed the crown. Along with the new arrangements I have signed with them, arrangements that will benefit both ourselves and them. Estermont snatched up the papers first, his movements sharp with irritation. Eyes narrowing behind heavy brows, he scanned the documents, though he said nothing. Pycelle took his turn next, chains clinking softly as he bent over the parchment. John accepted his own copy last, though of course he had already been shown and approved these deals Peter had brokered. Truly, the boy had a talent for finding gold like no other. Now it was all about the presentation. Minutes passed. The only sound was the rustle of parchment and Estermont's labored breathing as he searched for holes in the arrangements and failed to find one. "Come now, my lord," John said, setting his papers down and raising an eyebrow. "Are we to fault a man for his competence?" Estermont huffed and sat back. John turned to Peter. "That is quite the feat, Lord Baelish. Truly, I am impressed. But to ease the minds of this council, do tell us how you managed to convince traitors from as far away as Karth to sign these." Peter's eyes caught the light. "Well, my lord, if you must know, I simply treat these captains, the important ones, of course, as a man treats a woman he's trying to woo." "Oh. Indeed. Nice conversation. Some wine. An expensive dinner. Only instead of seeing the deed done myself, I employ a few talented women who are much more capable than I." Across the table, Grand Maester Pycelle's face colored. "Preposterous," he babbled, chains rattling as he shifted forward. "To use such base methods as the king's controller, why, I have never heard." The door to the council chamber opened with a groan that cut through Pycelle's objection. John turned, grateful for the interruption. He did not need to hear moral indignation from a man who partook in the same trade himself despite his vows to the citadel. It was an open secret, really, if one had enough eyes in the castle. Despite his own misgivings about Peter's less than honorable enterprises, and how that association might reflect poorly on Lisa, John could not deny the man's results. The boy had done the same in Gulltown, purchasing a brothel and befriending every merchant who came into the city. It was crude, perhaps, but effective. The last member of the council still in the city walked into the room, his footsteps more hurried than usual. With Stannis and Ser Barristan off with Robert to the Iron Islands, their meetings were truly living up to the council's name. "Lord Varys," John said, keeping his tone mild. "Your presence was dearly missed this morning." When the spider had failed to appear at the appointed hour, John had waited nearly half an hour before beginning. Despite the necessities of his craft, it was quite uncommon for the Master of Whispers to miss or be delayed for any meeting. Varys tittered as he approached the table, soft hands disappearing into his billowing sleeves. "1,000 pardons, my lord Hand, but one of my little birds was quite insistent that his song be heard. I am a man of duty above all, despite what my detractors may say." A small laugh, his face disappearing briefly behind his raised sleeve. "Out with it then, Spider," Estermont said. "What news do your birds bring us?" Tilting his head, Varys glanced at the only man in the room who was not a member of the small council. "Rather important news, my lord. Matters our esteemed Lord Baelish here need not hear." John caught the brief flicker of disappointment on Peter's face before the young man schooled his features back to pleasant neutrality. He almost smiled at that. The boy was too curious for his own good, but one could hardly fault a hound for lifting his nose when he caught the scent of blood. "Lord Baelish, you are dismissed. And well done today." Peter rose, gathered his ledgers with practiced efficiency, and departed with a bow. The door closed behind him with a soft thud. "It gladdens me to say the rebellion is over, my lords." The eunuch's voice carried a note of satisfaction. "Our good King Robert's host of Stormlanders, along with Jon Umber's Northmen and Lord Tywin's Westermen, took Pike after a swift siege. Lord Stannis has subdued the island of Great Wyke, and our own Ser Barristan saw success at Old Wyke as well." Estermont's fist came down on the table. "Here, here." John nodded, allowing himself a moment of relief. "Thank the Seven." Beside them, Pycelle murmured his usual platitudes about the wisdom of the crown and the strength of the realm. And by all accounts, Varys continued, Harlaw, Orkmont, Blacktide, and Saltcliffe are all set to fall soon. Then the spymaster's round face twisted into a mockery of sadness, the lines around his mouth curving. "I am afraid, however, that the king saw fit to bring a more permanent change to Pike." Jon's eyes narrowed. Something in that phrasing set his teeth on edge. "Speak plainly, Lord Varys." Varys's powdered cheeks colored slightly, a trick Jon was quite certain the men could conjure on command. "Of course, my Lord Hand. I am saddened to report that, despite your own sage counsel, Balon Greyjoy is Lord of the Iron Islands no longer." Appears. King Robert took his head, even after Balon's excuse that he had never sworn any vows to House Baratheon. He attainted his line and stripped the lordship from his only surviving son as well. Jon let out a slow breath. "Oh, Robert. It seems Lord Tywin's counsel, and the Greyjoys, was not quite so forgiving," Varys finished. "Bah." Estermont waved a dismissive hand. "No less than what that bastard deserved. You were too soft in suggesting he keep his seat, my lord. There's only one way to deal with these iron-born bastards, and soft's not one of them." Leaning back in his chair, the older man crossed his arms. "Which one of Quellen's spawn will take the seat, then?" Varys tittered again. "Balon's younger brother, Euron Greyjoy." Closing his eyes, Jon pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. His advice to Robert, of letting Balon Greyjoy keep his seat despite the rebellion, had not come from any sense of mercy for the men. Quite simply, Jon had done his duty. He had made inquiries into who was most likely to rule as regent if Balon were killed and what sort of men these potential regents were. And what he had found was that keeping Balon Greyjoy alive was not such a terrible alternative after all. For all his foolishness in raising his banners, he was a known quantity. A man who had tried and failed and would likely spend the rest of his days nursing that failure quietly. From everything he had heard, Euron Greyjoy was something else entirely. He would be 10 times the headache his older brother had ever been. And Robert had only gone and made the men Lord of the Iron Islands instead of simply the ruling regent for young Theon Greyjoy. Before he could begin to explain any of this to the others, the door opened again. Not with a groan this time but with a bang, the wood striking stone hard with enough force to make Pycelle jump. Jon shot out of his seat. What is the meaning of this? A knight stood in the doorway, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. His face was flushed, sweat beading at his temples. "My lords," he gasped. "My lords, the Bay, ships. Targaryens." The words made no sense strung together like that, but something in the way the man spoke had Jon's stomach clenching as if he'd taken a punch to the gut. Moving before conscious thought could catch up, he strode toward the balcony. Footsteps followed behind him, several sets. Someone said something, a question perhaps, but the words washed past without meaning. Jon pushed through the doors to the balcony, the noon sun bright enough to make him squint. Then he saw them. The ships were out in Blackwater Bay, approaching the city in a straight line before curving away from the port. 7 of them. The closest ones already flew full sails, but the farthest vessels still had rowers working their oars as the cloth was slowly unfurled. Red and black sails. A red 3-headed dragon breathing fire on a black background. Targaryen sails. The knot in Jon's chest pulled tight, constricting his breath. Beside him someone drew a sharp breath, the Grand Maester, by the sound of it. A cup struck the marble floor somewhere behind him and shattered, wine spreading dark across the stone. No one spoke. Even Varys, skilled an actor as Jon knew him to be, seemed genuinely surprised at the sight, though one could never truly tell with the spider. Spreading out across the city below, the bells began. Starting somewhere near the harbor, they moved from tower to tower, each one taking up the call until even the bells of the Red Keep were ringing above them. Every man and woman in King's Landing would be turning to look. Those standing on any of the city's 3 hills would be able to see what Jon could see from this balcony, would see the Targaryen ships sailing past the port in defiance or declaration or something worse, and before night fell, the word would spread and all the realm would know. The House of the Dragon was back, Chapter 20. Galad. Inside the courtyard of Grey Garden, the afternoon had turned grey. Clouds had rolled in from the sea, thick and low, casting the castle in a dim pallor that made the bloodstains on the cobbles look black instead of red. Sitting on a weathered crate near the gatehouse, Galad waited while Mors worked at the straps of his armor, retying knots that had come loose during the fighting. The young man-at-arms worked in silence, fingers deft despite their trembling. Sweat darkened his hair beneath his helm. Around them, men moved through the captured courtyard in small groups, checking bodies, tending wounds, securing the few Ironborn who had not managed to make it to the keep when the walls fell. The air smelled of blood and death and the sea wind that pushed through the open gates. Footsteps approached across the stones. Galad did not need to look up to know who it was. I heard you arranged for a duel with the Harlaw Knight, Ser Galad. Ser Owen Inchfield's voice carried across the yard. Behind him came 3 of his knights, their armor clean and unmarked, fresh men who had not climbed the walls or fought in the gatehouse. That will not come to pass. The enemy is exhausted and outnumbered while we still have fresh men. We shall storm the keep at once, or put it to fire if needs be. Pulling the final knot tight on the greave, Moore stepped back. Galad rose from the crate, movements measured and smooth despite the hour of fighting that had come before. Deep in the void, his body felt distant, a thing he inhabited rather than something that belonged to him. He began checking his armor himself, testing each piece. Chest piece secure. Pauldrons properly seated. Vambrace straps firm. Greaves snug against his shins. No, he said. The word fell into the space between them like a stone into still water. No. Owen's brow knitted together. Taking a step closer, he jabbed a finger toward Galad. Do you think me a fool, woodsman? That I cannot see your aim here? To supplant me as commander? To take credit for this victory? His voice grew harsher as he spoke, rising until he was nearly growling. To unman me in front of the men? The man's words washed over Galad like a trickle of water breaking against a boulder, completely without power to disturb. He did not lift his gaze from his armor, checking the buckles at his sword belt, ensuring the blade moved freely in its scabbard. It bothers me not what you think my goals are, Ser Owen, Galad said, his tone empty of inflection. You have tasked me to take the castle and I shall see it through. That is all. Then I am rescinding that command. Shaking his head, Galad finally looked up. I have already given Ser Harris my word. I shall not go back on it. Your word? The contempt in the man's voice was genuine, at least. You think I care? Moving forward as he spoke, Owen made to step into Galad's space, to use his height and bulk to intimidate. Only for Galad to turn fully toward him, meeting his eyes with a gaze that held nothing. No anger. No fear. No concern at all. The men stopped cold, words cutting short. Their gazes locked. Whatever Owen Inchfield saw in those violet eyes made his throat bob, made him glance back at the knights who had followed him. The 3 large men in their polished steel had not moved when Owen stepped forward. If anything, the biggest one, a bear of a man with a scar across his chin, had taken a step back. Grinding his teeth together, Owen drew himself up to his full height. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The words came out in a hiss. If I ordered you seized right now, the men would obey me. They would. I am their commander. Looking deep into the man's eyes, Galad saw the threat for what it was. Empty. He knew this type well enough. They had filled the halls of Camelin and Tar Valon both. Deep inside, beneath the bluster and the title and the fine armor, Owen Inchfield was a coward. A bully, used to getting what he wanted by throwing the weight of his name around, or his connections, or his martial skill against lesser men. Nothing that worried Galad overmuch. If, he said, and turned away. This is treason. Owen's voice rose behind him, cracking slightly on the word. Lord Mace will hear of this, do you hear me? I will have you hanged for this. But Galad was already walking toward the center of the courtyard. His boots struck the cobbles in even rhythm, the void keeping his stride steady and smooth. The men who had taken the walls and the gatehouse and the chain room with him, along with those that had come in through the gates later, had gathered in a rough half-circle there, and when they saw him coming they opened a gap and let him through. Hands found his pauldrons and his back, and voices called out his name and wished him well. Same as Owen's hollow threats, the words did not move Galad. Could not. Neither one could reach him now. The void held everything at arm's length, the pride and the fear and the good wishes and the hollow menace alike, all of them simply weather, simply the world going on around him while he stood at the center of it. Only the here and now mattered. Only the cobbles beneath his feet. Only the sword at his side. Only the men stalking up from the other side of the yard. Coming out in a close group, Ser Harris Harlaw and the Ironborn warriors who had remained inside with him moved into the yard and spread around the opposite edge of the half-circle the Reachmen had made, filling it in until the ring was complete and the 2 knights stood alone in the middle of it, facing each other across a stretch of old grey stone. Ser Harris Harlaw emerged from the keep's entrance flanked by dozens of Ironborn warriors, armed men who had refused to yield when the walls fell. They moved into the yard and spread around the opposite edge of the half-circle the Reachmen had made, filling it in until the ring was complete and the 2 knights stood alone in the middle of it, facing each other across a stretch of old grey stone. Overhead, the clouds pressed lower. The light had gone flat and grey, turning the world into something without shadow or depth. Galad could hear every creak of armor as the crowd of men shifted in place, every sigh and every breath and every prayer and curse. Sir Galad of Dunstanbury. Horus' voice carried across the stones. The men stood easily despite the situation, shoulders relaxed beneath his half-plate. You have made it clear what shall happen if you win. The castle will yield to you, you have my word. But tell me, what is it I can expect when I win? The men spoke as if winning were a foregone conclusion. In the void, Galad felt no insult at the presumption. Should you win, the men here will honor my last wishes. They will vacate the castle in good order, and you will live to fight another day. Whether that be later this night or when another force of reachmen comes to your walls, I could not say. Piss poor rewards you offer, sir. A note of grim humor entered Horus' tone. It is the only ones you'll have. He sniffed once. So be it, then. Cracking his neck to one side, the Knight of Grey Garden settled his feet on the cobbles. To the death, then. Will you yield if it comes to it? Galad asked. A smirk appeared on the knight's face beneath his half-helm, visible through the open visor. Never. Galad nodded once. He was not so proud as to refuse yielding in the face of a superior opponent, but it would not come to that. Instead, Ser Horus took his nod as confirmation that he, too, would never yield. Reaching to his side, the iron-born knight drew his blade. Nightfall sang as it left its scabbard, a thin sound that stretched across the yard and echoed off the castle walls. A hush fell through the crowd as the famed Valyrian steel longsword of House Harlaw came into the open, with hundreds of men pressing closer to glimpse the legendary blade. Seeing it now in the grey afternoon light, Galad had to admit it was a beautiful weapon. Dark steel rippled with silver-like patterns that caught what little light remained, the metal seeming to flow like water frozen in place. A large moonstone sat in its pommel, brilliant and white as the full moon on a cloudless night, throwing back reflections that danced across Horus' armor. Galad had never wielded a power-wrought blade in his past life, though he had seen them carried by Blademasters and kings. Still, none had looked as remarkable as the weapon before him now. His own sword leapt from its sheath, the sound harsh and ordinary by comparison. The blade was solid enough, well made by some castle smith, but it paled beside dragon steel. Still, its weight felt right in his hand, the grip worn to the exact shape of his palm from years of daily use. He had brought a shield to the duel, had it strapped to his left arm, but seeing Ser Horus approach without one, he let his own fall from his grip and heard it ring against the cobbles. Across from him, Horus shook his head slightly, as if thinking him a fool for trying to be fair. In truth, it would only make the duel shorter. Galad was more accustomed to fighting without the shield than with it, and the extra freedom was worth more to him than the protection. Ser Horus closed the distance between them, his steps confident and relaxed in a way that reminded Galad of Aemon Valda's arrogant saunter before their duel in another life. Cat crosses the courtyard, the movement was called, more a way to move and carry oneself than a true sword form, meant to project assurance and control, to tell an opponent what you were before the swords had even met. At least then, Valda had been a Blademaster, and the form had its uses beyond the affectation of self-assurance. Here, it only showed Ser Horus' hubris. And, as with many men before him, hubris would precede his downfall. Horus closed the last 2 steps at a dash, without warning, and nightfall flashed up and across in a precise diagonal arc aimed at the thin gap between pauldron and chest piece. If it found its mark, any other sword would simply slash against the mail beneath, but Galad had heard the stories. Valyrian steel would shear through chain mail as if it were silk. Taking a single step back, only one, and keeping his body upright, Galad let the strike pass. His sword flew up to intercept the counterstroke he knew would come when the first missed entirely. The blades met when Ser Horus swung again at his head. Dragon-wrought metal rasped against castle-forged steel, and the sound was like iron carving through wood, harsh and wrong and unlike anything he had ever heard in battle. 3 more passes followed as Ser Horus pressed the attack. Going high again, then feinting a thrust through the visor before dropping low, trying to catch him at the hamstrings. Galad parried each blow without moving from his spot, his sword moving as easily as if it were part of his arm. And it was. In the void, he was one with the blade, one with the air through which it moved, one with the men attacking him. His movements were clean and economical. He moved no more than needed, expending no wasted motion. Ser Horus circled before him, striking again and again, high and low, aiming for gaps in the greaves and groin and neck. Galad deflected the strikes with quick flicks of his wrist, one foot pivoting on the cobbles while the other remained planted like the root of an oak. The men could not move him. In that moment, deep in the oneness, Galad imagined all those warriors behind Horus, the dozens of ironborn men watching from the circle, coming at him once their commander fell. Perhaps they would go back on their word. They might rush at him in numbers, try to drown him in a sea of bodies and steel. He knew, however, that it would not work. He would stand, and they would break against him. He would cut each down as they came. Like flies they would buzz around him, but they would not touch him. And if dozens could not touch him, Ser Horus Harlaw could not either, though the knight did not know it. Roaring something wordless, Horus committed. Nightfall came down in a tremendous overhand stroke with the full weight of the man's body behind it, aimed to split him in half if it struck true. Galad's sword rose before him, held upright while Horus' blade came down perpendicular. His thin blade, if half an inch out of place, would miss Nightfall entirely and the knight would shear through him. But he could not miss. In the void, Galad could feel Nightfall as if it were part of himself, could sense its position in space as clearly as his own limbs. Gently, almost lovingly, his blade touched the Valyrian steel sword and guided it around him as it descended, the metals kissing each other like lovers. Air hissed as the dragon steel passed near his ear, close enough he felt the wind of its passage. In the follow-through, Galad struck. A quick thrust at the unbalanced Horus, and the flesh of the man's right thigh parted in a thick gash, blood welling dark against the mail. The knight cried out and lurched back, his right leg stumbling under his weight, barely catching himself before going down. Standing where he had been standing since the duel began, Galad did not advance. Horus dragged his weight onto his left leg opposite him, straightening himself. His breathing had changed, heavier now, the controlled ease of before replaced by something effortful. He stood and looked across the distance between them, and in that look something had shifted. Dropping his eyes to his own sword, Galad saw what he had felt throughout the entire exchange. Along the blade's edge, in several places, small notches had appeared, tiny curved gouges where Nightfall had brushed against the castle-forged steel, each one no bigger than a thumbnail but deep and clean as if cut by a chisel. In the course of a duel in which he had not blocked a single blow directly, always angling and deflecting rather than meeting force with force, the Valyrian steel had still bitten through his blade in passing as easily as a knife through candle wax. An interesting thing to observe. A dangerous one. If the duel continued much longer, his sword would not survive it. One strike, properly placed, might shear through the blade entirely rather than simply notching it. "You are good, Reachman." Ser Horus spoke through a tight jaw, pain evident in the clipped words. Galad looked at him. The man was hurting, blood running down his leg to pool in his boot, but beneath his helm another expression showed itself. Resignation. The knight knew it, then. Knew the gulf between them, and knew that despite his powerful sword, it could not be bridged. "You will not yield, Ser." Galad tried once more. Ser Horus let out a short, brittle sound that might have been a laugh. "I am a Harlaw," he said, as though this required no further elaboration. A pause, and then his voice dropped slightly, losing some of its formality. "I ask only that you honor your word as a knight." Another pause, and the men glanced down at Nightfall, its dark steel gleaming. "And the blade?" "It is my uncle's. I beg that you see it return to him." Galad nodded. "I will." Then, with a mighty roar that echoed across the walls of his castle, the Knight of Grey Garden charged forward, and Galadedred Damodred, to honor the man's bravery in the face of defeat and death, met him in the middle with his own charge. To those watching around them, it must have seemed a spectacle, two knights trading blow after blow, dragon steel singing against its ordinary counterpart, both men ducking and weaving and swinging and slashing with all their skill, the ring of the blades coming fast enough that individual strikes were difficult to follow. The crowd pressed closer, men shouting, some calling encouragement while others simply watched in stunned silence. It lasted no more than half a minute. Galad let it continue as far as his sword could take it. In the void, he was one with the blade, felt every impact as Valyrian steel scored it, gouged it deeper with each pass. His weapon was dying, piece by piece, and he knew it would not be long before it broke entirely. Then, only then, did he end it. He moved. Truly moved, for the first time in the fight. Stepping inside the man's guard as fast as lightning, close enough to see Horus' eyes widen, close enough to see the knight gain the sudden and complete understanding of exactly how wide the gulf had always been, how carefully it had been concealed from him until this moment. He honored that recognition by making it quick. A double strike. One cut to the wounded leg to bring the men down. The next at the neck, at a gap no other swordsman would have been able to find through the half-plate and mail, threading the needle in the space between helm and gorget. Then it was over. Blood sprayed red and thick across the grimy cobbles of Grey Garden as its master fell. The body hit the stones with a heavy sound, armor clanging against the courtyard floor. Gasps spread across the crowd. The Reachmen, far outnumbering the Ironborn, did not even cheer at first. Most stood stunned as the duel reached its end, a contest that had seemed so hard-fought, so closely matched between the knights, they could not fathom how it had ended so abruptly. Only when the swords and axes and maces fell from Ironborn hands, when the dozens of veterans who had come with their knights stripped off their helms and fell to their knees in surrender, only then did the men of the Reach scream out in victory. Fists thrust into the air. Men rushed forward to carry Galad on their shoulders. He barely had time to snatch up Nightfall from where it had fallen beside Harris' body before hands lifted him. Mors took one of his legs on his shoulder, while a man-at-arms he did not know positioned himself beneath the other. Then he was rising above a sea of Reachmen, borne aloft on their triumph. Cries of "Ser Galad! Ser Galad! Ser Galad!" filled his ears until the sound became a roar without meaning. The less excitable men, the more sensible ones, moved to secure the prisoners, directing the Ironborn to lay down their weapons and gathering them in groups. A few minutes later, a harried Ser Ares Oakheart shouldered his way through the crowd even as Galad tried to wave the men off, to be set down. The young knight's face was flushed, his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. "Ser!" Ares called up. "Ser! It's Ser Owen." Still sitting above the crowd, Galad turned toward him. He had not released the void quite yet. There would be a price to pay for delving so deep into it for so long, and he would not pay that price while surrounded by men, even if they were supposed to be his own. "What of him?" Galad asked. "I saw him riding away with his retinue just now." Ares gestured toward the gates. "He'll be riding to 10 Towers. He'll want to be the one to inform Lord Mace of the victory here." A pause, something careful in the young man's voice. "I fear he will try to diminish your part in it while covering himself in glory, Ser." The crowd had quieted around them to hear, and hearing it, voices rose immediately, men swearing up and down that every lord and knight and serving girl in the Reach would hear the truth of what happened at Grey Garden, men pledging their own testimony, men saying things about Ser Owen Inchfield's character and parentage that Galad chose not to repeat. A flicker of something almost like humor moved through him and was gone before it could take hold. It did not surprise him. Owen would do exactly what Ares described, and he would do it comfortably and with conviction, because men like Owen Inchfield believed very sincerely in the justice of their own perspective. Here, surrounded by the men who had witnessed everything, Owen would not dare try anything. Yet in the halls he knew, among the lords and knights who knew his name and his family and owed him the natural deference of long familiarity, he would tell his version and it would be received as a version worth receiving. But that was elsewhere. That was later. "Let him do as he pleases," Galad said, pitching his voice to carry. The crowd settled to hear him. "The men here have earned their victory with the blood of many of our companions." Grim nods moved through the group. A few men looked at the ground. "In the morning, we will march out and join Lord Mace at 10 Towers. But tonight we shall rest, and we shall celebrate, and we shall honor our dead." He paused, looking across the faces below him. "I expect every man here to honor my offer to Ser Harris. No harm shall befall those who have surrendered, and no harm shall come to the small folk of these lands. That is my will." They set him down shortly after that, and he was quick to put order to things before the celebration could take on a shape of its own. Nerol was the right man for it, steady and trusted by the men-at-arms and possessed of a capacity for good humor Galad had come to rely on. He sent him into the keep with a group of trusted men to see that his instructions were carried out before anyone else had the chance to make them difficult to enforce. He would not go back on his word. He had given it to a man who was dead now partly because he had trusted it, and that weight was not something Galad would set down. He would see that the small folk who worked the lands around Grey Garden did not become victims of wild Reachmen drunk with victory. They found plenty of food and meat inside the castle that night. The men feasted and drank and made merry in the courtyard as the grey afternoon gave way to a grey evening and then to a dark and cloud-covered night. A few had to be spoken to sharply before the night was out. Only a few. Galad left the rest of it in Nerol's hands, and Ser Ares's, and retired to one of the guest rooms in the keep as the sounds of celebration drifted up through the stone floors below him. The room was small but clean, a narrow bed against one wall and a simple nightstand beside it. Propping Nightfall carefully on the nightstand, the moonstone in its pommel catching the last grey light from the window, Galad finally allowed himself to sit on the edge of the bed. Then he laid back against the thin mattress and let go. The void released him like a dam breaking. All the fatigue and pain he had held at bay came crashing into him like a tide wave. His muscles screamed. His bones ached. The cuts and bruises he had accumulated over the past day made themselves known all at once, each one demanding attention. But worse than the physical pain was everything else. The faces of the men who had died under his command. Micah with the arrow through his throat. Lorne with his skull caved in by a horse's hoof. Sir Willem Withers and his knights burning alive in the farmhouse. Sir Manfred crushed beneath a stone. All the nameless men-at-arms who had followed his orders and paid for it with their lives, all the young iron-born boys he'd cut down as a scythe through wheat. And now Sir Horace Harlaw, an honorable man who had died because he would not yield. Galad closed his eyes and saw them all. In his previous life, he had led men into battle. He had commanded the Children of the Light and the armies of Ander and then of the whole Westlands against the Shan Chan. He had sent men to their deaths in service of what he believed was right. But it did not make this easier. It never did. Outside, he could hear the sounds of celebration, men laughing, singing, drinking to their victory. Inside this small room, Galad lay alone in the darkness and let himself feel the weight of what he had done. Tomorrow he would rise and march to 10 Towers. Tomorrow he would face whatever consequences Sir Owen's tale spinning brought. Tomorrow he would return nightfall to House Harlaw and honor his word to a dead knight. But tonight, he would simply endure. Chapter 21. When Galad woke the morning after taking Grey Garden, he knew immediately that he could not ride. His body felt as if a giant had taken hold of him and squeezed until he nearly burst like a melon. Every muscle screamed protest at the smallest movement. Rolling onto his side sent sharp pains lancing through his ribs. Pushing himself upright required gritting his teeth against the agony that radiated from his shoulders down through his arms. This was the price of the void. Of going so deep into it, of holding it for so long. The emptiness had protected him from feeling the toll his body paid during the fighting, but now, released from that state, every bruise and strain made itself known at once. Breathing carefully, he sat on the edge of the narrow bed and took stock. His hands trembled slightly when he held them before his face. The knuckles were swollen, purple with bruising. His left shoulder throbbed where he had taken a glancing blow from an axe against his pauldron. His thighs burned from the hours of fighting, from holding his stance on the walls and in the gatehouse. Outside the small window, morning light filtered through gray clouds. Voices carried from the courtyard below, men moving about their duties, the clatter of cookpots, the whinny of horses. The war effort could not wait for him to recover at his own pace. Pushing himself to his feet took effort. Walking to the door required careful thought lest he fall. But Galad made it, step by painful step, until he could open the door and call for Sir Aerys Oakheart. The young knight arrived within minutes, his face brightening when he saw Galad upright. Then concern crossed his features as he took in Galad's careful movements. "Sir Galad, you should be resting," Aerys said. "I know." Galad leaned against the doorframe. "Which is why you will take the bulk of the army and march to 10 Towers to aid Lord Mace in its taking." Aerys blinked. "Sir. The castle may have already fallen by now, but we must do our part all the same. Take everyone who can march. Leave a garrison to hold Grey Garden and horses for myself and a small company to follow when I am able." Understanding dawned on the younger man's face, followed by something that might have been pride at being given such responsibility. "Of course, sir. I'll see it done within the hour." After Aerys departed, Galad returned to the bed and allowed himself to collapse back onto it. The thin mattress felt like the finest featherbed in that moment. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him. He woke once that evening to take a light supper of bread and cheese and cold chicken that one of the men brought to his room. His body protested every movement required to eat, but he forced the food down anyway. Strength would not return without sustenance. After, he slept again through the night, into the next day, and beyond. 3 days after taking Grey Garden, Galad rode out through its open gates with Nerul, Mors, and 4 other men-at-arms from Highgarden at his back, and nightfall belted at his left hip. He still hurt as he took the saddle, but pain was not a new acquaintance, and discomfort had never been sufficient reason to fall short of his duties. The road to 10 Towers took them east through the foothills of a low mountain chain, the summits bare and brown in the early light, the sun rising slow behind the ridgeline and throwing long pale shadows down the slopes ahead of them. 3 hours of riding across that rough ground, the horses picking their way carefully over the loose stone, before the coast came into view and 10 Towers appeared along it. It was an interesting castle from a distance. A tangle of towers and stone bridges and covered walkways hiding behind high curtain walls that abutted the sea directly, waves breaking white against dark stone. Beside the castle, a small settlement sprawled, steep-roofed houses in the Ironborn style clustering around a decent-sized port. The water around the port showed signs of recent battle. Wrecks bobbed in the waves, the shattered remains of Ironborn longships and Redwine war galleys alike, their masts broken and hulls listing. Debris floated among them, splintered oars, torn sailcloth, things Galad could not identify from this distance. Yet the ships berthed there now, flying the grapes of the arbor and the flower of Tyrell, told him the battle's result. The walls of 10 towers itself, on the other hand, showed no siege damage. No scorching from burning pitch. No gaps where stones had been battered loose. No bodies strewn before the gates. Settling the men at the edge of the army's encampment, Galad learned what had happened from the soldiers nearby. Rodrik Harlaw had put down his banners before the main assault had come, but only after his fleet sunk, his port was taken, and the land forces closed around him on all sides. But the yielding had come too late to satisfy the nobility of Westeros. Orders from Pike, from the king himself, had stripped the major lords of the Iron Islands of their lordships, passing the seats to lesser men or distant relations whose names were not important enough to be considered for purging. Rodrik Harlaw, the reader, had not escaped that fate. XXX. Inside, 10 Towers was quieter than he expected. Early morning stillness filled the courtyards and corridors, the castle mostly sleeping after what must have been festivities the night before celebrating the Reach's victory. Empty wine cups sat on benches. A few men slept slumped against walls, snoring softly. Finding the dungeons was not difficult. A guard directed him to the first tower, the oldest of the 10 that gave the castle its name. More than one door won his way open before he had to ask twice. His name, it seemed, had traveled ahead of him. The temporary jailer outside Rodrik Harlaw's cell was a Highgarden man-at-arms who gave Galad a deep nod, turned the key, and withdrew down the corridor without being asked. Stepping through the door, Galad took in the room. Better than most cells, a proper cot with blankets, a small table, a candle burned most of the way down. High in the wall, a narrow window let in a strip of grey morning light and the distant sound of the sea. Seated on the cot with a book open across his knees was a slight man of middle age, brown-haired and plain-faced, nothing about him that would have drawn a second glance in a market or a library. He wore simple clothes, no jewelry, no ornamentation. His hands on the book were scholar's hands, fine-boned and careful. Nothing about him suggested the image of the common Ironborn warrior. The image of a lord who had led his people in rebellion. He looked like someone's maester. Until he raised his head. Sharp brown eyes moved from Galad's face to the sword at his hip and stayed there a moment before returning. "Oh," Rodrik Harlaw said. "The new wielder of Nightfall appears." Closing the book with care, he turned in his chair to face him fully. "Come to boast about taking my family sword, Reachman." Looking around the cell, Galad found a small wooden crate in the corner. He dragged it closer with one hand and lowered himself carefully to spare his still-aching muscles. "Is that not the way of your people?" Galad asked. "The iron price." Rodrik gave a slow nod. "Aye, so it is. And a prosperous land it has made us." His voice was dry, not quite sardonic. Reaching down, Galad unbuckled the sheathed sword from his belt and set it on the floor between them. "My name is Ser Galad of Dustinbury," he said. "I came to return this to you, Rodrik Harlaw." Harris named his uncle its true owner before he died. He asked me to see it delivered. I promised him I would. For a moment, the reader said nothing. Then a genuine smile appeared on his face, small but warm. Sounds like something Horace would ask. His ideas of honor lay more within the mainland than the islands. The smile faded as quickly as it had come, and he shook his head. "But I am no longer Lord Harlaw. I am bound for the wall with the other foolish lords and captains who followed Balon in his madness." Galad shrugged. "It is still yours by right." "I suppose so." Rodrik looked at the sword without touching it. "And what should I do with it?" "Bring it to the wall and go on arranging, drop it in the snow when my fingers turn to frost. See it in the hands of a wildling if I fall beyond the wall." He shook his head. "Nay. The sword deserves better than that." "Another Harlaw, then," Galad said. "I heard your sons fell outside Fair Isle. And Horace now. But is there no one else? No cousin, no distant relation?" "Plenty of those." Rodrik leaned back slightly against the wall behind the cot, considering the ceiling for a moment. "But men worthy of this sword?" "My father's sword." Another slow shake of the head. Most will end up taking the black as well, though I'm sure some will escape it. Bormund is a crafty bastard, and the silver hair will throw himself overboard before he truly swears the Watch's vows. He brought his eyes back to Galad. No. It is not a Harlaw that must wield the blade from now on. Who, then? Galad asked. I swore to Horus I would deliver you the blade. But I care not for the precise wording of it. I will see nightfall in the right hands. Leaning forward, Roderick met his eyes. My nephew. My sister's son. Theon Greyjoy. His brothers are dead. He will be the lord of the Iron Islands after Balon, and Harlaw blood runs through him as much as it ran through my own boys. Nightfall must go to him. Galad's lips formed a thin line. I see you have not been informed yet, then, he said. Balon Greyjoy is no longer lord of the Iron Islands. He lives no more, and his line has been attainted. His son will not inherit Pike. The widening of Roderick's eyes lasted only a moment before a long breath left him, his head dropping forward. He sat that way for several seconds, the candle guttering slightly in a draught from the window. Damn you, Balon, he said quietly. Damn you to the deepest, darkest pits. Looking up, his eyes had gone tight at the corners. Who then? Euron Greyjoy. Balon's oldest living brother. Closing his eyes as if resigned to some terrible fate, Roderick sat very still. Long moments passed before he spoke again. When he did, his voice carried a weight that made Galad pay closer attention. Balon was rash and arrogant and he led us to our downfall, but let me warn you now, Ser Galad of Dunstanbury. Roderick opened his eyes and fixed him with a hard stare. He is not even half as dangerous as Euron Greyjoy. Westeros will not know peace for long with that man ruling the islands. Galad's brow tightened. He was no Aes Sedai to be able to read the faces of men and know their hearts with certainty. But he thought himself a decent judge of character. And so married to the truth he had become, he had developed an even better hand at spotting liars. Roderick Harlaw did not seem like one. The man spoke with genuine conviction, with something that looked almost like fear buried beneath his resignation. Still, Galad was not in any position to alter the board and depose lords, much less on the words of an already fallen lord of Harlaw. I shall pass on your warning if I can, Galad said. And the sword? Roderick shook his head firmly. Nightfall must not go to Theon. Not yet. He is a boy still. Euron would see some terrible fate befall him and claim the sword for himself. I believe they will send the boy to ward away from his home, Galad offered. Though I know not where. They may send him as far as Ass-High by the Shadow, it makes no matter. Roderick's voice took on an edge. Once Theon claims the sword, it shall pass on to House Greyjoy if he were to die. And Euron would make sure the boy does. He has always been obsessed with Valyrian steel. Silence fell between them. The only sound was the distant drip of water somewhere in the dungeons and the muffled call of gulls from outside. Roderick seemed deep in thought, his gaze distant, before he focused on Galad again. Are you an honorable man, Ser Galad? The question came out carefully, and the reader's eyes watched him the way an owl watches its prey. Galad kept to the truth. I try to be. A slow nod. You would not have brought me this sword if you were not. Do you know how much someone like Tywin Lannister would pay for its like? A great deal of gold, I imagine. I imagine it would be more gold than you can imagine, Ser. Most men do not have a fertile enough mind to conceive how much gold the lion has. Pausing, Roderick let that hang in the air for a moment. Now that you know this, will you sell it? I have no use for gold where I am going. And where is that? Galad shrugged. Anywhere that calls to me. I feel a thirst to see these lands properly. They say the high tower at Old Town is taller than the wall where you are going. I would like to see whether that is true. A wandering knight, are you? Amusement touched Roderick's voice. They came to brag about you yesterday. Told me how Horus fell to your hands. One of them said you are the best swordsman they had ever seen. Was he telling the truth? Likely he was, Galad said simply. Most men have not seen much. Oh. An eyebrow rose. And you have? They said you were a woodsman before you were a knight. How much could you have seen? Enough to have seen better swordsmen than myself. A small smile passed across Roderick Harlaw's face, there and gone like sunlight through clouds. You shall make a fine wielder of Nightfall, Ser Galad of Dunstanbury. Finer than many of my ancestors, I would wager. Many of them were right old cunts. Galad frowned. What about your nephew? Theon Greyjoy. Too young, as I said. Perhaps he will grow up to be worthy of it. Roderick held his gaze. And perhaps you will be honorable enough to pass it on to him when the time is right. Sitting back on the crate, Galad did not answer immediately. His frown deepened as he thought the matter through. His understanding of Roderick Harlaw shifted in his mind like pieces on a stone's board being rearranged. Not a liar, no. But a shrewd man indeed. Your wish is not truly for me to wield it, Galad said at last. You wish only to see it safe until it can be passed on to someone of your blood. Safe from the likes of Euron Greyjoy and Tywin Lannister. To use my honor and my skill at arms as a shield for it. Surprise stamped itself clear on the reader's face. How interesting. A clever woodsman too. His eyes narrowed as he seemed to reassess the men before him. Who are you truly, sir? Rising from the crate, Galad picked it from the floor and buckled Nightfall back around his belt, the weight already feeling familiar there. He turned and walked toward the cell door, stopping at the threshold to shoot the men a final look over his shoulder. Fortunately for you, Roderick Harlaw, he said, I am a man who keeps his promises. Then he stepped out into the corridor and pulled the door closed behind him, leaving the reader alone with his books. XXX Chapter 22. Getting a meeting with Lord Mace Tyrell early that afternoon proved easier than Galad expected. Having sent word through one of his stewards, he was granted an audience within the hour, which surprised him until he considered that a lord with nothing left to besiege had more time on his hands than usual. The steward led him not toward the lord's formal apartments that would typically house a conquering commander, but to the book tower instead, to the rooms by the library where Roderick the Reader had apparently spent most of his days before his downfall. Lord Mace, it seemed, had made himself comfortable among the shelves. The smell of old parchment and leather bindings grew stronger as they climbed, mixing with something more immediate, roasted meat and fresh bread. At the top of the stairs, the steward knocked twice on a heavy oak door, then pushed it open. Sir Galad of Dunstanbury, my lord. Ah, Sir Galad. Lord Mace's voice boomed across the chamber. Come, do sit down. Galad stepped inside and took in the scene. Mace Tyrell sat at a table positioned near a tall window that overlooked the sea, surrounded by what could only be described as a kingly spread. Honeyed chicken glistened on a silver platter, the skin golden brown and dripping. A bowl of creamy soup, white as fresh snow, sat steaming beside it. Hot bread, still giving off wisps of heat, had been torn into chunks and scattered across a wooden board. Quail eggs gleamed in a dish, dipped in brown gravy that pooled at the bottom. Half a dozen other plates held foods Galad could not immediately name, pastries of some kind, roasted vegetables in butter, small fish arranged in a pattern, cheese cut into precise cubes. A jar of chilled wine sweated gently atop a thick leather-covered tome that had been pressed into service as a coaster. Still chewing on a piece of chicken, Mace wiped his hand on a linen napkin and waved Galad forward. Honey glistened at the corner of his mouth. It was a long day yesterday, and I am just now breaking my fast. Will you join me for a simple fare? Sketching an appropriate bow, Galad kept his expression neutral. Thank you, my lord, but I have already eaten. Hard bread and salted pork from the army's provisions, but it was food all the same. I can return later if your lordship prefers. Nonsense, you will at least sit with me. Mace pointed at the chair opposite him with the hand still holding a napkin. I know you requested this meeting yourself, but I have my own matters to ask you. Galad nodded and moved to take the indicated seat. The chair was well cushioned, far finer than anything else he had sat on in weeks. Through the window beside them, the sea stretched gray and restless beneath gathering clouds. Popping a quail egg into his mouth-hole, Mace chewed thoughtfully before continuing. You see, I have heard your name plenty these last few days. Plenty of differing accounts, mind you, so I would like to hear your own version of the rebellion. Another egg disappeared past his lips, but his eyes never left Galad's face. From the landings in the south, the fighting on the beach and along the coast, the fire in the farmhouse and how you came to lead the army. Then there's your pursuit of the Ironborn harrying the column, taking their camp, and finally the storming of Grey Garden and your duel with Ser Harris. I would hear it all, if you could. Spare me none of the details. And worry not. He gestured broadly with the hand holding his napkin, nearly knocking over his wine. Battle stories do not steal my appetite. Surprised, it took Galad a moment to reassess the situation. He had come here to deliver a decision, not to recount his actions. But Lord Mace Tyrell was his liege, at least nominally, and the request was reasonable enough. Settling back in his chair, Galad began. He told it straight through, from the moment the boats ground onto the sand at Harlaw to the duel in the courtyard. No embellishment, no false modesty, no careful shaping of events toward a more flattering light or a more humble one. He named the men who died where their names were relevant, described his own decisions and their consequences without either pride or apology, and corrected himself once when he realized he had spoken out of sequence. In the end, as in all things, he told the only story he could be bothered to tell. The truth of it. Across the table, Mace ate his way through the meal with steady enthusiasm. Chicken bones accumulated on a side plate. The soup bowl was scraped clean and pushed aside. Bread disappeared in large bites between questions. But despite his focus on the food, the Lord of Highgarden's attention never wavered. His brows rose at certain moments, when Galad described holding the flank against the cavalry charge, when he recounted holding the chain room at the gatehouse. Tiny reactions that showed he was listening through it all. When he finished, Mace finally set down a chicken wing he had gnawed to the bone. I see. Reaching for the wine jar, he poured himself a cup, considered the level, and poured a little more. Very well told, Sir Galad. You would make a great minstrel if you so wished. It paints quite the picture. He settled back in his chair with the cup and seemed to look at something in the middle distance for a moment, the gregarious warmth of his face giving way briefly to something more considered. I pride myself as something of a patron of the arts, you see. Gesturing with the cup, the many rings on his fingers caught the light. I have brought all kinds to Highgarden, artists from as far away as Karth and Qohor and even IB. Just as well there are those closer to home that come from the humblest of origins. All of them are different, do you know? Some men paint with one color only. Others will slather the piece with the whole rainbow. Some do this clever trick where they paint only the shadows, using the bare white of the canvas to give form to an object. He set the cup down and reached for a piece of bread, tearing it in half with the efficiency of long habit. But when I ask for a painting of Highgarden, I expect to be able to see my own castle in it, even if the palette or the style varies. Do you get me? Picking up a chicken bone, he held it between two fingers like a pointer. Honey dripped from it onto the table. When I ask for an account, men will tell me what they've seen with their own eyes. No man sees the world the same way, so differences are to be expected. But when I step back and look at the canvas, I must see the castle. The general truth of things. He tossed the bone into an empty plate, letting out a long breath that seemed to deflate him slightly. It is a shame, he said, more quietly, that some men, some friends, think to lie to their liege. Painting me a garden when I asked for a castle. Galad remained silent. Watching the Lord's face, he saw something morose there, almost pitying, though he did not think it was directed at him. Others had told him different versions of the events, it seemed, some more different than others, and Mace Tyrell had proved to be more capable than his genial exterior would present. Looking back up, Mace showed a broad smile, the momentary cloud gone as quickly as it had arrived. Not you, lad, not you. I am quite pleased with you. Quite pleased. Reaching for more bread, he tore off a piece and gestured with it. And though you have the talent for it, I see not the future of a minstrel for you. Instead, after your exploits here, Sir Galad, I do not think even my mother would deem you unworthy of a lordship. Oh, she would grumble about it, but she would acquiesce in the end. His smile widened. Extraordinary service must be rewarded extraordinarily. Dunstanbury still lies empty for now. Those are good lands, fertile lands. You could become a great lord of the realm with one stroke of my pen. That offer again. A tempting one, Galad imagined. Tempting for most if not all living men in the kingdoms. The promise of land, of title, of a place in the great game of Westeros. Yet he was not one of them. I understand that, my lord. And it is a generous offer. Galad kept his voice level, his posture respectful. But I have no wish to be tied down to land and liege for now. I am young yet. My heart hungers to see the world. Seemingly unsurprised, Mace watched him for a moment, chewing thoughtfully. These opportunities do not come by so easily, you understand that. Galad nodded. He had been a great lord before, in another life. Had commanded armies and countries by the end of it all. The first Prince of the Sword. Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. It had been a noble task, a fulfilling task. But perhaps in this second life he could try something simpler. Just a man, a horse, and his sword on the road. He had found his quiet years in the cabin to be to his liking, the simple rhythm of hunting and gardening and watching the seasons turn. He had lived in plenty of palaces before, and none had felt so much like home as his small cabin in the woods. If he misliked the life of a wandering knight, he could always build another to call home. I understand. But I remain resolute in my answer for now. Mace let out a short laugh, not unkind. A young man who hungers for neither glory nor titles. Truly, it will be a shame to see you leave the Reach, sire. You would make a fine lord, I am sure of it. Spreading his hands wide, he sighed. Alas, if I cannot convince you, I will not force the matter. I will see you well rewarded for all you have done, truly I will. All the coin and all the horses you may want for your travels. Anything at all. Then I would ask for passage on a ship headed to Old Town, Galad said. I have made commitments to some back in Highgarden. The man-at-arms, Sergeant Ben, who fought with me to protect your children in my house. And with your son Lord Garland, who I am sure has told you he wished to become my squire. Mace brightened at that, leaning forward with his elbows on the table. Oh yes, he has told me plenty. Did not stop singing your praises the whole time you were training him. Him and the little ones. A slight softening passed over his face at the mention of the youngest Tyrells, there and gone quickly. They'll all be devastated to learn you will not be staying. I would speak with them in person to deliver the news, Galad said. I know some of the men will be leaving for the Reach already, so I would join them as they return. Waving a hand, Mace shook his head. If you wish to speak with my children, Highgarden is not the place you want to go. Along with Lord Tywin, the king has announced a victory tournament to be held at Lannisport, and House Tyrell will present itself in force for it. By the time you made land in Old Town, they'll likely be at Casterly Rock already. He clapped his hands, the sound sharp in the quiet solar. How about this? I will send a raven at once asking for, he clicked his fingers, searching for the name. Ben. Ben, yes. I will write to Highgarden ordering Sergeant Ben to join my family when they travel north. That way you need not travel up and down half the continent only to speak face to face with one man. That will make things considerably easier, Galad said. Thank you, my lord. But Mace Tyrell did not dismiss him at once. He gained a pensive look to his face, fingers drumming against the table. When he looked back up, his eyes glimmered in the dim light. Tell me, then, Sir Galad. Do you plan on joining the lists, he asked. Or perhaps the melee? I am not sure that you were ever trained to joust, but none would doubt your skill with a blade by now. Ser Garin Sand had been adamant on the point of jousting, back in the years when the old man was still alive to be adamant about anything. A knight who could not joust was no knight at all, he had said more than once. Galad had never shared the enthusiasm for the sport. It seemed wasteful, two men charging at each other with blunted weapons to prove nothing of real import. But he had never let personal preference stand in the way of practice, and after some years, he had become a firm enough hand at running at the ring to know the basics of it, though he could not boast much experience in the real thing against real opponents. He had been silent long enough that May spoke again, a smile playing at his lips. May I give you some advice, sir? Before Galad could respond, he waved a hand. Well, I shall give it anyway. You should join the lists, even if you do not care for gold or the glory of it. Why so? So people can see you with that new sword of yours. Mace nodded toward Nightfall where it hung at Galad's belt. So they know who its wielder is now, and know him by name and face and deed. And know that its wielder has friends, powerful friends. And should that wielder be met with some unfortunate accident during his travels, or should he be set upon by bandits and highwaymen on the road, those powerful friends would not be pleased. His expression grew more serious, the jovial mask slipping to reveal the calculating lord beneath. They would ask questions. They would have eyes on whose hands the sword ends up in. Do you get my meaning, sir? Galad was taken aback for a moment. He had not considered that angle. Plenty of houses in Westeros held Valyrian steel blades, and it was rare for one to be taken by another house. They were seen as heirlooms tied to a family's honor and heritage, and should one find himself in possession of a house's sword, he was in turn honor-bound to return it to its rightful place. That only worked because the rest of Westeros knew which house owned which sword. To have a stolen blade in your possession meant not only the enmity of a house, or even an entire kingdom depending on where that house was located, but the undesirable reputation of being ignoble and dishonorable. This was not truly about the Tyrells doing something should someone steal Nightfall. It was about his name being tied to the sword and to a great house of the realm, the connection to them serving as a deterrent to action in the first place. After all, a wandering knight without name or land was easy prey. A wandering knight with a public friendship with the Lord of Highgarden was a different calculation entirely. It was, Galad had to admit, quite clever. Especially as it brought prestige to the name Tyrell without requiring any investment beyond public association. I understand completely, my lord. Good. Mace slapped the table with his palm, making plates jump. Then you shall join me when I leave for Lannisport. And you shall join me tonight as well at the high table. The lords of the Reach have all arrived from the other islands for our own victory feast, and it is past time I give you your due honors. It will be an honor, he said, though the idea did not quite suit him. Excellent, excellent. Rising from his chair with a groan of satisfaction, Mace came around the table and clapped Galad on the shoulder with enough force to make him sway slightly. I shall see you tonight, then. Wear something fine. I will have my steward bring you proper attire if you lack it. A knight of your deeds should look the part. Galad stood as well, then bowed. My lord. As he made his way to the door, Mace called after him. Oh, and Ser Galad. That was a fine account you gave. The truth suits you. Turning back, Galad met the lord's eyes and saw approval there, mixed with something else. Respect, perhaps, or simply recognition. Thank you, my lord. Outside in the corridor, Galad paused to let out a slow breath. The feast tonight. The tournament at Lannisport. More spectacle, more eyes, more attention. Everything he had hoped to avoid by refusing the lordship. But Mace was right about the sword. Nightfall would make him a target without the right protections. And if presenting himself at a tournament and a feast was the price of being able to travel freely afterward, then he would pay it. Descending the stairs of the book tower, Galad's hand rested on Nightfall's pommel. The moonstone was cool beneath his palm. Outside, the sun had just now begun its descent toward the western horizon, painting the land in shades of amber and gray. One feast. One tournament. Then he could go wherever the road called him. It seemed a fair bargain. Chapter 23. The Great Hall of 10 Towers had been transformed for the victory feast. Torches blazed in iron sconces along the walls, their light dancing across the high ceiling where ancient Kraken banners had been torn down and replaced with the golden rose of House Tyrell and a dozen other sigils besides. Long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with men still wearing the dust and grime of campaign despite their attempts to clean up. The smell of roasted meat and spilled wine filled the air, mixing with the salt wind that pushed through the open windows. From his seat at the high table, Galad watched as Lord Mace Tyrell rose to his feet with a goblet raised high. The hall quieted, hundreds of voices falling to silence as men turned their attention to their commander. My lords, my knights, my brave men of the Reach. Mace's voice carried across the stone chamber. We have achieved a great victory here in the Iron Islands. The Kraken has been brought low, and the Greyjoy rebellion is at an end. Cheers erupted from the tables below. Cups were raised, fists pounded on wood, men roared their approval. Mace waited for the noise to subside before continuing. But no victory is won by one man alone. It is the courage and skill of our finest lords and commanders that brought us this triumph. Turning to gesture at the men seated along the high table, Mace began calling out names. Lord Randall Tarley, whose steel never wavers and whose men never break. More cheers. At the far end of the table, Lord Tarley gave a curt nod, his stern face unchanged. Lord Mathis Rowan, stalwart and true. Lord Alistair Florent, whose banners were first over the walls at Blacktide. Ser Balon Hightower, who held the line when lesser men would have fled. Each name brought fresh cheers from the tables below. The lords and knights mentioned acknowledged the recognition with varying degrees of pleasure, some beaming, others nodding with martial dignity. A Caswell cousin flushed red with pride. A Fossaway knight raised his cup high. Settling back in his chair, Galad let the names wash over him. He had dressed in the fine clothes Mace's steward had provided, a doublet of deep green with gold thread at the collar and cuffs, well-fitted and clearly expensive. Nightfall hung at his side, the moonstone pommel visible above the table's edge. Despite his preference for simpler fare, he had to admit the roasted venison and honeyed carrots were excellent. When it came time to honor the men in Mace's own forces that had taken Harlaw and all its castles, the Lord mentioned plenty of his household knights. Names Galad recognized from the campaign, men who had fought well, who had led their companies with competence if not brilliance. And when Grey Garden was mentioned, it was not Ser Owen Inchfield who received the credit. And of course, I could never forget the hero of the Flower Hearth himself, Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. Mace turned toward him, eyes bright with wine and satisfaction. Stand for a moment, good sir. Stand. He had no wish for fame, and no particular hunger for the attention of lords. Given the choice, he would have spent the evening down at the campfires with Nerol and the others, eating whatever the cook fires had produced and listening to the men argue about nothing in particular. But he was by no means uncomfortable here. He had stood in far greater courts and councils than this, had been examined and measured and watched by queens and generals and men who held the fates of nations in their hands, and through all of it the same composure had come to him as naturally as breathing. It came to him now. Every face in the room turned toward him. He looked back, his expression open and still, and waited. This week, Ser Galad was hero once again here in Harlaw, Mace continued. Leading the men onto the beach, holding strong against fierce Ironborn charges time and again, turning ambushes back on the Ironborn as they fought their Reavers' wars. And finally, his finest moment, the taking of Grey Garden, being the first man atop its walls. The Lord paused for effect, letting the anticipation build. And the man who now wields the famed Valyrian steel sword Nightfall, having fought and bested Ser Harris Harlaw in the finest single combat Westeros has seen since Ser Gawain Corbray crossed blades with Demon Blackfire himself upon the Redgrass field. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the hall. Many had heard the rumors, but hearing it confirmed by Lord Mace himself made it real. The sword, Ser. Let us see the sword. Stepping out from behind the table, Galad moved to the open space before the Harlaw throne, where two enormous sides of beaten silver hung on the wall above the carved seat like the arms of some vast, patient creature. Standing beneath them, framed by silver, he reached to his left side, took Nightfall's hilt, and drew the blade in a single clean motion. The sound of dragon steel leaving its scabbard was like a whisper of wind through leaves. Galad held it aloft, letting the torchlight play across its surface. The rippling pattern along the dark blade caught the flickering flames like waves under the sun, silver and shadow dancing together. The moonstone in the pommel threw back reflections that scattered across the ceiling. Cheers erupted from the reachmen below. Men stood from their benches, raising cups and weapons in salute. The noise washed over Galad like a wave, but in his mind he stood in the stillness, separate from it all. The moment passed. Lowering the blade, he sheathed it with the same smooth motion and returned to his seat. Mace moved on to announcing the coming tournament in Lannisport, the King's Victory celebration, where all the great houses would gather to display their prowess and celebrate the end of the rebellion. Sitting back down, Galad reached for his wine. He had barely taken a sip when the First Lord approached, a florid man with a meadow sigil on his doublet, full of questions about the duel and eager to introduce his two sons who stood behind him looking odd. After him came a Graceford knight wanting to know if Galad had truly held an entire flank alone against cavalry. Then a Redwine cousin asking about the ambush in the valley. Such a clear sign of favor by Lord Mace was sure to spark the curiosity of even the most dour of lords. They came in a steady stream, making conversation, paying compliments, fishing for information or alliance or simply the chance to say they had spoken with the men who wielded Nightfall. Galad answered their questions with courtesy, shared wine with those who offered it, and maintained a lordly mask throughout. This was the price of the display, he understood. Mace had elevated him publicly, and now the lords of the Reach wanted to know where he stood, what he wanted, whether he could be useful to them. As the feast started to slow down, men growing drunk or tired, the servants clearing away the remains of the meal, a different sort of figure approached. Lord Randall Tarley walked with purpose from his seat at the table, his bearing as martial and controlled as if he were on a parade ground. Behind him came his son Samwell, a soft boy who looked profoundly uncomfortable in the martial atmosphere. Stopping before Galad's seat, Tarley got straight to the point. Many will covet such a blade, Ser. Many will, Galad agreed, meeting the Lord's hard gaze. I should like to test this sword arm of yours. Tarley's voice carried no warmth, but neither was it hostile. Simply direct. I have never wielded Heartsbane against another Valyrian steel sword. I plan to join the melee, my lord, Galad told him. I would welcome the challenge. A small smile appeared on Randall Tarley's face, barely visible but unmistakably present. I shall see you in the field, then. After Tarley departed, with his son trailing behind with a backwards glance at Galad that might have been fear or fascination, more lords came. A Fossaway asking about serving wenches around the room. A Kiwi knight sharing news from the other islands. The conversations blurred together, mostly polite and meaningless, until finally Galad found himself speaking with Ser Aerys Oakheart. The young knight had cleaned up well, his hair combed back and his doublet fresh. But excitement still shone in his eyes when he looked at Galad, the same eager energy he had shown on the battlefield. The way you moved during the duel, Ser, Aerys was saying, leaning in close enough that others would not overhear. I have never seen anything like it. When you stepped inside Ser Harisgard at the end. He shook his head in wonder. How does one train for that? What exercises build that kind of speed? Footwork, Galad said, keeping his voice low. Most men neglect it in favor of strength training. But a swordsman who cannot move cannot win, no matter how strong his arm. He paused, considering how to explain concepts he had learned in another world. Practice the forms slowly at first. Focus on balance, on knowing exactly where your feet are at all times. Speed comes later, after the body knows the movements without thought. Ares nodded eagerly, clearly committing every word to memory. And when facing a superior weapon like Valyrian steel. Ser Galad. The shout cut through the hall's ambient noise like a knife. Conversations died around them as heads turned toward the source. Galad looked up to see Ser Owen Inchfield stumbling through the far entrance, clearly drunk, his face flushed red and his movements uncoordinated. He had heard the men had not been invited to the feast, but it seemed he had found his way inside after all. Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. Owen's voice slurred as he pushed past a servant who tried to intercept him. Where is that bastard son of a whore? Some no-name woodsman playing at being a knight. Moving unsteadily across the hall, Owen grabbed the edge of a table for support and pointed an accusing finger. You think you're better than me? Think you can steal my glory? I should have killed you when I had the chance. The hall had gone completely silent. Every eye was on the drunk knight as he lurched forward another few steps. Common-born trash. Up jumped peasant with a stolen sword. Before Owen could continue his tirade, 3 large men-at-arms appeared from the shadows and grabbed him by the arms. He struggled against them, still shouting obscenities as they dragged him backward toward the entrance. Unhand me. I am Ser Owen Inchfield. My house is old, you hear me? Looking toward the high table, Galad saw that same pitying expression on Mace Tyrell's face he had seen earlier. With a small gesture, the Lord dismissed his former friend. The men-at-arms hauled Owen through the door and out of sight, his voice fading into the distance. Murmurs filled the hall immediately. Whispers passed from table to table, speculation about what had transpired between Ser Galad and Owen Inchfield, theories about why the latter had been excluded from the high table, reminders of Owen's family connections and how this disgrace would reflect on them. Rising from his seat, Galad decided the feast was well over for him. He gave Ares a nod. Continue what we discussed. Practice the footwork, slowly at first. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Ares seemed uncertain whether to acknowledge the scene they had just witnessed, settling finally on pretending it had not happened. Making his way toward the exit, Galad ignored the stares and whispered conversations that followed his passage. Outside in the courtyard, the night air was cool and clean, washing away the heat and smell of the crowded hall. Stars glittered overhead between scattered clouds, and the sound of the sea was a constant whisper against the rocks below. He walked through the gates and headed toward the sprawling encampment where the common soldiers had made their beds. Cooking fires dotted the darkness like fallen stars, circles of warmth and light where men gathered to share food and drink and stories. He found his men exactly where he expected them. They sat around a fire near the edge of the camp, using logs and upturned crates as seats and passing a wineskin between them. Nerol saw him first, his weathered face breaking into a grin. Sir. Done with the fancy lords already. More than done, Galad said, lowering himself onto a log across from the grizzled veteran. Someone passed him the wineskin and he took a long drink. The wine was sour and cheap, nothing like what they had served in the hall, but it tasted better somehow. How was it? Mors asked from his left. Loud. Full of talk. Galad passed the skin to Mors. A lot of talk. Nerol chuckled. Aye, lords do like to hear themselves speak. Though we hear you put on quite a show with that sword of yours. All the men are talking about it. Lord Mace's idea, not mine. Still. One of the other men-at-arms, a stocky fellow named Pate, gestured with his cup. Must have been something, holding up a Valyrian steel blade in front of all those high-born cunts. They drank in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire crackle and spit. Around them, other campfires hosted similar scenes, men unwinding after weeks of campaign, sharing the quiet satisfaction of survival. To victory, someone said, raising his cup. To victory, the others echoed. Taking the wineskin when it came around again, Galad held it up. To those who did not live to see it. The mood sobered immediately. Nerol nodded slowly. Aye. To Lorne and Micah. Mors closed his eyes when he heard his brother's name. Sir Willem Withers, another man added. And Sir Manfred, said Pate. They went through the names, every man they could remember who had fallen during the campaign. From the beach landing to the final assault on Grey Garden, they spoke the names aloud and drank to each one. Some Galad knew well, others he had barely spoken to. But each had fought beside them, had bled on Harlaw's soil, and each deserved to be remembered. When the wineskin was empty and the names had all been spoken, Galad stared into the fire and made a decision. Should he win the purse at the melee or the joust, he would see that Lorne's widow received a share. He needed some gold to fund his travels, just not all of it. It was the least that could be done for the first friend he had lost in this world. You're thinking loud, Sir, Nerol said from across the fire, voice rough with drink and exhaustion. Looking up, Galad met the veteran's eyes. Just planning ahead. Planning to knock some fancy lords on their arses at Lannisport. A small smile touched Galad's lips. Something like that. I'd pay good coin to see you face the Kingslayer, Mors said. They say he's never been unhorsed in the melee. Everyone can be unhorsed, he thought, though he did not voice it. Winning was one thing, making too many powerful enemies was another. They drank for a while after that, until the fire breathed low between them, and no one moved to add wood to it. XXX Chapter 24. Victarion Greyjoy. Wind howled outside like a dying beast, rattling the shutters in their frames until Victarion thought they might tear loose and fly into the night. Yet despite the noise, Pike had never felt so empty and silent. The wind was just wind, nothing more. It was the absence of voices that made the castle feel dead. The first night after all the invaders had left the Iron Islands. The Greenlanders, traipsing through his family's castle as if they owned it. Robert Baratheon with his warhammer and his bellowing laugh. Tywin Lannister moving through the halls like it was all beneath him. The great Jon Umber and his savage Northmen, drunk on victory and southern wine. Cunts, the lot of them. Victarion's hands curled into fists as he stalked through the corridors. His boots struck stone with heavy thuds that echoed in the emptiness. Most of the servants were dead or fled, killed in the sacking or run off when the Greenlander armies came. The few that remained kept to the shadows, eyes downcast, moving like ghosts through their own home. He had traded blows with Robert Baratheon himself during the fall of Pike. The memory burned in his mind, the usurper's warhammer coming down like a thunderbolt, Victarion meeting it with his axe, the impact rattling his bones. For a moment they had fought, strength against strength, and Victarion had felt the savage joy of battle singing in his blood. Then the Northmen had tackled him from the side, 3 of them bringing him down like hounds on a boar. By the time he fought back to his feet, Robert had moved on to other prey. And though Victarion hated to admit it even in the privacy of his own mind, he did not think he would have come out on top had the duel continued. Robert Baratheon was no Greenlander weakling. The man was a warrior born, strong as an aurochs and twice as mean when his blood was up. Still. One day, Robert Baratheon would feel his axe bite into his throat. Into each of their throats, these Greenlanders that had desecrated his home, that spat on the old ways. He promised himself that much. Balon might have been a cunt too, arrogant and rash and as hard-headed as a bull shark. But he had been Victarion's brother. His blood. That meant something. And a king too, the first Greyjoy king since the ancient kings of Salt and Rock were chosen through the King's Moot. They might have failed in their rebellion, but Balon had the right of it all along. The old way had to be restored. Reaching the lord's apartments, Victarion pushed through the door without knocking. The chambers were empty. He had thought to find Euron balls deep in some wench at this time of night. His brother had never lacked for appetites, but the bed was cold and undisturbed. Frowning, Victarion turned and made his way back through the castle. He passed through halls that still bore scorch marks from the fighting, stepped over stones that had been pried loose and never replaced. In the kitchen, he found one of the few remaining servants, an old woman with a bent back who had served House Greyjoy since before Victarion was born. "Where is my brother?" he demanded. The woman flinched at his tone, eyes darting away. "The Great Hall, Lord. Saw him go there after dark. Alone." Victarion grunted and continued on. It seemed strange that Euron would be in the Great Hall at this hour. There had been no feast today. There was nothing to feast about, no victory to celebrate. Only defeat and submission and the bitter taste of bowing to the Greenlander king. The Great Hall's doors stood open, darkness spilling out into the corridor beyond. Victarion stepped through and stopped, letting his eyes adjust to the dim light. A few torches guttered in their sconces along the walls, casting more shadow than illumination. The long tables had been pushed to the sides, benches stacked haphazardly. At the far end of the hall, on the dais where the curling tentacles of the sea-stone chair weaved through the air, a figure stood. "Euron," Victarion called, his voice echoing off the high ceiling. His brother did not answer. Walking forward, Victarion felt the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stand on end, and he wished he had brought his axe with him. Something felt wrong. As he drew closer, he heard it, a slow dripping, like a leak in a thatched roof. Drip. 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 But when he looked up, the ceiling was solid stone. No rain could penetrate here. The dripping continued. Steady as a heartbeat. "Brother," Euron finally said without turning. One hand rested on a tentacle of the sea-stone chair, his fingers drumming against the black stone, oily and strangely reflective despite the low light. "Come to have a go at the chair when no one's looking, have you?" Victarion could hear the mocking smirk in Euron's voice. It made his blood boil, that tone, the one that said Euron knew something Victarion did not, that he was playing a game Victarion could not comprehend. "I came looking for you," he said through gritted teeth. How touching. His other hand was by his head, balled into a fist. "It's not as comfortable a seat as you'd think, you can trust me on that." Victarion's lips formed a thin line. He had learned long ago never to trust a word that came out of his brother's mouth. Euron lied as easily as other men breathed, twisted truth until it suited his purposes. But he was Lord of the Iron Islands now, chosen by Robert Baratheon to replace their executed brother. And Victarion owed his allegiance to the Greyjoy that sat the chair, no matter how much it galled him. Narrowing his eyes, Victarion tried to make out what his brother was holding. The room was half in darkness, torchlight failing to reach the dais fully. But he could see Euron's silhouette against the sea-stone chair, could see something in his hand. Drip. 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 The sound came from whatever Euron held. Dark drops fell onto the ancient stone of the chair, running down its carved surface like black tears. "What are you doing?" Victarion demanded. Moving closer, he finally saw it clearly. The gaping hole in one side of Euron's face, a dark pit where his eye should have been. Blood dripped down his cheek in thick rivulets, staining his collar, falling onto the sea-stone chair. "Your eye." The words came out strangled. Victarion did not enjoy the trembling in his own voice, the note of something that might have been fear. "What have you done?" "Paying the price, of course." Euron spoke as naturally as if Victarion had asked him about the weather, his remaining eye bright with something that might have been fever or madness or both. "An eye for an eye. And this one's sight was far too poor for little old me." Victarion only stared at him, trying and failing to parse out his brother's words. An eye for an eye. What price? What had Euron done? Turning fully now, Euron settled himself onto the sea-stone chair. Blood continued to stream down his face, but he seemed not to notice or care. "Speak your piece, then." Propping his chin on his balled fist, the one still holding something, he fixed Victarion with his remaining eye. "You need not look at me as if I've grown a second head. It's just an eye, Victarion. See." His hand opened. In the torchlight, Victarion finally saw the eye clearly. White as bone the whole of it, pupil and iris both gone milky and dead. The thing stared back at him blankly, as if still attached to a man's face, still seeing things no living man should see. Then Euron closed his fist, and the sound was like a grape being crushed underfoot, wet and obscene as a thing not meant to be heard. Clear fluid mixed with blood seeped between his brother's fingers. Victarion's jaw dropped. His stomach turned. Euron laughed at him, a rising cackle that echoed through the empty hall, bouncing off stone walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. "If only you could see your face." Wiping a tear from his good eye with his free hand, he grinned. Blood stained his teeth. "Ha. Go on, then. What is it you want?" Euron was mad. Truly mad. Victarion had always known that, in some fashion. His brother had never been right, even as a boy. But it had only gotten worse after Euron sailed east a few years after Robert's rebellion ended. He had been gone more than 2 years, and when the Silence returned to Pike, it brought a strange crew of mutes and foreign thralls chained to the oars. Euron had walked down the gangplank wearing silks from Karth and smelling of eastern spices, his smile wider and emptier than before. Silent for a moment, Victarion shook himself. He swallowed dryly and tried to focus on why he had come here. To ask what are our next steps? Euron raised an eyebrow, the one above his remaining eye. What steps would there be? I am as loyal a servant to the crown as any lord in Westeros. Wagging a finger at Victarion, his grin widened. Watch out, Vic. This is treason you're speaking here. This is no jest, Victarion snarled, taking a step forward. And servant. Has this defeat unmanned you so? You cannot mean to keep faith with the Stag King. Not truly. The Iron Fleet needs must be rebuilt. More captains raised. More men trained. Pounding his chest with a closed fist, he felt the familiar words rise up from his throat like a prayer. What is dead may never die, but rises again, harder and stronger. Yes, yes. Rolling his one good eye, Euron lounged back in the chair. Victarion could see deep into the dark pit where the other had been, could see the raw meat and bone within. That's all well and good. But Robert Baratheon's rule is useful for now. My back is not so stiff that it cannot bow and scrape for a time. The Ironborn should bow to no man, Victarion said. We bowed only to the dragons, and the dragons are gone. Are they? Euron's smile widened, blood still seeping from his ruined socket. You aim too low, brother. Rebelling against this king or that, ruling these piss-poor islands. Leaning forward, his remaining eye gleamed in the torchlight. I have my sights, set higher than that. And for such a lofty goal, a man must be patient. Victarion frowned, trying to understand. What goal? Euron ignored his question. We shall bide our time for now and save our strength. No need to waste it on further foolish rebellions. Rising from the sea-stone chair, his brother began to pace, his movements fluid despite the blood loss. Worry not. Westeros will break itself apart without our need to kick down its door. The stag and the falcon. The lion and the viper. The wolves and the roses and all the rest. They will tear at each other soon enough. Stopping before Victarion, Euron placed a hand on his shoulder. His grip was strong, fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. Then, only then, will I make my move, and the whole of Westeros shall know of it. Our sails will cover their horizon, will darken the very sun. His voice dropped to something almost reverent. From the Wall to Old Town, Lannisport to Gulltown, Sunspear to King's Landing. They will learn. And as I do now, so they too shall weep tears of blood. His hand rose to touch the ruined socket, fingers coming away red. I see it clear as day. Victarion stared at his brother, at the mad light in his eye, at the blood running down his face, at the certainty in his smile. Part of him wanted to strike Euron down right there, to end this madness before it could spread. But another part remembered. It was Euron more than anyone who had convinced Balon to raise their banners in rebellion, which Victarion had tried and failed to do for years. It was Euron who planned the sacking of Lannisport, and the mad thing had worked, the Lannister fleet burned, their gold stolen, their pride wounded. And it was Euron who had spoken against giving battle to Stannis Baratheon at sea, counseling patience. Balon had not listened. Neither had Victarion, thinking him craven for it. And Euron had been right. The battle off Fair Isle had broken the Iron Fleet and left the Iron Islands open to invasion. Perhaps his brother's madness had method in it after all. How long? Victarion asked. How long must we bow and scrape? Euron's smile was answer enough, wide and terrible and full of secrets. As long as it takes, brother. As long as it takes. Turning away, he climbed back onto the dais and sat once more upon the sea-stone chair. Blood continued to drip onto its ancient stone, staining it darker than the sea from which it had been carved. Victarion watched his brother sit there, mad and bleeding and somehow still terrifying in his confidence. Then he turned and walked from the hall, his boots echoing in the emptiness. Behind him, Euron's laughter followed, a soft, satisfied thing, like a man who had just won a wager no one else knew he had made. XXX Chapter 25. Galad. The horse charged beneath him, hoofs churning through the sand of the tilt lane. Couched beneath his right arm, the lance sat steady, its tip trained on the men coming fast across the field. His shield rested like a boulder on his left forearm. It would not move. He knew that like he knew his own name. Through the narrow slit of his visor, the world had narrowed to a strip of sky, the churned sand of the lane, and the men coming toward him. The Northman sat his gelding with confidence, but the confidence was in his bearing rather than his form. Too stiff through the back. Too rigid in the shoulders, as if he were bracing for something he had already decided he could not prevent. Not a hedge knight, this one, but a captain of some northern house, the black battle-axe upon his surcoat marked him as such. He should have asked his squire the name of the sigil before taking the lane. He would remember to do so next time. Closing distance fast, Galad read the small signs. A subtle tightening in the shoulder. The way the man's legs stiffened around the animal's barrel as the gap between them shrank. He would panic in the last moment, the lance tip drifting, the shield rising instinctively to protect the neck and upper chest. Knowing this, Galad angled his own lance low, beneath the metal lip of the shield that would come up in that final instant. The collision jarred him despite his preparation. A shock jolted up his arm all the way to his shoulder and neck, reverberating through his bones. Then came the sound of wood breaking upon metal, his lance shattering into 1,000 pieces that rained down upon his armor and the mare's flank. His mount did not break stride. The borrowed Tyrell mare had been bred for this and knew her business better than he did, carrying him through the impact and out the other side without hesitation. Ben had brought Galad's own destrier from Highgarden's stables when he arrived with the Tyrell household, but the horse was ill-suited to the joust, and the mare had been offered without him needing to ask. Behind him, Galad heard the Northman hit the ground with a hard thud that carried across the tourney field. Letting out a soft breath, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. 2 rounds in the tilt lane in as many minutes. And only because he had been overly cautious in the first, facing a hedge knight from the Vale who had bragged about 6 tourney wins but had fallen on their 3rd tilt. Jousting against other knights was not much different than running at the Quinton, Galad had discovered. How could he miss his thrust when he was one with his lance, one with the horse thundering beneath him, one with the man and beast opposite him? In the void, their arms and lances and shields were as much his as they were theirs. What feint could a man pull on his own body? Turning the mare around as she reached the end of the lane, Galad saw the Northman struggling slowly up from the sandy ground. He rode back the way he had come, slowing as he approached the fallen knight. "Well ridden, sire." The man looked up through his visor, then reached up and pulled his helmet off entirely, setting it in the sand beside him. A grizzled face stared back, gray-bearded, the lines in it suggesting 20 years more than Galad's own. Narrow gray eyes moved down from Galad's face to the small flower embroidered on the breast of his surcoat, the plain Tyrell household uniform he had been given on his first day at Highgarden and had not yet found reason to replace. He had not gotten around to making up arms for himself. "I ain't no sare, Reachman," the man grunted. He coughed, pressing a fist against his chest. And no, it wasn't well written. "Gods, you hit harder than a giant." Another cough, shorter. "What's your name again?" "Galad." "Galad of Dunstonbury." The man's eyes widened. Recognition flickered across his weathered features. "Ah, bloody hell. S'pose I didn't stand a chance either way." Pushing himself up with effort, he finally gained his feet, swaying slightly. "You that hero knight, then?" Galad was glad his helmet hid his expression. That was one name he did not like. Calling him a hero set a bitter feeling across his chest. "Just a woodsman in the right place at the right time," he said. "They made me a knight for it." "I heard that too." The woodsman knight. Wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, the Northman studied him with new interest. "True, you killed 100 men on your own at Harlaw." Opening his mouth to deny it, Galad paused. He turned it over in his mind briefly. Dozens on the stairway of the gatehouse alone, working through each man as they came down in the narrow space. The fighting on the walls before that, and in the beach landings, and across the campaign through the hills and the valley and the ambushed column. The numbers, if he was honest with himself, might be there. He could not say with certainty, and he had no wish to count. His silence lasted a moment longer than intended. The Northman let out a short, pained chuckle, reading whatever he chose to read in that silence. No shame in this defeat, then. Good story to tell the lads back home. Turning, the men gave him a loose wave and limped away toward the edge of the field. "Hope you go on to win this whole damn thing, Sir Galad. Shoulda known better than tryin' this southern shit sport." Galad raised a hand in return and watched the men walk away for a moment before continuing down the tilt lane to where his squire waited. 12-year-old Garland Tyrell stood at the far end of the field, practically vibrating with excitement. His brown hair was still neat despite the heat of the day, his Tyrell livery spotless. He had taken to his duties as squire with a seriousness that would have been amusing if it were not so endearing. "Great showing, Sir Galad," Garland said enthusiastically as Galad dismounted. "Will you take a break now, sir?" He offered up a skin of water. Taking it gratefully, Galad pulled off his helmet and drank deep. The water was cool and sweet, washing away the taste of metal and dust. Around them, the tourney grounds were relatively quiet. In this first stage of the jousting, where most of the high nobility need not yet participate, the rounds were held with far less fanfare. Attendance at the noble stands was sparse, with only a few small folk dotting the grassy hill on the other side of the field. Most would be waiting for the real spectacle when the great knights and lords of the realm donned their stately armor and the grounds filled with mummer shows and fire eaters and whatnot. For now, there were not even straws to draw or brackets to follow. Men lined up at dawn and went at each other in pairs. Lose once and you were eliminated. One needed only to win 3 rounds without losing to advance to the next stage, and a winner could take an hour's break after each round while 2 other competitors took his and the loser's place in the field. But Galad saw no need for rest. The week-long wait at Harlaw before embarking to Lannisport had been more than enough time for him to recover fully from his exertions at Grey Garden. The sea voyage had been uneventful, and it had taken another couple of days after their arrival before the tourney proper started. There would be 3 days for all manner of hedge knights and enterprising men-at-arms and other free riders to batter each other for the few available spots in the main brackets. Galad had decided to get it done and over with on the first day. It was sunny overhead, only a few clouds drifting lazily across the sky above Lannisport. The air smelled of salt from the nearby harbor mixed with the dust and sweat of the tourney grounds. His breath was hot inside his helmet when he put it back on, hot but steady. No need for a break. Looking down at Garland, he nodded toward the organizer's tent. "Tell the steward I'm ready for the next contestant." Garland nodded, took back the water skin and swiftly set off to do his bidding. Watching the boy go, Galad reflected that he was a better squire than a man like himself deserved. And despite being the son of a high lord besides, Garland was diligent and respectful and kind to all around him, treating the stable boys and serving men with the same courtesy he showed to lords. Galad did not think he had been half as attentive to those beneath him when he had been a high lord himself in his previous life. Power and position had come too easily to Galadedred Damodred, a son of 2 royal lines. He might have not been purposefully arrogant, but he had still worn his rank-like armor, never questioning whether he deserved it. The rest of the Tyrell family had been waiting at the docks when Galad followed Lord Mace down the gangplank days earlier. With the exception of the Lady Olenna, who waited inside their carriage, they were all there, standing amidst the slowly recovering ruins of the Lannisport docks, scaffolding and new timber marking where the Ironborn raid had done its damage. His wife, the Lady Allery, Willis, Garland, young Loras, and little Margeary, the youngest 2 nearly bouncing in place to stop themselves from tackling their father. Galad had almost been tackled himself later that day. He had been invited to stay in the castle as part of the Tyrell household, and he had not had it in him to deny the request when the children looked at him with their big brown eyes like baby does pleading for mercy. He might have elected to stay with the men camped outside the city if the others had come to Lannisport as well, but Nerol and Mors had joined the bulk of the Tyrell army in returning to the Reach through Old Town. He had said his goodbyes back at Harlaw already, promising to visit Highgarden when he could. His travels would take him back south one day, he was sure of it. Already lodged in Casterly Rock, the Tyrells housed in apartments befitting their rank, Galad had broken the news to the children that he would not be staying with their family permanently. There had been crying from Margeary and begging from Loras, but Lord Willis had understood well enough to wish him the best and promise never to forget the debt he thought he owed Galad. Before telling them all, however, he had spoken with young Garland first. He had told the boy back at Highgarden that he could be his squire after the war, and it felt too much like breaking a promise not to apologize sincerely for letting the young man down. Unlike what he expected, Garland Tyrell had not complained or asked him to reconsider. Nor did he act like his older brother and simply wish him good fortune. He had shrugged instead, insisted he would still be Galad's squire, then ran off to speak with his parents before Galad could object. They had not talked about it since, but the boy continued to act as his squire in the days that followed. Now at the tourney, he helped with armor and horses and lances, fetching water and running messages. In return, Galad had seen to it that they continued the training they had started back at Highgarden. What he saw left him impressed. Garland Tyrell had not slacked while Galad went off to war. The boy must have followed the training regimen he had left behind to the letter, working diligently every day on the tasks and exercises Galad had outlined. His footwork, the solidity of his stance, how he flowed from one form to the next. Garland was talented, he could see it now. Very talented. On a field outside Lannisport where Galad had taken the boy to practice the first morning after arriving in the city, Garland had reminded him of his brother Gawain when they were boys. And like Gawain, the young Tyrell had the makings of a Blademaster should he continue to improve as he was. It would almost be shameful to stop training such a prospect. Garland returned from the organizer's tent at a jog, and Galad's next opponent appeared across the field moments later. A big man wearing the Crakehall sigil, a black and white brindled boar. A Westerlander this time, sir, Garland reported, slightly breathless. A bastard cousin to Sir Lyle Crakehall, they say. He's won his last 2 tilts. Nodding, Galad took up a fresh lance from the rack and guided his mare back to the starting position. Settling the lance into position, he touched his heels to the mare's flanks. The big Crakehall knight charged with confidence, his form better than the Northman's had been. But in the void, Galad could see every flaw, every opening. The men favored his right side slightly. His shield sat a fraction too low. 1 pass. The Crakehall knight hit the ground hard enough to raise a cloud of dust. Riding back to Garland, Galad handed off his shattered lance and accepted another skin of water. Perhaps the melee will prove more exciting, he said, more to himself than to the boy. As it was going, the jousting was proving no challenge at all. XXX. When the jousting was done and his name had been properly recorded as the first to advance to the next stage, they made their way back to the winner's tent to remove the heavy tourney armor. Inside the canvas structure, Galad sat on a wooden bench while Garland moved behind him to work at the straps and buckles. Other knights occupied the tent, some celebrating their victories with wine, others nursing injuries or simply resting. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and leather and metal. Garland. Galad said as the boy worked at untying his left pauldron. Yes, sir. You asked your lord father to follow me when I leave, did you not? As my squire. The boy's hands paused for a second, then continued working at the knots. Yes, sir. Galad nodded, though Garland could not see it from behind. And? I have not been given an answer yet, sir. Finishing with the pauldron, Garland moved to the other side. But if my mother's screaming is to be believed, my lord father is not against it. I do not think he would allow it if it were Willis asking. But he has an heir already, and Loras is a suitable spare. The boy's voice took on a carefully neutral tone that reminded Galad he was speaking to someone far more politically aware than his 12 years suggested. He loves me plenty, I know, but he is not against his second son going out on a grand adventure. He thinks the whole thing is quite romantic, I think. He mentioned Sir Duncan and Aegon the Unlikely to my mother in one of their arguments. I see. Garland continued, warming to his subject as he worked. He'll convince mother in the end. I'm sure of it. My grandmother, however. He paused, and Galad could hear the worry in his voice. It's been days since I asked my lord father, and not once has she not summoned me to berate me. She knows of it by now, of course, so I do not know what she thinks or what her answer will be. I am quite nervous about it. Did you ever think of asking me? The work behind him stopped entirely. Garland came around the bench, eyes wide, and immediately began bowing and apologizing profusely. Sir, I am so sorry, I should have, I did not mean to presume, please forgive my... A joke, Garland. Galad sighed, reaching out to still the boy's frantic bowing. I see I am not quite as skilled in those as I thought. Meeting Garland's eyes, he softened his expression. It would be an honor to have you as my squire. You are a good young man and will make for a great knight, I am certain of it. The best this land has ever seen. Not as good as you, sir, Garland said immediately, his face flushing with pleasure at the praise. Perhaps. But it is the dream of every master to have his student surpass him. Looking at him fiercely, Garland straightened his shoulders. Then I will do my best to live up to your name, sir. Galad raised an eyebrow at that. He had, in fact, no name whatsoever beyond Galad, as was the custom for small folk in these lands. But he supposed the boy meant something else, reputation, perhaps, or legacy. After his armor was taken care of and Garland had polished each piece and separated them into bags for transport, they gathered the gear and made their way to the stables where the Tyrell mare and Garland's own gelding were housed. The stable was cool and dim after the bright sunlight of the tourney grounds, smelling of hay and horse and leather. But their horses were not alone. A knight stood waiting near the stalls, wearing Lannister colors, a crimson doublet with gold thread, a golden lion emblazoned on his breast. 2 other men flanked him, guards in Lannister livery with swords at their hips. The knight's own armor was visible beneath a rich cloak, good quality plate with lion-themed decoration and gold lining. Stopping Garland with a hand when he spotted the men, Galad set down the bags he carried. The knight looked up as they entered, his eyes narrowing as they settled on Galad. Sir Galad of Dunstanbury. His voice was young. Yes. May I help you, sir? Aye, you may. The knight drew himself up slightly, projecting authority. You have been summoned by Lord Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock. He held up a sealed letter in his hand, the red wax bearing the Lannister lion. Garland spoke up beside Galad then, frowning. And what authority does the Lord of Lannister have to summon a knight of Tyrell? The Lannister knight's eyes flickered down. And who are you, boy? Drawing himself up to his full height, which was not particularly impressive at 12, Garland met the man's gaze without flinching. I am Garland Tyrell, sire. Son to Lord Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden. That stopped the men for a second. I see. His tongue darted out to wet his lips. Shall I tell Lord Tywin that the second son of Mace Tyrell, Garland, refused the meeting on his father's authority? Clever, Galad thought. Garland's eyes widened. His mouth opened but no sound came out. Raising a hand, Galad stepped forward. No need. I will meet with Lord Tywin. Sire. Garland turned to him, alarm clear in his young face. I have never met Lord Tywin Lannister, but from what I have heard, he is not a careless man. Galad kept his voice calm, reassuring. He would not send me such a summons without consulting with Lord Tyrell beforehand. Am I wrong? Looking briefly caught, the Lannister knight gave him a nod of grudging respect. The Tyrell apartments were my first stop this morning. See. Galad looked down at Garland. Your Lord Father and I had spoken about this possibility. Do not worry overmuch. Turning back to the knight, he inclined his head. We will follow you back to Casterly Rock, then. My squire here will go about his routine, and I will meet with your lord. Sire. Sir Lucien Lannister, the knight answered, drawing himself up with pride in his family name. Well met, Sir Lucien. Galad gestured toward the stable entrance. Lead the way. XXX Chapter 26. Cersei Lannister. Taking a sip of her wine, Cersei watched Robert Baratheon pace the solar like a caged bear. Back and forth he went, boots striking the Myrish carpet with heavy thuds, hands clenched into fists at his sides. The late morning sun streamed through the tall windows of Casterly Rock, casting long shadows across the room. I warned you, Robert said, stopping to point a thick finger at his dour brother. I warned you and Jon and Varys, that fucking snake. But you didn't listen, did you? Across the room, Stannis Baratheon stood rigid as a soldier on parade, jaw working beneath his close-cropped beard. Cersei could almost hear the grinding of his teeth. Well, you'll hear me now. Robert's voice rose, filling the solar with the kind of passion she had not heard from him in years. It shall be war. We will hunt them down even if we have to sail all the way to bloody Ass High and the very edge of the world. He looked different after the war in the Iron Islands, Cersei had to admit. Less pale, less gaunt beneath his beard. His shoulders had rounded with muscle again from swinging that ridiculous warhammer of his. Even the way he huffed now, face red with anger, gave him a semblance of his old self, the man who had won the throne, who had smashed Rhaegar Targaryen at the Trident. Not that it made him any less insufferable. Stannis remained rooted to his spot like a standing stone weathering a storm. Where? The word scraped through his locked jaw. Robert stopped mid-stride. What? Where are we to sail to, your grace? Stannis continued, each word measured and deliberate. Did you even bother to read the missive, or did the words stop making sense after you saw Targaryen written on the paper? Careful now. Robert's voice dropped to a growl, the kind that had preceded violence in their early years of marriage. From his seat near the window, Lord Tywin Lannister spoke without raising his voice. Your brother is right, your grace. We must not act with haste. Cersei watched her father, noting the way he sat perfectly still, hands folded on the armrest of his chair. His green eyes, the same shade as her own, remained fixed on Robert with the patience of a man humoring a child's tantrum. The Lord hand is clear the ships were well gone by the time he put people to follow them, Tywin continued. We don't know where they went. Where they're hiding. How many of them there are. Or if it was even the Targaryens themselves aboard those vessels. And Robert turned on her father, his face darkening further. Do nothing. That's your brilliant idea, Lannister. Sit on our arses and hope the dragon whelps just sail away. Leaning forward, Cersei watched for her father's reaction. Tywin Lannister was not a man used to being spoken to like this. Not by kings, not by anyone. At least not anymore. And it surprised her to see such fire in her husband's voice, such actual conviction. Robert had been a pathetic sight for a while now. Sad to look at, like a mangy old hound that had outlived its usefulness. But Cersei had not minded it overly much. It brought her some joy to know that Robert hated his life as much as she hated him, that his great victory and his precious throne had given him nothing but misery. The idea that she might one day wake to find he had thrown himself off his balcony in a drunken stupor had pleased her no less. She would look stunning in widow's black. "We will act, Your Grace." Her father's voice remained level, though it had taken on an edge like cold steel. "The Targaryens are a threat that must be eliminated. But we cannot fight ghosts. We need credible information of their whereabouts and numbers before we can strike decisively." Stannis shifted his weight, the leather of his boots creaking. "Jon Arryn said they put out a notice to every ship leaving the city to send back word if any dragon sails are spotted. Ravens have also flown down the eastern coast from Massey's Hook to Sunspear. Then make preparations, Stannis." Robert began pacing again, the carpet muffling his heavy tread. "We'll return to King's Landing tomorrow. Have word sent to every lord on the eastern coast to be ready with ships and men when I call on them. The Manderleys in the north, the Crownlanders, the Tarths and Grandfather's lot, all of them. I want the royal fleet doubled. Tripled if we can manage it. We can't leave." Cersei set down her wine cup, the crystal chiming softly against the table. Robert rounded on her, blue eyes flashing. "What did you say?" Meeting his glare with her own, Cersei lifted her chin. Robert had not sought her bed for more than a few years now, and had even stopped seeking out whores for a time during his melancholy. But the war had set something off in him. She had seen him take one of the serving wenches at the Rock before he set sail for the Iron Islands, pulling the girl into an alcove with all the discretion of a rutting bull. She had no wish to ever share the buffoon's bed again. The thought of his weight pressing down on her, his wine-sour breath in her face, made her skin crawl. But if she wanted another child, and she did, desperately, she had to go through the motions of pretending to be his dutiful wife. She and Jaime had been more careful since Robert stopped coming to her chambers regularly. There had been some close calls. She had even been forced to ask Grand Maester Pycelle for moon tea once, claiming women's troubles, enduring his oily concern and knowing looks. But now was perfect. She had spent the last moon sleeping with Jaime in her old childhood bed while Robert and her father were away at war. It had been sweet, like living through a fond memory of when they still lived at the Rock together, when the world was just the two of them and nothing else mattered. She wanted to conceive their next child here, where their love had first begun in truth. And for that to happen, Robert could not be absent when the timing needed to line up correctly. "We will miss the whole tourney if we leave now," Cersei said, keeping her voice even. "You think I give two shits about your father's damned tourney when there are dragon spawn out there disputing my reign?" Robert's face had gone nearly purple. They stared at each other across the solar, the air thick with mutual contempt. Cersei could feel Jaime's presence near the door, could sense him tensing, ready to intervene if Robert moved toward her. But her husband stayed where he was, fists clenched, breathing hard. "My daughter is right," Tywin said. Robert's head snapped toward her father. "If you leave now, you will light a fire under every Targaryen loyalist still hiding in the Seven Kingdoms." Rising from his chair with measured grace, Tywin moved to stand before one of the tall windows. "It will give credence to their cause, when for now the sightings of the ships are being treated as just rumors in most of the realm. So I should just stay, then?" Robert's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Watch some men knock each other about like fools while the real war still waits for us out there." He pointed east with one of his sausage-like fingers. Tywin remained undeterred, hands clasped behind his back. "The tourney is a show of strength and unity, Your Grace. Every kingdom but Dorne and the Ironborn themselves has sent representatives to celebrate your victory over the Greyjoys. To leave now sends the wrong message to allies and enemies alike. It tells them you are afraid. That the mere sight of dragon sails can send you fleeing back to your capital." From his position near Robert, Ser Barristan Selmy cleared his throat. "Lord Tywin speaks true, Your Grace. Tourneys matter. They stay in people's minds longer than battles sometimes. The songs, the pageantry, the display of the realm united in celebration. These things have value. I wouldn't mind winning another one," Jaime said, a smirk playing at his lips. "Gods, you yellow-haired shits." Robert trailed off, then cut himself off with a growl of frustration. Stalking to the table, he braced both hands on its surface, head hanging between his shoulders. Silence stretched. Cersei watched him, watched the way his shoulders rose and fell with each breath, the way his fingers dug into the wood. For a moment she almost pitied him. Almost. Finally, Robert straightened. "Fine. So be it." The words came out clipped, angry. We'll stay for your bloody tourney. But Stannis. He turned to his brother. You sail back to King's Landing with the royal fleet. Increase patrols along the coast. Send ships to Pentos, Bravos, Myr, Lys. Every corner of the world if you must. Find them. Find the Targaryens at all costs. Stannis gave a curt nod. It will be done, Your Grace. And send word to the Citadel. I want maesters scouring their records for any mention of where the dragon spawn might have fled. Old allies, distant holdings, anything. Robert's jaw worked. If they think they can threaten my reign, they'll learn the same lesson the Mad King did. Yes, Your Grace. Without another word, Stannis turned on his heel and strode from the solar, the door closing behind him with a heavy thud. Robert grabbed the wine jar from the table, Arbor Gold, Cersei noted, one of her father's finest vintages, and headed for the door himself. I need some fucking air. Ser Barristan followed after his king, white cloak swirling. The door closed again, leaving only Cersei, her father, and Jaime in the solar. Well, Jaime said into the quiet, his smirk widening. That went better than expected. I thought for certain he'd throw something at you, father. Or perhaps. Be silent. Tywin's voice cut across the room. Jaime's smirk faltered. Moving from the window, Tywin returned to his chair and settled into it with the same precise movements he brought to everything. This is not a matter for your japes, Jaime. The Targaryen threat is real and must be taken seriously. I am taking it seriously, Jaime protested, though his tone remained light. That's why I offered to win the tourney. Show the realm that the King's Guard stands ready to defend the crown from all threats, dragon or otherwise. You will do your duty as always, Tywin said dismissively. But this goes beyond tourneys and shows of martial prowess. I have already sent my own men to make inquiries, discreet ones, in places where the crown's agents will not think to look. Cersei leaned forward slightly. Where? That is my concern. Her father's green eyes met hers. What matters is that we find them before they can gather their strength. 7 ships appeared in Blackwater Bay. 7 that we saw. How many others might there be? Valerion took the Targaryen fleet along with Riella and Viserys. How many of those ships drowned in the storm that scoured Dragonstone? And how many Targaryen loyalists still wait in hiding, ready to rise the moment they show up on our shores again carrying a dragon banner? Too many, Cersei said, thinking of Joffrey. Her baby, hers and Jaime's, though only the 2 of them knew the truth. We cannot allow any threat to Joffrey's birthright to go unanswered. Indeed. Tywin nodded approval. Your son will be king one day. We must ensure the realm he inherits is secure, free from the shadow of the dragons. A knock at the door interrupted them. At Tywin's call, a servant entered and bowed low. My lord, the knight you asked for is ready. He awaits your summons in the hall below. Good, Tywin said, then dismissed the men with the barest of nods. The servant bowed again and withdrew. Closing the door behind him, he left them in silence once more. Which knight? Jaime asked, curiosity replacing his earlier levity. The new wielder of an iron-born Valyrian steel sword. Tywin's expression remained neutral, but Cersei caught the glint in his eye, the same look he got when discussing a particularly advantageous trade agreement or political maneuver. Cersei perked up at that, setting down her wine cup. A Valyrian steel sword in the hands of some common-born knight. That was a waste of such a treasure. Ah, the woodsman knight. Jaime's interest was clearly piqued now. I've heard of him. They say he killed Ser Harris Harlaw in single combat and claimed Nightfall as his prize. Some even say he's the best swordsman in the realm now. A competitive edge entered his voice. I'd be glad to try my sword arm against dragon steel. See if the stories are true. I doubt it holds a candle to dawn. Cersei scoffed, shaking her head at her brother's density. You think father summoned him for a friendly bout in the training yard? Her brother blinked and she rolled her eyes at him. Think, Jaime. Father wouldn't waste time on low-born knights unless there's something to be gained. Understanding dawned slowly on Jaime's face. She looked to her father, who watched them both with the patience of a man waiting for students to reach an obvious conclusion. You mean to take it from him? I mean to acquire it for our house, Tywin corrected. How that is accomplished remains to be seen. The knight earned it in fair combat and has the backing of the Tyrells, which complicates matters. But there are always arrangements that can be made. Cersei felt a smile tug at her lips. The Tyrells were no match to her house, she knew that with the same certainty she knew the sky was blue. It would make a worthy gift for your grandson, father, she said. Joffrey should have a Valyrian steel blade when he comes of age. Perhaps, Tywin said, his tone noncommittal. But it shall be a Lannister sword first and foremost. The details of its ultimate disposition can be determined later. A flicker of anger sparked in Cersei's chest. Of course. Her father would likely give it to Jaime to wield as a Kingsguard, putting it in service of the crown rather than ensuring it stayed in their direct line. But she knew better than to push him too hard on this now. There would be time to work on him later, to remind him that Joffrey was his grandson, his heir in truth if not in name. If only her father knew how Lannister Joffrey truly was. If only he could see that the boy was his grandson through both his daughter and his son. Perhaps then he would understand that giving the sword to Joffrey was not just appropriate. It was right. But that truth could never be spoken. Not to him. Not to anyone. Standing, Cersei smoothed her gown and lifted her chin. Very well, father. I look forward to seeing our family's new sword. She moved toward the door, aware of Jaime rising to follow. Do let me know how your conversation with the knight proceeds. I will handle the matter appropriately, Tywin said, dismissing them with a slight wave of his hand. Cersei swept from the solar with Jaime behind her, the door closing on her father's calculating silence. They walked down the familiar corridors of the Rock, past tapestries she had known since childhood, past servants who bowed and averted their eyes. They did not go far before she pulled Jaime into an empty room, a small receiving chamber rarely used at this hour. The door closed behind them, and suddenly they were alone in the dimness, afternoon light filtering through half-drawn curtains. Jaime looked surprised. Cersei, what is it? She pressed herself against him, cutting off his words with her mouth on his. He responded immediately, arms coming around her, pulling her closer. When she finally pulled back, she was smiling. Robert will be deep in his cups within the hour, she said, running her hands up Jaime's chest. And father will be occupied with his new acquisition. We have time. Understanding lit Jaime's eyes. Here. Now. Why not? Cersei's smile widened. We're at home, Jaime. In the Rock where we belong. Where we've always belonged. She thought of the child she would make with him here. Another golden son or daughter to secure the future, conceived in the home of their ancestors. And Robert would never know, would never suspect that the child she would present to him was not his at all. Jaime's hands found her waist, and Cersei let herself forget about Targaryens and tourneys and everything else beyond this moment, this room, this man who was hers and hers alone. Outside, the sun continued its descent toward the western sea, painting Casterly Rock in shades of gold and crimson. Inside, Cersei Lannister planned for a future where her children would rule unchallenged, protected by Valyrian steel and Lannister gold and the secret that bound her to the only men she had ever truly loved. Chapter 27. Galad. Waiting had never bothered him before. When he was younger in this life, he had sometimes spent hours meditating in his garden, minutes and hours flowing past without weight or substance. Time held little meaning in the calm of the oneness. But standing in the corridor outside Tywin Lannister's solar, Galad felt each moment stretch and thin like beaten iron. More than an hour passed. Servants moved through the hallway on soft feet, eyes downcast as they hurried past. Guards stood at attention near the door, their faces blank and professional. Through the thick oak door, Galad could occasionally hear the scratch of quill on parchment, the sound of papers being shuffled. He used the time to sink deeper into the emptiness, feeding his concerns into the flame. Worry about what Tywin Lannister might demand, anger at being made to wait like a petitioner, unease at facing a man whose reputation preceded him like a shadow. Let it all burn away until only the void remained. Galad knew of Tywin Lannister by reputation only, but what he knew did not set him at ease. Wiping out entire families, the Rains and Tarbecks extinguished root and branch for daring to defy him. Sacking King's Landing at the end of Robert's rebellion, his men slaughtering thousands while the dragon skulls watched from the throne room walls. A man who commanded kingdoms through fear and gold in equal measure. He would not be an easy foe. But then again, neither was Galad. When the door finally opened and a servant gestured him inside, Galad walked into the solar with measured steps. The room that spread before him was large and well-appointed, with tall windows overlooking the sunset-painted sea. Gold was everywhere. Gold thread in the carpets. Gold leaf on the frames of paintings. Gold inlay on the furniture. Yet for all its ostentation, the space felt oddly austere. No personal touches beyond what rank demanded. Everything clean and tidy and uncluttered, arranged with geometric precision. Behind an enormous desk of dark wood sat Tywin Lannister. The Lord of Casterly Rock did not look up from his writing, quill moving across parchment in neat, controlled strokes. Above and behind him, a massive vein of gold ran through the raw stone of the mountain itself, as if the rock itself crowned him with wealth. Standing before the desk, Galad took the man's measure. Tall, even-seated, shoulders broad beneath a crimson doublet worked with gold thread. Hair more silver than gold now, receding from a high forehead. With a close-cropped beard, his face still showed the hard lines of his jaw and cheekbones. Green eyes flecked with gold that remained fixed on his work. The silence stretched. A minute passed. Then another. The quill continued its scratching. Papers were set aside, new ones drawn forward. Still Tywin did not acknowledge his presence. In his previous life, Galad might have bristled at such dismissal. Galad Edred Damodred, Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light and First Prince of the Sword of Andor, did not wait on the pleasure of lesser men. But that life was gone, and this calculated display of power meant nothing to him in the void. Finally, after what must have been 3 full minutes, Tywin Lannister set down his quill and looked up. Before the Lord could speak, Galad bowed as was appropriate to one of his station addressing a great lord. "My lord, I was informed by Lord Tyrell that you would seek to acquire Nightfall from me." Straightening, he met those gold-flecked green eyes directly. "I was also told you are a busy man and that you do not appreciate wasted time. So I shall respect your time and be forthright with your lordship instead." Tywin's face remained perfectly neutral, but something shifted behind his eyes. Galad continued, voice level and empty of inflection. "I have no intention of selling or lending or giving away the sword. I have no wish for land or titles or gold. No amount of any of them would see me parted with Nightfall." He paused, letting that sink in. "I do not wish to make an enemy of House Lannister, my lord, but I will not be making a deal with your house or any other in the Seven Kingdoms and beyond." Tywin Lannister's face darkened as Galad spoke, color rising beneath his pale skin. His jaw tightened, the muscles working. But he said nothing, only watched with the intensity of a hawk observing a rabbit in an open field. Galad stood still, hands at his sides, perfectly balanced. He did not need the void to know the man was not happy with his words. But the truth was the truth, and Galad would not compromise it for comfort or safety. The silence returned, heavier now. Outside the windows, gulls cried as they wheeled above the sea. Somewhere in the castle, a bell told the hour. When Tywin finally spoke, his voice was cold and controlled. "I am a man who appreciates bluntness as well, Sir Galad." Leaning back in his chair, he steepled his fingers before him. "You are a competent knight, I am told. More than competent. And I reward competence and loyalty handsomely." A pause, deliberate and measured. "So I will make this offer to you only once. 1,000,000 gold dragons and the lordship of Castamere or Tarbeck Hall. Lands, wealth, power. Everything a man could desire." Those green eyes bored into him. An offer no man in the Seven Kingdoms would be foolish enough to reject. "Are you a fool, sir?" Galad did not hesitate. "I have been a fool for most of my life, my lord. But it is not foolishness that compels me to reject your offer. It is conviction." "A foolish conviction," he said. "A woodsman's idea of conviction." "Perhaps." Galad did not let the insult touch him. He bowed again. "If that is all, my lord." Turning, he walked toward the door with the same measured pace he had entered. "You are not dismissed." The words cracked across the room like a whip. Galad halted, turned slowly to face the desk once more. Tywin Lannister had risen from his seat, hands planted on the dark wood as he leaned forward. "You won that sword in combat. Took it from the hands of a dead man." His voice dropped lower, dangerous. "The men of the islands call that the iron price. You would risk losing it the same way." Meeting the Lord's gaze, Galad allowed himself a small nod. "Should a man ever win a duel against me, my lord, then he is welcome to keep it. In the meantime, Nightfall shall stay at my side." Without waiting for permission this time, he turned and walked from the solar. Behind him, Lord Tywin remained silent. No further offers came. No calls to return. In the corridor outside, Galad released the breath he had been holding and let the void slip away. His heart beat steady in his chest. His hands were calm at his sides. The Lord had proven true to his word. He had made his offer only once, but Galad knew better than to think the matter settled. A man like Tywin Lannister did not accept defeat so easily. XXX. That night, the great hall of Casterly Rock blazed with light and sound. Thousands of candles burned in iron chandeliers suspended from the vaulted ceiling. Torches lined the walls between tapestries showing Lannister victory stretching back generations. Long tables filled the enormous space, packed with knights and lords from across the realm. Servants moved between them carrying platters of roasted meat and fish, flagons of wine and ale, plates piled high with bread and cheese and fruit. Seated among the Reach contingent, Galad had thought he might be thrown from the castle entirely after his confrontation with its lord. But no guards had come to escort him out. No messages of displeasure had arrived. He remained as much a guest as any other knight in attendance, at least for now. Around him, the Reach knights and lords talked and laughed and drank with enthusiasm. More than a few had called out greetings when he sat, clapping him on the back, wanting to hear stories from Harlaw. He had become popular with them despite his preferences otherwise. They saw him as one of their own now, the woodsman knight who had risen through merit and courage. Galad ate sparingly, just some roasted chicken, fresh bread, and a few grapes. He drank even less. Around him, the feast continued to build in noise and energy as wine flowed freely. When the music began, the minstrels in a gallery playing lutes and drums and a high, sweet pipe, ladies began moving toward the floor cleared for dancing. Galad tried to make himself less visible, but it was no use. Sir Galad. A bright voice cut through the noise. Lady Marjorie Tyrell stood before him, beaming, her brown curls adorned with tiny golden roses. You must dance with me. I insist. There was no refusing a request from the daughter of his lord. Rising, Galad bowed and offered his hand. She took it with delight, and he led her onto the floor where other couples were forming. The dance was a familiar one and Marjorie chattered happily as they moved, asking about the tourney, about any friends he made on the campaign, about 100 small things. Galad answered as well as he could, grateful when the music finally ended and he could return her to the bench. But before he could escape, another hand touched his arm. My turn, I think. Lady Victoria Tyrell smiled up at him, her eyes bright with amusement. Unless you mean to slight me, Sir Galad. Never, my lady. He offered his hand and led her to the floor as a new song began. Victoria moved with more grace than her younger cousin, her steps confident and sure. She had clearly accompanied the rest of her family for the tourney, though Galad had not seen her among them earlier. It is good to see you again, my lady, Galad said as they turned through the figures of the dance. And you, sir. Though I must say, you've made quite the name for yourself since we last spoke at Highgarden. Her smile held secrets. The hero of Grey Garden. The men who bested Sir Horace Harlaw and claimed Nightfall. I did only my duty. You're as humble as I remember. They spun, her skirts swirling. When they came together again, she tilted her head. Tell me, sir, were you the one to teach Sergeant Ben his letters? Galad blinked, surprised. How do you know Ben? I've seen him in Highgarden's library, struggling with books meant for children. Light danced in her eyes. He's very determined. And very shy when he notices he's being watched. Understanding dawned. This was the highborn lady Ben had spoken of, the one he loved from afar. Galad felt a flicker of warmth at the thought of them. I did help him with his letters, my lady. He's a good man. Brave. Loyal. He deserves every chance to better himself. I see. Victoria's expression softened. Thank you for informing me of this. They moved through several more steps in silence. Then she spoke again, her tone turning playful. You should know, Sir Galad, that you have become quite the topic of conversation among the ladies of the Reach after your exploits in the war. Some believe you will be given a lordship for it. You should expect many marriage proposals should that come to pass. That again. Galad frowned despite himself. Victoria laughed at his expression. You would think I have just issued a threat. Is marriage such a daunting prospect for you, sir? The question struck deeper than she could know. When Galad thought of marriage, only one woman came to his mind. Only Berylane. Her dark eyes and quick smile, the way she had looked at him the morning he rode to face the Shan Chan. The future they should have had together after the last battle. Children, a life, growing old in peace. All of it lost. All of it belonging to another life, another world. It is, my lady. His voice came out rough with emotion he had not meant to show. A most daunting prospect. Victoria's smile faded, replaced by something softer. She studied his face as they completed the final turns of the dance. When the music ended, she curtsied. "Thank you for the dance, Ser Galad. And for your honesty." Bowing, he excused himself and moved away from the floor before another lady could claim him. The hall felt too warm, too crowded. He needed air, or at least wine to wet his suddenly dry throat. Spotting a servant carrying a tray of cups near the edge of the hall, Galad made his way through the press of bodies. He was only a step behind her when a drunken Stormlander knight stumbled backward and knocked into the girl. The tray flew from her hands, cups clattering across the stone floor, wine splashing in dark pools. "Watch it, wench," the knight growled, barely keeping his own feet. Moving quickly, Galad reached the girl before she could fall. His hand caught her elbow, steadying her as she regained her balance. He saw she was young when he looked down, perhaps his age, with black hair and a long face that would be beautiful once she lost the awkwardness of youth. She flushed when she looked up at him, eyes widening. "Sir, thank you, sir." "Are you hurt?" Galad asked. "No, sir. Just." She glanced at the spilled wine, the scattered cups. "I'll clean it. Right away." Galad released her arm and stepped back. The girl hurried to gather the cups, kneeling in the spreading puddle. The drunken knight had already moved on, oblivious or uncaring to the disruption he had caused. Watching her work, Galad thought of how he had never paid as much attention to servants and stable boys and grooms as he should have when he was a lord himself. It was easy to look past them when you occupied such a position, to see them as part of the landscape rather than people with their own lives and struggles. Having lived among the common folk for so long had given him a different appreciation for their work. For the invisible labor that kept castles running, that fed and clothed and served the highborn who rarely bothered to learn their names. Ser Galad. Turning, he found Ser Aerys Oakheart approaching through the crowd. The young knight's face was flushed with wine and excitement. "A true knight," Aerys said, gesturing toward the serving girl. "Stepping in to help where others would not even notice." "Ser Aerys." Galad inclined his head. "You seem to be enjoying the feast." "Well enough." Coming to stand beside him, Aerys lowered his voice slightly. "Though I confess I'm more interested in the tourney proper. Did you qualify for the main jousting this morning?" "I did. First through, they tell me." "Of course you were." Aerys grinned. "I saw Ser Barristan in the yard earlier today, practicing his forms. Gods, the man moves like water. I wanted to ask him for a bout, but..." He trailed off, looking embarrassed. "But you lost your courage?" Galad asked. Aerys gave him a shy nod. "Aye." Galad studied the younger man. "You had plenty of courage back at Harlaw," he told him. "When the Ironborn cavalry came down on us, when we held that flank, you didn't hesitate." "That was different," Aerys protested. "That was. I don't know. It was happening, and I just acted." "Then you need only shift to that same mindset when you need courage outside of combat." Galad kept his voice gentle. "The feeling is the same. The fear is the same. Only the circumstances differ." Aerys considered that, his young face thoughtful. Looking at him, Galad thought briefly of teaching Aerys the flame and the void. The technique would serve the young knight well, help him find that calm center in all situations. But he was wary of teaching such things here. It went beyond a matter of trust and more one of necessity. If the Dark One suddenly appeared in this world, if hordes of Trollocs and Myrddraal came spilling forth to scour the land, then that would be different. Knowledge of the oneness could be the difference in a fight for the light. For now, simpler wisdom would have to suffice. A ringing sound cut through the ambient noise of the feast. At the high table, Lord Tywin Lannister stood with King Robert beside him. The hall quieted, thousands of voices falling to whispers and then silence. Robert stepped forward, raising a cup. "Lords and ladies, knights and warriors of the Seven Kingdoms." His voice boomed across the hall, still strong despite the wine Galad had seen him drinking earlier. "We gather here to celebrate our victory over the Ironborn Rebellion. To show the realm, and any who would dare challenge us, that we stand united." A great roar of approval shook the rafters. Cups were raised, fists pounded on tables. "Let this tourney be a testament to our strength," Robert continued. "Let it show that from the Wall to Dorne, from Casterly Rock to Dragonstone, we are one kingdom, one people, one crown." More cheering. Robert drained his cup in one long pull, then gestured to Tywin Lannister. Lord Tywin will tell you the details. I'm off to attend to other matters. Galad watched as the king left the high table through a back door. A moment later, the black-haired serving girl he had helped earlier slipped through the same exit. He shrugged inwardly. Kings had their appetites, and their consciences, or lack thereof, were their own concern. Tywin Lannister stepped forward, and silence fell again immediately. Where Robert had commanded attention through volume and force, Tywin commanded it through presence alone. The tourney will commence in 2 days' time, he said, his voice carrying clearly despite its measured tone. There will be jousting, as is traditional. There will be archery for those who prefer the bow to the lance. He paused, letting anticipation build. And there will be a melee. But not merely the traditional free-for-all. Tywin's green eyes swept across the assembled crowd. This year, we will also hold a 7-sided melee. Each of the 7 kingdoms present here will choose 7 champions to represent them. The North. The Riverlands. The Vale of Arryn. The Westerlands. The Reach. The Stormlands. And the Crownlands. As he spoke, Galad noticed Tywin's gaze pause on him for just a second, eyes sharpening with unmistakable focus, before moving on. 7 against 7 against 7, Tywin continued. The last team standing claims victory for their kingdom. Glory for their banners. And a purse of 14,000 gold dragons to be divided among the survivors. Excitement rippled through the hall. Men began talking immediately, voices rising in speculation and boasting. Galad's hand found Nightfall's hilt at his side. A melee where men fought until they yielded or fell. Where the victors could claim the arms and armor of those they defeated. Could claim their swords. Was this Tywin Lannister's play? To have him killed in the chaos of the melee, Nightfall taken from his cold fingers. Or to force him to yield to a Lannister champion, surrendering the sword by the rules of the tourney. His grip tightened on the pommel. The moonstone was cool beneath his palm. Around him, the Reach contingent buzzed with excitement. Men were already jostling for position, calling out their achievements, listing battles they had fought and opponents they had bested. The noise built to a dull roar. Aerys leaned closer to be heard over the din. Will you participate? Before Galad could answer, a familiar voice cut through the noise nearby. Ser Galad. Turning, they found Lord Randall Tarly approaching. The Lord of Hornhill moved through the crowd like a blade through water. Men stepped aside without being asked, conversations died as he passed. Aerys straightened immediately. Lord Randall, the young knight said, nodding respectfully. Galad inclined his head as well. My lord. Tarly gave them both a taciturn nod in return. His eyes, hard and measuring, fixed on Galad. Ser Galad. Lord Mace has entrusted this 7-sided melee to me. I already have half the Reach braying at my ears like donkeys for a spot. A muscle worked in his jaw. The only one he commanded I choose is you, Ser. Galad did not need long to consider. For a moment there, he had thought of denying Tywin Lannister even the chance to take Nightfall through the melee. To back down from the Lord's challenge. But perhaps it was better this way. Public. Witnessed by the realm. Better the danger you knew than the one you could not see. And a great showing at the melee would solidify his reputation, as Lord Mace had proposed back at Harlaw. Let the realm see what kind of man wielded Nightfall now. I accept, my lord, Galad said. We shall leave our personal duel for after we put down the other kingdoms, then. Satisfaction flickered across Tarly's stern face. Good. As the lord turned to leave, Ser Aerys visibly gathered his courage. Lord Randall. Tarly stopped, turning back with one eyebrow raised. It would be an honor to represent the Reach alongside Ser Galad and yourself, my lord. Aerys' voice remained steady despite the color rising in his cheeks. Tarly's eyes raked over the young knight the way a drill instructor assessed a new recruit. Your Lady Arwen's youngest boy, yes. Yes, my lord. He acquitted himself well at Harlaw, my lord, Galad said. I would trust him at my side against any opponent. Tarly grunted, studying Aerys for a long moment. I see. I will trust Ser Galad on this matter, then. But I would see your skill with mine own eyes before I agree to anything. I understand, my lord. Aerys straightened his shoulders. I would be honored to compete for my spot among the 7 with any Reachman. Good. Tarly nodded once. I'll set a time and place for trials. All who wish to represent the Reach will have their chance to prove themselves worthy of the honor. With that, he turned and walked away, the crowd parting before him once more. Ares let out a breath, grinning. Thank you, sir, for speaking on my behalf. I spoke only the truth. Galad watched as groups formed throughout the hall. Northmen gathering around their own lords, Vale men clustering together, Westermen organizing under Lannister banners. You earned your place through your actions. Now you must prove it through your skill. Looking down at Nightfall resting at his hip, Galad felt the weight of what was to come. 7 kingdoms. 49 champions. All fighting for glory and gold and the pride of their homelands. And somewhere among them, perhaps, would be men sent to take what Tywin Lannister could not buy. So be it. Let them come. In the melee or elsewhere, the answer would be the same. Nightfall would stay at his side until a better man took it from him. And Galad had yet to meet such a man in this world. Chapter 28. Ser Ares Oakheart. Ser Owen Inchfield was relentless. From the beginning of their duel, he had come after Ares with a blood madness, sword striking down with enough strength to cleave him in half. After a full morning of dueling against other Reach contenders, 3 bouts won, one nearly lost to Ser Aaron Florent, Ares felt his shoulders burn as another of Owen's swings drove him back. His boots scraped across the cobblestones, seeking purchase. He brought his sword up to meet the blow and felt the impact jar through his arms as steel met steel in a great clash that rang across the courtyard. Gritting his teeth, Ares pushed back against the pressure. Their blades locked, hilts nearly touching. Despite being so close, he could not see his opponent's entire face through the narrow visor slit, but Owen's eyes shone beneath the steel, red-streaked and wide like a bull gone mad. Roaring, Ser Owen lashed out with a kick that struck Ares in his armored stomach. The impact shook him despite the plate, driving the breath from his lungs. Before he could recover, the next sword strike clanged against his pauldron. Pain lanced across his shoulder and he grunted, nearly dropping his shield as his left arm went momentarily numb. Owen jumped on the sign of weakness. The man's own shield came up to ram him in the helm, the iron rim aimed straight for Ares' visor. Ducking at the last second, Ares felt the shield pass over his head close enough to scrape his helmet and struck back, swiping out with his blade low. He caught Owen on the thigh in a glancing blow that would have sheared through mail were they not using blunt blades. Owen cried out in pain still, nearly missing his footing. Stumbling backward, he barely managed to parry Ares' follow-up thrust before he stepped back further to reset. Ares led him, watching the men breathe hard now through his visor, holding both sword and shield lower than when they had started. He nodded to himself despite his own exhaustion. Ser Galad had taught him that a man who fought in a rage died in a rage. Though he did not plan on killing Ser Owen Inchfield, despite thinking the man a disgrace to the very concept of knighthood after what he had tried to do at Grey Garden, the lesson remained true. The Inchfield knight was trying to take his misguided rage at Ser Galad out on Ares. And if Ares could not stop it for its foolishness, then he could certainly use it. Both of them were tired from the day's fighting, bodies pushed to their limits by hours of combat. But if Owen kept fighting as he was, letting anger override sense, he would wear himself down faster than any opponent could manage. Beneath his own breathing that echoed inside his helmet, Ares could hear the cheers and murmurs of the crowd gathered around them. Lord Randall Tarley had arranged for a private courtyard where the lords and knights of the Reach could fight for the contested spots in their 7-man contingent for the coming grand melee. It was meant to be a quiet, private place for the duels to be fought without spectacle or distraction. That had been fanciful thinking. The news of the 7-sided melee had swept through the nobility in Casterly Rock like a fever. Half the knights of the Reach had shown up for the trials this morning, and with them came the other half to watch from the galleries, along with everyone else. Curious older lords. Gossiping ladies. Young maidens who gasped whenever swords clashed and applauded softly when a man fell. The courtyard had become its own spectacle even before the tourney proper began. Tearing his mind away from the watchers above, Ares focused on the men before him. In a duel, only the opponent matters. Everything else was distraction. Owen circled to his left, favoring his right thigh. His breathing came harsh and ragged, audible even over the ambient noise. When he attacked again, it was with the same fury as before, a heavy overhand swing that would have split Ares from shoulder to hip if it landed true. But Ares was quicker. Younger, less burdened by rage and frustration. Stepping to the side, he let the blade pass harmlessly by and countered with a quick thrust that Owen barely turned aside. They exchanged a flurry of blows, steel ringing against steel, shields taking impacts meant for flesh. Soon enough, Ares noticed the pattern emerging. After every heavy strike Owen made, his guard dropped for just a moment. Fatigue pulling his arms down, making him slower to recover. The openings were brief but growing more pronounced with each exchange. An idea formed. Risky, but effective if he could manage it. Feigning weakness, Ares let his own guard drop slightly. Let his shield arm sag as if the weight had become too much. Owen's eyes hardened behind his visor, and he pressed forward with renewed aggression. His sword came down in a massive blow that Ares caught on his shield, the impact driving him back a step. Another strike followed immediately. Then another. Ares gave ground before the assault, not blocking the blows so much as deflecting them, turning his shield to let the force slide past, angling his sword to redirect rather than stop. 6 heavy strikes in rapid succession, each one taxing Owen's strength more than Ares'. After the 6th, Owen paused to draw breath. His chest heaved beneath his breastplate. His sword had dipped low enough that the point nearly touched the cobbles. Now. Springing forward from behind his defense, Ares attacked in quick succession. A thrust at the shoulder joint that made Owen's sword arm spasm. A strike to the other shoulder that sent his shield swinging wide. Then a quick bash with his own shield rim against Owen's helmet that snapped the man's head back. Disoriented, Owen tried to bring his sword up. Too slow. Sweeping low with his blade, Ares caught both of Owen's feet and sent him crashing backward onto the stones. Before the men could rise, Ares was standing over him with the point of his sword at Owen's throat, just above the gorget. "Yield," Ares said, his voice muffled by his own helmet. For a moment, Owen just lay there breathing hard. Then he let his sword clatter to the cobbles. Cheers and applause erupted from the galleries. Stepping back, Ares lowered his sword and extended a hand to help Owen up. The older knight ignored it, rolling to his side and pushing himself to his feet with a grunt. Without a word or a glance, Owen stormed toward the courtyard exit, shouldering past nobles in the galleries who scattered before him. Removing his helmet, Ares sucked in fresh air that tasted sweet after the staleness inside the steel. Sweat plastered his hair to his scalp, running down his face in rivulets. His shoulders felt like they weighed a ton each, muscles screaming from hours of combat. But beneath the exhaustion, elation sang in his blood. He had won. Earned his spot through skill and courage. Well done, sir. Lord Randall Tarley approached from where he had been observing the duels, his expression showing something that might have been approval. Ser Galad was right about you. You've earned your spot in the melee. Pride swelled in Ares' chest, momentarily overwhelming the fatigue. Thank you, my lord. I won't disappoint you. Tarley gave a curt nod, then turned to address the gathered crowd. Silence fell immediately, every eye fixed on the Lord of Hornhill. The chivalry of the Reach is the finest in the 7 kingdoms, Tarley said, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Every man who fought here today showed courage and skill worthy of our kingdom. But only 7 can represent us in the grand melee. He paused, letting the weight of that settle. Those 7 are, myself, Lord Mathis Rowan, Ser Baylor Hightower, Ser John Fossaway, Ser Emmon Cuey, Ser Ares Oakhart, and Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. More cheers erupted. The named men were slapped on the back by their peers, congratulated, praised. Ares found himself surrounded by well-wishers, knights he had dueled against earlier offering their respect. His arm was raised by someone, held aloft like a tournament champion. Then the ladies descended from the galleries, bringing with them small wreaths of flowers woven into circles. Favors to be worn on the arms of champions. Ares recognized several of them, Lady Bethany Redwine with her auburn curls, Rhonda Hightower beside her husband Baylor, Lady Janna Fossaway blushing as she approached Ser John. And Lyness Hightower. She moved through the crowd with effortless grace, golden hair catching the sunlight, her gown of pale blue silk seeming to float around her. When she stopped before Ares, her bright blue eyes looked up at him with warmth that made his heart leap inside his chest. For the champion, she said, her voice like music. Reaching up, she wrapped the flower wreath around his forearm where it rested against his vambrace. Her fingers brushed his wrist, light as butterfly wings. Suddenly, Ares felt like he could fight for the entire day. The exhaustion in his shoulders melted away, replaced by a giddy energy that had nothing to do with victory and everything to do with the beautiful woman standing before him. Thank you, my lady, he managed, hoping his voice sounded steadier than it felt. I shall wear it with honor. I know you will, Ser Ares. Lyness smiled at him, then glanced around as if searching for someone. Do you know where Ser Galad is? The question hit like cold water. Ser Galad, my lady. Yes. She held up another wreath, this one more elaborately woven with golden roses and white lilies. Lady Marjorie made this one especially for him, and I hope to present it on her behalf. She would have come herself, but her lady mother forbade it. A small laugh. Too many rough knights and dangerous swords, she said. Ares felt his cheeks warm in a way that had nothing to do with the heat of wearing armor under the afternoon sun. He's down in the city, my lady. For the tourney. Lynesse tilted her head, confusion crossing her pretty features. I thought the tourney started this afternoon. The jousting, Ares said, trying to keep the disappointment from his voice. But not the archery. Ser Galad is as deft a hand with a bow as he is with a sword. The words came out more bitter than he intended. Oh. A blush colored Lynnesse's cheeks, making her even more beautiful. I have heard so much of him, you see. Even back at the start of the rebellion, his deeds at the Flower Hearth were so heroic. Saving Lord Willis and the younger Tyrell children from those iron-born raiders. Her eyelashes batted as she spoke. And when I saw him yesterday at the feast, he looked so dashing in his fine clothes, with that gleaming sword at his side. Ares did not know what to say. His tongue felt tied up in knots. It was not as if he could compete with Ser Galad for a maiden's attentions. The man was everything a knight should be, brave, skilled, honorable, and now famous throughout the realm. I partly share my sister's interests. Turning, Ares found Ser Baelor Hightower approaching. The knight was tall and handsome and broad around the shoulders, his armor polished to a mirror shine despite the morning's exertions. His brown hair was only slightly damp with sweat, as if the duels had barely taxed him. I had hoped to see Ser Galad in action today as well, Baelor continued, smiling easily. Is it not strange that every man must compete for such a prestigious spot save him? Ares could not help but frown. Lord Tarley says Lord Mace nominated Ser Galad himself as one of the 7, Ser Baelor. I see. Baelor nodded, his expression remaining pleasant. Then I shall defer to Lord Mace's wisdom. The Lord of Highgarden knows his knights better than any. He glanced toward where other champions were celebrating. Then again, if half the stories about Ser Galad are true, I need not worry at all about his worthiness in this melee. To the side, Ser Mnque spat on the ground. The knight had shed his armor already, having earned his spot early in the day. His sun-darkened face was twisted in a scowl. Far be it from me to doubt Lord Mace's choices, but it does not sit right with me that a low-born woodsman should represent the Reach as one of its greatest 7 knights. It's a stain on our kingdom's good name, if you ask me. Baelor shrugged. Low-born he may be, but it's his skill with a sword that counts in a melee, not his family's name or the quarterings on his shield. Aemon said, his tone sour. And the stories of his skills are great indeed. But it shames us to put so much stock in stories alone. Every man here earned his spot through combat today. Even Lord Tarley donned his armor and joined us for the trials. His scowl deepened. Why shouldn't Ser Aaron Florent or even Ser Owen Inchfield, both with great showings today, take the spot of a commoner with stories to tell? They are no mere stories, Ser. Ares felt irritation rising in his chest, hot and sharp. I saw it with mine own eyes. 1,000 Reachmen saw it at Grey Garden when he scaled the walls first and held the gatehouse alone. When he faced Ser Harris Harlaw in single combat and won. Ser Mnque made a disgruntled face but had no ready answer. Giving Ares an approving nod, Ser Baelor said, then we shall see it for ourselves come the grand melee. And stories or not, the Valyrian steel sword he carries is real enough. That shall be a boon for us on the battlefield. A stolen trophy that by all rights should have gone to a greater knight than him, Aemon said with a sneer. I've heard the real story from Ser Owen himself. I know not what half-cooked lie the woodsman told to deceive Lord Mace, but I mistrust the word of a woodsman who thinks himself above his station. He is an anointed knight, Ser, Ares said, his voice hardening. Lord Mace was the one to knight him after he saved Lord Willis and the children. And Lord Mace named Ser Galad the rightful owner of Nightfall after his duel with Ser Harris Harlaw. The entire army witnessed it. A woodsman knight, then. Aemon shrugged, uncaring. And if it's Lord Mace's word, so be it. He can keep the sword. A pause, calculating. Only perhaps he shouldn't be the one to wield it in the melee. Baelor raised an eyebrow. You'll be hard-pressed to part a man from his Valyrian steel sword peacefully, Ser Aemon. I know not even my fair wife could separate me from vigilance if it had not been lost at Tumbleton generations past. Aemon let out another disgruntled noise at that and turned to leave. And as if summoned by his words, Lady Rhonda appeared at her husband's side, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Oh, do I hear it right, husband?" She placed a hand on Ser Baelor's arm. "You would pick a sword over me?" Baelor's confident expression faltered. "My lady, I only meant." "I'm certain you meant exactly what you said." Rhonda's smile was sweet as poisoned honey. Suddenly, Aerys felt like he was intruding on something private. As the married nobles began their playful bickering, he started to turn away. A small hand touched his arm. Ser Aerys. Looking down, he found Lynesse gazing up at him with those impossible blue eyes. Aerys swallowed hard. "Yes, my lady." "Do you know if Ser Galad has accepted any favors for the tourney yet?" The question struck him like a physical blow. No, my lady. That is, I do not know." "I see." Then she gave him the biggest smile, so pretty it almost hurt to look at. "Thank you, Ser." With that, she turned and walked away, the flower wreath meant for Galad still clutched in her hands. She moved through the crowd with the same grace as before, leaving Aerys standing alone with the favor she had given him feeling suddenly worthless on his arm. And for the first time since meeting the men, Aerys Oakhart found himself cursing Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. Chapter 29. Galad. His exhale was quiet, barely a whisper. Lips kissing the bowstring softly, he drew the bow back until the flax string was as taut as the muscles across his back. No shaking disturbed the perfect stillness. No hesitation clouded the moment. The void was absolute, and the Ustave felt as much his limb as either of his arms. When Galad released the arrow, he did not need to look to know its accuracy. Inhaling once more, he reached for a new arrow at his side and repeated the process. The second arrow knocked, drawn, released in a single fluid motion. Before it left the string, his hand was already moving to the third. The rhythm was meditation made physical. Breath, draw, loose, reach, knock, draw, loose. The third arrow was already in flight before the first struck the target 80 paces away, dead center. A heartbeat later, the second split the first with a sharp crack that carried across the field. The third struck just off center, perhaps 2 inches from the bullseye. Galad frowned. Frustration washed over the void and failed to grab hold of him, burning away like morning mist. He had felt the wind shift at the last instant but had not adjusted in time. A mistake he would not repeat. In the distance, flag boys waved their arms in the air, signaling the results. Squinting past his own target, Galad could see the others in his heat. One showed 2 hits, neither near the center. The other counted 1 bullseye and 2 off-center strikes. To his side, a gruff Northman man-at-arms cursed under his breath and lowered his bow. "Bloody Southron magic," the men muttered, though without real heat. On Galad's other side, a marcher lord from the Stormlands let out an incredulous laugh. "Unbelievable shooting, Ser. Would call foul had I not seen it with mine own eyes. Truly remarkable." Lowering his own bow, Galad let the void slip away and turned to nod at the men. "You have my thanks. What's the name of my victor today, then?" The lord was older, perhaps 40, with sun-weathered skin and laugh lines around his eyes. His tabard bore black swans on a white field. "I am Galad. Galad of Dunstonbury." The man's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ah, the famed woodsman knight of the Reach. And here I thought your deeds went only as far as your sword arm could reach. How wrong was I?" Smiling, he extended a hand. "I am Gullian Swan, Ser Galad, Lord of Stonehelm. A great pleasure to meet you here." Taking the offered hand, Galad bowed slightly. "An honor to make your acquaintance, my lord." Gullian Swan looked back toward the stands. They were mostly empty at this hour. The archery competition drew smaller crowds than the spectacle of the joust. A few commoners dotted the grassy slopes beyond the field, sitting on blankets or standing to watch. In the wooden bleachers built for minor nobility, perhaps 24 souls had bothered to attend. Among them, one group stood out for wearing the black and white of House Swan. A woman with 2 boys, one perhaps 10 and the other closer to 7, along with a pair of servants hovering nearby. The younger boy was waving enthusiastically. "I had promised my youngest I'd win today and take the finals tomorrow as well." Gullian Swan shrugged, though his smile remained warm. "I suppose every boy must learn his father is not as great as the image they create of him." "You are not giving yourself enough credit, my lord." Galad pointed to Swan's target being brought closer by one of the flag boys. Usually this was done so contestants could examine the results, but in this case it was more formality than anything else. The outcome had been clear from 80 paces. That's fine shooting if I've ever seen it. I know I'm a good shot. Have always been. Swan watched as his target arrived, studying the arrow placements with a practiced eye. But my boy there, Balon, he gestured toward the younger child in the stands. He's better than me by half when I was his age. Perhaps he'll be the one to revenge me if he meets you in another tourney in a few years. It is the hope of every generation to be surpassed by the next one, Galad said. Wise words. Swan nodded approvingly. Until tomorrow, then, Ser Galad. I hope you go on to win it all. At least I'll get to tell the boys it was the famous knight who won the tourney that bested me. Laughing again, the Swan Lord clapped him on the shoulder and turned toward his family. Galad waved as the men walked away. He had not lied when he said Swan was a good shot. The Lord had natural talent and years of practice behind him. Were Ghoulie and Swan able to delve into the oneness as Galad could, he doubted the men would be his inferior with a bow. Galad himself had not been an expert in his previous life. Archery had been a gentleman's skill, something practiced for sport but not relied upon. It was only the years of living as a woodsman, hunting his own food in the forests near the Mander, that had made him the marksman he was today. And even now, he would not compare his skills with those of the Two Rivers folk. Those people were born with bows in their hands, could shoot a sparrow from the sky at 100 paces. As he gathered his things, quiver, bow case, the small bag Garland had packed with water and dried fruit, the steward who organized the archery competition approached. A harried-looking man with ink-stained fingers and a ledger tucked under one arm. Ser Galad, congratulations on qualifying for tomorrow's finals. The competition will begin at the second bell after dawn, same location. He consulted his ledger. Would you care to stay and watch the next heat? Some fine archers yet to shoot. My thanks, but I cannot stay for long. Galad glanced across the field to where Garland was waving enthusiastically, his brown hair catching the afternoon sun. I have another engagement. The jousting would be starting soon, and he still needed to don his armor and warm up his mount before taking to the lists. Thanking the steward again, Galad made his way quickly across the archery lanes toward where his young squire waited. His arms and back felt warm from the exercise, muscles loose and ready. But there was no rest for those who needed to make a name for themselves in a single tourney. XXX. The horse thundered beneath him, each impact of hooves against packed earth reverberating through his body. Breath came even despite the motion, despite the weight of armor, despite the lance couched beneath his arm. The man opposite was broad and powerful, shoulders like an ox beneath his plate. Ser Hosteen Fry wore a tabard quartered with blue towers and a brindle boar, the Fry sigil mixed with another, though Galad could not place which house. The men had struck him solidly on the shield during their first pass, and Galad had been surprised by his raw strength. But watching Hosteen's previous match, Galad thought the man would make a better footman than a rider. He did not seem wholly comfortable atop his mount, relying on power to overwhelm rather than skill to outmaneuver. The horses came closer, hoofs churning up dust from the tilt lane. Galad made only small adjustments from the first pass, angling his shield slightly sideways, aiming his lance point a bit higher to catch the gap between breastplate and helm. Impact. The clash was tremendous, the shock traveling up through the lance and into his shoulder. Splinters flew as wood met steel and shattered. Galad rocked in the saddle, weight shifting back, but his legs held firm and he stayed seated. Behind him, he heard Ser Hosteen topple from his horse with a crash of metal on earth. He ignored it as cheers rose up around him. The twin towers of Fry were not a well-liked sight in the Westerlands, it seemed. At the end of the lane, Galad pulled his mare to a halt and looked back. Garland was jumping in celebration, waving both arms above his head. The crowd in the stands had grown since the archery competition, perhaps a few hundred souls now, with more arriving as the day wore on. Letting out a slow exhale, Galad removed his helm and sucked in fresh air. Ser Hosteen had been his second opponent of the day, and neither had warranted his use of the void. He had noticed himself relying on the technique too often these past moons, and he did not wish for it to become a crutch. Better to save it for when he truly needed it. Without the void's emptiness, the sounds of the tourney washed over him fully. The roar of the crowd when lances struck home. The calls of merchants selling wine and meat pies. The thunder of hooves and the crash of men falling. He had even spied King Robert himself up in the royal box earlier, though the men had disappeared after only a few matches. Galad shrugged inwardly. The business of kings and royals was not his to meddle in. Not in this life. Riding back to where Garland waited, he accepted the waterskin his squire offered and drank deeply. The boy was already rattling off information about his defeated opponent, consulting notes he had scribbled on a scrap of parchment. From Crakehall, I think, though he might have married into, oh, here comes the organizer now, sir. The official approached, a portly man in Lannister livery. Sir Galad of Dunstonbury, your next opponent has been determined. He paused for effect. It will be Sir Boros Blunt of the Kingsguard. Garland's eyes went wide. A white cloak, sir, he said, voice caught between wariness and excitement. That will be. Galad only shrugged. It will be as it shall be. And it was. An hour later when they rode against each other, Sir Boros Blunt proved to be a weaker opponent than Galad had imagined. The stands were packed now with nobles from across the Seven Kingdoms, the wooden benches creaking under their weight. Bright banners flew from poles, the crowned stag of Baratheon, the golden lion of Lannister, the rose of Tyrell. Serving men moved through the crowd selling refreshments. King Robert had returned to his seat in the royal box, his queen beside him in crimson and gold. Around them sat many of the great lords of the realm, come to witness the spectacle. Galad toppled the Kingsguard knight on their third pass, and only because it took him 3 tilts to realize Ser Boros was solid as a mountain atop his horse but a poor lancer. The man sat his saddle well enough, did not lose his seat easily. But his lance work was predictable, his adjustments slow. On the third pass, Galad put his full power behind his thrust. It left him more open to a solid strike in return, but he knew now that Boros would not capitalize on the opportunity. His lance point caught the Kingsguard knight square in the chest, dead center on his breastplate. Ser Boros went backward out of his saddle as if pulled by invisible ropes. He hit the ground hard enough to raise a cloud of dust, arms and legs sprawling. The commons across from the noble stands erupted in jubilation at his victory. Small folk loved nothing more than seeing a knight in white brought low, especially by someone they could claim as one of their own. The woodsman knight, risen from nothing. He did not bother taking a victory lap around the lanes, and soon enough Galad was seated back in the victor's tent, Garland helping remove his armor piece by piece. Pauldrons first, then vambraces, the boy working efficiently despite his continuing amazement. You beat a Kingsguard, sir, Garland said for perhaps the 5th time, his voice filled with awe. An actual Kingsguard. They were among the last to return, and the tent had emptied soon after they arrived. Only a few servants remained, tidying equipment and hauling away broken lances. The day is done, then? Galad asked, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness. Not yet, sir. There are a few more riders to go, but many have already qualified for the second day. Garland consulted his notes again, reading off names with reverence. Ser Barristan Selmy. Ser Ryman Fry. Lord John Umber. Ser Geryon Lannister. Ser Lyle Crakehall. Lord Jason Mal Lister. Lord Yon Royce. Lord Jorah Mormont. Ser Baelor Hightower. Galad nodded, considering. The competition would turn fierce, then. All renowned knights and lords in their own right, men who had made their reputations through years of tourneys and battles. The second day of jousting would cull that number even further until only 4 remained for the final day. And do you know who I'll be facing before I can reach the finals? He asked. A voice came from the tent's entrance, cutting through before Garland could answer. You need not worry about that. Turning, Galad saw a man in resplendent golden plate, a roaring lion emblazoned on the breastplate. A white cloak flowed over his shoulders. Tall and slender as a sword, with curling gold hair and bottle-green eyes that held a predatory gleam. Galad had never met the men, but few in the realm were as infamous as Ser Jaime Lannister. The brackets have been decided already, Jaime continued, stepping into the tent with an easy swagger. It's me you'll be facing next. For once, Galad felt a sliver of excitement rush through him. Now that was a clash to get his blood pumping. It will be an honor to face you in the field, Ser Jaime. The man's smile turned predatory. See, I've been hoping to meet you on the lists, Ser Woodsman, His name is Ser Galad, Kingslayer. Garland's voice cracked slightly on the words, but he stood his ground. Jaime's attention snapped to the boy, eyes narrowing. Oh, what's this? You're a Tyrell, aren't you, boy? Walking closer with that same swagger, he looked down at Garland with amusement. Should you not be outside picking flowers with the other girls or something? Garland's face turned red with anger, his hands clenching into fists. Ser Jaime. Galad stood from the bench, drawing the Kingsguard's attention back to him. I would appreciate it if you did not antagonize my squire. Without looking away from Jaime, he spoke to the boy. Garland, apologize for calling him such a name. But, Garland started, only to balk when he saw Galad's expression. Sighing, he turned and bowed stiffly to the Lannister knight. My apologies, Sir Jaime. Jaime frowned at that, his cocky expression faltering. His eyes flicked from the boy back to Galad, reassessing. The sword. You denied all the gold and land my father offered, but you told him a man could duel you for it, didn't you? Did Lord Tywin instruct you to approach me, sir? I am a knight of the Kingsguard, not a child. Jaime's tone turned sharp. My lord father does not instruct me any more than you do. I want the sword, woodsman, and I'll gladly duel you for it. How about it? We put it all on the line in tomorrow's joust. Winner takes all, mount and armor and arms. I did not think swords were also relinquished in a jousting loss. They aren't, sir. Garland said, nearly snarling. Don't listen to him. Jaime nodded. Your flower squire is right. They aren't, usually. But we can make our own deal, can't we? Why? Galad asked. What do you mean, why? Why would I accept? Do you have a similar sword to put up against mine? Galad gestured toward the blade at Jaime's side. I've no doubt that's a fine blade, but it is not worth the prize I'd be risking. I'd give you gold, then. Galad shrugged. I already denied gold for Nightfall. You're a craven liar, then. Jaime's eyes narrowed. You said you'd give the sword if someone bested you. In a duel, yes. Sir Jaime, yesterday was the first time in my life I rode against a live opponent in the joust. Meeting the Kingsguard's gaze directly, Galad kept his voice level. Forgive me if I will not put Nightfall on the line for a contest I've barely practiced. The first time. Jaime's eyes went wide. You're jesting. That was your first real joust? Garland asked, his anger forgotten in shock. Galad nodded. Aye. The knight who raised me trained me at the Quinton, but we never had two horses to try the real thing. Garland sputtered, unable to form words. Sir Jaime looked at him as if seeing something entirely unexpected, like a talking horse or a tree that walked. Galad decided to take pity on the man. I'll be representing the Reach in the Grand Melee, sir, he said. And I'll carry Nightfall into battle then. Should any man defeat me fairly there, I'll gladly part with the sword. I see. The strange look on Jaime's face faded quickly, replaced by his earlier confidence. He nodded to himself and smirked. Until the battlefield, then, Sir Woodsman. We'll see if your skills match your daring. With that, he turned and walked from the tent, white cloak swirling behind him. Garland whirled on Galad the moment Jaime was gone. You'll really put a Valyrian steel sword on the line, sir? Against the Kingslayer. Walking over to his squire, Galad rapped him lightly on the head. Ouch. Garland rubbed the spot, glaring. Manners, Garland. Galad's tone was gentle but firm. And why not? I've been looking forward to a good fight for years. Longer than you can imagine. He did not regret his years of solitude in the forest, but he was a swordsman at heart. A Blademaster. He could not deny a certain thrill at finally meeting a challenge in this world. It will be good to face a competent opponent for once. Garland mouthed the word competent to himself, as if unable to believe what he was hearing. But Galad had fought Blademasters and Forsaken, had crossed swords with Aemon Valda and Demandred himself and many a worthy opponent. Kingslayers did not scare him after a world of dragons and dreadlords. He smiled to himself. The Grand Melee could not come. Chapter 30, Interlude, Ladies of the Reach I. Marjorie Tyrell. The viewing stands were not as packed as they would be tomorrow for the jousting, but there were still plenty of people watching the archery. Marjorie loved it all, the bright banners snapping in the wind, the way the sun made everything seem to glow, the excited buzz of voices around her. This was her favorite part of tournaments, even more than the fighting itself. All the colors and the pageantry and the way everyone dressed in their finest clothes. From her seat in the Tyrell viewing box, she could see banners from houses all across the Reach. She knew all of those by heart. Grandmother had made sure of it. The red and green apples of the Fossaways. The golden tree of House Rowan. The 3 beehives of House Beesbury, which was a favorite of hers after she saw 3 hives perched up on an old stable's rafters in Highgarden. The kitty and jug of the Libers. But there were banners from all over Westeros too, and some of those she did not know as well. A giant in broken chains, that was House Umber from the north, she was almost certain. The pretty dancing lady which could only be House Piper of Pink Maiden. A bronze disc with runes and dots that Willis had told her was House Royce from the Vale. The twin towers of House Fry. Others she could not place at all, a green hood, red lions, purple unicorns. Across from the noble stands, crowds of small folk packed the hillocks like ants on a disturbed anthill, using the slopes as improvised seats. They were louder than the nobles, cheering and shouting whenever an archer hit the target. Marjorie leaned forward in her seat, gripping the wooden railing in front of her. Down on the archery range, Ser Galad stood with his bow, looking as calm as if he were in a garden instead of competing in front of hundreds of people. Two other archers stood with him, Lord Tytos Blackwood with his raven black hair, and a young knight from the Westerlands that someone had said was Ser Adam Marbrand. Holding her breath, Marjorie watched as Ser Galad drew his bow, aimed high, and loosed all in one smooth movement. It looked so easy when he did it, like breathing. The other two archers took 3 times as long to shoot. Lord Tytos had managed a bullseye too, the arrow striking right in the center of the target. But Ser Adam's arrow hit near the edge. Marjorie waited, her hand squeezing the rail so tight her knuckles turned white. Across the range, a flag boy waved his arms, then raised a red flag high. She exploded in cheers. Yes. Yes. Beside her, Loras grabbed her in a hug and they jumped together, bouncing on the wooden bench until Mother gave them a look that said to settle down. But even Mother was smiling. Another bullseye, Willis said from her other side, shaking his head in amazement. Unbelievable. He is going to win, is he not? Aunt Lyness leaned forward, looking down at Ser Galad with the same dreamy eyes that Mother got when she looked at Father. Marjorie recognized it because her grandmother had pointed it out once, calling it, that silly look. I would be surprised if he did not, Uncle Baylor said. Truly impressive. 3 in a row now. Never seen such fine shooting. He told us he's been hunting his whole life, Willis said, his voice carrying the proud tone he got when talking about things he knew. Said he was grateful to Father for allowing the small folk to hunt game in the woods around Dunstonbury. Father sat up straighter in his seat, preening like one of the peacocks that wandered the gardens at Highgarden. Marjorie loved making Father happy by saying nice things about him. It always worked. Come now, Willis, Father said, waving a hand modestly. It would be presumptuous of me to take credit for his skills. I am, however, glad my foresight has allowed the Reach to produce such a fine knight. Grandmother snorted at that, covering her mouth with her hand. She always found Father incredibly funny, though Marjorie did not always understand why. Sometimes Grandmother laughed at things that did not seem like jokes at all. What do you think, Father? Uncle Baylor asked. Grandfather Leighton hummed, staring quietly at the archers below. He was Mother's father, which made him her grandfather too, even though her mother called Lady Olenna Mother and sometimes got confused about it all. What is there to say? The boy is the finest archer since Ser Brynden Rivers, and that's no weirwood bow there. And if the stories are true, a master swordsman as well. And Uncle Baylor pressed. Grandfather Leighton shrugged. Curious, for a woodsman trained only by a common knight. What did you say the man's name was? Ser Garin Sand, grandfather, Willis answered. Leighton raised an eyebrow. Ah yes, a Dornish bastard. Curious indeed. He turned to look at Grandmother Olenna. She looked back at him, one eyebrow raised in the same way she always did. Marjorie had been practicing that look in her mirror, but she could not get it quite right yet. Grandfather gave her a small smile. What did you find out, my lady? Sate this old man's curiosity. Grandmother gave him what she called her gummy smile, the one that made her look sweet even when Marjorie knew she was being clever. Only because we share aching knees and failing eyes, Leighton. And because you asked so dearly. She shifted in her seat. He was a knight of no great renown, it seems. Fought in the stepstones under the Targaryens, then had a minor post at the city watch in King's Landing. As uninteresting as most men obsessed with their pointy sticks tend to be. Come now, dear. I have known the Queen of Thorns since before I knew my first wife. You would not have even bothered speaking up if that was all there was to it. Grandmother's smile grew wider. Sharp men are worse than bloodhounds. Your poor wife. Lady Rhea, her grandfather's 4th wife and younger than him by half, looked down to her lap with flushed cheeks. Olenna snorted. Well, Leighton, it came to my ears that a Garin Sand was born to a Blackmont daughter many years ago. The mother died in the birthing bed, and the girl's father could not stand to see his daughter sin so openly in his castle. The boy was sent to live somewhere else, then. Far enough not to be a nuisance. Close enough his grandfather could keep an eye on him. She paused. I imagine you can guess where. Grandfather Leighton grunted in agreement, turning to look down at Ser Galad on the field. Starfall. Willis gasped then. How Stain? His eyes went wide as he looked toward the archery range. Does that mean? He trailed off. Everyone in the viewing box went quiet for a moment. Even Father stopped smiling. Marjorie scrunched up her face, trying to understand what they were saying. Grandmother had been teaching her about noble houses and their history since she first started to walk, making her memorize sigils and seats and all sorts of things that seemed boring until suddenly they became important. Then it clicked, like a door opening in her mind, and her heartbeat got faster. Loras nudged her with his elbow. What are they saying? He whispered. Marjorie turned to him, leaning close so the adults would not hear. That Ser Galad might have come from a fallen star. Loras' eyes went wide as saucers. Truly. Marjorie nodded sagely, the way grandmother did when she knew something important. She had always known Ser Galad was special, from the very first day in his cabin when he had saved them all. But now grandmother had all but confirmed it. Down below, the archery competition continued. The targets were moved farther and farther away until they looked tiny from where Marjorie sat. She watched every shot Ser Galad took, holding her breath each time. It took 15 more minutes of shooting before the final round. 100 paces. The distance seemed impossible, but Ser Galad drew his bow and shot 3 times in quick succession. Marjorie could barely see the arrows fly, but she saw the flag boys wave their red flags. 3 bullseyes. She cheered so loudly that Mother had to put a hand on her shoulder, but Marjorie did not care. When the Master of Games announced Ser Galad's victory and a purse of 5,000 gold dragons, she clapped until her hands hurt. A nudge on her shoulder made her turn. Aunt Lyness was giving her a look, eyes bright, a little smile that meant they shared a secret. Caught up in the excitement, Marjorie had almost forgotten their plan. She gave her aunt a firm nod and dashed across the viewing box toward Mother. Standing on her toes, she whispered her request in Lady Allery's ear. Mother smiled down at her. Very well, my sweet. But take Willis and some guards along with you. Marjorie hurried back to her seat and confirmed with Lyness that they had permission. Lyness' face brightened up like a candle being lit. Before Marjorie could go tell Willis, Loras appeared beside her. Where are you going? He asked, frowning. To the shops in Lannisport, Lyness answered for her. And you're not invited, Marjorie added, sticking her tongue out at him. Loras shrugged, sniffing. As if I wanted to go anyway. Grinning at her little deception, which grandmother told her to practice sometimes, Marjorie was quick to convince Willis to accompany them when she mentioned Ser Galad would be there. Her oldest brother always wanted to spend time with Ser Galad, asking him questions about sword work and hunting and everything else. Of course, if she'd told Loras that Ser Galad would be going too, then he would have agreed in an instant. But Marjorie had plans of her own, and a little child like Loras would only get in her way. He was only a year younger than her, it was true, but she was basically grown already compared to him. He could be very silly sometimes. The two of them, along with Lyness and 4 guardsmen in Tyrell livery, made their way down from the stands. The wooden steps creaked under their feet, and Marjorie had to hold up her skirts so she would not trip. They eventually found Ser Galad speaking in hushed tones with the Master of Games near the archery range. Garland stood nearby, grinning like he had just won a prize himself, carefully holding his knight's bow. Garland made a confused face when he saw them approaching. What are you all doing here? Marjorie broke into a wide grin. We're taking Ser Galad to the shops for new clothes. Garland turned to Willis, tilting his head in confusion. Willis sighed and shrugged. They have a point. He will sit at the high table along with the other champions at the final feast. He will need finer clothing than he has gotten so far, and a proper sigil besides. Garland made an "oh" with his mouth, nodding. Finished with the Master of Games, Ser Galad turned to face them as if he had known they were there all along. He gave them a soft smile, which Marjorie thought made him look like the knights in her storybooks, kind and noble and handsome. Ser Galad. I knew you would win. Marjorie ran forward, almost tripping over her skirts in her excitement. Ser Galad bowed to her, a proper bow like she was a great lady. I would have never managed without your trust in me, my lady. Marjorie beamed at him, her cheeks hurting from smiling so wide. You have my congratulations on your victory, sir. Willis gave Galad a deeper bow than was proper for a lord's son to give a landless knight. If you will have me, I would be much obliged for some lessons in marksmanship. Thank you, my lord. And of course, you are more than welcome to join me and your brother for practice one of these days. I suppose I would not mind that, Garland said, giving Willis a cheeky smile. Then Aunt Lynesse stepped forward. She had been standing to the side, watching them interact, and now her smile grew sharper, the kind of smile mother got when she was planning something. Sir Galad, that was the most magnificent shooting I have ever witnessed, Lynesse said, her voice going all soft and musical. You made it look as easy as if you were guiding the arrow with but a thought. I cannot imagine the years of dedication it must have taken to achieve such mastery. She stepped closer to him, and Marjorie noticed how pretty her aunt looked today in her pale blue gown that matched her eyes. Oh, how forgetful of me. I am Lynesse Hightower, sir, daughter to Lord Leighton Hightower of Old Town. She offered him her hand, palm down. Sir Galad kept the same gentle smile on his face. Taking her much smaller hand in his, he brushed his lips against the back of it. Thank you, my lady. I passed through Old Town on my way to the Iron Islands. Only such a beautiful city could produce a lady like you. Marjorie saw how Lynnesse's cheeks turned pink, then red. She smiled too. She knew that Sir Galad would have to marry someone one day. He was a great knight, and great knights always had the best wives in the stories. So it was obvious that if he should marry anyone, it should be her nice Aunt Lynesse. She was beautiful and kind, and she had already told Marjorie she thought Sir Galad was quite dashing. It was perfect. Now come, sir. Marjorie said, running up to him and taking his hand. His hand was warm and rough with calluses, so different from father's soft hands. We have much to do today. Auntie Lynesse has been to Lannisport before and she knows all the best shops. Shops? Galad asked, though he allowed himself to be pulled along. Young Auntie. Lynesse said quickly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I am only 10 and 7, dear Marge. Marjorie nodded enthusiastically. I know, Auntie. As if she did not know. Grandmother always said she was the smartest of the bunch. She knew the ages of all her family members, even her aunties and uncles and cousins twice removed. As they walked toward the city gates, Marjorie swung Sir Galad's hand happily, already planning in her head which shops they would visit first. Lynesse walked on his other side, talking about silks and tailors, and Marjorie thought they already looked like they belonged together. It was going to be a perfect day. XXX Chapter 31, Interlude, Ladies of the Reach 2. Marjorie Tyrell. The streets of Lannisport were not like the wide, garden-lined avenues outside of Highgarden. They were narrow, paved in cobblestones that felt hard beneath her slippers, and smelled of salt, fried fish, and the expensive perfumes of the merchants. But Marjorie didn't mind. She felt like a general leading a glorious campaign, marching toward the city gates with her prize in tow. Willis walked a little behind them, looking like a scholar ready to take notes from an elder. 5,000 dragons is more than most knights see in a decade, Willis was saying. You could buy a small tower house for that. Or a very large quantity of arrows, Galad replied, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Marjorie squeezed his hand. No arrows. You need a doublet. A silk one. Grandmother says a man is judged by his coat before he ever opens his mouth. Then I fear the judgment will be harsh, my lady, Galad said, looking down at his worn leathers. Not if I have my way, Lynesse said, her voice like a silver bell. She was walking on Galad's other side, her silken skirts brushing against his leg. Every time a passerby looked at them, she stood a little taller, clearly enjoying being seen with a tourney champion. I know a tailor in the city. He did work for my father once before he moved from Old Town. He has a touch for velvet that is unmatched in the West. They found the shop tucked between a jeweler and a spice merchant. It was quiet inside, draped in bolts of fabric so colorful they reminded Marjorie of the wildflower meadows back home. The lady is correct, the tailor said, a small man with a tape measure around his neck, as he looked Galad up and down. A powerful frame. Broad shoulders, narrow waist. You are a dream for a cutter, sir. Marjorie sat on a velvet stool, swinging her legs, while Lynesse and the tailor began pulling out rolls of fabric. Not green, Lynesse said, holding a swatch of forest-colored wool against Galad's chest. It makes his eyes look too dark. Perhaps a deep plum. Or a midnight blue. He is a knight of Highgarden, Willis reminded them from a nearby chair. He could wear our colors for now before he chooses his own. A pale gray, Marjorie chimed in, remembering her plan. Like the color of a star before it falls. She saw Lynette's eyes flash with a secret smile. Gray it is. With silver embroidery, I think. Something subtle, yet unmistakable. As the tailor began to measure Galad, arms, chest, the length of his legs, Marjorie watched her aunt. Lynette was being very helpful, stepping in to adjust the collar of a sample tunic, her fingers lingering just a second too long on the silk. Ser Galad remained polite and calm, answering questions about sleeve lengths and buttons, but Marjorie noticed he watched Lynette with a quiet, thoughtful expression. It's working. Marjorie thought, hiding a giggle behind her hand. And a sigil, Ser, the tailor asked, quill poised over a bit of parchment. A knight of your standing needs a device for the feast. The room went quiet. Even Willis leaned forward. Garland bounced on his feet to the side. This was the moment Marjorie had been waiting for. A knight's sigil told the world who he was and where he came from. Galad looked at the blank parchment, then at the 3 Tyrell children. I am a man of the woods, he said slowly. It should be something that honors that. A huntsman. Garland suggested. If he wants issues with Lord Randall, Willis said. A bow and a rose, mayhaps. Too simple, Lynette said softly. It should be something singular. Galad closed his eyes for a heartbeat. When he opened them, the violet was deep and clear. A single tree, he said. Spreading on a field of charcoal gray. And above the branches, a golden sunburst. Willis let out a breathy whistle. An ancient look. Very noble. Marjorie clapped her hands. It's perfect. It looks just like the woods by your cabin. The tailor bowed low. It shall be ready by the morrow, Ser Galad. The finest silver thread for the star, I promise you. As they left the shop and headed back toward the tournament grounds, the sun was climbing up to its highest point, turning the stone of Lannisport into bright gold. Marjorie walked between Galad and Lynette, holding a hand of each. She felt very grown up and very clever. She had helped Ser Galad get his victory, helped him find his colors, and now she was helping him find a wife. Oh, I had nearly forgotten, Lynette said, stopping in the middle of the street. I did not see you yesterday at the trials, Ser, so I could not award you the melee wreath Marjorie prepared for you. All the other Reach Knights already have theirs, so I'll make sure to have it sent to your rooms when we are back in Casterly Rock. Is that so? Galad asked, looking down at her. Marjorie bobbed her head up and down. I will wear it proudly when the time comes, then. That reminds me, Lynette continued, what of the jousting tomorrow, Ser? She batted her dark eyelashes at him. Do you already have a favor to wear? Marjorie had to stop herself from grinning. Beside her, Ser Galad paused. No, I have not. Lynette smiled. Then it is only fair you wear my favor as well, if you're wearing Marjorie's in the grand melee, don't you think? Ser Galad blinked, but he was quick to recover. It would be my honor, Lady Lynette. Her auntie blushed prettily, and Marjorie beamed. The stories were right, knights and ladies always found each other. Especially when they had someone as smart as her to help them along. XXX. Olenna Tyrell. Leighton Hightower had gotten old. Olenna supposed she should not be surprised. They all had, herself included, but it struck her nonetheless to see how much white had crept into his hair since she had last sat beside him. Almost fully white now, though still thick enough. His face had grown more lined, the skin looser around his jaw. He did not come down from his tower often these days, preferring to sequester himself in the high tower with his books and his young wife and whatever other matters occupied a man who had stepped back from the world. Still, his eyes remained sharp as they watched the archery champions leave the grounds below, surrounded by an entourage of Tyrells and one determined high tower girl. Are you sure you will be letting this boy go? Leighton asked, his voice still carrying that measured quality she remembered from when they were both young and thought themselves clever. Olenna shifted in her seat, her bones complaining at the movement. What can I say? The boy's a fool who wants to go gallivanting around the world like some common minstrel. Mace has all but offered Highgarden itself to tempt him. It seems the boy is immune to the usual greeds. She gave Leighton a sideways glance. Do you have something better than a castle like Dunstanbury to offer? Leighton leaned back, his gaze turning distant as he watched his daughter, Lynette, walk at the knight's side. I have daughters, he murmured. Olenna turned her head slowly, fixing him with a look that would have withered a summer plum. You'd let her marry a bastard, Leighton. Truly. I knew you turned eccentric, but I didn't think you'd gone soft in the head. He shrugged with the ease of a man who had long since stopped caring about such niceties. Bastards turn into lords all the time. Not if said bastard, unlike any other bastard who has ever come screaming out of their mother, refuses to accept lordship, Olenna countered. He's as stubborn as a mule and twice as prickly about his independence. Bah. He is young still. What do the young know? Leighton waved a dismissive, liver-spotted hand. What do the young know? A year or two on the road, sleeping in ditches and eating squirrel, and he'll be wishing for some walls around him and a good woman to warm his bed. And if he doesn't want Dunstonbury, another castle could be arranged, on my own lands, even. Or, perhaps, something closer to his origins. Olenna narrowed her eyes. House Dane already has a lord, if my memory does not fail me. Leighton smiled, the expression not quite reaching his eyes. I do not think your memory has ever failed you, dear. A young lord still in the cradle, yes. How many little lords have perished before their time? The heat of Dorne can be quite unkind to infants, I've heard. Do not try to impress me, Leighton. Olenna's voice took on an edge. You have never been that kind of man, and you won't become it now in your old age. You're too fond of your books to bother with real blood. Leighton raised both hands in surrender, though the gesture held more amusement than apology. If not Starfall itself, then perhaps the sword, at least. The legend says Dawn rests above the mantle in the castle's great hall until a worthy knight comes to claim it. The boy certainly seems worthy, and if he has Dane blood in those veins. And how do you know the sword does not have a wielder now? Olenna gave him a meaningful look, letting the question settle between them. Leighton frowned, sitting back as if her words had physically pushed him. Understanding dawned slowly across his face. You have been sequestered up in your tower for a long time, Leighton, but I am sure even you have heard of the Targaryen ships by now. Olenna leaned closer, lowering her voice though there was no one near enough to overhear. And after I found the boy's connections to Starfall, I sent my men looking east. Further than I had cared to look before. Want to know what I found? She paused to let him suffer for a bit. Then she smiled. An old man making inquiries in Astapor. An old man who looks a lot like you. Remind you of anyone? Leighton's expression hardened, the affable mask slipping. House Hightower no longer involves itself with crown matters, Olenna. What Gerald does, if he even still lives, is none of my concern. The White Bull was a brother of the Kingsguard. His loyalties were his own. Olenna snorted, the sound unladylike and entirely deliberate. An amusing fiction. As much theater as what the Targaryens pulled in King's Landing. Sailing by in full sail just for show. She scoffed. If they had the strength for it now, they could have taken a city without its king and half empty of its knights. No, that was a warning. A warning to Robert Baratheon and Jon Arryn and Tywin Lannister, and a call to arms to whoever still holds true to the dragons. Shifting in her seat again, she continued, all while they gather their strength in the east. Armies can be hired there. Even bought. Perhaps the Targaryens have seen the error in adopting Undul ways and will take a more Valyrian approach to their conquest this time. Can you imagine? Her eyes glinted with dark amusement. An army of slave soldiers streaming through the gates of King's Landing. Jon Arryn would have a conniption. She cackled at the thought. Leighton chewed on his lips for a moment, thinking. If this is true, they could not have chosen a worse time to try, no. Our king just won a great victory against the Ironborn. He has showed the world he has the 7 kingdoms firmly in his grip. Ah yes, a great show of unity. Olenna's voice dripped with sarcasm. Stamping out a rebellion against one kingdom and without the participation of another. Doran is as closed a book as the 7-pointed star in a whorehouse. And all without Eddard Stark showing his face. Curious, is it not? The king's supposed best friend sending that great lumbering beast of an Umber in his place. The north is as large as all the kingdoms combined, Leighton argued weakly. Perhaps young Ned Stark had other duties to attend to. Winterfell is a long way from the sea. Olenna snorted again. Oh, but you have become such a bore now, Leighton. The Targaryens are waking from their slumber, make no mistake about it. Should they return, every house will have to make a decision, will they not? There will be no hiding in your tower then. She turned to look at him fully, her gaze sharp as broken glass. And I cannot help but wonder if, when the time comes, House Hightower will do its duty to its liege lord without making a fuss, eh? Leighton met her eyes, his expression unreadable. Which duty would that be, Olenna? To our Baratheon king, or our old loyalties? Wetting her lips, Olenna gave him her sweetest, most grandmotherly smile, the one that had unsettled sharper men than Leighton Hightower. Whichever allows the flower to grow strong, Leighton. Whichever one of them. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with all they did not say. Below and beyond the tourney grounds, in the streets of Lannisport, a woodsman knight walked with Tyrell children and a Hightower girl, oblivious to the games being played in viewing boxes and tower rooms across the realm. Olenna settled back in her seat, watching the crowds begin to disperse now that the archery had concluded. The jousting would draw them back tomorrow, of course. Always did. People loved their spectacles, their bright banners and brave knights. But the real battles, she knew, were never fought in tourney grounds. They were fought in conversations like this one, in letters sent and alliances forged, in marriages arranged and loyalties tested. The Targaryens were coming back. Anyone with eyes could see it. The question was not if, but when. And when they did, houses would fall and rise based on the choices made now, in moments like these. Olenna was determined that House Tyrell would be among those who rose. XXX Chapter 32. Are you ready, sir? Testing his movements in the armor, Galad stood from the bench. The plate settled properly across his shoulders, weight distributed as it should be. Pauldrons moved freely. Vambraces allowed full range of motion in his arms. Everything felt solid. He turned to his squire, studying for a second. You sound tired. Garland looked down, not meeting his eyes. Only nerves, sir. For the jousting. Beneath his open-faced helmet, Galad raised an eyebrow. Reaching over, he plucked a piece of straw from the boy's brown hair and held it up between thumb and forefinger. Is that so? And does Lord Tywin host House Tyrell amidst his cattle now? He lowered his hand, kept his voice level. Tell me the truth, Garland. The boy's face flushed red before he sighed. Couldn't sleep, sir. I kept thinking the Lannisters would do something to the mare, and I had to come check on her. He shifted his weight from foot to foot. I suppose I ended up falling asleep in her stall. The corner of his lips twitched up. That explains the smell. Eyes going wide, Garland turned away quickly to smell his tunic, his expression mortified. Galad gave his squire a pat on the back before he strode past him toward the tent's entrance. Outside, he paused beside the mare. The tent for the competitors stood tucked to the side of the great stands erected for the tourney, hidden from the main spectacle by canvas walls and wooden supports. He could not see the crowds from here, but he could hear them, the murmur of 1,000 voices rising and falling like waves, punctuated by occasional cheers and calls as other knights rode in the tilt lane. Especially loud were the small folk on the hillock opposite the stands, their excitement unrestrained by noble dignity. The mare stomped her foot, agitated by the noise and energy around her. Shushing her softly, Galad stepped closer and patted her neck, careful with his gauntlet hand. The horse whinnied, pushing her muzzle toward him, seeking comfort. Easy, girl. Easy. She was a fine animal. Lord Mace had offered him whatever supplies he wanted for his journey, horses, provisions, coin. Perhaps he should ask for her. The mare had proven herself steady and responsive, qualities worth more than gold when the road stretched long before you. Placing his boot in the stirrup, Galad mounted smoothly despite the weight of armor. The saddle settled familiar beneath him. As he gathered the reins, Garland appeared from the tent, still looking embarrassed. He mumbled an apology under his breath, promising not to break the routine Galad had set up for him, which included plenty of sleep for a growing boy, before rushing open the fence that would lead them to the tilt lanes. His hands working quickly at the latch. Watching him, Galad allowed himself a small smile. He was a good squire. He took a deep breath, then slid on his helmet. The world narrowed to the slit of his visor. Closing his eyes behind the steel, he sought the image of the small flame in the void of his mind. It appeared immediately, burning brightly and steadily like no true fire ever could. At this point in his life, Galad's control was absolute. There was no wavering in him. In an instant, he fed all his emotions into that flame. Any fear of loss or injury. Any doubt over his skill. Any concern about the politics of jousting Jaime Lannister, about the eyes of the realm watching him, about what Tywin Lannister might do if his son fell. All of it became fuel. All of it gone as if it had never existed. And in that emptiness, in that perfect void, the world opened before him. He was no longer himself only. Colors sharpened until he could distinguish individual threads in the pennants flying above the stands. Sounds clarified into their component parts. He could hear Garland's heartbeat from 10 feet away, quick with nerves and excitement. Could pick out individual voices from the crowd filtering through the distance, merchants calling their wares, ladies exclaiming over the knight's armor, children begging their fathers for a better view. Beneath him, the mare seemed to settle from her earlier uneasiness, responding to the calm that now radiated from him like heat from a forge. Drawing his gauntlet over her mane one more time, he felt every individual hair beneath the metal. The horse snuffed contentedly. Garland need not have worried about someone crippling the mare. In such a state of awareness, Galad could tell every small discomfort that bothered his mount, the slight itch where the saddle girth rested, the way her left rear hoof favored its outside edge ever so slightly, the tension in her neck muscles from being held still too long. A runner appeared, breathless and flushed. "Sir Galad, it's time." With only a slight tilt of his knee against her flank, the mare started forward as if he'd been training with her for their entire lives. They entered the tilt lane through the opening Garland held wide. The crowd roared as he appeared. A wall of sound that would have been deafening without the void to filter it into something distant and manageable. Some cheers. Some boos, likely from Westermen loyal to their golden lord. But mostly just noise, the formless enthusiasm of thousands gathered to watch men try to knock each other from horses. On one side, the noble stands rose in tiers of wooden benches, bright with banners and fine clothes. The crowned stag of Baratheon flew highest, black on gold. Below it, the golden lion of Lannister roared on crimson. The golden rose of Tyrell bloomed on green. Dozens of other houses displayed their colors, fish and giants, ravens and unicorns, towers and trees. Opposite, the hillocks were packed with small folk sitting and standing wherever they could find space. They waved crude banners, shouted encouragement to their favorites, passed wineskins, and bred among themselves. Children perched on Father's shoulders for a better view. Garland raced ahead toward the lance rack, studying each weapon with the careful attention Galad had taught him. Selecting one, he tested its weight before bringing it back and offering it up. He took the lance and tested its balance beneath his arm. Solid softwood, tipped with blunted metal so it would shatter on impact rather than pierce. Well made. Properly weighted. There would be no tricks today. He didn't have to wait for long until Ser Jaime Lannister rode in across the lane, and the world erupted with noise that made Galad's entrance seem like polite applause. The Kingsguard's armor was a magnificent gilded plate that caught the morning sun and threw it back in blinding flashes. His helmet had been crafted in the shape of a roaring lion's head, jaws open in eternal defiance. The white cloak of the Kingsguard flowed over his shoulders, pristine and bright. When a loud trumpet broke through the crowd's noise, Galad urged his mare forward at an easy trot toward the center of the lane. Jaime did the same from his end. Their horses came together before the royal box, standing side by side. Jaime's mount wore gilded ringmail that must have cost more than some men earned in a lifetime. The master of games began a long-winded speech about honor and chivalry and the glory of the tourney. Galad did not pay attention to the words, only noted the rhythm of them, the way the crowd quieted to hear. Above, he saw the form of Robert Baratheon, king of the Seven Kingdoms, seated on a throne-like chair in the center of the royal box. The king stared down at them, his expression not exactly disinterested but carrying an air of going through expected motions. Galad had heard Robert was a great enthusiast of games and tourneys in his youth, but something seemed to have dimmed that fire. Beside him stood a beautiful woman in Lannister crimson and gold, closer to the railing than her husband. Cersei Lannister, the queen. She said nothing, only nodding once at her brother. Her face was a perfect mask of noble composure. Also in the royal box sat Lord Tywin, positioned in a chair beside his daughter's seat. His eyes were fixed on Galad, green and cold as winter ice. The animosity radiating from him was almost a physical thing, a pressure that might have made lesser men flinch. Deep in the oneness, it bothered Galad not at all. Ready to lose, woodsman. Jaime's voice carried through his helmet, the smirk audible in his tone. At least survive a few passes, eh? Give the people a show. What say you? Galad said nothing. Shifting his knees, he turned his mare away and rode back to his end of the lane, hoofs striking sand in a steady rhythm. Behind him, he thought he heard a growl of frustration. Hear me roar indeed. At his end of the tilt lane, Galad brought the mare around to face his opponent. His heartbeat was a soft, steady thing in his chest, no faster now than when he had been sitting in the tent. The horizontal slit of his visor formed a perfect window through which he could see Ser Jaime across the distance, the trumpeter raising his instrument, the press of faces in the stands. The trumpet blared. His mare answered the call without prompting, launching into a gallop, and for a moment Galad could feel the crunch of coarse sand beneath her hooves, each grain distinct as they scattered. His lance, couched tight beneath his arm, pointed at his charging opponent's center mass. Wind battered the narrow opening of his helmet. The crowd's roar became a single sustained note. His heartbeat did not accelerate. They came closer. 50 yards. 40. 30. He could see details now, a flash of green behind Ser Jaime's lion helmet, the eyes within watching him. Could see the smallest movement of the man's shoulder as his lance shifted, angling down to strike closer to Galad's thigh than his chest. Clever. Aiming low would make it harder to defend, would catch him where the shield sat higher. On instinct, his senses sharper than they had ever been, Galad's shield dipped even as he kept his lance steady, pointed at Jaime's chest. The adjustment took a fraction of a heartbeat. It happened so quickly that none but the two of them would know of the exchange. Then they crashed together in a burst of noise as wood shattered against steel. The impact traveled up through the lance and into his shoulder like a hammer blow. Galad absorbed it through his core, weight shifting back slightly but his seat never leaving the saddle. His thighs gripped tight. His balance held. Ser Jaime's lance, aimed so low, skittered across Galad's shield where it had dipped to meet it. The blunted tip found no purchase, sliding harmlessly past. His own lance struck dead center on Jaime's shield where the Kingsguard held it tight against his body. Riding past, Galad did not need to look back to know Jaime had kept his seat despite the solid hit. A lesser man would have fallen at such an impact, the force enough to break ribs even through armor. But the golden-haired knight remained mounted, and Galad felt a flicker of satisfaction rise within him, even as that emotion washed over the void and failed to find purchase, burning away before it could take root. At the end of the lane, he turned his mare and rode back to where Garland waited with another lance. Taking it, testing its weight, Galad prepared to ride again. However many passes it took to unhorse Ser Jaime Lannister, he would ride them. In the void, patience was infinite. The crowd roared for the second pass. The trumpet sounded. And Galad urged his mare forward once more, lance steady, heart calm, mind empty of everything but the moment. Chapter 33. Cersei Lannister. By the 8th lance, unease began to creep into Cersei's chest like cold fingers. This was taking too long. Jaime should have ended this farce by now, sent the low-born woodsman tumbling into the dirt where he belonged. Her brother was the finest juicer in the 7 kingdoms, everyone knew it. He had unhorsed hundreds of knights in tournaments across the realm. Lords and champions fell before him like wheat before a scythe. Yet here they were, 8 passes complete, and both men still sat their horses. She watched as they lined up again at opposite ends of the tilt lane, the crowds roar building to a fever pitch. The woodsman knight sat perfectly still atop his pale mare, lance ready, as if he had all the time in the world. As if unseating a Lannister, a Kingsguard, meant nothing to him. The gall of the man. First rejecting her father's generous offer, 1,000,000 gold dragons and a lordship, and now this. Daring to match her brother pass after pass, making a spectacle of it before the entire realm. Gods, but that's some fine riding right there, Robert muttered from his seat beside her. Cersei's lip curled into a sneer. Of course the oaf would be impressed. Robert had the discernment of a tavern drunk. The crowd was loving it too, she noted with distaste. Their cheers grew louder with each pass, commoners and nobles alike caught up in the drama of it. The masses were foolish for loving such spectacle, but that was to be expected. The small folk were as easy to lead as cattle, their simple minds dazzled by bright armor and breaking lances. What she disdained most, however, were the highborn who should know better. The royal box stood higher than the rest of the stands, giving her a clear view into the other viewing areas. As her brother and the woodsman clashed again in the center of the lane, the 9th pass now, wood splintering with a tremendous crack, the wretched Tyrell children jumped and cheered like little gremlins. Pathetic. That Mace Tyrell allowed his children to become so familiar with this low-born knight, even having his second-born son squire for him. Then again, she should have expected nothing less from those up-jumped stewards. The Tyrells had always lacked proper dignity. Her own Joffrey would never scrape so low. Nor would he act so undignified in front of the realm. She had chosen to leave him in King's Landing so she could have more time with Jaime, but she had always prized teaching him proper bearing. When he was older, he would carry himself with the pride befitting a prince of the blood. Gods, but the boy is good, isn't he, Selmy? Robert had sat forward now, suddenly interested in something other than his wine cup for once. His appetites had more than returned since the war. All of the appetites. The pig had become taken with one of Casterly Rock's maids ever since passing through the castle on the way to the islands, and he'd not let go since returning. Behind the king's chair, Ser Barristan Selmy stood in his white cloak, watching the joust with the keen eye of a man who had ridden in hundreds of tournaments himself. "Aye, your grace. Not many can match Ser Jaime like this. He reminds me of Brandon Stark when he rode. Better even." Robert's voice held genuine admiration. Selmy nodded. "Like him and the horse are one, aye." Cersei gritted her teeth. Enough with the praise for this nobody. Jaime would finish it on the next pass. He had to. Below, they came again, horses galloping full out, hoofs throwing up sand. The sound of it reached even to the royal box, thunder made manifest, building and building until. The crash. Wood shattering. A shower of splinters flying through the air. Cersei gasped as Jaime swayed in his saddle, his weight shifting dangerously to one side. For a terrible moment she thought he would fall, saw his balance fail, but then he caught himself and remained mounted. She let out a hitched breath, pressing one hand to her chest where her heart hammered. Glancing sideways, she saw her father gripping the arms of his chair hard enough that his knuckles had gone white, even as his face remained a perfect mask of noble composure. Robert barked out a laugh and jumped from his seat. "Seven hells, what a battle! Gods, but I should have signed up myself." "Not many men would dare ride against you, your grace," Ser Barristan said diplomatically. Robert turned on him, eyes flashing. "What, too cowardly?" Cersei scoffed internally. How could such a fool end up on the Iron Throne? Were she born with a cock between her legs, she would be twice the ruler her husband was. 10 times. She would have the realm running like a finely tuned instrument instead of this shambling mess. They would fear the consequences of harming the king, your grace, Barristan clarified. Bah. Nonsense. No knight worth his spurs would be so gutless. Robert's face broke into a grin, the kind he got when he was about to do something monumentally stupid. "You know what? I need to bloody hit something. That grand melee you were all speaking about. I'll be participating. Make the arrangements, Selmy." "Your grace, I must advise against it," Ser Barristan began. "The king should not put himself at risk in such a manner," her father cut in, his voice sharp and controlled despite the fury Cersei could see simmering beneath. "It would disrupt the entire tournament, require special provisions, and for what? There is no glory to be gained from beating up your own knights." Cersei opened her mouth to join the protest, then stopped. Her mind worked quickly, turning over the possibilities. Robert dying on a tourney field would actually be the best thing possible. A tragic accident. The realm would mourn. And she would be free, a beautiful young widow, mother to the new king. "I want to fight, damn it, and I am the king." Robert's voice rose to something near a roar. "Make it happen, Selmy." Ser Barristan sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "As you say, your grace." Her father turned away from the king, his jaw locked tight and his hands still gripping his chair arms. Cersei had seen that expression before, Tywin Lannister barely containing his rage. It gave her a small thrill of satisfaction. At least someone else was suffering through this farce. The spectacle continued below. Pass after pass. 11th lance. 12th. 13th. The crowd's enthusiasm never waned, growing louder with each clash of wood on steel. "Should you call the victor, your grace?" Ser Barristan asked after the 15th lance shattered. "Both men have proven their skill. It would not be unseemly to let them fall for exhaustion instead of a lance." Robert, who looked to be having more fun than he had in months, thought for a moment before nodding. "Aye, best to do it now. The boy deserves the win." "What?" Cersei whirled on him, her carefully maintained composure cracking. "You would rob my brother of his victory. Jaime has never yielded in a joust. He will prevail if you give him the chance. Woman, they've broken 15 lances. My brother's honor demands he be allowed to finish what he started," Cersei hissed, leaning toward Robert. "Or are you so eager to see a Lannister humbled that you would interfere?" Robert's face darkened. For a moment she thought he might strike her. Let him try. Then everyone would see what a brute he truly was. "Fine," he growled. 7 hells. Let them batter each other a few more times if it matters so much to you. The people are certainly loving it. Cersei settled back in her seat, teeth gritted together so hard her jaw ached. She was right. Of course she was right. Jaime would end this on the next pass. The crowd roared its approval as the knights lined up once more. Cersei gripped her skirts tightly, silk bunching in her fists. If she could have ridden in her brother's place, she would have. Would have taken up that lance herself and put this low-born upstart in the mud where he belonged. The trumpet sounded. The horses charged. The crowd's noise became a single sustained scream of excitement. They met in the center with a burst of sound that seemed to shake the very air. A shower of splinters. A flash of gold and white. And then a thud as something heavy hit the ground. Horror seized Cersei's throat as she saw her brother lying in the sand, his pristine white cloak dragging in the dirt, his golden armor dulled by dust. Yes. Robert jumped from his seat, both fists in the air. Now that's a joust. 7 hells. Near the Tyrell box, she could see the children bouncing with joy, the older boy pumping his fist, the little girl clapping her hands together. Their father beamed like a fool. Cersei watched as her own father stood stiffly and walked from the royal box without a word, his back rigid and his face thunderous. He did not look at her. Did not look at anyone. Simply left. The horror in her chest began to transform into cold, sharp anger as she watched Jaime get to his knees, dirt clinging to his beautiful armor. The woodsman knight had the gall to ride up to him, still mounted, to offer some gesture that might have been concern. Her lips curled in disdain as she saw Jaime say something to the knight, probably some gracious nonsense about a well-fought match. Her brother could be so pathetic sometimes. So eager to play the gallant knight that he forgot what was truly important, winning. Defeating their enemies. Crushing those who dared challenge the Lannister name. Bring him forward. Robert was shouting, waving at the knight. I want to meet this famous Heir Galad of Dunstonbury face to face. Of course he did. Robert always loved to humiliate her and her family, to elevate their lessers just to watch the lions brought low. The knight approached on his pale mare, moving at an easy trot toward the royal box. Cersei narrowed her eyes at him, her anger a hot coal in her chest. She wished she could burn him where he sat for tarnishing her brother's name, for making a spectacle of Jaime before the entire realm. Well met, sir. Robert called down. 7 hells, what riding. I don't think the realm has seen its like since Ser Duncan the Tall, and you might have him beat. Take off that helm, let me see the men who can match the best the King's Guard has to offer. The knight reached up and pulled off his helmet, and Cersei's breath caught in her throat. Robert was saying something, some congratulations about skill and courage and the glory of the joust, but she could barely hear him over the sudden pounding of her own heart. She only had eyes for the men below. He was beautiful. Young. Younger than she expected at no more than 20. Dark hair plastered with sweat across his brow, falling in damp strands that framed a face that might have been carved by a master sculptor. A strong jaw, high cheekbones, full lips. And his eyes, even from this distance she could see them. Violet. The eyes of old Valyria. It was like the first time she had set eyes on Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the last dragon. That same sudden shock of recognition, that visceral pull toward beauty made manifest. Only this low-born woodsman was somehow even more handsome than the prince had been. More handsome than even Jaime, a treacherous part of her mind whispered. She stared as the knight spoke with Robert, his voice carrying up to the box though she did not process the words. Only watched his lips move, watched the way sunlight caught in his dark hair, watched the strong column of his throat as he inclined his head in deference to his king. Violet eyes met hers for just a moment, a flicker of acknowledgement, before returning to Robert. Heat flooded through her, sudden and unexpected. Her hands tightened on her skirts for an entirely different reason now. By the time he rode away, disappearing back toward the competitors' tents, Cersei had made her decision. She needed to meet with him. Privately. For the good of the family, of course. Her father and brother had both failed to secure the Valyrian steel sword through their methods. Perhaps a different approach was required. A woman's approach. Cersei Lannister smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. XXX Chapter 34. Galad. After removing the last pieces of his armor, Galad sent Garlan away to be with his family. The boy protested, wanting to help carry equipment, to discuss the matches, to do anything a good squire should, but Galad insisted. The boy had been spending most of his days either in practice or in his service, and it would not be long before they left altogether. Garlan deserved some time with his family. The juister's tent had mostly emptied by now, the afternoon sun slanting through gaps in the canvas to paint stripes of gold across the trampled grass floor. Other knights had already departed for baths and wine and the admiration of high-born ladies. Broken lance fragments littered the corners, and the air still smelled of horse sweat and leather oil. Outside, the roar of the crowd had diminished to a steady murmur as people filtered out toward the city or settled in for the evening's entertainments at the grounds. Galad changed into simple clothes, a linen shirt and wool breeches, comfortable after hours in plate, and gathered his things. He wanted to visit the tailor in Lannisport to collect the new garments Lyness Hightower and Marjorie had insisted he commission. Formal attire befitting a champion, they had said, for at the final feast, he was already guaranteed a sit at the high table as the archery winner. He supposed he could have asked for a Tyrell servant to fetch the clothes, but since he had already decided to leave their service, even if he remained technically a knight under them until he departed, it seemed more prudent to handle his own affairs now. Better to begin establishing that independence. Stepping out of the tent, he paused to let his eyes adjust to the afternoon brightness. The tourney grounds spread before him in organized chaos. Rows of competitor tents lined one side, their canvas walls painted with house colors and sigils. The tilt lane stretched across the center, its sand churned and pocked from hundreds of hooves. Beyond it, the noble stands rose in tiers of wood and bunting, still half full with lords and ladies who lingered to gossip and wager on tomorrow's events. Across from them, the hillocks where small folk had gathered were emptying faster, families trudging back toward the city gates with children on shoulders and empty wineskins in hand. Before Galad could start toward the main road leading to Lannisport, two men approached across the packed earth between tents. He recognized Ben immediately, wearing the surcoat of a sergeant in House Tyrell's service. The other took a moment to register now that he was not wearing his bronze, rune-etched armor. Lord Jon Royce, the men he had just unhorsed in the semi-finals. Ah, here he is, Lord. Ben gestured toward Galad as they drew near, weaving between groups of squires hauling equipment. Galad's own armor was already on the way to Casterly Rock with some pages. Up close, Jon Royce was an older but formidable man, taller than Galad by half a head, with gray hair and broad shoulders that spoke of decades maintaining his strength. Large hands extended toward him, one offered in greeting. Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. Jon's voice boomed across the space between them, turning heads from nearby tents. Good, you're still here. Taking the offered hand, Galad shook firmly. Jon's grip was strong, testing, and he seemed to approve when Galad matched it without flinching. Lord Royce. An honor making your acquaintance outside of the tilt lane. Jon gave him a great big smile that transformed his stern features. Aye, lad, good showing, that. Haven't been knocked on my arse like that in years. He let out a booming laugh that startled a nearby page carrying wine cups. Ha! And the Kingslayer, too. Now that was a fine sight. Say what you will about the men, he knows his jousting. Thank you, my lord. Galad inclined his head. A man's victory is only as striking as the opponents he faces. You and Ser Jaime could have easily beaten me on another day. Modest too. Jon nodded approvingly. For a second, the man's eyes flicked to Ben, who stood aside waiting, before they went back to Galad. Tell me, I heard you won't be serving under the Tyrells for long. Any truth to that? Galad tried not to show his surprise. Of those here in Lannisport, he had told only Lord Mace and Garland of his plans. It would not surprise him if Mace had made some grand announcement he simply had not heard. It certainly seemed like the men, or if Garland had let it slip. Children were not known for their discretion. It was no secret, in truth, but for a stranger to come ask him about it had him wondering. It is true, he acknowledged. I feel a hunger to see more of the world, and intend to journey around the 7 kingdoms until such hunger is sated. Journey, huh? Jon's expression turned thoughtful. Around them, servants were beginning to light torches along the paths between tents as shadows lengthened. I see. A shame. We could always use a man like you in the Vale. Plenty of work for knights when you live next to the scourge of the mountain clans. His face darkened at the topic, heavy brows drawing together. It seemed to take considerable effort to relax them again. I suppose I cannot blame a young man for such appetites, eh? Do stop at Runestone if your wandering ever takes you east. You won't see finer country than the Vale. Another offer to settle down somewhere, though not one with the gold and glamour Lord Tywin had promised. Galad could not blame the men for trying. I'll keep it in mind, my lord. Lord Royce gave him a firm nod and turned to leave. After a few steps through the dusty ground between tents, he stopped and looked back over his shoulder. Word of advice, sir. His eyes flicked down to where Nightfall hung at Galad's waist. Watch that sword on your travels. Plenty of men out there who would kill, or worse, for a fine piece of dragon steel. Then he turned and strode away, his broad back disappearing into the crowd still milling about the tourney grounds. Galad watched him for a moment. He did not think it was a threat. Lord Yone did not seem the type. But it confirmed what Lord Mace had already told him. Without the protection of a great house, he would always be a target for his sword. The thought did not bother him overmuch. It would certainly make traveling more interesting, though he worried about young Garland, who would insist on accompanying him with or without danger. Ben approached then, his tanned face uncertain. They stood by one of the water troughs where horses were being led to drink, the animal snorting and stamping as stable boys worked brushes over their flanks. What was that about? He wanted to offer his congratulations for my victory over him. Huh. Nice fella. Ben nodded, then seemed to fidget as silence stretched between them. His hand went to his sword belt, adjusting it unnecessarily. Galad raised an eyebrow. He did not remember leaving things awkward with Ben since seeing him when he first arrived at Casterly Rock. The men shifted his weight, not meeting Galad's eyes, watching instead as a group of Lannister men-at-arms marched past in formation. I heard you've been busy with guard duty, Galad offered. Ben seemed grateful for the prompting. Oh, I've been selected to guard the Lady Olenna with the twins. She's surprisingly busy for a lady of her age. I think I've stood outside more meetings than I've had hot meals. Makes a man feel small standing beside such giants. He finished with a weak laugh. But he still looked jittery, as if someone were watching over his shoulder. Is everything well, Ben? The men gave him an unconvincing nod, to which Galad only lifted an eyebrow. Ben sighed. Wetting his lips, he seemed to come to a decision as his eyes darted to either side of them, searching for eavesdroppers among the servants and squires moving between tents, before he nodded to himself and pulled Galad aside to a quieter area, a narrow space between two competitor tents where saddles and tack hung from wooden frames. It's... Ben paused, swallowed. It's about that. About her, Lady Olenna. Galad waited patiently, listening to the distant sounds of the tourney grounds settling for evening, merchants calling last sales, horses whinnying, the creak of wagon wheels. She selected me for her guard for a reason. She asked me about you, you know. Asked a bunch of questions that had my head spinning. Could hardly answer half of them and she didn't like that, let me tell you. Ben fidgeted again, his fingers working at a loose thread on his sleeve. But, what she really wanted was for me to spy on you. He hissed out the words as if they were sacrilegious. Oh. Galad considered that. What did you manage to find out? Ben's eyes widened. He waved his hands before him frantically. Nothing. I swear. I haven't started yet. Well, I was supposed to. It's why I'm here, you see. She knows Lord Garland will be going with you when you leave, and she wants me to go with. His voice was rising with agitation. To spy on you. Galad noticed dark pits of sweat under Ben's arms despite the cooling afternoon air. The poor man was suffering. He shrugged. Well, do you want to? No. Gods no, I don't want to spy on you. You're my friend, man. Ben ran a hand through his hair. A too handsome, annoyingly good at everything you do bastard, but a friend still. It ain't right. I meant, do you want to go with us? Ben's eyebrows jumped. What? Galad gave him a gentle smile. I asked if you wanted to go with us, he repeated. You would be away from Highgarden and your lady love, but I would be glad to have you. You can even spy on me if you like. Ben's mouth hung open for a moment. You, what? Why would you let me spy on you? You are not taking this seriously enough, sir. I am. Galad could understand the impetus behind Olenna Tyrell's actions. The idea made sense, if clumsily executed considering Ben was not the discreet type. Then again, Galad had decided to allow it anyway, so in the end she had achieved her goal. Could she have planned for all of it? Perhaps, though he did not care much one way or the other. It was better the spy you knew, and who told you he was asked to spy on you, than the one you could not see. I don't mind that House Tyrell wants to keep an eye on Garland. And we could always use another sword on the road. With Lord Royce's warning still fresh in his mind, he decided it would be for the best. You should know, however, that they will use your affection for Lady Victoria for their own means in this. They might lie and promise you future rewards, future connections. Meeting Ben's eyes, Galad kept his voice soft but firm. And Victoria might be forced to validate these lies. Given her position, she will not be able to deny Lady Olenna, even if she dislikes it. More than most, Galad had grown up embroiled in the Deis Daemar of the noble houses of Carrion and Ander. He knew well how the great game was played. And when caught in the middle, love was usually the first casualty. Ben needed to understand that. They would. Ben almost choked on the words. He seemed dejected for a moment, then his eyes bulged and he grabbed Galad's arm. How did you know it's the Lady Victoria that I love? Victoria herself had all but told him back during the feast a few days prior. But since Ben would be spying on him, he could have his fun too, could he not? Well, you just confirmed it now, didn't you? Ben's face went through several expressions: shock, embarrassment, resignation, before settling on rueful acceptance. Bloody hells. You're too clever by half, you know that. Galad smiled. So I've been told. They parted ways as the sun began its descent toward the western sea, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Ben headed back toward the grounds beneath Casterly Rock where House Tyrell had housed their retainers, still shaking his head and muttering. Galad made for the road to Lannisport, joining the stream of people heading into the city for evening meals and entertainment. The walk took him past merchant stalls being packed up for the night, past groups of knights still in their finery discussing the day's matches, past small folk families trudging home with tired children. Lannisport spread before him as he approached, its walls golden in the fading light, smoke rising from thousands of chimneys as cooking fires were lit. Inside the city gates, the streets were packed. Galad navigated through crowds of sailors and merchants, past taverns already filling with patrons, past shops closing their shutters. The tailor's establishment sat in a better district, its sign painted with golden thread and needle. Ah, Sir Galad. The men greeted him with a hasty bow, wringing his hands in front of his body. I'm afraid the garments are not quite ready yet, sir. Another day at least. No, 2 days. Yes, 2. The embroidery on the doublet is quite intricate, and we want it perfect for the champion, yes. Galad let out a sigh. He should have really sent a servant. XXX. By the time he reached Casterly Rock, evening had fully settled. The castle corridors were quieter at this hour, most nobles already dressing for dinner or engaged in their evening entertainments. Galad's boots echoed on polished stone floors as he made his way toward his chambers, past tapestries showing Lannister victories and tall windows that looked out over the darkening sea. He was approaching his chambers, a modest room in the same wing the Tyrells were installed, when a man intercepted him in the corridor. The man was huge, heavily muscled in a way that spoke of violence rather than labor. His hair hung dark and stringy past his shoulders, but it was his face that drew the eye, half of it a mess of scar tissue, black flesh pocked with oozing craters, and a stump where his ear should have been. The torchlight from the wall sconces made the scarring look even more grotesque, shadows playing across the ruined flesh. He was young, though, Galad noticed, perhaps not even 20 beneath the scars. The men stared at him, seemed to expect him to look away in disgust or fear. Galad only stared back into his dark eyes, meeting them calmly. Come, the men growled. On whose orders? The men sneered. The Queen's, Reachman. Now are you coming or not? Galad thought for a moment. Queen Cersei wanting to speak with him was interesting. Potentially dangerous, but interesting. He decided to follow. If the men tried to lead him into a trap, which was doubtful, Galad would simply end him before the trap could be sprung. They walked through the castle's corridors in silence, moving deeper into the rock. The passages here were carved directly from the mountain itself, smooth stone walls interrupted by wooden doors and the occasional alcove holding a statue or suit of armor. Torches burned at regular intervals, casting their procession in alternating light and shadow. Servants pressed themselves against walls as the scarred men passed, eyes downcast. The men did not speak much, but eyed Galad sideways, always scowling. His massive hands flexed occasionally, as if imagining what violence they might commit. They climbed a spiral staircase, ascending toward the better apartments. Here the corridors widened, the stone giving way to plastered walls hung with tapestries. Thick carpets from mere muffled their steps. Candelabras of gold and silver replaced simple torch sconces, their light warmer and steadier. Before they arrived at what Galad assumed were the Queen's quarters, the doors here were carved oak rather than plain wood, the guards better armed and armored, the man finally spoke. You're the knight with the new fancy sword, are you? Galad looked down at Nightfall hanging at his side, the moonstone in its pommel catching the candlelight. Yes. The man was quiet for a long, stretching moment. Their footsteps continued down the corridor, past a window showing the last purple traces of sunset over the sea. Then, thought so. His voice was a gruff, gravelly thing. Watch yourself at the melee tomorrow, Reachman. My brother will not be kind in getting what he wants. Galad did not know who the man was, nor who his brother might be, but he understood immediately. If the man was following the Queen's orders and he was not dressed in a white cloak, then he had to be a Westerlander. It seemed Lord Tywin would make his move for the sword in the melee, then. Through this man's brother. He had expected it, but confirmation was good to have. Thank you, Galad said. The men answered with a grunt. They arrived at a door flanked by a king's guard in white enamel plate that gleamed in the candlelight. Ser Meryn Trant, if Galad remembered correctly. The scarred man turned without another word and left, his heavy footsteps echoing back down the corridor until they faded into silence. Shrugging, Galad filed the advice away for later consideration and strode forward. If tomorrow was Tywin Lannister's move, what did his daughter intend for him today? Chapter 35. Cersei Lannister. The Queen's chambers were lit by dozens of candles, their warm light reflecting off polished mirrors and gilded furniture. Cersei had chosen this room carefully when they first arrived at the Rock. Her childhood chambers, filled with memories of when the world had seemed limitless, when she and Jaime had been everything to each other. The walls were hung with Myrish tapestries showing golden lions hunting through crimson forests. A fire crackled in the hearth despite the summer warmth, because she liked the way firelight played across her skin. She stood before her mirror, examining herself with a critical eye. The deep crimson silk dress clung to her curves perfectly, its generous neckline displaying the swell of her breasts. A golden necklace sat high against her pale skin, the lion pendant resting in the valley between. Her golden hair had been arranged in an elaborate style by her handmaiden, cascading over one shoulder in artful waves. She looked magnificent. She knew it. Men had been falling at her feet since she was 12. Knights, lords, and kings. One common-born woodsman would be no different. A knock came at the door. Cersei arranged her features into a confident smile, the one that had melted stronger men than this. Enter. Ser Meryn Trant opened the door, his homely face twisted in its usual sneer. Ser Galad of Dunstonbury is without, your grace. Let him in. A pause. She heard voices in the corridor, Ser Meryn's tone sharp. Then, almost growling, the man is not willing to part with his sword, your grace. Cersei's smile did not falter. Not yet, she thought. Tell Ser Galad he may enter with his sword. What have I to fear of a knight of such good standing? When the door opened fully and Ser Galad stepped into her chambers, Cersei quickly forgot about the sword. The sight of him so close sent a shock through her that she had not been prepared for. He was even more beautiful than she had expected. She had seen him from a distance at the tourney, helmetless after his victory, but proximity made the difference. His skin was tanned from the sun, his jawline sharp enough to cut. Dark hair kept shorter than most men, windswept and lustrous. And those eyes, violet as amethysts, framed by dark lashes that any woman would envy. How had she not noticed him during the feasts? He must have been there, sitting among the Tyrell contingent, but she had been too focused on other matters. Too blind to see what had been right before her. Your grace. He bowed low, his movements graceful despite the sword at his hip. I came as summoned. To what do I owe such honor? His voice was pleasant, cultured despite his common origins. Not the rough accent she had expected. There is no need to be so stiff, Ser. Cersei gestured for him to rise, her smile warm and inviting. Please. I know that the relationship between you and my family did not have the best start. She moved closer, letting her skirts whisper across the floor. But I wish to extend a hand of friendship now. First, by congratulating you on your victory over my brother, as well as against Ser Lyle Crakehall and Lord Royce. I heard they were magnificent bouts. The knight's face remained stone still. Thank you, your grace. That was it. Just those 3 words, delivered in that same pleasant but completely neutral tone. Cersei felt a flicker of surprise. She had dressed in her best, had arranged the lighting to flatter, had prepared her most winning smile. But the knight had not looked anywhere except her eyes. Not once had his gaze dropped to the neckline of her dress, not once had she seen the familiar hunger that usually clouded men's faces when they looked at her. For a long moment, she only stared back at those violet eyes, which looked unflinchingly back at her as if she were not the queen of the Seven Kingdoms. As if she were just another woman. And despite herself, she felt something clench deep inside her, a mixture of intrigue and irritation. She swallowed, forcing the smile back onto her face. Do you know who you will be riding against in the final day? The knight nodded. There are only 4 of us now. Ser Barristan Selmy, Lord Ura Mormont, and Lord John Umber. I am to face Ser Barristan first. An unenviable task for any knight. Cersei took another step closer, watching for any reaction. But for the men who bested my brother, perhaps not an impossible one. Ser Barristan will be a challenge, he said simply. Silence stretched between them. Cersei had expected him to be a stuttering mess by this point, overwhelmed by her beauty, by the privilege of a private audience with the queen, by the scent of her perfume that filled the chamber. The fact that he was not threw her off in a way that she was not used to. A way that was not entirely unpleasant, to her surprise. She walked closer still, close enough that her skirts nearly brushed his boots. I have heard a rumor you were a woodsman before you became a knight. Tell me, Ser, is that true? Letting her voice drop to something softer, more intimate, she added, looking at you now, I find it hard to believe. His eyes tracked her movement, but he did not step back. Did not blink. It is no rumor, Your Grace. I am what I am. Cersei's lips curved up. She reached out and took his hand in both of hers, turning it palm up. His hand was large with long, elegant fingers, but the skin was rough with calluses, the kind earned from years of hard labor, not the soft hands of a noble playing at sword work in a practice yard. Looking down at her holding his hand, the knight frowned slightly. Cersei enjoyed that, finally, a reaction. By your hands, I believe you. A remarkable rise. One to be admired. She traced one fingertip along his palm, feeling the rough texture. From a mere woodsman to a knight winning glory in war and tourneys. You even wield a Valyrian steel sword now. Glancing up at him through her lashes, she asked sweetly, May I see it, Ser Galad? The man hesitated only for a second before releasing her hand and taking Nightfall from his belt. He held it before him, pulling it partially from its sheath to show the rippled steel beneath. The blade was striking, the pattern seeming to dance in the candlelight like water flowing over stones. Dark metal with silver highlights that caught and threw back the flame. A beautiful sword for a beautiful man, Cersei thought. A shame her son had need of it. Then again, perhaps she could resolve this situation even more elegantly than she had originally planned. Why settle for just the sword when she could have both? It is magnificent, she breathed. It suits you far better than it would any iron-born reaver. Thank you, Your Grace. But Ser Harris was a formidable enemy. A worthy wielder for such a blade. Of course, of course. Cersei waved a hand dismissively. She moved to stand beside him, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, pretending to examine the sword more closely. Have you ever thought that, now that you hold a Valyrian steel sword, you could serve a greater cause? Turning to look up at him, she let admiration fill her voice. A woodsman turned knight is a good story, Ser. But a woodsman turned Kingsguard. They would write songs about you, Ser Galad. All the maidens in the kingdoms would swoon seeing you in white. She stepped closer, close enough that she could smell his scent, manly, like horse and leather, with something underneath that was purely him. Placing one hand on his chest, she felt solid muscle beneath the linen of his shirt. I would love to see you in white myself, Ser. She batted her eyelashes at him, tilting her face up toward his, lips parted slightly. The knight stepped back. The movement was smooth, not rushed, but it put distance between them as surely as a wall. When Cersei looked up again, it was not to the same violet eyes as before. They seemed to have darkened somehow, grown colder, though his expression remained perfectly controlled. The offer is appreciated, Your Grace. But I have no intention of becoming a Kingsguard. His voice was calm, almost gentle. My answer is the same to you as it was to Lord Tywin, as it was to Lord Royce earlier today. Cersei stood frozen for a moment, stunned by the rejection. Men did not reject her. Men did not step away from her touch. They fell over themselves for a chance at what she was offering. Do you realize what I am offering you, Ser? Her voice came out sharper than intended. I am the queen. Which woodsman in the history of the world has ever been granted such connection with royalty? Then she saw it. The way he looked at her shifted again. It was not indifferent, as before, or hardened. It was worse. It was pity. This no-name knight who had been chopping wood for his supper a year ago, pitied her. "Will that be all, your grace?" he asked. Cersei's face twisted into a scowl. How dare he? How dare he look at her like that, like she was some desperate woman throwing herself at him instead of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms bestowing an incredible honor. "There is a king's guard outside that door," she hissed, her voice low and venomous. "A word from me would have you seized and thrown into the deepest, darkest dungeon in my father's castle. Do you understand that?" He did not answer. Just stared back at her with that same expression, something that looked almost like benevolent disgust, as if he were a maester observing a particularly unpleasant specimen. Fire filled her chest. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. "Do you understand me, woodsman?" she repeated, the title coming out like a curse. "I could say you attacked me in my own rooms. That I invited you here to congratulate you on your victories and you, a lustful low-born knight, could not hold back and assaulted me." She let out a sharp laugh. "Who would they believe? You." Another laugh, higher, more brittle. "Do not fool yourself about who you are and where you belong. I am not the fool in this room, your grace." His voice remained calm and soft despite everything. Despite her threats, despite her rage, despite the way her hands had clenched into fists at her sides. It only made her madder. "If you wish to have me arrested, then do so at once and let us end this farce." He met her eyes steadily. "But be sure to choose your champion wisely. For though I may be a woodsman, I am also a knight, and as is my right, I will defend my innocence with steel." Cersei could only stare at him, mouth falling open. He was threatening trial by combat. Calmly, politely, but unmistakably threatening it. And somehow, just by looking at him now, she knew it. Knew with absolute certainty that, if it came to that, he would win. He waited for another 10 seconds of silence, his expression never changing. Then he inclined his head in a small bow. "Your grace." And he left. The door closed behind him with a soft click that sounded like thunder in Cersei's ears. For a long moment, she simply stood there in the middle of her beautiful chambers, surrounded by candlelight and luxury and the scent of her expensive perfume. Then the rage took her. She grabbed the nearest wine cup and hurled it at the wall. It shattered with a satisfying crash. Another followed. Then a plate. Then the pitcher. She swept her hand across the table, sending everything crashing to the floor, cups and goblets and the remains of the light supper she had arranged but never served. How dare he? How dare he reject her, pity her, threaten her? She was Cersei Lannister. Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. The most beautiful woman in Westeros. Men killed for a chance at what she had offered him, and this common-born nobody had looked at her like she was nothing. By the time someone knocked on her door again, some half-hour later, Cersei had broken every piece of pottery she could find. Shards of expensive ceramic littered the floor around her feet. Her chest heaved with exertion and rage. "What?" she snarled. A maid cracked the door open and stepped inside, her face pale and frightened. "Your Grace, I have news. The King's, that is, there is a girl. The one His Grace has been." She swallowed hard. "She is with child, Your Grace. And it can only be the King's." For a moment, Cersei could only stare at the cowering girl. Then the rage that had been burning in her chest transformed into something cold and sharp and calculating. She crossed the room in 3 strides and slapped the maid hard enough to send her stumbling. "If you ever tell anyone about this, I will have your tongue cut out and your privates torn off. Do you understand me?" "Why yes, Your Grace." The girl fled, the door slamming behind her. Cersei stood in the wreckage of her chambers, breathing hard. Then slowly, deliberately, she began to smile. Robert's bastard. Growing in the belly of some castle wench. Another stain on the Lannister name, another reminder of her husband's infidelity. But also, an opportunity. A way to rid herself of 2 inconveniences in one move. She walked back to the door and opened it. Ser Marantran still stood guard outside, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of the destruction visible behind her. "Gather Ser Mandon Moore and Ser Amory Lorch," she said, her voice perfectly calm now. "Tell them their queen has need of their services. At once, Your Grace." XXX. Later that night, after the small feast she attended only because it was expected of her, and where she notably did not spot Ser Galad of Dunstonbury among the reachmen present, Jaime came to her chambers. He looked beautiful in the candlelight, his golden hair gleaming, his green eyes warm with desire as they always were when he looked at her. He made love to her on her bed, whispering how much he loved her, how no woman could compare. But when he was above her, moving inside her, it was not his green eyes she saw in her mind. And when she reached her peak, crying out and clutching at his shoulders, it was not of Jaime she thought. It was of a common-born knight who had looked at her with pity and walked away. And that, more than anything else that had happened that night, filled her with a rage that burned hotter than dragon fire. Chapter 36. Robert Baratheon. The pavilion was large enough to house a dozen men comfortably, its canvas walls dyed deep crimson and gold. Lannister colors, of course, because everything at this thrice-damned tournament bore the lion. Robert stood in the center while two young squires worked at his armor, buckling straps and adjusting plates and tying off knots. "Good work, lads," Robert said, testing the movement of his right pauldron. He had wanted to thank them by name, only to realize with a stab of shame that he had never bothered to learn what they were called. They had been his squires for more than a year now, one a Crownlands lad with dark hair, the other a Stormlander, he thought, though he was not entirely sure. Or was it the other way around? At least they were not more of the yellow-headed shits. His court was already full enough of Lannisters without adding more of the fuckers as his squires, no matter how much Cersei or Jon Arryn insisted it would be politically wise. Gods, but thinking of Lannisters made him want a drink. His hand moved almost of its own accord toward the wineskin hanging from the pavilion's center post. Expensive arbor gold, the kind that went down smooth as silk and left you wanting more. His fingers brushed the leather. No. Robert pulled his hand back, curling it into a fist. He had a melee to fight in. And after that, war. War with whatever Targaryens remained skulking in the east. Those ships in the Blackwater had been a message, a declaration. The dragons thought they could come back, thought they could reclaim what Robert had taken with his warhammer. This time he would war with them until there were none left. He would make sure of it. Would hunt down every last silver-haired spawn and crush their skulls himself if he had to. He would not touch another drop until the dragon spawn were gone from the earth. "Your Grace, we've finished with the armor." Robert looked down. The Crownlands boy, or was he the Stormlander, stood back, waiting for approval. The armor fit well, black plate enameled with the crowned stag of House Baratheon. Solid steel that would turn a blade, not the ornamental shit some lords wore to look pretty. Nodding, Robert grabbed the wineskin from its hook and tossed it to the darker-haired lad. "Here, you two have some fun after this is done. Don't let the old men see you, eh?" Their faces lit up like he had just handed them gold. "Thank you, Your Grace." Robert smiled despite himself as the boys grinned conspiratorially at each other, already planning where they would drink it. It reminded him of himself and Ned back at the Eyrie, sneaking wine from Jon Arryn's stores and getting drunk in the Godswood, talking about girls and glory and all the great deeds they would do when they were finally knights. At that thought, his mood darkened like clouds covering the sun. He had said things he regretted back when they took King's Landing. Things about Rhaegar's missing children that Ned had taken badly, too badly, Robert thought, for bastards spawned by the men who had stolen Lyanna. And then Lyanna's death had only worsened everything. Robert had thought the shared grief might bring them together again, two friends mourning the woman they had both loved. Instead, Ned had never even stopped at King's Landing on his way back north. So grief-stricken, they said, that he could not bear to stay. And since then he had hardly answered any ravens beyond what was expected of him as Warden of the North, sending polite excuses whenever Robert invited him south. Robert shook his head. Gods, but where had it all gone wrong with them? The pavilion flap opened and Ser Barristan Selmy entered, his white cloak bright even in the dimness of the tent. His weathered face was apprehensive, worried in a way that made Robert's jaw tighten. "Your Grace, I must plead with you once more to reconsider this." "No." The word came out flat and hard. "Your Grace." "I said no, sir." Robert's voice rose. He was tired of this, had been hearing the same thing for the last 2 days from Barristan and Tywin Lannister and the Kingslayer with his annoying smirk. "You want me out of the melee that badly? Fine. I'll give you the best chance at it yourself." Barristan frowned, not understanding. Robert did not care. Grabbing his great antlered helmet from where it sat on a wooden chest, he pushed past the King's Guard and out of the pavilion. Let the old man worry. He was fighting, and that was the end of it. Outside, the tourney grounds had been transformed for the grand melee. The tilt lanes had been removed, leaving a wide open area of churned sand and grass before the stands. 7 pavilions had been erected just outside the fighting ground, one for each kingdom's contingent. Huge banners flew above them, visible from anywhere in the grounds. 2 of them bore the crowned stag, one for the Crownlands and another for the Stormalands. One had the Golden Lion and another the Rose, while the pavilions for the North, the Riverlands, and the Vale had numerous smaller banners fluttering in the wind. The stands were packed to bursting, every seat filled with nobles in their finest clothes. But the real crowd was on the hillocks opposite, where thousands of small folk had gathered. They covered the slopes like ants on a carcass, standing and sitting and climbing into trees for a better view. Their roar was a constant presence, a wall of sound that made Robert's blood sing. He strode toward the Stormlander pavilion, his armor clanking with each step. He had decided to fight with the Storm Lords, with his home, his people, the men he had grown up among before he went off to the Vale. Not with the Crownlands contingent that would have been expected. Inside the pavilion, he found familiar faces waiting. Lord Selwyn Tarth stood tall and broad-shouldered, his plain armor a contrast to the finery others wore. Ser Gullion Swan, brawny and thick-necked, broke into his characteristic broad smile when Robert entered. Ser Bonifer Hasty and Ser Cedric Storm, both known tourney knights with scars to prove it. Two younger men Robert did not recognize stood near the back, their faces bright with excitement. "Your Grace." They all bowed as one. Lord Selwyn straightened first. "I take it Ser Barristan did not manage to dissuade you." Robert frowned. "What do you mean?" "The Lord Commander came to us first." Selwyn's expression was apologetic. "He told us to inform your Grace that we had already filled all 7 spots for the Stormlands. That there was no room." For a moment, Robert could only stare. Then rage, hot and sudden, flooded through him. His hands clenched into fists. Did he now? The tent went quiet. "So Barristan the Bold thinks he can keep his king from the field?" Robert's voice came out as a growl. "Thinks he can tell me where I can and cannot fight?" He looked around the pavilion, meeting each man's eyes in turn. "Any men here too afraid to fight a king's guard?" Silence. Then Ser Cedric Storm grinned. "Not I, your Grace." "Nor I," Gullion Swan added, his smile turning wolfish. "Good." Robert's grin matched theirs. "We're going after the White Cloaks first, then. I want Barristan's head ringing before anyone else's." Eager smiles spread across faces, especially among the younger men. Robert gestured to them. "You too. What are your names?" "Ser Richard Horp, your Grace." The taller one bowed. "Serious face, good shoulders." "Ser Roland Storm, your Grace." The other was stockier, with a bastard's hungry look. "Good names. Try not to die, eh?" Robert clapped Roland on the shoulder hard enough to make the young knight stagger. "Save that for the real war that's coming." He walked to the side of the pavilion where weapons hung on racks, swords and axes and maces, all live steel for this melee. His eyes found what he was looking for immediately. The warhammer. It was bigger than anything else around it, with an iron spike that, were it not blunted, would carve through a breastplate like parchment. Just like he had asked Selwyn to commission for him. Putting on his helmet first, Robert reached down and lifted the warhammer. A grin spread wide across his mouth. Gods, but it felt good. Heavy and real in his grasp, the weight familiar and comfortable like greeting an old friend. This was what he was made for, not sitting on thrones and listening to lords bicker about taxes and trade. This. Battle. Blood. Victory. Robert turned to face his team, the hammer resting on his shoulder. Through the slits of his antlered helm, he could see their eager faces, their barely contained violence. "Let's smash some fucking King's Guards, eh?" The Stormlander contingent roared their approval, and Robert felt more alive than he had in years. Triple X. The trumpet's blast cut through the roar of the crowd and Robert did not waste a second. He charged forward, warhammer in hand, making straight for the White Cloaks among the Crownlands contingent. His boots pounded against the churned earth, the weight of his armor feeling right on his shoulders. The Stormlanders followed in a tight wedge around him, their war cries joining the cacophony that had erupted across the melee ground. Young Horp's words from earlier still burned in Robert's mind, making his blood hotter with each step. "No horses, your Grace. Ser Barristan had a talk with the Master of Games after you decided to join. Says it could avoid some accidents." Accidents. As if Robert were some doddering old fool who might fall off his horse and break his neck. He was 27, in his prime, not some ancient relic ready for the grave. He would show Selmy something worse than an accident. Around them, the melee had already exploded into chaos. Across the field, Northmen clashed with Westerlanders in a churning mass of steel and fury. To his right, reachmen in their golden roses traded blows with Riverlanders. Some fought in tight groups, shield walls pressing against each other. Others had broken off into individual duels, 2 knights circling, testing, striking. Live steel glinted in the afternoon sun. Blood would be spilled today. Bones would be broken. It was not war, but it was close enough to make Robert's heart sing. The Vale men, who had been closest to the Stormlanders at the start, veered sharply away when they noticed Robert showing them his back as he moved toward the Crownlanders. Smart. Let them find easier prey. Robert only had eyes for the white cloaks. He reached Ser Boros Blunt first. The King's Guard stood with a knot of Crownland knights, more white cloaks among them than regular men. Inside his helmet, the man's piggy eyes widened when he saw the antlered king bearing down on him. In that moment, that single heartbeat of hesitation, Robert found himself disgusted. How had he let such rabble don a white cloak? Boros Blunt was a name without glory, a knight without distinction. What had possessed him to make such a mediocre man one of his 7? The Stormlanders engaged with the Crownlanders around them in a clash of steel and shouting. Robert caught glimpses of the matchups as they formed, Ser Barristan crossing swords with Bonifer Hasty, both men moving with the grace of veterans. Lord Selwyn Tarth pressing hard against Ser Island Payne, the Mute King's Justice defending with mechanical precision. The eager young knights, Horp and Roland Storm, facing off against Ser Mandon Moore's simple but deadly swordsmanship and Ser Marin Trant's brutality. "Your Grace," Boros said, his voice uncertain. His sword wavered, half raised, as if unsure whether to lift it in attack or defense. Robert growled, a sound that came from deep in his chest, animal and furious, and attacked. The warhammer came down in a devastating arc. Boros barely got his shield up in time. The impact sent a crack through the painted wood, his own crowned stag splitting down the middle. "Fight back!" Robert roared, pressing forward. Another strike. The shield splintered further. "Fight back, damn you!" Boros tried a weak thrust with his sword, a hesitant probe that had no power behind it. Robert batted it aside contemptuously with the haft of his hammer, then brought the weapon around in a brutal sideways swing that caught Boros on the leg. Even through the armor, the impact was tremendous. The knight cried out and fell to one knee, sword arm dropping. Robert did not hesitate. He brought the haft of his warhammer down on Boros's helmet in a ringing blow that sent the man sprawling face first into the mud. Yield did not even make it past the knight's lips before unconsciousness took him. Robert stood over the fallen King's Guard, breathing hard, disgust curling his lip. The man was not good enough to polish the blades at the Red Keep, much less wield one and call himself a knight of the King's Guard. Another of his mistakes. Another reminder of how far things had fallen since he took the throne. He turned from Boros's motionless form to survey the melee. Most of the men were still locked in their individual duels, honor-bound not to interfere. Lord Goulian Swan and Ser Cedric Storm fought in a pair against Ser Roger Hogg and a knight whose surcoat bore the BYRCH sigil, trading blows in a brutal 4-way dance. Swords rang against shields. Men grunted with effort. Closer by, Ser Barristan had finally turned up the intensity against Bonifer Hasty. Robert watched as the Lord Commander executed a brilliant counter-riposte, blade sliding along blade, a twist of the wrist, and suddenly Hasty's sword was spinning through the air. A heartbeat later, Barristan's blade rested against the knight's throat. He couldn't help the grunt of acknowledgement that escaped him. Say what you would about Selmy, the man was damned good with a sword. Even if he was a meddlesome, Targaryen-loving headache. Selmy. Robert bellowed at him. Ser Barristan turned, his white cloak swirling. "Your Grace." Robert grinned behind his antlered helm. "Come. I'll show you how I killed that prissy prince of yours." For just an instant, Robert swore he saw a shadow flash across the old knight's eyes beneath his helmet. Good. Let him feel it. Let him remember. Barristan said nothing, but his grip on his sword tightened as he strode forward to meet the king, and they came together like thunder. Robert struck first, his warhammer descending in a blow that would have caved in a lesser man's skull. Barristan's shield caught it, absorbing the impact, but the force drove him back a step. The Lord Commander recovered instantly, his sword darting forward in a thrust aimed at the gap beneath Robert's arm. Robert twisted, the blade scraping harmlessly across his breastplate, and countered with a horizontal swing. Back and forth they went, attack and defense, each testing the other. Robert pressed with his superior strength, each hammer blow carrying enough force to shatter bone. But Barristan was faster, more experienced, his blade always there to deflect or his feet carrying him out of range at the last instant. Robert tried a feint, pretending to overextend, leaving his left side open, but Barristan did not take the bait. The old knight had seen too many battles to fall for such tricks. They circled, trading blows that rang out across the melee ground. Robert's breath came harder now, his chest heaving. He was strong, yes, but he was not as fast as he had been at the Trident. Too many years sitting on his arse, drinking and eating and letting himself grow soft. The warrior who had killed Rhaegar was still there, but buried under years of apathy and wine. Barristan pressed his advantage, his sword a silver blur. Robert gave ground, his hammer coming up again and again to block. The old knight did not tire, did not slow. Robert's boot hit a patch of mud churned up by earlier fighting. His foot slipped. For a terrible instant he was off balance, his guard open, his throat exposed. Barristan's sword did not move. The moment passed. Robert recovered his footing. And rage, pure, incandescent rage, flooded through him. "I'll fucking kill you if you don't take me seriously, sell me," Robert roared. He attacked with a fury that bordered on madness, hammer rising and falling like a smith at his forge. Each blow was meant to kill, to crush, to break. No more testing. No more sparring. Ours. Strike. Is. Strike. The. Strike. Fury. The final blow came down with all Robert's strength behind it, smashing into Barristan's shield with such force that it drove the Lord Commander to his knees. Robert followed through, hooking the spike of his hammer onto the edge of the shield and wrenching it aside. His boot lashed out, catching Barristan square in the chest and sending him sprawling onto his back. Robert stood over him, hammer raised for the killing blow. "Yield, your grace," Barristan said. But his voice was not winded. Not tired. Not the ragged breathing of a man pushed to his limit. Robert realized with a sick twist in his gut that the old knight had not given his all. Had been holding back. Treating him like a child who needed to be humored, allowed his little victory so he would not throw a tantrum. "Gods damn you, sell me," Robert growled. He wanted to smash the hammer down anyway, consequences be damned. But he did not. Could not. Not when half the realm was watching. Not when he knew he would regret it as soon as he did it. Instead, he looked around the melee ground, searching for something to vent the fury burning in his chest. Ser Mandon Moore had defeated young Horp, but Ser Roland Storm had downed Meryn Trant and was now pressing the attack against Moore, his bastard's hunger driving him forward. Selwyn Tarth had gained the upper hand against Ser Island Payne, raining blows down on the Mute Knight's defense. The other pairs were still locked in their slow, grinding duels. Robert did not care about any of it. His eyes scanned the chaos, looking for worthy prey. He spotted the mountain first, an impossibly tall figure in grey plate, fighting alongside so many men with roaring lions on their breastplates that they looked like a giant mummer and his troop. Gregor Clegane was laying about with a greatsword that would have taken 3 normal men to lift, sending knights flying with each swing. And there, among the Westerlanders, Robert found what he was looking for. A knight in glittering golden armor, white cloak billowing as he finished off a Northman with a precise thrust through the armpit gap. Even from this distance, Robert recognized that arrogant grace. Jaime Lannister. The Kingslayer. Robert's grip tightened on his warhammer. Only smashing the Golden Boy could settle the fury inside him now. He started forward, leaving Barristan in the mud behind him, his eyes fixed on the men who had robbed him of his chance to kill the Mad King himself. Time to remind the realm what Robert Baratheon's warhammer could do. Chapter 37. Galad. The melee ground erupted into chaos at the sound of the trumpet. Lord Randall Tarley's plan had been simple: stay put and let another team approach first. Let them expend their energy crossing the open ground while the Reach contingent conserved theirs. Ser Emmon Kiwi had whinged about it, and Ser John Fossaway had muttered something about looking like cowards before the realm, but Lord Randall was not a man to be moved by grumbling. His word was law among the Reach's 7, and his word was to hold position. They did not have to wait long. The Riverlanders came at them immediately, their formation spreading out as they crossed the churned earth of the melee ground. Galad spotted sigils and faces he recognized from the jousting. Lord Jason Mallister with an embossed silver eagle on his breastplate, the red stallion of Stonehenge, the black and scarlet of Lord Blackwood's colors, 2 men bearing the twin towers of Frey. Others he did not recognize, their houses too minor or too distant for him to have learned their heraldry. Beside him, Ser Ares Oakhart gripped his sword tighter, his feet shuffling nervously beneath him despite his armor's weight. "Easy, Ser," Galad said quietly. Ares glanced at him, swallowed, and nodded. Galad thought it strange that Ares seemed more ill at ease here than when they had been fighting Ironborn in Harlaw. Then again, with the eyes of the realm watching from the packed stands, hundreds of nobles and thousands of small folk on the hillocks beyond, he could understand how a young man might suddenly feel more nervous about his performance than he ever had in actual war. In war, only your brothers in arms saw your blunders. Here, those mistakes would be discussed in castles across Westeros for months to come. Across the open ground, Lord Jonos Bracken called out, his voice carrying over the noise. "Shall we behave as knights, Tarly?" "Aye," Lord Randall's voice boomed back. Then, to his own men, "Spread out. Give yourselves room." Galad gave Ares a final nod as they moved apart, each man taking enough space to duel without interference. To his left, Lord Tarly moved to engage Bracken himself, the two lords circling with the wariness of men who had fought in plenty of real battles. Along their side of the field, the rest of the men began to pair off, almost like a mockery of real war, with two neat lines of armored men meeting in individual contests rather than the chaotic press of actual combat. The man who ended up before Galad was Lord Jason Mallister. They exchanged no words. There was no need for them. Both men held swords and shields. They began cautiously, testing each other with probing strikes and careful footwork. Mallister's blade darted forward, aiming for Galad's side. Galad shifted his shield, deflecting. He countered with a thrust toward the gap beneath Mallister's arm. The lord twisted, his shield coming up to catch the blade. They traded quick swipes and clips until Mallister suddenly picked up speed. The River Lord began cutting downward, focusing on Galad's legs, trying to force him to lower his guard and create an opening higher up. The strikes came faster, each one precise and controlled. Galad fought defensively, parrying and blocking each blow, his footwork doing most of the job. He gave ground when needed, circled when pressed, kept his shield positioned to deflect rather than absorb the full force of each strike. After several exchanges, Galad assessed his opponent. Lord Jason Mallister was a competent fighter. Better than most knights he had met in this world, certainly better than the average warrior who relied on strength over technique. The men had clearly trained for years, had likely fought in real battles. But Galad did not even feel the need to delve into the void. He had come to realize, over these months in Westeros, that there were perhaps only a handful of swordsmen in the Seven Kingdoms who could force him deep into the oneness in a one-on-one duel. Lord Jason Mallister, skilled though he was not one of them. Then, in his periphery, Galad noticed movement. Without warning, two men charged at him from the side while he was still engaged with Mallister. Even the River Lord seemed taken by surprise, his eyes widening behind his helmet as he stepped back. Galad recognized one of them immediately, Ser Hosteen Fry, the broad, powerful knight he had unhorsed during the joust. The other was wiry and quick, with a black beard showing beneath his open-faced helm. They came at him with weapons raised, swinging not for a clean yield but with clear intent to injure. "I'll take that sword of yours," the wiry knight shouted, his voice sharp with malice. "Same as you took it from the Ironborn." Galad's expression did not change as he blocked and dodged around the strikes. Ser Hosteen's swings had plenty of weight behind them, but anyone with a keen eye could see them coming for a mile away. The other Fry Knight was reckless, if skilled, and attacked relentlessly with an unfounded confidence that his prey would not fight back. Galad meant to dissuade him of that. Pivoting on his feet, he stopped giving ground. The wiry knight swung again, a wild overhead chop aimed at Galad's shoulder. He sidestepped and parried in the same motion, his blade catching the descending sword and redirecting it past his body. Before the knight could recover, Galad planted his boot in the man's chest and shoved hard. The knight stumbled backward directly into Ser Hosteen, who had been moving in from the other side. They collided, tangling for a crucial moment. And then Galad was on them. Nightfall flashed in the afternoon sun, the Valyrian steel singing as it cut through the air. Galad's blade found the gap between Hosteen's pauldron and gorget, scoring a line across the knight's collarbone, deep enough to draw blood, shallow enough not to kill. He pivoted on light feet as the wiry knight recovered and thrust at him, diverting the blade aside and countering with a cut across the man's sword arm. Blood sprayed. The men cursed but did not yield. Galad danced between them, never staying still, always moving. When Hosteen's superior strength tried to overpower him with a massive sideways slash, Galad was already elsewhere, circling to attack from a different angle. When the wiry knight tried to use his speed to dart inside Galad's guard, he found Nightfall waiting, the blade moving with inhuman precision to cut at exposed wrists, at the backs of knees, at any gap the armor presented. In under a minute, both Fry Knights were bleeding from a dozen wounds each. Throughout the exchange, Lord Jason Mallister had not intervened. He stood back, watching, his sword lowered. Galad understood it had been done out of chivalry, to allow the duel to resolve itself without interference, even if that duel had become 2 against 1. Privately, Galad thought he would not have minded trying his hand against all 3 of them at once. It would have made for a fairer fight. Ser Hosteen, blood streaming down his armor from multiple cuts, finally leaned on his sword like a crutch. "I yield," he said through gritted teeth, though he somehow remained standing despite the wounds. The wiry knight, however, did not yield. "Low-born cunt," he screamed, charging forward with the last of his strength, his sword raised for a desperate final strike. "I'll kill you for this." Galad parried the sloppy swing easily, the blade sliding off Nightfall's superior steel. Then he stepped forward and brought his shield up in a brutal arc, the rim catching the knight squarely on the side of his helmet. The man collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the ground in a crash of metal and falling completely still. Ser Hosteen limped from the field without so much as a glance at his fallen companion, leaving the unconscious knight in the mud. Lord Jason Mallister gave Galad a simple nod of respect, before he raised his sword again and moved to re-engage. Galad obliged. But this time he did not hold back. Their blades met once, twice, 3 times. On the 3rd exchange, Galad's cut slipped past Mallister's defense and scored across the Lord's thigh. As he had no desire to leave Lord Jason unable to walk, he'd held back a lot of power, but the Riverlord hissed still in pain despite his caution, immediately favoring the wounded leg. The duel continued, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. With Mallister unable to move as freely, his footwork compromised, Galad pressed his advantage. He feinted high, drawing the Lord's shield up, then swept low with his leg and sent Mallister crashing to the ground. Before the men could rise, Nightfall's point rested against his throat. "I yield, sir." Mallister's breath came in huge gulps, his chest heaving. "Well fought." Galad, his own breath still well within control, nodded back and withdrew his blade. He offered his hand, helping pull the wounded lord to his feet. Around them, the melee continued to rage. He caught glimpses of the other duels, Lord Randall pressing hard against Lord Bracken, Ser Baelor Hightower trading heavy blows with a Vance Knight, Ser Aerys holding his ground against an older opponent. Most of the Reachmen seemed to be coming out on top. Then he saw them approaching, the tall, bronze-armored form of Lord Yon Royce at their head, surrounded by knights bearing gleaming silver plates. The Vale contingent. And it was not Lord Royce who engaged him. Shouldering past the older lord, a slim man in a surcoat showing ravens clutching red hearts strode forward. He bore a long sword that caught the afternoon sun, and Galad recognized the familiar rippling pattern on the blade immediately. Valyrian steel. Another ancestral sword, like Nightfall. "What say you, sir?" the man called out, his voice carrying a note of eager anticipation. "Let us give the people a show they have not seen since the Redgrass Field. My lady wishes to try herself against dragon steel once more." Galad was no historian, but even he had heard of the famous duel between Ser Gawain Corbray of the Kingsguard and Demon Blackfire during the First Blackfire Rebellion. Valyrian steel against Valyrian steel, 2 of the greatest swordsmen of their age locked in mortal combat. This must be the current wielder of Lady Forlorn, then. Ser Lyn Corbray. Galad nodded at the men, and felt a flare of genuine excitement rise in his chest. Finally, a proper challenge. They came together without preamble. The first clash of their blades sent a sound across the melee ground unlike any other, a high, piercing ring that seemed to vibrate in the air itself. Steel meeting steel was one thing, but Valyrian steel against Valyrian steel created a resonance that cut through the general din of combat. Around them, several duels faltered. Men turned their heads to watch, even as they defended against their own opponents. The crowd in the stands gasped, then cheered all the louder. Ser Lyn attacked with a series of swift cuts, his blade moving in patterns designed to probe Galad's defense. Galad parried each one, Nightfall meeting Lady Forlorn in another cascade of those distinctive ringing clashes. The 2 swords seemed almost to sing against each other. "You're good," Lyn said, his voice holding a wicked edge. "Better than I expected from a woodsman playing at night." Galad said nothing, circling to keep the sun from his eyes. Lyn pressed forward, his attacks growing more aggressive. Each strike, Galad noticed, was aimed not just to score a touch or force a yield, but to kill. He saw it in the way the blade sought gaps in his armor, the way Lyn committed fully to each attack without the caution that usually governed tourney combat. This man was not here to win honor. He was here to take a life. "Silent type, are you?" Lynn's blade darted toward Galad's throat, turned aside at the last instant by nightfall. Or perhaps you simply have nothing to say worth hearing. After all, what would a common-born bastard know of proper speech? The insults washed over Galad like water. He had heard worse, had been called far crueler things by men far more dangerous than this peacock knight. They exchanged another flurry of blows, the crowd roaring with each clash. Galad could feel the eyes upon them, thousands of them, nobles and small folk alike, watching this contest between two legendary blades. I wonder, Lynn said, breathing harder now as Galad turned aside another killing thrust, what your whore of a mother would think, seeing you play with a sword you stole from a dead man. Oh, but I suppose she's used to spreading her legs for whoever has coin, isn't she? Galad's grip on Nightfall's hilt tightened fractionally. Some two-copper whore, the man continued, good only for a tumble in the hay. Did she even know which man planted you in her belly? Or was it so many she lost count? The words hit harder than Galad wanted to admit. He remembered another man's insults uttered in another duel, cruel words about Queen Morgase spoken to throw him off balance. She might not have birthed him in either of his lives, but she was the only woman who had ever been something of a mother to him. And hearing similar filth spoken now, even about a woman he had not seen in decades, set something off within him. Noticing his reaction, Ser Lyn smiled like a wolf scenting blood. There it is, he crowed, pressing his attack with renewed vigor. Does it burn, bastard? Knowing your mother was nothing but a common whore. That she probably died with her legs spread for some other men, forgotten in a ditch somewhere. For the first time in a long while, Galad did not call upon the void to quench his anger. He let it build. Let it fuel his strikes as he stopped defending and started attacking. Nightfall became a silver blur, each cut precise despite the fury behind it. He drove the knight back step by step, pressed him until he started to huff and his guard lowered. But instead of ending the fight quickly, Galad made him suffer. A cut across the back of Lynn's sword hand. A slash across the outside of his thigh that opened the mail beneath his cuisses. A thrust that punched through the mail under his vambrace, scoring the flesh beneath. The insult stopped as Lyn had to focus entirely on defending himself, his earlier confidence evaporating as Galad cut him piece by piece. Each wound was calculated to be painful, to bleed, but never quite enough to force him to yield or make him unable to continue. He aimed for every gap in the armor. Cut through mail rings. Slashed at exposed joints. His blade work was surgical, picking Lyn apart like a master carver separating meat from bone. Will you yield? Galad asked quietly. Go to the seven hells. Lyn spat back, blood running down his arm from a cut at his elbow. So be it, he thought. They clashed again, and Lyn tried a desperate overhand slash. Parrying it effortlessly, Galad felt the opening, and struck in a lightning-fast thrust that punched through the viewing slit of Lyn's helmet. The knight's scream was immediate and terrible. His sword fell from nerveless fingers, clattering into the mud. Both hands flew to his face, to the helmet now painted with blood streaming from inside. Galad looked at the tip of Nightfall, at the blood and viscous fluid coating the steel. He had taken one of the man's eyes, though it was a shame he had to settle for it. His tongue would have been a finer prize. Driven by the anger still burning in his chest, Galad stepped forward, Nightfall at his side. Enough, lad. Lord Yon Royce suddenly stood between Galad and the fallen Corbray. He yields. The words cut through the red haze like cold water. Galad looked down at Lyn Corbray writhing in the mud, looked at his own raised sword, and realized what he had been about to do. He let out a sigh. He was letting old wounds get the better of him. Morgase wouldn't wish that on him. My apologies, my lord. Galad lowered Nightfall and stepped back, breathing carefully. Lord Royce nodded, his expression understanding beneath his helm. He glanced at the fallen Corbray, then back at Galad. The boy fought well enough, he said, gesturing to where Ser Ares was limping away from the melee ground, eliminated. But I wanted to try my hand against you myself before Lyn jumped in. Just a shame House Royce no longer wields lamentation as well. Would have been quite the show, 3 Valyrian blades clashing. Galad raised his sword, settling into a guard position. The anger was cooling now, replaced by something closer to shame. He should have ended that duel quickly and decisively, should never have let it become personal. They began to circle, testing each other with cautious strikes. Lord Royce was good, perhaps better than Mal Lister, certainly more experienced. His footwork was impeccable, his defense solid. After less than a minute of exchanging blows, Royce suddenly shouted, Corbray. Galad barely turned aside in time. Lady Forlorn's edge brushed across his breastplate, leaving a thin rent in the metal. Ser Lyn Corbray, his face a mask of blood, had retrieved his sword and lunged at him from behind while he was engaged with Royce. Galad reacted in an instant. And this time, he did not hesitate. 2 cuts, executed with absolute precision. The first took Lyn Corbray's sword arm at the elbow, Lady Forlorn falling from the severed hand. The second came across at the neck, before the men could ever scream, Nightfall's Valyrian edge passing through mail and flesh and bone as if they were parchment. Ser Lyn Corbray's head rolled from his shoulders before his body hit the ground. A great collective gasp spread across the noble stands, a sound like wind through trees. Then the small folk on the hillocks erupted in cheers, their voices washing over the melee ground in waves. "Bloody fool," Lord Royce growled, staring at the headless corpse. "Attacking from behind after being spared. Damn him." Galad shook his head, looking down at the body. It was his mistake for turning his back on a man who had not yielded with his own words, and who had shown himself dishonorable enough to try exactly this kind of treachery. He should have known better. "Don't blame yourself, lad," Royce said, misinterpreting Galad's reaction. "That was a disgraceful thing Lyn tried to do. You had every right." Galad said nothing. He did not feel guilty for killing Corbray. The men had tried to murder him, had forfeited any claim to mercy. But he felt guilty that he had not ended the duel quickly enough, decisively enough, that it should never have come to this point. So before engaging Lord Royce again, Galad closed his eyes for a heartbeat and called up the familiar image. The flame flickered to life in the darkness of his mind. He fed his emotions into it, the lingering anger, the shame, the frustration, everything. Let it all burn away until only the void remained. When he opened his eyes again, the world had sharpened into crystalline clarity. "Ready, my lord?" he asked. Lord Royce raised his sword. "Let's see what you can do." 5 heartbeats. That was all it took. Galad moved like water, like wind, nightfall flowing through patterns too fast for the eye to follow. He feinted high twice and struck on the third, going low, catching Royce's blade and redirecting it, then stepping inside the Lord's guard and sweeping out his leg. Royce crashed to the ground, and before he could recover, Nightfall's point rested against his throat. "I yield," Royce said immediately. Then, breathing hard, 7 hells. He looked up at Galad as if he could not quite understand how he had ended up on the ground, how a duel that had seemed even only moments before had ended so quickly. Galad pulled the sword away and offered his hand, helping the older lord to his feet like he did with Mal Lister. Around them, the melee continued, the clash of steel, the shouts of men, the roar of the crowd. But in the deep calm of the void, all of it seemed distant. The absolute focus let him remember he was not at this tourney to play around and humor opponents. Lord Mace's advice echoed in his mind: the realm needs to see you with Nightfall. Needs to understand what it would cost to take it from you. This was meant to be a display. A warning. And as Galad surveyed the battlefield with eyes sharpened by the void, searching for his next opponent, he resolved to show Westeros exactly how hard it would be to take Nightfall from his hands. The time for restraint was over. Chapter 38. Robert Baratheon. With his warhammer at his side and his antlered helmet making him unmistakable as the king, Robert stalked across the melee ground, feeling his heartbeat thunder inside his chest. Ahead, the Westerlanders were locked in battle with the Northmen, steel ringing against steel, men shouting and grunting with effort. From what Robert could see, the fight was even, the lions having better form and cleaner technique, while the wolves fought with a savagery that made up the difference. His eyes found the 2 giants first. Impossible not to. Gregor Clegane stood head and shoulders above every other fighter on the field, every other except the great Jon Umber. The 2 of them looked like massive piles of iron smacking against each other, each carrying greatswords that would have taken 3 normal men to lift, though their struggle looked more like wrestling than sword fighting. The 2 massive men grappled and hammered at each other in a raw contest of strength, neither willing to give an inch. But they were not Robert's target. Jaime Lannister fought in glinting golden armor that caught the sun with every movement, making him look like some hero from a song. His white cloak swirled as he pressed an attack against Lord Jorah Mormont. The Northern Lord was struggling, his sword arm moved a fraction too slow, his shield positioned just slightly wrong with each defense. Barely holding off Jaime's strikes. And the Kingslayer was toying with him. Robert could see it in the way Jaime held back after each exchange, in the little flourish of his blade between strikes, in how he could have ended it at any moment but chose to draw it out. The crowd gasped and cheered after every one of his moves, making the Northern Lord look like a fool. The fury that had been simmering in Robert's chest since Barristan's yielding flared white-hot. He crossed the remaining distance at a dead run, his boots pounding hard at the churned earth, and brought his warhammer down in a savage overhead strike just as Jaime wound up for a cut that would have crippled Yora's sword arm. Steel met iron with a tremendous clang that sent shock up both their arms. Jaime's blade stopped mid-swing, his whole body jolting from the impact of Robert's hammer catching it. "Move, Mormont!" Robert roared. The Northern Lord scrambled backward, nearly tripping over his own feet, his eyes wide with shock at the king's sudden intervention. Turning the full force of his attention on Jaime Lannister, Robert shifted his grip on the warhammer. "I've always wanted to hit you, Kingslayer. Now I've got the perfect excuse." He swung the hammer in a brutal horizontal arc aimed at Jaime's ribs. The Kingslayer brought his sword up just in time, catching the blow on his blade, but the sheer force of it drove him back 2 full steps, feet digging furrows in the mud. Robert didn't give him time to recover. He followed with an upward swing that would have shattered Jaime's jaw if it connected. The Golden Knight twisted aside, the hammer spike passing within inches of his helmet. Robert immediately reversed the weapon's direction, bringing it down in an overhead chop. Jaime blocked with his shield. The wood cracked from the impact, splinters flying. The Kingslayer stumbled back another step. For several exchanges, Jaime seemed thrown off balance by the sheer fury and power behind Robert's assault. He gave ground, his perfect form disrupted by the need to simply survive. Block, parry, dodge. Defense only, no counterattacks. Then Robert saw something change in Jaime's stance. His back foot planted more firmly. His sword grip adjusted. A glint came to those green eyes visible through his helmet's visor, like a man who suddenly just had a marvelous idea. Jaime exploded forward. His blade came in low, a thrust aimed at Robert's knee. Robert swept his hammer down to bat it aside, but Jaime had already redirected, the point rising toward the gap beneath Robert's arm. The king twisted, metal scraping against metal as the blade skidded across his breastplate instead of punching through the mail underneath. Robert countered with an elbow strike that caught Jaime's shield, forcing him back. Then swung his hammer in a wide arc that Jaime ducked under, the weapon whistling through empty air where his head had been. "Yes!" Robert exclaimed, grinning fiercely behind his helm. "Yes, Kingslayer, that's it. That's the look I want." He pressed forward, hammer raised. "Fight me like you want to add a second royal to your list." Surprisingly, Jaime didn't answer with words. The Kingslayer was usually the provoking type, always ready with some cutting remark or smug observation that made Robert want to tear out every single one of his 7 damned blonde hairs from his head. But now he fought in complete silence. Robert could see his jaw set tight beneath his helmet, sword flying in the place of taunts, his every movement precise with deadly intent. Their weapons met in a rapid exchange. Robert swung high, Jaime blocked. Jaime thrust low, Robert deflected with the hammer's haft. Robert struck from the side, Jaime's shield caught it. Back and forth, neither giving ground now, trading blow for blow. When Robert swept his hammer in a horizontal arc aimed at Jaime's ribs, the Kingslayer brought his sword down to catch it, but instead of blocking directly, he angled the blade to redirect the hammer's momentum. The weapon slid along the steel and past Jaime's body, and suddenly Robert was overextended. Jaime's sword came up in a vicious thrust that swept past Robert's guard. The king threw himself backward, but not quite fast enough. The blade's edge caught him across the shoulder, finding the gap between his pauldron and gorget, piercing through the mail and padding beneath to score a small point of fire across his flesh. First blood to the Kingslayer. Glancing down at his wounded shoulder, Robert felt his blood run hot. He roared and surged forward, feinting high with the hammer, only to then bring it around low in a sweeping strike. Jaime jumped back, but Robert was already following through, the weapon's momentum carrying it up and around in a figure-8 pattern. The hammer's spike lashed out toward Jaime's face. The Golden Knight jerked his head aside, the blunt iron passing so close it scraped across his helmet with a screech of metal on metal. Robert pressed the attack, driving forward with a series of brutal overhead strikes. Hammer up, hammer down. Up, down. Each blow meant to shatter, to crush, to break. Jaime blocked with his shield, the wood splintering further with each impact. Crack. 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 Then Jaime sidestepped the next strike instead of blocking. Robert's hammer slammed into the ground, throwing up a spray of mud and sand. Before the king could recover, Jaime's blade darted forward, its point seeking the gap beneath Robert's raised arm. Robert twisted violently, but the blade still found flesh. Pain bloomed as the point punched through mail and drew blood from the soft tissue under his arm. Not deep, Robert had pulled back too quickly for a killing thrust, but deep enough. If there was one thing Robert knew about, it was fighting. And he knew, watching Jaime's eyes through that helmet slit, watching the way his blade kept seeking gaps in the armor, that the Kingslayer was trying to kill him. Not just beat him. Not just knock him down or force a yield. Kill him. The realization should have made Robert cautious. Should have made him defensive, wary, for his own Kingsguard to seek his death. Instead, it made him grin wider. This was real. Not some tourney farce where everyone pulled their blows and worried about honor. This was what Robert lived for. The possibility of death making every heartbeat sing. Only the Kingslayer was faster. That was the problem. Robert was strong, the stronger of the two by far, but Jaime moved like lightning. His blade was always exactly where it needed to be, his feet carrying him out of danger with a grace that Robert had lost after years of neglect. There was nothing he could do to change that now. What he could do, however, was double down. Roaring once again, Robert threw himself forward with renewed fury, abandoning defense entirely. His warhammer became a blur of iron and death. A diagonal strike that would cave in a skull. A thrust with the spike that would punch through a breastplate. A sweep that would shatter a knee. Jaime gave ground, his sword working frantically to deflect and redirect each strike. His footwork was perfect, each step measured, but Robert could see him starting to tire. The constant defense, the endless movement, the need to stay just ahead of that crushing hammer, it was wearing him down. Robert swung at Jaime's legs. The Kingslayer jumped back. Robert immediately reversed, bringing the hammer up in an uppercut that would have broken Jaime's teeth if it connected. Jaime leaned back, the spike passing an inch from his chin, then lunged forward while Robert was extended. This time, he was ready. Instead of trying to dodge back, Robert leaned in, catching Jaime's strike on his breastplate, the blade scratching a line on the steel. But he was inside Jaime's guard, and even with little leverage, the hammer blow caught the knight on the side with a crack. Jaime groaned as the air left him, slightly folding into himself, but he spun away in time to duck the second strike. Robert but didn't slow. He brought the hammer around in a backhand swing, catching a shield and finally shattering it completely. Wood exploded in splinters. The Kingslayer threw the ruined shield aside, now fighting with sword alone and likely a broken rib. They circled, both breathing hard. Blood ran down Robert's arm, dripped from the wound at his shoulder. Jaime favored his left side, teeth ground together in pain after every inhale. Their eyes locked through their helmet slits. Robert had no more words for him. All there was between them was the sound of labored breathing and the distant roar of the crowd. They came together again. Jaime's blade wove patterns in the air, high, low, thrust, cut, feint. Robert's hammer met each attack, iron sparking against steel. The king swung for Jaime's head. The Kingslayer ducked and thrust toward Robert's thigh. Robert knocked the blade aside and brought his hammer down where Jaime had been a heartbeat before. But the Golden Knight was already moving, already circling, his blade seeking another gap in the armor. The fight became beautiful in its violence, two masters who knew death intimately, testing each other with everything they had. Robert's raw power crashing against Jaime's speed and precision. The hammer against the sword. The king against the Kingslayer. The whole crowd was watching now. Knights who had been locked in their own duels, or who had already lost and were leaving the field, stopped to gawk, lowering their weapons, not daring to interrupt this clash. The roar of the small folk intensified, mixed with bloodlust, the knowledge they were witnessing something that would be talked about for years. Robert found himself laughing between exchanges. Actually laughing, the sound booming inside his helmet. This was the most fun he'd had in years. Better than any feast, any woman, any wine. Even taking pike hadn't been as satisfying as trading blows with the prancing fool that was Jaime Lannister. Every strike, every parry, every desperate dodge. It all sang in his blood. This was what he was made for. Then something flashed in Robert's peripheral vision. A blade coming from the wrong direction. A desperate thrust from behind Jaime, aimed at the Kingslayer's unprotected back. Jorah Mormont, his face twisted with rage, attacking from behind while Jaime was focused on Robert. The Kingslayer caught the movement at the last instant. He spun, his blade coming up to meet Jorah's in a desperate parry that turned the thrust aside. The swords locked together for a heartbeat. Which meant Jaime wasn't looking at Robert. Which meant he couldn't defend against the hammer already in motion. Robert's weapon crunched into the side of Jaime's leg with a sound like a tree branch snapping. The golden armor around his thigh crumpled inward, the metal folding like parchment. Bone broke beneath. Jaime Lannister's scream cut through the noise of the melee like a butcher's knife. He collapsed, his ruined leg unable to support him, hitting the ground hard. Gasps rippled through the noble stands. A collective intake of breath from thousands of watching souls. But Robert wasn't looking at Jaime. He rounded on Jorah Mormont, fury blazing hotter than it had even during the fight. The Northern Lord stood there with his sword still raised, his chest heaving, seeming to realize too late what he'd done. "You fucking coward." Robert's voice carried across the entire melee ground. Every remaining fighter could hear him. He swung the haft of his warhammer in a horizontal arc before Jorah could respond. The wood caught the Northern Lord across the side of his helmet with a ringing impact. Jorah Mormont dropped like a stone, unconscious before he hit the mud. Robert stood over him, chest heaving with rage and exertion. The disappointment burned worse than his wounds. He'd given the men a knighthood at Pike for his service during the siege. And this was how Mormont repaid that honor. Attacking from behind like some common brigand. Clearly the Northern Lord didn't have the heart of a true knight, whatever his title said. "Someone get the Kingslayer to a maester," Robert shouted, turning away from Jorah in disgust. "Now." Ser Adam Marbrand rushed forward along with two other Lannister knights, already eliminated from the melee by their northern opponents. They lifted Jaime as carefully as they could, the Golden Knight's face twisted in agony, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. His white cloak dragged in the mud as they carried him from the field. Robert didn't even want to think about the fuss Tywin Lannister would make because of this. He looked around at the carnage instead. The Northmen had taken their beating, and worse. All of them were down, scattered across the churned earth. One was clearly dead, his helmet stoved in, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. The Great John was groggily getting to his feet with help from Ser Roderick Castle, who himself limped badly, one arm hanging useless at his side. Robert was surprised Gregor Clegane hadn't killed the Great John outright. The mountain certainly had the reputation for it. Scanning the rest of the battlefield, very few knights were still standing. The Crownlanders and his own Stormlanders had exhausted each other in brutal fighting. Only the giant form of Selwyn Tarth remained, still trading blows with Ser Mandon Moore. Both men were clearly tired, their movements slower, but the Evenstar seemed to be winning. No Vale men or Rivermen remained in the fight. They littered the ground in various states of defeat and injury, helpers coming into the field to carry some of them in stretchers. The last men standing, Robert saw, were two Reachmen, which were now coming face to face against three Westerlanders, the hulking mountain that rides, Ser Lyle Craighall, and one of the yellow-haired Lannisters Robert couldn't recognize beneath the armor. Even as he watched, Lord Selwyn landed a final crushing blow that sent Ser Mandon to his back. Then, with his final victory secured, the Evenstar immediately raised his own hand and removed his helmet, formally retiring from the melee, likely too tired to continue. That meant the confrontation between the Westerlanders and Reachmen would decide it all. Robert recognized Lord Randall Tarly immediately. He could pick out those huntsmen on the Tarly surcoat anywhere after Ashford. But it took him a moment to place the second man. Purple eyes. The kind that brought back memories Robert would rather forget. Then it clicked. Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. The lad who had unhorsed Jaime in some of the finest riding Robert had ever witnessed. Who, he had heard, had split arrows at 80 paces like it was nothing. And who now wielded a Valyrian steel sword that caught the afternoon sun and threw it back in ripples of light. Robert's grin returned, wider than before despite the pain in his shoulder and the blood running down his arm. Now that would be a battle worth watching. Two Valyrian steel wielders, Tarly with Heartsbane and this woodsman knight with his Nightfall, against three Lannister knights including the Mountain himself. And Robert would be the one to fight whoever won. He found a clear spot near the edge of the melee ground and planted his warhammer in the earth. His breathing was still heavy, his wounds bleeding beneath his armor, his muscles singing with exertion and the ache that came after hard fighting. But gods, he felt alive. Chapter 39. Galad. When the last Valeman fell, only Galad and Lord Randall Tarly remained standing for the Reach. Lord Tarly came up to him as Lord Royce strode away from the field, walking beside the stretcher-bearers that carried Lyn Corbray's body. Tearing his eyes away from the dead Valemen, Galad turned to the Lord of Hornhill. The older lord's breathing was controlled despite the exertion, his grip on Heartsbane steady. "Let us end this quickly with the others." Randall nodded toward the rest of the battlefield, his voice matter of fact. "You've gotten your Valyrian steel duel. I still want mine. He remembered how Lord Tarley had expressed interest in testing Nightfall against Heartsbane. The men seemed to be a purist about such things, believing that only matching blades of equal quality could truly measure a swordsman's skill. Galad acknowledged the words with a nod. Deep in the void, he felt no exhaustion despite the fights already behind him. No exhilaration either. There was only what he must do, the next opponent, the next movement. And though Lord Tarley might want some grand duel to end the tournament, Galad had no intention of granting such a wish. He had already had to kill a man today due to his own overcaution, his own pride in drawing out the fight with Corbray. He would not make the same mistake again. Looking around the melee grounds, most of the fighting had died down. Bodies littered the churned earth, some unconscious, some yielded, some being helped away by squires and servants. Some dead too, he knew. It happened in such events. To one side, Galad spotted the king's distinctive antlered helmet locked in combat with the golden armor of Ser Jaime Lannister, their fight drawing the attention of what seemed like half the realm. And approaching from between the scattered combatants, 3 men in Lannister colors. The first was impossible to miss. He stood taller than any man Galad had ever seen, as tall as any Trolloc from his previous life, a giant in dull grey plate armor. Ser Gregor Clegane. Galad had seen him during the jousting, had marked him then as something dangerous, something unnatural in his sheer size. The man wielded a great sword that must have been 6 feet of steel, holding it in one hand as easily as most men held a long sword. The other 2 were large men by normal standards, though they looked almost small beside the mountain. One wore a surcoat decorated with a black and white brindled boar, his movements confident and powerful. The other had finer armor, gold chasing on the lion-themed breastplate, moving with a swordsman's grace. "I'll take the mountain," Randall said, stepping forward to intercept Gregor. It didn't come off as a request. That left the other 2 for Galad. They spread out as they approached, trying to flank him. The big one spoke first, his voice booming even through his helmet. "Ser Lyle Crakehall." He nodded. "You fought well today." "Ser Jerian Lannister," the other added, his green eyes visible through his visor, a hint of humor in them despite the circumstances. "Nothing personal, lad, but I'm going to be needing that fancy sword of yours." Galad was in no mood for banter. Before either could say anything else, he struck. He darted forward like a viper, closing the distance to Ser Jerian in 3 rapid steps. Nightfall came down in a diagonal cut aimed at the gap between helmet and pauldron. Jerian barely got his shield up in time, the Valyrian steel biting deep into the wood with a crack. Galad didn't give him time to recover. He struck again, a thrust toward the armpit. Jerian twisted, the point scraping across his breastplate. Another strike, this one at the knee. Jerian's shield came down to block. Then Galad sensed movement from his other side and spun. Ser Lyle's sword was already descending in a massive overhead chop. Galad brought Nightfall up to catch it, and the impact sent a shock through his arms. The man's strength was tremendous, like fighting a Trolloc, all raw power behind the blow. But if Galad knew how to do something, it was to kill Trollocs. He gave ground from Lyle's strike, letting the momentum carry the bigger knight forward and off balance. Then he sidestepped, positioning himself so both men were in front of him rather than on either side. His footwork was constant, never stopping, always adjusting to keep them where he wanted them. Ser Jerian came in from the left, his blade seeking Galad's ribs. Galad parried and countered in the same motion, his sword slashing across Jerian's vambrace. The Valyrian steel found the mail beneath the plate, cutting through several rings. Blood welled up. Ser Lyle attacked from the right with a horizontal sweep. Galad ducked under it and thrust toward his thigh. Lyle twisted his leg aside, but not quite fast enough. Nightfall's point scored a line across the outside of his cuisses, finding the gap between plates. "Bloody hell," Lyle muttered, his voice carrying even through the grunt of pain. They pressed him together now, trying to use their numbers and strength to overwhelm him. But Galad was faster. Always faster. He stepped in when they expected him to retreat, darted out when they thought they had him cornered. His blade was everywhere at once, cutting, thrusting, parrying. Never still. Never predictable. He feinted toward Jerian's head. The Lannister knight raised his shield. Galad reversed his strike mid-swing and slashed low instead, the blade finding the back of Jerian's knee. The knight's leg buckled slightly. Lyle came in hard with a thrust aimed at Galad's chest. Galad sidestepped and brought Nightfall down on the extended blade, using the leverage to force it toward the ground. Before Lyle could recover, Galad's boot lashed out and caught him in the chest, sending the big man stumbling back. In his periphery, Galad caught glimpses of Lord Randall's fight with the mountain. The older lord was being driven back, each of Gregor's strikes forcing him to give ground. The greatsword came down like a falling tree, and even with Heartsbane to block, the sheer force behind each blow threatened to drive Randall to his knees. Galad picked up his pace. His movements became a blur. Nightfall flashed in the afternoon sun, the Valyrian steel singing as it cut through the air. He struck at Geryon 3 times in rapid succession, shoulder, hip, wrist. Each blow found its mark, each one drawing blood. The Lannister knight was slowing, his defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Galad feinted an opening, dropping his guard on his left side for just an instant. Geryon saw it and lunged, his sword thrusting toward the gap. It was a trap. Galad spun away from the thrust, and as Geryon overextended, brought Nightfall around in a vicious horizontal slash. The blade caught the back of Geryon's leg, cutting deep through the mail protecting his hamstring. Ser Geryon cried out and collapsed to one knee, his wounded leg unable to support him. Roaring, Ser Lal pressed his attack with renewed fury. His sword came down in a series of powerful overhead strikes, each one meant to break through Galad's defense through sheer force. But Galad was no longer there. He moved like water around the strikes, never quite where Lyle expected him to be. The big knight's blade struck empty air, again and again. And each time Lyle committed to a strike, Galad was already countering, a cut across the back of the hand, a thrust into the gap beneath the arm, a slash across the outside of the thigh. Bloody, strike. Hell. Strike. Stand, strike. Still. Galad didn't respond. He simply kept moving, kept cutting, until Ser Lyle was bleeding from a dozen wounds and breathing hard enough that his chest heaved with each breath. Then Galad darted inside the bigger man's guard and swept his leg. Lyle crashed to the ground with a tremendous clatter of armor. Before he could rise, Nightfall's point rested against his throat. I yield, Lyle gasped, his booming voice reduced to a wheeze. Gods, I yield. Galad pulled the blade back and turned just in time to see the mountain's greatsword slam into Lord Randall Tarley's guard with such force that Heartsbane flew from the older lord's hands. The Valyrian steel blade spun through the air and landed in the mud 10 feet away. Gregor raised his sword for a killing blow, the massive blade descending toward Randall's unprotected head. In a heartbeat, Galad crossed the distance and brought Nightfall up to block. Valyrian steel met common steel with a tremendous clang that rang across the melee ground. The impact jarred his bones, nearly tearing Nightfall from his grip despite his strength. Gregor Clegane's head turned toward him. Behind the helmet, dark eyes studied him with cold calculation, flicking down toward his sword. You, the mountain said. His voice sounded like rocks grinding together, deep and rough and utterly without emotion. Galad looked at the giant properly for the first time. Taller than 7 feet. Closer to 8, he figured. He wore heavy plate armor, thick steel dull gray and scarred from countless battles. Chain mail showed beneath the plates at the joints, good quality mail, the ring small and well made. The greatsword in his hand was just short of Galad's own height, a weapon that might take 2 men to wield, yet Gregor held it easily in one hand. His other carried a shield bearing the 3 black dogs of House Clegane. Everything about the men spoke of violence. Of death dealt without thought or mercy. Galad didn't take his eyes off the giant when he spoke. Lord Randall. We shall have to test our blades some other time. Aye, Randall's voice came from behind him, tight with pain. So it seems. Before the older lord left, he added in a low voice meant only for Galad, this one is a monster, Ser. I do not say this lightly, but yield if you must. Galad nodded but said nothing. He was well used to fighting monsters. In the void, he felt his heartbeat slow. Felt the world sharpen around him until every detail became clear as the water on a crystalline lake. The way Gregor stood, weight slightly forward, ready to attack. The position of that massive sword, held low but ready to sweep upward. The gaps in the armor, few and far between, but they were there. The crowd had gone nearly silent. Thousands of people watching, holding their breath. And Gregor Clegane attacked first. The greatsword came down in a massive overhead chop that would have split a horse in 2. Galad sidestepped, the blade slamming into the earth where he had been standing a heartbeat before. The impact threw up a spray of mud and sand. Before Gregor could recover, Galad struck at the exposed side, Nightfall aimed at the gap beneath the arm. The mountain's shield came around faster than something that large should move, catching Galad's blade with a clang. Then Gregor was swinging the greatsword back up in a diagonal cut that forced Galad to give ground. The strength behind each strike was tremendous. Beyond anything Galad had felt before, beyond Ser Lyle's crushing blows, beyond even a Myrdrill's strength. This was something else entirely. Each impact when he blocked sent jolts up his shoulders, his muscles flexing like they'd tear/slash. Galad had abandoned his shield earlier in the melee, and looking at the force behind these strikes, he knew he would have had to do so again if he still carried it. Without two hands on Nightfall's hilt, he would not have managed to block even one blow. So he stopped blocking. Instead, he deflected and parried, angling his blade to redirect the greatsword's momentum rather than stopping it directly. Let the weight of Gregor's attacks work against him. Each time the giant committed to a strike, Galad shifted just enough to avoid the worst of it, then looked for openings in the recovery. A gap in the form. A moment of lowered guard. Yet somehow, the Mountain's defense was just as impressive as his offense. Gregor used his shield like a battering ram, slamming it forward whenever Galad tried to close distance. The painted wood was reinforced with iron bands, and each thrust of it forced Galad back. And every swing of either of Gregor's arms, sword or shield, carried enough force to take a man's head clean off. Galad managed a few cuts. A slash across the outside of Gregor's thigh that skipped off the thick plate. A thrust toward the knee that missed the mail by an inch. Even Nightfall's edge struggled against armor this heavy, plate thicker than any Galad had seen before. The greatsword swept horizontally at head height. Galad ducked under it, feeling the wind of its passage. Immediately followed with a thrust toward Gregor's exposed side. The shield crashed into his blade, nearly tearing Nightfall from his hands. Another overhead strike. Galad rolled aside, the greatsword burying itself in the ground. He came up and cut at Gregor's extended arm. The blade scraped across the vambrace without finding a gap. Dodge. Parry. Deflect. Galad's footwork was flawless, his boots seeming to glide over the churned earth like a dancer's. He moved in patterns, never quite where Gregor expected, always just ahead of that massive blade. Gregor grunted, the sound frustrated and bestial. His attacks intensified, the greatsword moving faster despite its size. Stop, swing. Moving. Another swing, this one a diagonal slash that would have cut Galad in half. Galad ducked under it and finally saw his opening. As Gregor's momentum carried him forward, his back leg extended for balance. The mail protecting the back of his knee was exposed. Nightfall darted in like a cobra's strike, the Valyrian steel parting the mail rings as if they were thread. Blood poured from the cut, but Gregor barely acknowledged the pain. He pivoted on the wounded leg, it should have buckled but didn't, and swung his shield in a backhanded blow that would have shattered Galad's skull if it connected. Galad swayed back, the shield's edge passing an inch from his face. The Mountain glared at him through his helmet's eye slits. "I'll take that sword from your corpse." He roared and came at Galad even harder. The great sword became a blur of gray steel. Overhead chops, horizontal sweeps, upward cuts, each one delivered with enough force to crumple stone. Galad deflected and dodged, his blade meeting Gregor's just enough to redirect each strike while his feet carried him out of danger. But he noticed something. The more frustrated Gregor became, the sloppier his technique grew. His recovery took longer. His footwork became predictable. Rage was making him stupid. Deep in the void where completing his mission was all that mattered, Galad tried something he almost never did. Provocation. "Is this the best you have?" His voice came out flat and emotionless. Gregor grunted but did not seem particularly moved. His next strike was no wilder than the previous ones. Galad's brows furrowed behind his helmet. That had been weak. Inadequate. He ducked under another sweep, parried an overhead chop that sent vibrations through his arms, then circled to keep Gregor turning. "I knew sheep herders twice as skilled as you." That one landed. Gregor's eyes widened behind his helmet, then narrowed to slits. His face, what Galad could see of it, turned red. The next attack came with a scream, the greatsword swinging in wild arcs that had more rage than technique behind them. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The blade came down in a vertical chop that could have cut a boulder in half. Galad brought Nightfall up at an angle, catching the greatsword and redirecting it past his shoulder. The Valyrian steel sang as 6 feet of common steel slid along its edge. As Gregor's momentum carried him forward, Galad slipped to the outside of his sword arm, and just for an instant, the gap beneath the armpit was exposed. Nightfall darted in, cutting a line of fire through the mail protecting the joint, through the padding beneath, finding flesh. Blood sprayed across Galad's blade. Gregor almost dropped his shield. His left arm spasmed from the pain, fingers loosening on the shield's grip. But he caught himself, swinging the shield around in a desperate block that stopped Galad from exploiting the opening further. "You should yield, sire." Galad's voice remained calm. "I do not wish to kill you needlessly." The mountain's face turned crimson beneath his helmet. Spittle flew from his lips as he screamed wordlessly and attacked with renewed fury. But Galad was too fast. The great sword swept horizontally. Galad ducked under it. Vertical chop. Galad sidestepped. Diagonal slash. Galad parried it away. Each time Gregor committed to an attack, Galad was already moving, already countering. Nightfall found the back of Gregor's other hamstring, cutting deep. The giant stumbled but stayed upright through sheer rage and strength. Another cut across the gap in his vambrace. Red ran down Gregor's sword arm. A thrust into the knee joint that made the mountain's leg buckle momentarily before he caught himself. In 30 seconds, Galad opened a dozen wounds. Each one precise. Each one aimed at the gaps where mail could be parted with Valyrian steel. Until the mountain bled from cuts all across his body, his movements slowing as blood loss and pain accumulated. Galad noticed the change in Gregor's eyes. The mindless rage was bleeding away, replaced by something else. Fear. The giant had realized he was going to lose. That this smaller man with the fancy sword was cutting him apart piece by piece, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. "Yield, little giant," Galad said. Gregor's eyes bulged at the insult. He opened his mouth to roar defiance, and so Galad struck. Nightfall came up in a vicious cut beneath Gregor's right arm, finding the wounded gap there and cutting deeper. Much deeper. Through mail, through padding, through muscle and sinew. The great sword slipped from the mountain's suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering to the ground. Before Gregor could recover, Galad spun and brought Nightfall around in a horizontal strike with the flat of the blade. The Valyrian steel crashed into the side of Gregor's helmet with a tremendous clang that echoed across the field. The mountain that ride's knees buckled. He swayed for a long moment, his massive frame refusing to fall even with consciousness fleeing. Then, slowly, almost gracefully, he toppled backward and hit the ground with a crash of armor that shook the earth. As if shaken awake by the fall, the small folk exploded. Their roar washed over the melee ground like a wave, thousands of voices raised in celebration. Applause came loud from the noble stands. But closer, someone else was clapping. Galad turned to see King Robert Baratheon approaching, his warhammer hanging from his belt, the antlered helmet firmly above his head. He stood taller than Galad but more than a foot shorter than Gregor's massive frame. Blood stained the king's armor, running from a wound at his shoulder. More blood showed at his side where the plates met. Robert looked down at the unconscious mountain, then back at Galad. Even through the helmet, Galad could sense the grin. "Now that's a sight to see, eh?" The king's voice boomed. "The mountain that rides brought down by a newly made knight. That'll make for a damn good song when we're done, you and me." Galad frowned. "You are injured, your grace." "Bah. Bugger that." Robert reached down and took his warhammer from his belt. The weapon looked almost small in his large hands, though Galad knew it weighed as much as most men's armor. "I want a good fight, woodsman. Like you had with those three. Like I had with the Kingslayer." Galad stared at the king for a long moment. Studied the way he stood, with his weight balanced despite the injuries, grip steady on the warhammer, eyes bright with the kind of anticipation that came before violence. This was not a request. Not really. He took a deep breath, let it out slowly. "As you wish." Robert exploded forward. The warhammer came around in a brutal horizontal swing aimed at Galad's ribs. Galad brought Nightfall down to deflect, angling the blade to redirect the weapon's momentum. The king was strong, incredibly so, even wounded and tired. But Galad did not hold anything back. He riposted immediately, Nightfall thrusting toward the gap beneath Robert's arm. The king twisted, his armor turning the point. Countered with an upward swing of the hammer. Galad sidestepped, the weapon whistling past his helmet. The fight became a blur of motion. Warhammer and sword moved as if in a choreographed dance that both men somehow knew the steps to. Block, parry, strike, deflect. To anyone watching, it must have looked like they were fighting with 4 hands each, their weapons flying fast enough to seem in 2 places at once. Robert feinted high with the hammer. Galad raised his blade to block. The king reversed and struck low. Galad's sword was already there, catching the haft and redirecting it past his knee. Galad thrust toward Robert's throat. The king brought his hammer up in a vertical block, steel ringing against iron. Pushed Galad's blade aside and countered with a horizontal sweep. Galad ducked under it and cut at Robert's exposed side. The blade scraped across the king's breastplate, searching for a gap. For a few precious seconds, Robert Baratheon matched him blow for blow. The king's strength was greater than Galad's, each strike of that hammer carried tremendous force. But Galad was more than used to fighting opponents stronger and heavier than himself. If anything, it came naturally to him. He had fought Trollocs and Fades and Forsaken, beings whose strength made even Robert's power look ordinary. But the king could not maintain the pace. He was injured. Tired. The wound at his shoulder was bleeding freely now, running down his armor in crimson streams. His breathing came harder with each exchange. In the void, Galad felt fresh. Felt nothing at all beyond the rhythm of the fight, the striking of hammer against blade, the shifting of his feet and the king's feet, the pattern of Robert's breathing. He felt as if he were both of them at once, as if he were fighting himself, and he knew himself well enough to see the opening before it appeared. Robert swung high. Galad blocked and promptly countered, Nightfall coming around in a horizontal blow. The flat of the blade rang against Robert's helmet with a tremendous ring that made the king's head snap to the side. Robert staggered, his next hammer swing wild and uncontrolled. Galad ducked beneath it and struck again, low this time. Nightfall sliced past mail and padding and flesh on the outside of Robert's thigh. Not deep, he did not want to cripple the king, but deep enough. Robert's leg buckled. He fell to one knee, tried to rise, but Galad was already moving. A boot to the chest sent the king onto his back. Before Robert could blink, a Valyrian steel edge rested on the gap of his visor. Silence fell across the melee ground like a blanket smothering sound. No one dared cheer. No one moved. Thousands of people held their breath as they watched their king lying in the mud, defeated. Until Robert broke into loud peals of laughter. 7 hells. His voice boomed across the field despite his position, despite the sword at his face, despite the blood and exhaustion. He was grinning behind his helmet, Galad could hear it in his voice. How did a damned woodsman get so good with a blade, eh? Galad could only shrug. It is just like chopping wood, your grace. Only easier. Robert laughed again, the sound genuine and delighted. I yield. The tourney is yours, lad. You deserve it. With those words, the small folk behind them burst into a huge roar. The very air seemed to shake with it. The noble stands erupted as well, lords and ladies rising to their feet, applause thundering down. Bright kerchiefs waved in the air like flowers in a wind. Galad thought he spotted the loudest cheers coming from the box beneath the golden rose banner, the Tyrells celebrating their knight's victory. Pulling Nightfall away from the king's throat, he offered his hand. Robert took it without hesitation. Galad hauled the large man to his feet, no easy task given the king's size and the weight of his armor, and Robert immediately seized Galad's sword hand and lifted it high into the air. The cheers somehow got louder. Galad played his part. He removed his helmet for the crowd to see, letting them witness the face of the tournament's champion. His dark hair was plastered to his head with sweat, his violet eyes clear and bright despite the exertion. This was what he had wanted, in the end. To display his skills before the realm so that none would dare come against him when he left on his travels. To make taking Nightfall seem impossible enough that most would not even try. You're sitting at the high table with me tonight, Sir Galad, Robert said, his voice lower now, meant only for Galad's ears despite the crowd's roar. The king's eyes had taken on a new glint. We have a lot to talk about, you and I. Galad met those eyes and saw something there that made him wonder if winning this tournament had been the wisest choice after all. But it was too late for regrets now. The crowd was chanting his name, and the king of the 7 kingdoms had taken an interest in a common-born knight with a Valyrian steel sword and purple eyes. Releasing the void, he let himself feel the weight of what he had just done. XXX Chapter 40. Galad. For a moment, Galad stayed rooted in the middle of the melee field, watching the king walking away with his massive warhammer by his side. The cheering crowds cried out his name, the sound washing over the churned earth in great waves. Small folk on the hillock stomped their feet and waved makeshift banners. The noble stands rang with applause and the high voices of ladies calling encouragement. With the void gone, Galad felt weary now, though the fighting itself had not been enough to truly exhaust him. The weight of armor pressed familiar against his shoulders, and his arms had the pleasant ache that came after good exertion rather than the deep fatigue of true battle. And he had killed a man. A shame, really, though he found the weight did not lay heavy in his heart. Lyn Corbray had made his own choices, had drawn his line in blood and treachery. Galad was not the one to have dishonored himself in that exchange. Still, he would have preferred the kill not to have happened. Tourneys were meant to test skill, not end lives. From across the field, he spotted Garland sprinting toward him. Well, half sprinting, half jumping, the boy whooping with joy loud enough that Galad could hear it over the crowd's noise. That managed to put an easy smile on his face. He walked forward to meet his squire halfway. Sir Galad. Garland reached him and bounced on his toes, unable to contain himself. That was the most, I have never seen anything like that, when you fought the mountain I thought, and then the king. The king himself. Galad accepted the water skin Garland thrust into his hands, drinking deeply. The water was warm but welcome. He poured some over his head, the liquid running down his face and neck in cool rivulets. It had not been a sweltering day, but armor cooked him and even in mild weather. Knowing the boy was bursting to share, Galad said, "Tell me your favorite parts, then." And that was all that was needed for Garland to launch into an enthusiastic recounting as they began walking toward the tents. The phrase ganging up on him, which almost had Garland jumping the fence to help when he saw it. The way Galad had cut down Ser Lyn after that dishonorable attack, and how the entirety of the reach and the stands had been on their feet shouting. Then the mountain looming over him, so tall it had frightened Garland even from a distance. And finally the fight with the king at the end, faster than anything Garland had ever seen, like watching two water dancers that used long swords and warhammers instead of their slender blades. Galad listened with a patient smile, sipping occasionally from the water skin. Garland, with his boundless enthusiasm about anything related to sword fighting, reminded him of his brother Gawain so much it actually hurt, and he could only regret not rewarding that eagerness then as he did now. The melee grounds were bustling when they came up to it. Many of the participants sat or stood by their tents, some being attended to by maesters whose robes were stained dark with blood. The ones with the worst injuries, Galad imagined, were inside going through more thorough treatment. Servants moved between groups carrying water and wine and bandages. The smell of crushed grass and churned mud mingled with the metallic tang of blood and sweat. As they made their way through the encampment, he was greeted often. A group of Stormlanders stopped him first, their leader, a tall lord whose surcoat bore a moon and sun, offering profuse compliments on his victory over their king. "Best fighting I've ever seen, sir. The Stormlands salute you." The men pressed a wineskin into Galad's hand and refused to take it back when Galad tried to return it. Further on, a giant Northman with blood-stained bandages wrapped around his head stepped into Galad's path. Lord John Umber stood at least a head taller than him, with shoulders like a barn door and arms that looked capable of crushing stone. A horn of ale appeared in his massive hand, which he extended toward Galad with a grin showing several missing teeth. "Drink, Southron. Any man who can put the bloody mountain on his arse deserves a proper northern toast." Galad accepted the horn and drank a polite swallow. The ale was thick and strong, the kind that men in the north favored. The giant slapped him on the back hard enough to make him stagger, then roared with laughter and moved on, joining a group of other Northmen who hailed Galad as he passed. Lord Jon Royce stood outside the Vale's tent, his bronze armor removed and a goblet of wine in his hand. He waved Galad over, his weathered face set in a frown. "Sir Galad. A moment, if you would." Galad obliged, gesturing for Garland to wait a few paces away. "I want to apologize again for Ser Lyn's behavior," Royce said, his voice low. "What he did was a stain on our kingdom's honor. The Vale prides itself on knightly conduct, and his actions." He shook his head. "There is no excuse. I am sorry you were forced to do what you did. It was not your doing, my lord. There is no need for apology. Still, I should not have allowed him on our team, knowing his nature." Royce hesitated. "There is the matter of ransom." Galad shrugged. "Consider it forgiven, then." "That will not do, sir." Royce shook his head. "Honor demands we repay you fairly. My lord, believe me when I say I have no interest in the arms or armor from any of the men I defeated today." He ran the numbers in his mind. "The purse for the melee is more than generous. 8,000 gold dragons will see me well on my travels, and that does not count the archery purse. I have no need of more coin from knights who fought honorably." Royce's heavy brows furrowed, clearly displeased. "What of Lady Forlorn? Ser Lyn's sword?" That gave Galad pause. He had not thought of it. The Corbray sword was Valyrian steel, a treasure of his house. He had agreed to give away Nightfall to any who defeated him in fair combat, but he had done so without any expectation that other Valyrian steel wielders would do the same. He had no interest in carrying two of the famed blades. The complications they brought were already burden enough. As family sword of House Corbray, you would not be allowed to keep it regardless, Royce continued, pressing his point. But the lord of the house is honor-bound to pay a good ransom for its return. Lord Corbray is not in attendance today, but I will see word sent to him. He will pay what is owed. He sighed. Truly, there is no need. There is every need, sire. This is how things are done. Lord Royce's voice took on a firmer tone. Allow Lord Corbray to settle his brother's debts. It is the only way to preserve what honor remains to his house in this matter. Frowning, Galad took a moment to consider. The man was right, in his way. To refuse would be its own kind of insult, implying the Corbrays were not worth the ransom, that their dishonor was so complete no payment could redress it. And Galad had no interest in starting a feud with another house, particularly one in the Vale where he might travel. Very well, my lord. I will accept whatever Lord Corbray sees fit to send. Perhaps it can be settled when I pass through the Vale on my journey. That would be acceptable. Royce relaxed slightly. I will write to him myself. And sire, he met Galad's eyes seriously. My offer to visit Runestone stands. There would be a place for you in the Vale. My thanks, my lord. Galad bowed and moved on, Garland falling in beside him with a curious look which he waved away. A worry for another time. When they arrived at the Reachman's tent, Galad found that something resembling a small celebration had been hastily assembled outside. More than a score of noblemen and noblewomen from the Reach had gathered around the entrance, mingling with his 6 teammates who had fought in the melee proper. Servants moved through the crowd with wine and small delicacies. A musician with a lute played softly in the background, his tune cheerful and triumphant. A cheer went up as he stepped into view. The next while passed in a blur of congratulations. Pats on the back from men he barely knew. Toasts raised in his honor. Lords and ladies pressing forward to be introduced, their words flowing thick with praise and flattery that he accepted with what grace he could muster. Ser Ares Oakhart was among the first to approach him properly, his arm in a sling and a bandage wrapped around his head. Apologies, sir. I should have lasted longer. To go down to Lord Royce so quickly. You fought well, Ares. There is no shame in losing to a skilled opponent. Still. I wanted to make it further. To stand with you at the end. There will be other tourneys. Ser Baylor Hightower clasped his hand, his sister Lynesse at his side wearing a gown of pale gold that complemented her hair beautifully. Magnificent fighting, Ser Galad. Truly. I do not think I have ever seen its equal. You honor me, my lord. My brother does not exaggerate, Lynesse added, her eyes warm and wide as they met his. The whole crowd was on its feet. You should have heard the cheers from our box. Galad bowed politely. He could detect no false note in either of their voices, and their praise seemed genuine, not the calculated flattery he had grown wary of. That was something, at least. The Tyrell siblings descended on him next. Young Marjorie and Loras were almost in tears as they described their emotions during the different fights, talking over each other in their excitement. And then when the mountain came at you I really thought. But you were so fast. Like the wind. Father said no one but himself has ever beaten the king before. Galad smiled through it all. Willis, more sober than his younger siblings, congratulated him with quiet sincerity. Galad noticed the way he looked at him now, with more awe than ever before, but an awe edged with something that might have been calculation. The boy was older than his siblings, more aware of what skill like this meant in the great game of the 7 kingdoms. He did not blame the boy for it. If anything, such pragmatism would serve him well when he took on his father's lordship. Indeed, Galad had noticed the way people looked at him had shifted entirely. Especially among the other young knights in the group, the ones who truly knew how to spot a man's skill with a blade. Their gazes held a new measure of respect, even fear in some cases. At least half a dozen men came up to him asking for tips or training advice, requests for sparring sessions, offers to introduce him to their fathers or liege lords. And at least double that number of young maidens approached to congratulate him with 2 sweet smiles on their faces, their eyes lingering and their hands finding excuses to touch his arm. Galad accepted it all with patient courtesy. None of it interested him particularly. He had spent his previous life navigating courts and political maneuvering, had been raised to it from birth. The flattery and the flirtations and the carefully positioned introductions were all familiar tools of a game he had played long before any of these people had been born. When Lord Mace finally stepped up on a stool to begin a victory speech, Galad saw his opportunity. He had grown thoroughly tired of all the adulation, and Mace Tyrell's speeches had a way of going on for great lengths. Feigning weariness was not difficult. He let his shoulders slump, his expression soften into one of obvious fatigue, and quietly excused himself with murmured apologies. Most people understood. He had just fought through an entire grand melee, after all. Even the maidens reluctantly gave way before his obvious need for rest. He stepped into the Reach's pavilion and did not leave again until it was time to return to Casterly Rock for the night's feast. A feast he would, unfortunately, not be able to escape from so easily. XXX. Galad had enjoyed the feasts at Casterly Rock more when he had not been required to sit at the high table. The great hall of the rock was magnificent as usual, he could not deny that. Hewn from the very stone of the mountain itself, the chamber soared high overhead with golden chandeliers hanging from chains thick as a man's arm. Hundreds of candles flickered in their settings, their light reflecting off polished marble floors and gilded columns. Banners hung from the walls between great tapestries showing Lannister victories, the crimson and gold of the lions dominating the eye wherever it turned beside a single Baratheon banner behind them. The high table sat upon a raised dais at one end of the hall, while long trestle tables stretched out below for the lesser nobles, knights, and their ladies. But for all its splendor, the high table felt stuffy. Galad did not think there were many friends among the people sitting there. Besides himself, the royal family, and Tywin Lannister, the table was populated by a smattering of great lords from each of the kingdoms, particularly those who had fought in the melee earlier that day. Lord Selwyn Tarth sat further down, his bandaged shoulder hidden beneath fine evening clothes. Lord Yohn Royce ate with quiet dignity beside Lord Mal Lister. Several others, all wearing their finest, picked at the elaborate dishes that servants brought in endless procession. Sitting to his left, Lord Mace Tyrell certainly seemed to be enjoying himself. He had taken the spot meant for Lord Tarley, who had led their team into the field, but that did not stop Mace from talking as if he had fought all the same. He held forth to anyone within earshot about the courage of the Reach's contingent, the brilliance of their tactics, the natural superiority of his region's knights. Lord Tarley himself, sitting at one of the lower tables and eating in his usual silent intensity, would no doubt be furious about this appropriation. The king sat to Galad's right. Though Robert seemed less cheerful than earlier in the day, when battle fury had animated his every movement, he had been pleasant company through the meal so far. They had spent the last hour talking about war and fighting, trading stories. Robert had wanted to hear about the campaign in the Iron Islands, particularly the taking of Grey Garden. Galad had given him the unvarnished truth, the difficulty of the assault, the fierceness of Ironborn resistance, the duel with Ser Harris Harlaw. In return, Robert had shared tales from his rebellion, the Battle of Summerhall where he had won 3 battles in one day, the Battle of the Bells, the Trident. It had been a good conversation. Robert spoke of war with the easy familiarity of a man who genuinely loved it, and Galad found himself enjoying the king's company more than he had expected. It was only after some time, when Ser Barristan stepped closer behind the table and spoke into the king's ear, that the glint from earlier returned to Robert's eyes. Robert stood, raising his goblet, and his voice boomed across the hall. "Hear me." The conversations died at once, every face turning toward the high table. "I have an announcement to make." Stepping around the table, Robert beckoned. "Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. Approach." Galad rose, exchanging a brief glance with Lord Mace whose face showed surprise. He made his way around the table to stand before the king. "This man." Robert's voice carried to every corner of the great hall. "This man, this newly made knight from the Reach, has shown himself today to be perhaps the finest warrior in all the 7 kingdoms. Not one I strayed from where they stood at the edge of the dais. I have spent the day speaking with men who fought beside Ser Galad in the Iron Islands. With those who saw him take the walls at Grey Garden. With those who watched him fight today on the tourney grounds." Robert turned to address Galad directly while still speaking loudly enough for all to hear. "His reputation as a peerless warrior is spotless, and I can confirm the truth of it myself, having had my arse handed to me by him this very afternoon." Laughter rippled through the hall. Robert had a way of making self-deprecation sound triumphant rather than diminishing. Galad watched it all with growing caution. He did not like where this was going. Robert's manner, the building speech, the public setting. It all spoke of something planned, something intended to be memorable. I have decided, Robert continued, raising his voice further, to elevate my kingship to heights never before seen in the Seven Kingdoms. To restore the honor and glory that has been lost in recent years. And to do so, I must begin with those closest to me. He turned fully to Galad now. Sir Galad of Dunstanbury. Kneel. A collective intake of breath ran through the hall. It is my honor and privilege to induct you into the esteemed brotherhood of the King's Guard. Gasps spread through the assembled nobles. Lord Mace looked stricken at his table, mouth falling open. Lynesse Hightower, sitting with her family, dropped her cup. Even Tywin Lannister's expression shifted, a momentary flash of something Galad could not quite read before the mask returned. Ser Barristan stepped forward, offering his sword to the king with practiced ceremony. Galad did not hesitate to kneel. The marble was cold beneath his knee through the fine fabric of his borrowed evening clothes. But as Robert took Ser Barristan's sword and prepared to speak, Galad raised one hand to stop him. Your Grace, if I may speak before you continue. Robert paused, frowning slightly. Speak, then. A realization had come to Galad in the moment between the king's words and his action. This was an opportunity. The original purpose of his joining the tournament had been to present himself before the realm as the rightful wielder of Nightfall, to make it known that the sword had a true and worthy owner. But this, being offered the white cloak by the king himself, before the assembled lords of the realm, and publicly refusing it, would solidify that image far more powerfully than any victory in the lists. It would tell every potential threat that he had chosen freedom over the highest honor a knight could receive. That nothing they could offer or threaten would change his course. I am greatly honored by the offer, Your Grace, Galad said, his voice carrying clearly through the silent hall. Truly. To be considered worthy of the white cloak is more than any knight could ask. But I must respectfully decline. Low murmurs spread across the crowd. Whispers and exchanged glances. Robert's frown deepened. Why not, sir? Galad spoke the truth, knowing every ear in the hall hung on his words. My heart sings for adventure, Your Grace. I wish to journey across the Seven Kingdoms as a simple knight, to see the wonders of this land with my own eyes. From the red deserts of Dorne to the white ice of the Wall, from the Iron Islands I have already known to the Vale I have not yet seen. There are mountains I would climb, rivers I would cross, peoples I would meet. Even an honor as great as the white cloak cannot move me from this wish, for it has burned in my heart since I was a boy. Silence held the hall. Galad waited, knee still on the cold marble, sword still in Robert's hand. Then, instead of anger or insult, a slow smile spread across the king's face. Robert let out a chuckle that grew into a laugh. 7 hells, lad. If I was younger and didn't have a kingdom to run, I'd bloody well join you. He grinned broadly, his teeth white behind his black beard. Just a night on the road, is it? Not a bad life, that. Not a bad life at all. Like Ser Duncan the Tall, Ser Barristan said quietly from beside the king. Aye, like so. Robert nodded. I would need a king as a squire for that to be the case, Your Grace, Galad said. And I do not think you would agree to going bald. Eyes widening, Robert burst out in genuine laughter, the sound echoing across the hall. He grasped Galad's arm and pulled him to his feet with surprising strength. Ha! No, I would not. Cersei would have a fit if I shaved my head. Though sometimes I think it might be worth it just to see her face. The hall, taking its cue from the king's reaction, began to relax. Laughter and chatter resumed, though the conversations now buzzed with discussion of what had just occurred. So be it, then. Robert handed Ser Barristan's sword back to its owner. I will not begrudge you a dream I myself once had, sir. He stepped to the side of the dais, drawing Galad with him, away from the immediate earshot of the others at the high table. His voice dropped, becoming more serious. I do have a request of you, though. And since you already rejected me once, I will not take no for an answer this time. Anything within my power, Your Grace. Robert hesitated. Then, with what seemed like genuine difficulty. I have been remiss in my duties as king, sir. To my deep regret. I have turned a blind eye to many wrongs in my kingdom while I wallowed in self-pity and wine and whores. No more. His voice hardened with new resolve. But getting the truth of things as a king is harder than you might imagine. Everyone tells me what they think I want to hear. The lords, the courtiers, even my own small council. The reports I get are filtered through 100 mouths before they reach my ears. I see. I want you to serve as my eyes as you go on your merry journey. Galad frowned, uncertain. You wish for me to spy for you, your grace. Piss on that. Robert waved a hand dismissively. I have spies aplenty already. Varys has more whisperers than the realm has whores, and that's saying something. No, I want a knight's eyes. A true knight. Someone who can look at the truth of things and bring that same truth back to me, undistorted. He gestured broadly. Tell me about the state of my kingdom. Which roads have bandits preying on travelers? Which lords abuse their small folk? Which villages suffer under plague or famine? Which holdfasts have fallen into disrepair? Anything you see that ought to be known. All I hear in my small council these days is copper counting and word of the great lords. I want to know of the people. His eyebrows climbing, Galad found himself surprised. It was reasonable. More than reasonable, it was a sign that Robert truly was trying to take his kingship seriously, a man asking honestly for help rather than demanding obedience. I will do so, your grace, he said. I will send a letter from any holdfast I stop at, with whatever observations seem worth reporting. Good. Good. Robert looked around the hall, seemingly embarrassed by what he had admitted. He should not have been. Galad found himself gaining a different sort of respect for the king. Taking firm hold of his kingship now, even 7 years after ascending to the throne, was better than never doing so at all. Oh, one more thing, sire. Galad snapped his attention back. War, lad. When the Targaryens come, and they will come, I am sure of it, I will want a warrior like you by my side. Will you answer my call? Galad gave him a firm nod. Of course, your grace. Whenever and wherever you have need of me if your cause is just. He chose his words carefully, and Robert did not seem to have picked up on it. That is what I like to hear. The king clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to make him sway slightly. Now go on back to your feast. I have grown tired of these blasted things, and I have to see about a serving wench I have been looking for. Haven't seen the girl in days. With that, the king strode away, calling for Ser Barristan to accompany him. Galad watched his back for the second time that day, and this time wished he could join the men, for he had grown tired of the feast as well. But he knew he was not so lucky. He could already hear Lord Mace calling for him, chapter 41. The feast continued long after his refusal of the white cloak, and the hall buzzed with talk about it. Galad, to his dismay, was at the center of attention. With Lord Mace guiding him from one cluster of nobles to another, he flitted through conversation after conversation, speaking with more lords and ladies than he could remember by the time the night was halfway done. Names blurred together. Titles ran into one another. Compliments and questions came in endless streams. Galad accepted them all with patient courtesy, deflecting personal questions when he could, answering with practiced diplomacy when he could not. He danced as well, with plenty of ladies. The musicians played stately court dances suitable for the great hall, and Galad, who had been taught such dances in his previous life, performed them with the ease of long practice despite the differing steps. The ladies who partnered him seemed to expect a country knight clumsy on his feet, and their pleased surprise at his competence was a small amusement. Lyness Hightower was one of those he danced with. As they moved through the figures, her hand light in his, she did not hide her disappointment at his earlier refusal. You truly mean to leave us all behind? Her blue eyes held real sorrow. There is nothing the Reach could offer that would tempt you to stay. Nothing, or no one. Galad understood her meaning clearly enough. She was a kind young woman, and beautiful enough to start wars. In another life, perhaps, things might have been different. But he had no intention of leading her on with false hopes. My lady, you do me great honor with your regard. But my heart is set on my journey, and it would be unfair of me to make any promises I cannot keep, he told her. I do not wish to marry any time soon, and when I do, I cannot say where my life will have taken me by then. She was quiet for several steps of the dance, processing his words. Her chin lifted slightly. I appreciate your honesty, sir. Most men would have lied to spare my feelings, then spared themselves the awkwardness by avoiding me entirely afterward. You deserve better than that. I do. She managed a small, sad smile. I wish you well on your travels, Ser Galad. Truly. May the Seven watch over you. And over you, my lady. May you find happiness wherever your life leads. She blinked back what might have been tears as the dance ended, then offered him a graceful curtsy before withdrawing to her family's company. The biggest surprise of the evening came when Queen Cersei Lannister approached him directly. Galad had been talking with Lord Selwyn Tarth about Tarth's daughter Brienne, who was apparently a girl of extraordinary size and martial inclination, when he saw the queen making her way across the hall. She moved with elegant purpose, her crimson gown catching the candlelight, gold thread glinting at her throat and wrists. She stopped before him, her smile carefully arranged. "Sir Galad. Would the great champion have time for a dance?" The musicians had just begun a slower piece, one of the gentler court dances. Galad bowed and offered his hand. To refuse would have caused a scene neither of them needed. "It would be my honor, your grace." They moved onto the floor together, and Galad felt every eye in the hall turning toward them. Their last encounter had not been spoken of publicly, naturally, yet here she was, dancing with him before the entire realm. As the dance began, she spoke softly enough that only he could hear. "I owe you an apology, sir. My behavior toward you the other evening was unbecoming of a queen and a wife. I had been drinking, and the strain of recent events." She paused, her face becoming a study in genuine seeming regret. "I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I should not have spoken to you the way I did. I should not have done what I did." Galad's hackles rose immediately. The woman was a good actress, he had to grant her that. The remorse in her voice would have convinced almost anyone. Gentle, sincere, just vulnerable enough to seem real. But she was arrogant to the point of stupidity if she thought he would believe it after what had truly transpired between them. She had not been drunk. She had been calculating, manipulative, and ultimately vicious in her threats when her seduction failed. This new act was simply a different approach. She had failed to seduce him, failed to threaten him, and now she would try kindness. Or perhaps this was something else entirely, perhaps she was establishing public appearance of reconciliation for some future purpose he could not yet see. He kept his expression neutral, his voice polite but reserved as they moved through the dance figures. "There is nothing to forgive, your grace. Such matters are best left in the past, where they belong." Her smile widened. Wide and full of teeth, pretty teeth, white and even, but somehow predatory in their display. "You are most gracious, sir. I am glad we understand each other." "As am I, your grace." They completed the dance in silence, exchanging only the formal pleasantries the figures required. When it ended, Galad bowed properly and Cersei nodded, and they parted with all the appearance of cordial relations restored. But as he watched her glide back to her seat, Galad disliked very much what her satisfaction might mean. People like Cersei Lannister did not let go of grudges. They only buried them deeper, to be retrieved when most useful. He retired for the night not long after, citing the day's exertions, an excuse no one could refute given what he had been through. And for the first time since taking residence in the Rock, he requested Tyrell men-at-arms to guard his door through the night. Better cautious than dead. XXX. The castle still slept when Galad rode out through the great gates of Casterly Rock. Dawn had barely touched the eastern sky, the world wrapped in that grey hour before true morning. Mist clung to the slopes of the rock and drifted down toward the coast in pale ribbons. The guards on the gate, men who had been awake all night, merely nodded as he passed, too tired to do more than mark his departure in whatever ledger they kept of comings and goings. The horses stabled in the lower castle had been roused by the boy Galad had paid the night before to ready her, and his mare stood saddled and warm. She moved beneath him now with the easy gait of a horse glad to be free of her stall. The road wound down the great stone bulk of the rock in switchbacks, descending toward the coastal plain where Lannisport sprawled like a jewel along the sea. The sun rose at his left as he rode, a pale disk fighting its way through the morning haze. Galad had worn Ser Baelor Hightower's spare evening clothes the night before. His own new garments for the final feast, commissioned at the insistence of little Marjorie Tyrell and Lady Lynesse, should be ready this morning at the tailor's shop, embroidered with the tree and sunburst sigil he had finally settled upon for himself. A bird called somewhere in the scrub beside the road. The sound carried strangely in the cool morning air. Galad's mare flicked her ears at it but did not break stride. Ahead, perhaps 200 paces down the road, something interrupted the empty stretch of dirt and grass. A cart, mule-drawn, had stopped at the roadside. 4 men stood or sat around it, looking entirely too casual for travelers who had broken down. One leaned against the cart's wooden side. Another sat on a stone, picking at his teeth. The other 2 stood near the mule, talking quietly. Galad slowed his mare to a walk as he approached. Something about the scene felt wrong. He could not have said exactly what, but years of war and worse had taught him to trust such instincts. Travelers with a broken cart would be working at it, frustrated, perhaps cursing. These men looked like they were waiting. His hand drifted to rest near Nightfall's hilt as he drew closer. The Valyrian steel blade had been at his hip since he woke, as it always was now. He kept his approach steady, his expression neutral, his eyes taking in every detail. The men noticed him. Their conversation ceased. They watched him approach with too much interest. Galad was about to ride past when a sound came from the back of the cart. A muffled scream. "Hi, female." Cut short by what sounded like an open hand striking flesh. He reined in immediately. His mare came to a stop perhaps 10 paces from the cart and turned, his hand now openly resting on Nightfall's hilt. "You have one chance," he said, his voice echoing in the morning silence. "Let the woman go. Surrender yourselves. I will see you delivered to lawful justice." The 4 men exchanged glances. One of them, a wiry fellow with a scar across his chin, looked at the men who seemed to be their leader, a broader man with greasy black hair tied back with a leather thong. "He the one?" the scarred man asked. The leader studied Galad for a long moment, seeming to focus on his purple eyes. "Looks like the one." Galad's frown deepened. The exchange made no sense. They were not surprised to see him. They were not frightened by his obvious capacity to harm them. They were, confirming his identity. Why would kidnappers on a deserted road have any idea who he was, or be waiting to confirm it? Before he could pursue the thought further, another cry came from the cart. Weaker this time. "Please, please help me." The voice cut off again with another sound of impact. A young woman's voice. Whatever was happening here, whatever the strangeness of the encounter, there was a girl in that cart suffering at the hands of these men. Galad had no choice in what came next. He drew Nightfall. The Valyrian steel slid free of its scabbard with a soft whisper. The rippling pattern in the blade caught the pale morning light and threw it back in shimmering arcs. The reaction was immediate. "Shit," the scarred man hissed, scrambling back from the cart. His hand went to a short sword at his belt. "It's the damned fucking woodsman." Another of the men, this one bald with a thick beard, pointed at Galad. "I saw him fighting yesterday. That's his sword." "No one said it was him we're waiting for," the scarred one said. "Shut your mouths." The leader snarled at them, drawing his own weapon, a long sword of decent quality, better than the men around him carried. "He bleeds same as any other man. 4 of us, 1 of him. Mind your spacing and we'll have him." They drew their weapons in a clattering chorus. 3 swords and a heavy mace. Galad considered for less than a heartbeat. He could ride them down. A mounted knight against 4 men on foot was usually no contest, even without his particular skills. But mounted, he might let 1 or 2 escape on foot through the forest and scrub. And he needed every one of them. There were too many questions here that demanded answers, and dead men gave none. He dismounted in a single fluid motion, landing lightly on the dirt road. His mare, well trained, simply backed away to give him room. The leader's mouth twisted in what might have been a smile. Galad knew what the man was thinking. A foe abandoning the advantage of horse and height meant a foe who underestimated them. A foe who could be brought down by numbers. Let them think it. It meant they were less likely to run. They spread out, trying to circle him, 3 to the front and 1, the wiry scarred one, looking to slip behind. Galad let them think they had time to position themselves. Then he moved. He went at the leader first. Nightfall came down in a diagonal cut that the man tried to parry with his long sword. At the last second, he flicked his wrist, sliding the Valyrian steel against the common sword and striking at the wooden crossguard. Wood, flesh, and bone parted like butter, and before the man could even register his missing fingers, Galad reversed his stroke and brought the flat of his sword across the man's temple. The leader dropped like a poleaxe dox, unconscious before he hit the ground. The other 3 faltered, shocked by how quickly their leader had fallen. That moment of hesitation was all Galad needed. He pivoted, ducked beneath a clumsy mace swing, and brought Nightfall up in a precise cut that opened the mace wielder's sword arm from wrist to elbow. Not deep enough to kill, but deep enough that the man dropped his weapon and fell back with a scream, clutching at the streaming wound. The bald one came at him with desperate fury, his sword raised overhead in a wild chop. Galad sidestepped, struck the man's blade aside with Nightfall, and kicked his legs out from under him in the same motion. The bald man crashed onto his back. Galad's boot came down on his sword wrist with enough force to make him drop the weapon, and the pommel of Nightfall met his temple a heartbeat later. That left only the scarred man, who had circled fully behind Galad and was now charging at his back. Galad did not bother turning. He simply stepped sideways at the last instant, let the man's momentum carry him past, and brought nightfall down on the back of his skull with the flat of the blade. The scarred man face-planted into the dirt of the roadside and did not move. The whole encounter had taken perhaps 12 heartbeats. Breathing only slightly faster than normal, he stood amidst the dust of the road, surveying his work. 4 men on the ground. 3 unconscious, 1 bleeding but alive. None dead. He could tie them up and use the cart to take them back to Casterly Rock easily enough. He turned toward the cart, intending to free the girl and tend to her, only for a new sound to reach him. Hoofbeats. Many hoofbeats, coming down the road from Casterly Rock at a hard gallop. Galad turned to face the approaching riders, nightfall still bare in his hand. A company of horsemen came into view at the bend in the road, perhaps 30 of them in total. At their head rode 2 figures in white enameled plate, the unmistakable armor of the Kingsguard. Galad recognized them as they drew closer. Ser Meryn Trant with his sour, brutal face. Ser Mandon Moore with his strange, cold eyes. Beside them rode a third knight, this one in finer steel armor of grey and gold. Older, perhaps 40, with thinning hair visible beneath his open-faced helm and a heavy mustache. His shield bore a manticore on white beneath 3 gold coins. The sigil of House Lorch, if he remembered the heraldry Garland had drilled into him during the tourney correctly. Behind them came some 24 men-at-arms in Lannister red and gold, swords at their hips, expressions hard. The riders pulled up perhaps 20 paces from Galad. Their horses snorted and stamped, breath steaming in the cool morning air. The Lannister men spread out in a loose half-circle. Ser Meryn Trant spoke first, his voice carrying a nasal whine that grated at the ears. "Get the girl." Galad's head turned sharply. What? How did they know about a girl? Had they heard her screams? Ser Amory Lorch did not hesitate. He swung down from his horse with surprising agility for a man his size and strode toward the back of the cart. Something made Galad start forward, something about the look of the men, but the Kingsguard's knight rode to stop him. "Stand where you are, Ser." Ser Mandon Moore's voice was flat and cold. He and Trant had drawn their swords now. Some of the Lannister men had bows in their hands, not raised yet, but ready. "Move and you will be cut down." "What is the meaning of this?" Galad demanded, though even as he said the words, the cold weight of understanding was settling in his stomach. The men's strange behavior. Their confirmation of his identity. They're waiting on a road that no one should have known he would be traveling at this hour. "We have been investigating this slaving ring for more than a week," Trant said, his thin lips curling into something approximating satisfaction. "And imagine our surprise, Ser, when our patient watch finally bore fruit this morning. Who would have thought the famous woodsman knight, the great hero of the Iron Islands, was the one behind it all?" "You must be mistaken, Ser," Galad said, though he knew it was useless now. A brief, terrible scream came from the back of the cart, taking him by surprise. Ser Amory Lorch simply climbed back out of the cart, wiping a long dagger on a rag. He'd killed her. Plain and simple. Before he sheathed the dagger back at his side, Galad briefly saw that the blade rippled in the sun. Valyrian steel. "Shame," Ser Amory said, spitting on the road. Wanted to have a go at the king's Hormuz elf. Revulsion rose within him, but Galad understood completely what had happened then. It was a trap. Had been a trap from the moment Cersei Lannister's wide, satisfied smile had bloomed during their dance the night before. Probably from the moment he had stepped out of her chambers. The girl in the cart had been bait, and now, more importantly, she was a corpse. Evidence. A murder Galad would be accused of committing. He looked at the 4 men he had brought down, men who had been waiting for him specifically, who had been told what he looked like, who had been provided with a victim to make the scene convincing. They had been told to put up a token resistance, perhaps, but most certainly to be alive when the investigators arrived. Witnesses to his guilt. They would tell whatever story they were paid to tell, and no one would believe a man on charges of slavery and murder over the testimony of Kingsguard knights. The deep calm of the void was already settling over him without his conscious summoning. The world sharpened. He counted the men. 2 Kingsguards in half-plate, alongside the Manticore Knight. 24 Lannister men-at-arms. 12 of them with bows in hand. Open road, no cover except the cart itself. His mare 10 paces behind him, free but not saddled for fighting. Even unarmored, he could probably kill the 2 Kingsguard before the archers brought him down. Possibly Lorch as well. But the archers would loose at the first sign of attack, and an arrow could find the gap in any guard. And even if he won, even if he cut his way through them, or even if he managed to escape into the brush, he would be a man who had killed 2 Kingsguard, several Lannister guardsmen, and a Lannister knight. He had no delusion that he could kill them all without at least one of them escaping to tell whatever tale the queen wanted told. Ser Marin Trant stepped his horse forward, his sword now resting casually across his saddle. You will be coming with us, false knight, on charges of slaving and murder. His thin smile widened, showing yellow teeth. To await the king's justice. The Lannister archers raised their bows in unison. Galad stood very still in the morning light, nightfall in his hand, and felt the void inside him become absolute. Chapter 42. Cersei Lannister. You fool. Tywin Lannister's voice cracked across the solar like a whip. The Lord of Casterly Rock stood by the carved mantle, his fingers white where they gripped the stone, his green eyes hard as cut emeralds. Behind him, Jaime stood in his gilded armor, his weight favoring his uninjured leg. The wound to his thigh from the melee had been treated and braced, but he still moved with care. Morning light streamed through the tall windows of the Lord's solar, painting golden bars across the polished floor. Outside, the sun had finally burned through the morning haze and now climbed higher into a clear sky. The sunset sea stretched away to the west, calm and shimmering. Cersei did not back down. A fool. For uncovering such horrific crimes committed by a knight of the realm. Crimes. Her father spat the word, lips curling in disdain. Do you think the Tyrells will go along with this farce? Or even Robert? Your husband is a simple creature. He will side with the boy. 2 of his Kingsguard were witnesses to it all. They will speak whatever I command them to speak. I know they will, Cersei. Tywin's voice was acid. Who do you think arranged their cloaking? Yet I did not expect them to be so foolish as to follow your schemes. Cersei bristled. She had known her father had hands in the appointments, of course. Smartly done too. With Lord Tywin sitting out most of the war against the Targaryens, Robert had always mistrusted any obvious Lannister influence in court. But between Moore, Trant, and Blunt, none came from the Westerlands. Neither the king nor Jon Arryn had objected when the appointments were proposed amidst the celebratory tournaments after the rebellion. The men seemed unconnected to House Lannister. To this day, however, those 3 men's lesser houses still depended on Casterly Rock to pay their debts and borrow even more gold. Loyalty bought with coin was loyalty nonetheless. The wench was pregnant with Robert's get, Cersei said, lifting her chin. She and her bastard were a threat to your legacy as much as the woodsman was. Threats I am eliminating. At her words, Jaime looked at her with wide eyes. His face went still, then carefully blank. Cersei lifted her chin higher. Her brother had never had the heart to do what was necessary to secure their family. It fell on her to make the hard choices. As it always did. Eliminated in the most foolish manner imaginable. Her father's voice held nothing but contempt. Robert is an emotional man, Cersei continued. He needed to make him see. When the maester reveals the girl was pregnant, he will rage and scream and demand justice himself. Even if he liked the boy before, he will wish for blood. He always wishes for blood when he has been wronged. Jaime finally spoke. And whose blood will be spilled, sweet sister? His green eyes held a warning. I did not see him fight in the melee, but the stories from yesterday say he is the greatest swordsman in Westeros since the Dragon Knight himself. Cersei gave him a look. Don't tell me he frightens you. No man frightens me. Jaime's voice carried genuine heat now. But I have no wish to fight an innocent man to the death. And I saw what he did to the mountain when they brought Gregor into the maester's tent. The man's leg was nearly severed, Cersei. He took half the mountain's blood and left him alive only because he chose to. If that monster failed to defeat him, who will? Cersei shrugged, irritated by her brother's caution. It need not come to a trial by combat at all. The wench was one of ours, a serving girl in our household. We will demand compensation for her death. The Valyrian sword will serve nicely as restitution. Lord Tywin looked at her like she was stupid. You are a fool if you think that woodsman would ever agree to that. Low-born he might be, but he has a certain boorish honor. He will not surrender the sword to false accusers. Cersei smiled. Even better. How is that any better? Jaime demanded. Even Ser Lyle Craighall said he has never seen anyone fight like that man. If he demands to fight, he will win. How, Cersei? Her father's eyes had narrowed, but a flicker of interest had entered them. He always paid attention when one of his children showed cunning. It was the only time he truly paid attention to her. How is it any better? She let her smile widen, savoring the moment. This was the part she had been planning since she first saw Ser Galad days before. This was where she would show her father that she was the true heir of his mind, even if she had been born without the cock that would have made her his proper successor. I have arranged it all with the High Septon's representative who traveled to the tourney. Ser Galad is accused of terrible crimes. He may fight those charges in a trial by combat, should he wish. But if he does, then we, the accusers, have all the rights to invoke a trial by 7. Tywin's eyes widened for just a second. He considered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The boy is popular in the Reach. Many will stand for him. Victory would not be assured even with 7 of our best. I am sure they will stand for him, Cersei said, allowing her smile to become a true grin. But we will not be accusing Ser Galad alone. His despicable behavior had 4 accomplices, the men he was meeting on the road, the men who held the girl while he tried to have his way with her before murdering her. 4 low-born gutter rats who will turn on him in the middle of the trial at the mere promise of gold. That did it. Her father only stared at her, brows furrowed, but she saw as the corners of his mouth tightened. And for Tywin Lannister, that was very nearly a smile. A thrill ran through Cersei. See, father, she thought. Open your eyes. Your daughter was the only one of your children to ever truly listen to your lessons. Not Jaime with his sword and his foolishness. Not the imp with his books and his wine. Me. I am the one who learned. Even if the 2 knights who stand for the woodsmen are the very best in the Reach, they cannot match 11 men against them, she pressed on. 7 knights, plus 4 turncoats who will strike from within. The woodsmen will be cut down within a minute, and the Tyrells will have no say once the gods have proclaimed their will. We will have nightfall as compensation and Robert will lose his bastard before the creature can trouble us. The Solar fell into quiet as Tywin studied her for a long moment. Then he gave a small, considered nod. It might work, he said. If it is executed properly. It will be, Cersei said. A knock came at the door of the Solar. Enter, Tywin called. Ser Kevin Lannister stepped through. He bowed quickly to his brother. My lord. Ser Meryn and Ser Mandon have returned. Word has already spread about what happened on the road. The Tyrells are up in arms. And the woodsmen? Tywin asked. Ser Kevin swallowed. A flicker of uneasiness appeared on his plain face. He hesitated. Out with it, brother. My lord, he is still armed. They are at the Great Hall now. Cersei felt the smile fall from her face. XXX. The Great Hall of Casterly Rock was already in chaos when they arrived. Noblemen and women had gathered along the edges of the cavernous chamber, whispering and murmuring to each other in tight clusters. The candles in the great chandeliers had been lit despite the morning hour, their light reflecting off marble columns and gilded fixtures, illuminating the scene with a brightness that felt almost theatrical. At the center of the hall, near the foot of the dais where the Lord's high table usually sat, a confrontation had erupted. A group of mostly Reachmen knights and lords were shouting wildly at a circle of Lannister men-at-arms. The Lannister force was led by Ser Meryn Trant, Ser Mandon Moore, and Ser Amory Lorch. They surrounded Ser Galad of Dunstonbury. But not as prisoners surround a captive. The Lannister men had spread out in a loose ring around him at what seemed to be a respectful distance, as if they did not want to be within range of the sword Galad still wore openly at his hip. Some had bows in hand, others wielded swords. What is the meaning of this? Tywin's voice boomed across the cavernous hall, cutting through the shouting in an instant. The hall fell silent. All eyes turned toward the Lannister family entering. Cersei surveyed the scene with growing unease. The woodsman still had his arms and armor on him. His hand rested easy at his side near the Valyrian steel sword. He looked entirely undisturbed by the situation, as if he were merely waiting for some tedious matter to be concluded. Why is the prisoner not in chains? She demanded. Lord Randall Tarly turned to her with steely eyes. And why would you assume he is a prisoner, your grace? The Reachmen beside him roared in agreement. Cersei stiffened, but she quickly schooled her face, nose in the air. Why else would he be surrounded by our guards? Ser Meryn Trant spoke up, stepping forward. Her grace is right. This man is a criminal most vile. A slaver and a murderer. Gasps rang around the room. The Reachmen scoffed loudly. Lord Mace Tyrell, who had been near the front of the crowd of Reach nobles, made a sound of pure incredulity. Ser Baelor Hightower's hand went to his own sword. Cersei nodded with all the dignity of her station. I should expect nothing else from a low-born hedge knight. Seize him properly, Ser Meryn. Instead of obeying immediately, Ser Meryn hesitated. He looked back at the woodsman, who stood there with no expression on his too handsome face. The man simply waited, his violet eyes cold, his hand resting lightly on the pommel of his sword. He had not moved or spoken. He had not even bothered to look at the Lannister guards surrounding him. Cersei's chest burned with anger. She had wanted to see him broken. Wanted to see him pleading. Wanted to see fear or rage or anything other than this terrible, infuriating composure. When Ser Meryn turned back, she saw his throat bob. Your Grace, he began. Ser Mandon Moore stepped up beside Trant, his small dead eyes narrowed. Two of the men have tried, Your Grace. The criminal cut them down. Tywin's voice cracked across the hall. And why was he not shot on the spot? He was, my lord. Mandon's jaw tightened. Arrows were loosed at him. 3 arrows from 3 archers at 15 paces. But he cut them from the air, my lord. Cut them apart in flight. A hush fell over the room. Someone gasped audibly. Cersei saw Jaime react physically beside her, his hand going involuntarily to his own sword hilt before he caught himself. Absurd, Tywin scoffed, though Cersei could see that he had paused before saying it. Enough of this nonsense. Ser Meryn, tell us what happened now. From the beginning. Meryn opened his mouth to give his answer, but the great doors of the hall groaned open then. Everyone turned to see Robert Baratheon entering the great hall, his black cloak swirling behind him. Ser Barristan walked at his right, hand on his sword, his white cloak gleaming. Ser Boros Blunt followed at his left, looking as if he wished to be anywhere else. Robert's voice carried across the chamber. What in the 7 hells is going on here? He stopped a dozen paces into the hall as he took in the scene. His frown deepened when he noticed the ring of Lannister guards surrounding the woodsman. His eyes flicked from Galad to Trant to the assembled crowd of murmuring nobles. Ser Galad. Robert stared at the knight for a moment. What is the meaning of all this? He turned to the King's Guard knight. Out with it, Trant. So Ser Meryn Trant of the King's Guard told the story, and Cersei nodded along as if the words came from her own mouth, which of course they very nearly did. Ser Mandon Moore confirmed the story with sober nods at appropriate intervals. Ser Amory Lorch added details where needed, lending his own honest-seeming testimony to the tale. Robert's frown grew darker with every word. By the time Trent finished, the king's face was thunderous. He turned to Ser Galad. What say you? It is a lie, your grace. Despite it all, Ser Galad's voice remained clear. His face had not twitched once during the recounting. Not when Trant accused him of slavery. Not when the King's Guard claimed he had tried to rape then murdered a young girl. Not when Lorch described the supposed scene of his crimes. Nothing. He told his own side of the story in minimal words. That he had woken early to ride to Lannisport to collect new clothes from his tailor. That on the road, he had come across a cart at the roadside with 4 men, and had heard a girl's cry for help from within. That he had disabled the 4 men with the intent of holding them for proper authorities. That the King's Guard had then arrived with a force of Lannister men, ordered the death of the girl who could have testified to the truth, and arrested him on false charges. He spoke it all without a single inflection or display of emotion. Cersei found herself disconcerted by it. Most men would have grown heated defending themselves against such accusations. They would have raged, would have demanded justice, would have at the very least shown anger at being so wronged. Galad simply stated facts. As if reading from a ledger. Robert growled, his hand gripping his sword belt. Well. Who am I to believe? He turned slowly to Trant. If you are lying to me, Trant, I swear to all 7 gods I will have your head myself. It is no lie, your grace. Trant's voice took on a higher pitch. The woodsman is a vile man. Please, your grace, we have brought evidence. He called out toward the rear of the hall. From the far doorway, another group of Lannister men entered, accompanied by Maester Crelin in his grey robes and chain of office. Between them, they carried a litter. On the litter lay a body, covered loosely with a sheet. They brought it forward and laid it before the dais. When one of the Lannister men carefully pulled back the sheet to reveal the face, Robert's eyes went wide and bloodshot with sudden, terrible recognition. The girl had been pretty in life. Brown hair, perhaps 18 years old, with the soft features of common birth. Her throat had been cut open, the wound gaping and obscene against her pale skin. Some of the nobles gasped. Others turned away. Cersei felt a deep, vicious satisfaction at the king's recognition. "No," Robert said. He stepped forward and knelt by the body, his voice low and dangerous. The girl's eyes were still staring up blankly at the chandeliers far above. Robert reached out with a surprisingly gentle hand and closed them. "Who did this?" He stood, his voice rising to a roar. "Who killed her?" "The woodsman, Your Grace," Trant said quickly. "He cut the girl's throat before we could reach him. We brought her back as quickly as we could in hopes Maester Crelin might save her, but—" The Maester glanced at Cersei briefly before stepping forward. "Your Grace, forgive me." Maester Crelin gave a small bow. "I did all I could to save both the mother and the child, but I am afraid it was too late." Robert went still as carved stone. He turned to the Maester. One of his hands whipped out fast as a viper and grabbed the Maester's chain, pulling him close. The Maester gasped. "What did you say?" Crelin coughed and struggled. "The wench was pregnant, Your Grace." "Forgive me, I could not save her." "The cut to her neck." "What about it?" Robert lifted the man higher, his feet leaving the ground. "It was a clean cut, Your Grace." "Too clean a cut." Crelin's voice came out strangled. "I believe the blade that severed her neck was Valyrian steel." Thunderous, Robert released the Maester, who fell to the floor coughing and wheezing. Robert turned slowly to Galad. His eyes flickered to the sword at the knight's side. His face darkened to something terrible. "What say you, sire?" "That man used a dagger to kill the young woman, Your Grace." Galad's voice remained as level as before, but he gestured toward Ser Amory Lorch. "I am only ashamed I was not able to stop him before he killed her." "Lies." Amory Lorch spat. "The entire realm knows the Lorch family has never wielded such a blade." From his waist, he pulled out both his long sword and a dagger. Both were of perfectly ordinary steel. "I carry the weapons of an honest knight, not the cursed metal of dragon lords." Cersei suppressed a smile. She'd taken the Valyrian steel dagger from the royal collection in King's Landing on a passing whim, a trinket to display during a feast after the fighting was done, or perhaps to wear as a symbol that even the realm's queen had joined the war against the Ironborn. She had ultimately worn neither and forgotten about the dagger entirely until the idea to incriminate Ser Galad of Dunstonbury came to mind. By now, if Ser Amory had followed her orders properly, the dagger would be hidden away in the bowels of Casterly Rock by one of her men. The only possible explanation for the girl's wounds would be the woodsman's sword. 7 hells. Robert raged, his hands clenching into fists. 7 bloody hells. Who am I to believe in this madness? Your own Kingsguard, of course. Cersei stepped forward, her voice carrying clearly. Over a common-born knight with Valyrian eyes. Robert's head snapped toward her, eyes blazing with sudden fury at her words, but she knew the words would get to him. Nothing affected Robert more than the mention of anything Targaryen. It was Lord Mace Tyrell who broke the king's silence. "This is an outrage." His face had gone red as his roses, his jowls quivering with indignation. His brood stood near him, the eldest boy with his serious face, the other looking ready to draw the practice sword at his hip, the young squire who shamefully served the low-born woodsman. Mace's plain little wife had already taken away the 2 youngest when the body of the wench had been brought out, sparing them the sight. Probably for the best. Cersei had no time for shrieking children, even those of the up-jumped stewards. To suggest that a most noble knight as Ser Galad would be capable of such crimes. Mace puffed out his chest like the absurd peacock he was. "Nonsense, I say. Absolute nonsense." Tywin's voice cut across the bluster, cold as winter steel. "And yet a member of my household died to his blade. Unless you know of any other men with a sword like his found in the scene of the crime, Lord Tyrell." That gave the Tyrell oaf pause. He sputtered, mouth working but no words coming out for a moment. Cersei could have laughed. Mace Tyrell could not argue with her father any more than a sheep could argue with a wolf. She stepped forward gracefully, taking up the thread her father had given her. "Perhaps he is not as honorable as you thought, Lord Mace. Perhaps he saw the girl in passing and wished to have her, the way common-born men often do when their passions are up." She let her voice take on a tone of false sympathy. "It is in their nature, after all. The peasantry has always lacked the restraint of those properly raised. Lord Randall Tarley's eyes flashed at that, but it was Ser Baelor Hightower who spoke first. Ser Galad has shown nothing but restraint and honor in every interaction I have witnessed. Your Grace's characterization is unjust. Is it? Cersei lifted her chin. Or is it that you reach men have so attached yourselves to this woodsman that you refuse to see him clearly? Has it occurred to any of you that perhaps he was always exactly what he seems, a commoner with a talent for swords, but a commoner nonetheless? Her words only seemed to inflame their passions even more, and with Robert suddenly gone quiet, a poor mock-up of a court formed, arguments flying from each side. Lords called out their opinions. Knights shouted over each other. Even some of the Stormlanders had moved closer to the dispute, their faces wary but interested. The Northmen kept their distance, watching with their usual cold judgment. Through it all, the woodsman himself remained silent. He simply stood there in his ring of guards, his expression unchanged from the moment he had been brought into the hall. Cersei found her eyes drawn to him again and again. She wanted him to react. Wanted him to shout, to weep, to plead. To break. She would have settled for fear. She got nothing. After several minutes of back and forth, Lord Tywin commanded that the prisoners finally be brought forth from the dungeons. The 4 men were a pathetic sight, as was to be expected, but Cersei had made sure they'd be well fed while in the dungeons, and that the promises of pardons and full pockets would be repeated as many times as necessary. They shuffled forward in chains, their feet shackled, and they spoke as planned. The leader, his voice rough with fear and pain, reaffirmed Ser Meryn's version of events. Yes, they had been working with the woodsman. He had organized everything. He had paid them a small sum in advance. He had told them to bring the girl to him at the appointed place. He had ravaged her himself, and when they had protested at the cruelty of it, he had turned on them to silence them. Only the King's Guard's timely arrival had saved their lives. The man even went so far as to show his missing fingers after peeling off his bandages. The other 3 reaffirmed each detail as well, their voices trembling exactly the way men's voices trembled when they spoke truth to power. The performance was credible enough, Cersei thought. She'd asked Ser Amory to select men he trusted to play their parts no matter what came to happen. Robert's voice came out deathly quiet when the leader finished. And you admit to taking the young girl? To holding her against her will? The leader nodded, perhaps thinking honesty about that lesser crime might save him from worse punishment. Nobody was fast enough to stop Robert. The king moved with shocking speed for a man his size. He crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides and tackled the chained leader to the ground. The man's bound hands could do nothing to defend himself. Robert's fists came down like hammers. 1, 2, 3 blows. The leader's swollen face split open further. Blood sprayed across the polished marble. Your Grace. Ser Barristan rushed after him. The 4th blow. The 5th. Cersei heard a sickening crack as the man's skull gave way. Brain and blood leaked across the marble in a spreading pool. People throughout the hall gasped or turned away. Lady Hightower fanned herself rapidly. One of the younger lords looked as if he might be ill. Even Cersei felt a small twinge. Not at the man's death, which mattered nothing to her, but at the loss of one of her witnesses. The leader had been the most coached, the most reliable. She forced herself to swallow any doubts. No matter. 3 remained. By the time Ser Barristan finally pulled the king from the body, Robert huffed and puffed with effort, his hands and beard dripping with blood. The Lord Commander spoke quietly into the king's ear, calming him. The 3 other men in chains had begun begging for mercy. They threw themselves to their knees, scraping their foreheads against the marble. Mercy, Your Grace. We were only following the woodsman's orders. He promised to pay us with the gold he won at the tourney, he did. Threatened to kill our families. Please, Your Grace, we are poor men, we did not know what he intended. Their pleas were exactly what Cersei had instructed. Pitiful enough to inspire some small sympathy. Damning enough to ensure Galad's guilt seemed clear. Before anyone else could speak, the woodsman's voice cut through the noise. This farce has gone on long enough. The hall fell silent. The guards around Galad tensed up, hands tightening on weapons. Cersei turned toward him along with the rest of the hall, and something inside her chest twisted at the sight. He stood unchanged, calm as still water. His hand still rested near his sword. His violet eyes were fixed on the king, not on her or her father or anyone else. My innocence is without question, he continued in that same level voice. But His Grace is right that this crime demands justice. And if I can provide both at the same time, then so be it. Robert glared at him, blood still dripping from his fists. But when his voice came out, it sounded pitifully sad. Speak plainly, Sir. Ser Galad pointed toward Amory Lorch and the 2 Kingsguard. If it is one of these 3 who are accusing me, then I will ask them to put their steel behind their words, and call for a trial by combat. Those 3 words sent a shock through the crowd. Trial by combat. The whispers ran around the hall like wildfire through dry grass. Robert seemed conflicted, his bloody fists slowly unclenching as he considered. The Reachmen roared in approval, proclaiming the trial already won given Ser Galad's skill. Ser Ares Oakheart clapped a hand on the shoulder of the man beside him. Lord Mace Tyrell looked as if he had just been promised the throne itself. Cersei tried not to let triumph show in her face. This was exactly what she had wanted. Exactly what she had planned for. The woodsman had walked into her snare as neatly as if she had led him by the hand. Ser Amory Lorch took his cue beautifully. He pointed his sword at Galad, his face a mask of righteous anger. We know well of your skill with the blade, false knight. None of us are fools, but unlike you, we have our knightly vows to uphold. Justice demands it. He paused, lifted his chin, and delivered the line Cersei had drilled into him a dozen times the night before. And to rid this world of your and your men's evil in but one trial, we call for a trial by 7. The hall erupted. Lords and ladies murmured frantically to each other. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Others looked at each other with wide eyes. Beyond Ser Duncan the Tall's story, a trial by 7 was an ancient thing, almost forgotten in this age. Cersei doubted there were a dozen people in the hall who had even read of such proceedings, much less seen one. This is madness. Lord Mace burst out. A trial by 7. It is still permitted under the laws of the faith, Cersei said, raising her voice. Is it not? Surely no good knight would deny the accusers their rights under the gods. More heated discussion followed. Some argued that a trial by 7 was too outdated to be properly invoked. Others questioned the legality of forcing Ser Galad to fight beside his supposed accomplices. Voices rose. Lord Mace demanded a septon be consulted. The septon was already in attendance, Cersei had ensured it. He stepped forward from where he had been waiting near the entrance of the hall, his septagonal medallion gleaming on his chest, his hands clasped at his middle in the manner of holy men. After assuring the king he'd already given the young wench her last rites, the man spoke when asked about the trial. Most ancient is the right of trial by 7, and ancient does not mean abandoned. The faith preserves all its laws, that they may be drawn upon when justice demands. Ser Lorch is within his right to invoke this trial. And the accomplices? Lord Mace demanded. Surely Ser Galad cannot be forced to fight alongside his supposed criminals. The accused stands accused as part of a group, the septon explained patiently. All who are accused must stand together in the trial. Ser Galad has accepted the trial. The others are bound by his acceptance. The Reachmen protested loudly at that, but several stepped forward to claim spots on Galad's 7. Ser Ares Oakheart was first among them, his bandaged head held high. I stand for Ser Galad. I would fight at his side in any cause. Ser Baelor Hightower stepped forward next, his hand on his sword. And I, Ser Galad's honor is beyond question. Randall Tarley only grunted, eyes hard and flinty. Heartsbane shall see justice delivered. Lord Mace Tyrell himself spoke next, drawing his sword with theatrical flourish. House Tyrell will not see a true knight wronged. I stand with Ser Galad. Cersei nearly rolled her eyes. The thought of Mace Tyrell, who had not personally fought in any of the great battles of the rebellion, swinging a sword in a real trial was almost amusing. But others stepped forward who were less laughable. Half a dozen Reach knights came forward. Ser Mathis Rowan. Ser John Fossaway. Ser Emmon Cuey, who Cersei had heard mocked Galad for being lowborn just days before, apparently his loyalty to the Reach overcame his snobbery when the woodsman was threatened. Others whose names she did not know. Then, to her surprise, men from other kingdoms took up the call. Lord Yon Royce called loudly for his bronze armor to be fetched. I have crossed blades with this man. I know him to be a knight of honor. The veil stands with him. Lord Jason Mallister stepped forward with his hand on his sword hilt, his eagle-emblazoned chest puffed out. I believe in Ser Galad's innocence. I will fight for him. Even some Northmen and Stormlanders made noises of support, though they did not formally step forward. Cersei found herself shocked by how many supporters the woodsman had gathered in his brief time in the realm. He had only been a knight for a year. How had he won so many over already? It was unsettling. But it changed nothing about her plan. The Septon spoke again. With the 3 other accused already included in Ser Galad's 7, he may choose only 3 additional champions to complete the number. 3 only. 3. Cersei smiled inwardly. Even 3 Tarleys with Valyrian steel would not be enough when 3 of their own 7 would turn on them mid-fight. I pick Noman to fight beside me. The voice was Ser Galad's, cutting through the offered champions and the Septon's pronouncements alike. The hall fell silent again. The Septon turned to him with a patient expression that bordered on condescending. Ser Galad, perhaps because of your low birth and irregular upbringing, you might not be aware of the requirements of a trial by 7. If you do not choose 6 men to fight with you, then you will be declared guilty at once. The verdict will be rendered immediately. Do you understand? The woodsman shook his head slowly. No. I have read the 7-pointed star, Septon. His voice remained calm. There is another way, and I invoke it now. Cersei frowned. She did not understand what the woodsman meant. When she had spoken with the Septon days earlier, he had explained the requirements clearly. Either he gathered 7, or he was guilty. Those were the rules. Low murmurs filled the room. The Septon himself looked uncertain now, his patient expression cracking. The faith preaches the 7 who are one, Galad continued. He had still not raised his voice, but somehow it commanded attention. Father and mother. Warrior and maiden. Smith and crone. The stranger. 7 faces of one god. So too may 7 men be one champion. He let his words settle for a moment before continuing. If a man accused cannot find his 7, then he will either be declared guilty, or he can choose to fight as one. He lifted his eyes, and for the first time in the morning, they fixed on Cersei. 1 man against 7, and let the gods decide his fate.